After more than 3 years of absence, the young lady Su Taotao from the Su family in the capital has returned. The chubby little one possesses no hobbies beyond eating, with a particular fondness for ghost hunting. Grandfather, father, brothers, and uncles unanimously decree, indulge her. Shower her with affection. The boisterous and domineering elder brother declares, as the chill sets in, those who dare to bully Taotao should also feel the cold. The top-tier film emperor, the second brother, proclaims, all my earnings are for Taotao. Take my black card and use it freely. The arrogant yet academically challenged third brother exclaims, who dares to bully my sister? I will summon a legion to teach him a lesson. The prodigious painter cousin adds, this artwork is worthless. Let Taotao paint as she pleases. The renowned race car driver cousin states, Taotao, let us go. I shall take you for a joyride. The nation's wealthiest uncle proclaims, these companies will be transferred to Taotao's name. Henceforth, you shall all address her as Boss Taotao. The master chef's second uncle asserts, I shall close the doors to guests. My sole desire now is to prepare meals for my niece. The enigmatic and handsome master states, what use is all this chatter? Dare you to hunt ghosts? Taotao, come with me. I shan't let you play with these trivial children. Grandfather, father, brothers, and uncles collectively express their disbelief. Are you truly this shameless? Chapter 1 Biological Father? Whose biological father? Mine? Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. You little wretched thing. In front of a dilapidated tile-roofed house in Zhaoshui village, Shichuan town, a village woman with a spiteful visage is hurling curses. Passers-by carrying water glance at the chubby little one sitting on the ridge, diligently washing and peeling lotus roots. Li Xiuhua, perhaps you should say a little less. Taotao has always been cared for by her master. When has she ever eaten even a grain of rice from your household? Li Xiuhua, discarding her corn, begins to stomp in anger, spitting foul words everywhere. I will insult as I please. What business is it of yours? Bah! At this moment, another voice interjects. Li Xiuhua, perhaps you should accumulate some virtue. This child has no enmity with you. What gives you the right to say such things? Seeing someone defend Taotao, Li Xiuhua's rage escalates, and she hurls her corn and rushes towards the ridge. Taotao, engrossed in peeling lotus seeds, beams with joy as she fills a small bowl, eagerly awaiting her master's return to share them. Suddenly, a hand, filthy with mud under its nails, snatches the lotus pod from her grasp. I won't let you eat. You wretched thing, aren't even worthy of pig feed. Li Xiuhua, with great force, swings the lotus stem, striking Taotao's head with the hard pod. The little one winces in pain, her eyes brimming with tears, yet she clenches her tiny teeth resolutely, holding back her sobs. Li Xiuhua violently crushes the lotus pod and flings it to the ground, trampling it underfoot. Eat. I command you to eat. Taotao clutches a small broken bowl, already half filled with lotus seeds, when Li Xiuhua, eyes ablaze with malice, reaches out and smashes the entire bowl against the stones. The deafening shatter startles Taotao, causing her small frame to tremble as shards of porcelain pierce her tender legs, drawing blood. Unable to endure the pain any longer, she finally cries out. The two village women who had previously spoken, unable to bear the sight, approach to intervene but are forcibly pushed aside by Li Xiuhua. Stay away. Today, I shall teach this wretched girl a lesson. Yesterday, she struck my brother's head with a stone. I will not spare her. The onlookers quickly comprehend the situation. Clearly, it was your filthy brother's fault. Taotao is merely a 4-year-old girl. Li Xiuhua, do not fear the law. Law? What law? I, Li Xiuhua, am the law. She crouches down, seizing the dirty lotus seeds scattered in the mud, and threatens to shove them into Taotao's mouth. Eat. Don't you love eating so much? Today, I shall make you eat to your heart's content. The rural road, trodden by many, is perpetually mixed with cow dung and dog urine. Terrified, Taotao retreats, quietly pulling a few round jujubes from the pocket of her pale blue robe and tossing them at Li Xiuhua's feet. Li Xiuhua steps on them, and in the next moment, she slips and falls flat on her back, the mud splattering all over her face. Seizing the moment, Taotao grabs the plump lotus root from the ridge and makes her escape. Infuriated by the mess on her face, Li Xiuhua hastily wipes it off and pursues Taotao. You little brat, raised without a father or mother. Every day, you engage in your ghostly antics and dare to strike my brother. Today, I shall make you pay. Li Xiuhua, ripping off her tattered shoes, charges forward but is held back by a bystander. Aunt Li, cease your assault. It is said that this girl's biological father has arrived, accompanied by many people. At this revelation, Both Li Xiuhua and Taotao are momentarily stunned. Biological father? Whose biological father? Hers. Biological father? Whose biological father? Mine? Indeed. Li Xiuhua snorts derisively. A little wretch like her. Don't even mention her biological father. Even if the king of heaven were to come, I wouldn't fear. Look at her, in this pitiful state. How formidable could her father possibly be? As she speaks, she rushes towards Taotao, but the village woman fails to restrain her. They arrived in several luxury cars. They are extraordinarily wealthy. Li Xiuhua, consumed by rage, dismisses these words and continues her pursuit of Taotao down the muddy road by the lotus fields. I will not let you steal. As Taotao runs, she calls out in her small voice, I did not steal. The village chief said that my master and I can come to harvest lotus roots. Despite her short legs, she darts away like a whirlwind, leaving Li Xiuhua several meters behind. Unfortunately, without shoes, the small stones on the road hurt her feet, causing her to stumble. Oh no! The lotus root flies far from her grasp. Li Xiuhua, pursuing from behind, reached out to grasp the little pink dumpling's slender arm. The mountain village woman, accustomed to exerting authority over men, displayed her dark, veiny hand, causing the onlooking villagers to frown in concern. If that claw comes down, poor Taotao's arm may very well be twisted off. Indeed, Li Xiuhua has truly gone too far. As the villagers spoke, they rushed forward, intending to snatch the pink dumpling away from Li Xiuhua. Suddenly, a figure flashed past, and the little dumpling was lifted by a pair of strong hands. Simultaneously, Li Xiuhua was kicked several meters away. The man shouted furiously, "To hell with you!" Ouch! Li Xiuhua lay on the ground, gritting her teeth in pain. The pink dumpling settled snugly into a large embrace, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widening in surprise. Who was this handsome uncle before her? Su Jinghuai gazed at the little face, which was smeared with dirt, and despite his severe obsession with cleanliness, a flicker of compassion crossed his eyes. Which fool dares to kick me? I'll bury them with a shovel. Smack. A resounding slap struck Li Xiuhua's face, and she let out a cry, covering her cheek in disbelief as she stared at the woman who had struck her. The woman, in her 20s, boasted long, cascading waves and wore a form-fitting black dress that accentuated her beauty, exuding an air of confidence. If you wish to live, then shut your foul mouth, the secretary, Jing City, commanded with authority. For reasons unknown, Li Xiuhua trembled at the chill emanating from the man's gaze, and not a sound dared escape her lips. The surrounding onlookers were similarly intimidated by the man's formidable presence, with only two young men in their 20s whispering among themselves about the luxury cars parked a few meters away. I never imagined I would see a Rolls-Royce Phantom in our village in this lifetime. And three of them appearing simultaneously. Who is this big shot? What's so special about a Rolls-Royce Phantom? You wouldn't believe me if I told you, but I own two Rolls-Royces as well, just with slightly different names. The first young man widened his eyes in disbelief. Are you dreaming? I'm serious. One is named Rolls-Royce Illusion, and the other is Rolls-Royce Bubble. Scram, scram, scram. Su Jinghuai straightened, lowering his gaze to scrutinize the diminutive pink dumpling before him. Perched atop her round little head were two tiny, tousled pigtails, one on each side, with the left one slightly loose, drooping lazily. Her fair, cherubic face was rosy, her forehead smooth and plump, and her fluffy bangs cascaded over her brow like soft willows beneath the moonlight. Her round, almond-shaped eyes sparkled with clarity, reminiscent of a tranquil spring, twinkling like stars, while her petite lips resembled a plump cherry. Su Jinghuai furrowed his brow slightly. The little girl was undeniably beautiful, and her remarkable genes clearly marked her as a member of the Su family. Chapter 2. Who is your uncle? I am your brother. What is it about this aura that makes him seem so fierce? And why is he glaring at me with such intensity? Su Jinghuai, with his hands nestled in the pockets of his tailored trousers, questioned the child. Why do you glare at me? The little one, fists on hips and cheeks puffed like a pufferfish, retorted defiantly, I'm not glaring at you. I'm glaring at the air. Raising an eyebrow, Su Jinghuai pondered whether the child's mind was slightly askew. Why would you glare at the air? I'm angry. Because my lotus root was broken. But I'm also very happy. Because you just saved me. Taken aback by this unique response, Su Jinghuai couldn't help but chuckle. You are quite the humorous little rascal. The child's face scrunched up in indignation as she replied in a high-pitched voice, Who are you calling a little rascal? I am not a little rascal, I have a name. Oh. And what might that name be? I am Su Taotao, she declared with a spirited tone. Hearing those 3 syllables escape her lips, Su Jinghui felt a jolt of recognition. Su Taotao was indeed his little sister. He knelt down, lifting the hem of her shirt slightly to reveal her plump little belly, where he spotted a birthmark shaped like a peach on the left side. Just as he was about to take out his phone to snap a picture to send to Su Qingyun and Lin Wanxiu, he received a sudden blow to his head. "Take that, you bad uncle. You are a wicked rogue." The group of 5 or 6 individuals trailing behind Su Jinghui collectively gasped. It was over for the little one. She had dared to strike this formidable figure, akin to disturbing a slumbering tiger. Despite being only 25 years old, their president was a decisive force in the business realm. A veritable king of hell. No one, not even a child, dared to speak harshly to him, save for his wife, his elder, and the revered master. Though the little girl seemed small, her strength was considerable. Su Jinghui frowned, rubbing his head in irritation. "Who is your uncle? Do I seem that old?" "I am your brother." Taotao froze in disbelief, as did the onlookers. Her petite lips moved, forming 2 syllables that were unfamiliar even to her. "Brother." "Ah, that's right. I am your brother." "Now say it again, brother." Taotao firmly closed her mouth, feeling that at 4 years old, she should exhibit some pride. Thus, she refused to comply. Su Jinghui clicked his tongue in amusement. "Well, you do have some spirit. No wonder you are a member of the Su family. Let us take her away." Whether or not she wished to call him brother mattered little. He resolved to take her home first. After all, how could a domineering president be outmaneuvered by a 4-year-old? Ridiculous. At his command, the bodyguards and his secretary, Jean, sprang into action. "Understood, boss." From Taotao's perspective, 4 or 5 unfamiliar adults suddenly encroached upon her. She clenched her tiny fists tightly, her brow furrowed in apprehension. Noticing her wariness, the burly bodyguards exchanged anxious glances, fearing they might frighten her. They turned to the only woman present for assistance. "Jean, perhaps you should step in? The little lady appears quite frightened of us." Inside, Jean was gleeful. This was the moment she had been waiting for. Upon first laying eyes on the cherubic child, she had instantly fallen for her. However, the tense atmosphere had prevented her from expressing her affection. Now, with a chance to hold the little one, how could she contain her excitement? As the beautifully dressed sister approached, Taotao's little fists unclenched slightly. This sister was so lovely. She didn't seem like someone who would harm Taotao. At that moment, the village elder arrived. "Mr. Su, please wait." The elder, with a face etched by wrinkles and nearing 70, radiated vitality. Su Jinghui halted in his tracks. "Mr. Su, may I ask if you have the paternity test documents?" The elder continued, before he departed. "The master instructed me that the Su family would come to retrieve her. And after presenting the paternity documentation, you may take Taotao home." Su Jinghui raised a hand, and Chen Yu promptly presented a document. "Please have a look." After examining the papers with care, the elder excitedly knelt before Taotao, gently stroking her little head. "Taotao, starting today you can return home to live with your father, mother, and your relatives." Despite the elder's loving tone and gaze, it did little to assuage Taotao's confusion and anxiety. "My father and mother? My real parents?" The master had mentioned that a few days prior, he had gone down the mountain to drink with an old friend. Before leaving, he told her that her parents would come to Zhaoshui village to fetch her. When they presented a document known as a paternity test, she would be able to go with them to a place called Jing City, which was far, far away from Zhaoshui village. The master had also promised to bring her delicious food called beggar's chicken. Taotao gazed at the elder, who held several sheets of white paper, wondering if that was the something-something book he spoke of. Yet he said he was not her father. The elder glanced at Su Jinghui, smiling benevolently. "He is your big brother, your real brother." The village elder was the kindest person to her in Zhaoshui village, aside from the master. Taotao chose to trust his words. "Yes, he is my big brother. Taotao will go with big brother to meet my father and mother." Tears welled in the elder's eyes from the overwhelming joy. "Go now. Be good at your new home, and listen well." "I will, elder. Taotao will come back to see you." The little one nodded her head earnestly. The villagers buzzed with excitement. The paternity test had been verified. This child truly had found her family. Finally, she would be reunited with her biological parents. Indeed, what a fortunate child. Li Xiuhua cast a glance at the luxury cars, spitting disdainfully on the ground. Who would have thought this little brat would be so fortunate with such a wealthy family? "Keep your comments to yourself, Li Xiuhua," someone chastised. "Haven't you humiliated this poor child enough? You'll regret it when her family comes to settle the score, especially your shameless brother. None of your business.
Li Shu was napat.
Though she felt a twinge of unease. This little brat indeed seemed to come from a powerful family. Best to avoid trouble, she thought, slipping away amidst the crowd. Su Jinghui caught a glimpse of Li Xiuhua's retreating figure and signaled to Qinyu, who nodded in understanding.
Taotao e prowet su hinuwai.
Tilting her head up with a nervous expression. Her big, bright eyes sparkled as she said, "Brother, wait for me. I want to bring Bao Darren and Arya with me." Upon hearing this, Su Jinghui swiftly scooped up the little one. "You wait right there." Chapter 3. Brother, Taotao's legs are short. I can't get on the duck. Who are Bao Darren and Arya? Are they your little friends? Your parents didn't mention anything about bringing other children along with you. As the one tasked with retrieving the little one, he had his principles. They're my friends, but they're not children. Oh, brother, you'll understand soon. With that, the little one dashed away barefoot, moving with the speed of a roly-poly little lightning bolt. Why do you only speak in half-sentences? Su Jinghui turned around, noticing the bodyguards staring at him, and immediately adopted a stern demeanor. What are you all standing there for? Hurry and follow her. Do you really think that little rascal can carry everything on her own? The bodyguards nodded vigorously. Understood, boss. A group of robust men dashed off in pursuit of the little girl, all the while exchanging silent jibes. It was evident that they were genuinely concerned for the young miss, yet she insisted on maintaining an air of aloofness. Boss, when will you ever grow up? Secretary Jing City cast a sidelong glance at her arrogant employer, thinking, your pride will be your downfall. I eagerly await the day you come to your senses. However, Su Jinghui believed he would never have that epiphany, for children were the most exasperating creatures, merely capable of wailing incessantly, crying enough to fill 25 hours in a day. Just the thought of it made his head ache. Thus, when old Su and Mrs. Lin informed him over the phone that his little sister had been found, he felt little more than a ripple of indifference. As the elder brother, he was certainly willing to bring her home, but that was the extent of his enthusiasm. He could not muster any warmth. 5 minutes later, while seated in the car, Su Jinghui observed as the bodyguards approached, carrying a wooden barrel, his curiosity piqued. What on earth was that? At the forefront, Taotao bounced along, cradling a small kitten in her arms, her round, inquisitive eyes scanning the surroundings with remarkable alertness. The kitten, entirely black and devoid of any blemishes, possessed the ability to blend seamlessly into the night. It dawned on Su Jinghui. This must be the famed Badaren, and indeed, it fit the description well. As the car door opened, the bodyguards placed the barrel inside, which contained a fish approximately a foot long, swimming leisurely. To be precise, it was not merely a fish, but a golden-scaled dragon phoenix koi. Its body shimmered with glittering golden scales, its form unique, resembling a dragon's head with 4 majestic whiskers, and its nose adorned with flowers, giving it an imposing presence. The tail fin, reminiscent of a phoenix's, was large and broad, moving with a grace that evoked images of a phoenix dancing in the sky. Suddenly, a sweet, childlike voice broke through the air. Thank you, Uncle Bodyguards, for helping me carry Arya. The pronunciation had clearly been a challenge for Taotao, yet she had given it her all. Su Jinghui thought to himself, such an imposing and beautiful koi, named Arya, was quite unexpected. The hardened hearts of the burly bodyguards melted in an instant. Oh my goodness, how adorable. I want to have a little girl, they exclaimed. When we finish work today, I'll go home and work hard with my wife. Little miss, please don't be shy with us. It's our duty. Taotao beamed, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Su Jinghui watched the scene unfold before him, utterly dumbfounded. His bodyguards, usually fierce and formidable, possessing the strength to fell a bull with a single punch, had suddenly transformed into soft-hearted marshmallows. This was his sister, not theirs. How could they be so affectionate? His gaze fell upon Taotao's small face, and after a brief moment, he adopted a slightly haughty tone. Su Taotao, would you like to sit with me? Taotao, clutching Arya, tilted her little head in contemplation. Yes, I wanna.
Why?
She blinked her glistening eyes. Because you are Taotao's brother. You are family. Families should always be together. Su Jinghui, the proud and aloof elder brother, felt as though he had been struck by a gentle blow, his heart tightening painfully. No, Su Jinghui, you must remain steadfast. Children are the most bothersome. You cannot be swayed. He mentally steeled himself, and since she wished to sit with him, he reluctantly granted her that opportunity.
Come up then.
Taotao pouted slightly. looking up at her brother, feeling he resembled a foolish elder brother rather than the dignified one he ought to be. "Brother, my legs are short. I can't climb up." Su Jinghui couldn't help but chuckle, bending down to lift her into the car, all the while teasing her about her short legs.
Poor little thing.
Once seated, Taotao puffed up in indignation. "Brother, you can't laugh at me. I'm a little friend, a flower of the nation. If you laugh at little flowers, they won't grow anymore." Still not convinced? "Why don't you hit me?" The ever-watchful Arya could no longer contain herself, raising her fluffy head to growl at Su Jinghui. "Awoo." Su Jinghui frowned, sensing the kitten's hostility. "Why is your Arya growling at me?" "Because you laughed at my short legs," Taotao replied, looking at her foolish brother as if he were simple-minded. Glancing at Arya, Su Jinghui snorted lightly, impressed by the kitten's loyalty. Taotao puffed out her little chest with pride. Perhaps the excitement had tired her out, as the Rolls-Royce navigated the winding mountain roads. Taotao's small head gradually drooped to one side, eventually succumbing to slumber. The presence of the little pink bundle in the car did not faze Su Jinghui. His long fingers danced across his laptop's keyboard, diligently addressing work matters. At one moment, he felt something weighing down his left arm. Turning his head, he discovered a round little head resting on his arm, the small one fast asleep, her tiny nose twitching with each breath, while Arya napped in her embrace.
"Hey.
Little rascal, are you trying to take advantage of me?" Just as Su Jinghui prepared to nudge the little head away, a WeChat video call notification chimed. It was Lin Wangkaiu. "Mom, have you picked up Taotao?" Worry etched across her face. Lin Wangkaiu inquired. "We've got her. The little one is fast asleep." Su Jinghui shifted the camera slightly to the left, revealing the peacefully slumbering Taotao, who instantly captured Lin Wanqiu's attention. Her eyes brimmed with tears, her lips trembling as she whispered, "Taotao, my Taotao." Covering her mouth, she watched the little one on the screen, and within mere seconds, she was overcome with emotion. Su Qingyun's eyes reddened as he wrapped his arms around his wife. "We expect to arrive home around 8 tonight. Please take care of Taotao on the way." "Understood," Su Jinghui replied, gently pushing Taotao's head back into a comfortable position, a sight clearly visible to Su Qingyun and Lin Wanqiu.
Su Jinghui.
"I swear I'll smack you if you don't stop. Do you want to lose that hand of yours?" Put Taotao's head back. Chapter 4. A smooth arrival at the Su family's old residence. The driver and Secretary Jean were startled into silence by Su Qingyun's booming voice.
Su Jinghui exclaimed.
"I'm working here. Her head is weighing down my arm. I'm counting to 3.
1.
Before Su Jinghui could finish, Lin Wanqiu interrupted, and he promptly relented. All right. He returned Taotao's little round head to its rightful place, wearing an expression of resignation. Once the video call ended, Lin Wanqiu could no longer contain herself. Collapsing into Su Qingyun's arms, weeping, "Qingyun, Taotao is coming home. Our treasure is coming home. Yes, soon we will be reunited with our precious Taotao," Su Qingyun's voice, despite his masculine stature, trembled with emotion. More than 3 years ago, when Taotao was merely a few months old, she had been abducted by human traffickers. Despite reporting the incident and initiating investigations, results had always eluded them. During these years, the couple never ceased their search for their little girl. The uncertainty surrounding their child's fate, coupled with countless disappointments and shared silence in the dark, had cut them deeply, reminding them of their inadequacies as parents. 3 years of guilt and anguish had seeped into their very bones. Thus, when they saw Taotao on the video, they could no longer contain their emotions. Perhaps the old Mr. Su and Lin Wanqiu's daily prayers and good deeds had finally moved the heavens. Just 2 days prior, they received news from their subordinates. Taotao had been found. However, the two of them found themselves attending the wedding of an old friend's son in Cloud City, thousands of kilometers away, rendering them unable to immediately set out to pick up Taotao. To compound matters, a thunderstorm had caused widespread flight cancellations for the next 2 days. Thus, Su Qingyun and Lin Wanqiu decisively resolved to send their assistant to drive their friend's car back to Beijing without further delay. Consequently, the responsibility of retrieving Taotao fell upon Su Jinghui. As he turned to glance at the small round head beside him, an inexplicable softness enveloped his heart. Leaning against him, this sweet, fragrant little child surprisingly felt rather pleasant, a sensation he had never experienced in his 20-plus years of life. Secretary Jean, seated in the front, caught a glimpse of her boss's gradually softening expression through the mirror and could no longer contain herself, turning to smile and say, "Mr. Su, is the little lady exceptionally soft and fragrant?" Su Jinghui slightly restrained his expression and replied with utmost seriousness, "It's quite ordinary, really, no different from an average child." Jing City blinked and inquired, "Mr. Su, I'm curious. How many years does one get for speaking the truth in your place?" "What do you mean?" Su Jinghui furrowed his brow.
What was that supposed to imply?
The driver couldn't help but interject. "What he means is, you needn't be so stiff. If you like the little lady, just say so. We won't mock you for it." Su Jinghui responded, "Look at that cloud drifting above. Doesn't it resemble your quarterly bonuses? It's about to vanish." "Boss, we were wrong." The phone rang and it was Chinyu calling, causing Su Jinghui's expression to turn serious.
Speak.
"Boss, we've investigated thoroughly. That village woman named Li Xiuhua has been bullying the little lady. And many villagers can attest to it. Preserve your life. Handle the rest. Understood. By the way, boss, there's one more thing." Chun Yu hesitated, prompting Su Jinghui's impatience to surface. "Just say it." Li Xiuhua has a nearly 40-year-old brother, a confirmed bachelor. And some villagers have seen him getting handsy with the little lady. A thunderclap seemed to explode in Su Jinghui's mind. "What did you say?" "Please don't get agitated. The villagers said that the little lady, being clever, used a stone to smash that bachelor's head and was rescued by passers-by. So no serious harm was done." Su Jinghui suddenly recalled the moment he had lifted Taotao's clothing to examine her birthmark. The little one had reacted quite violently, delivering him a punch. A 4-year-old child would not inherently understand such matters unless someone had previously subjected her to similar actions. An inferno of rage surged within Su Jinghui, his eyes ablaze with bloodthirsty fury. Since that bachelor was already a recluse, he wouldn't mind losing an arm or a leg. Chun Yu understood perfectly. After hanging up, Su Jinghui's emotions remained tumultuous. He turned to observe the small pink bundle sleeping against him, his feelings indescribably complex. What hardships had this little one endured during the 3 years she was lost? Secretary Jean was also engrossed in her work when she encountered a matter needing Su Jinghui's input. She turned to look back, her pupils dilating in shock. What was going on? Her boss, seemingly affected by some emotional upheaval, was biting his lip, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at the peacefully slumbering little lady. Resembling a character from a crying emoticon. "Boss, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying?" Su Jinghui instinctively turned to look out the window. "Who said I was crying? I got sand in my eyes." Jean's secretary responded, "Just admit whether your face hurts or not." At 8 o'clock in the evening, the group arrived at the Su family's ancestral residence in the western suburbs of Beijing punctually. The Su family was one of the most prestigious families in the city, their business having flourished magnificently without any sign of decline, holding a prominent position not just in Beijing but across the nation. Taotao had already awoken and was curiously peering out the car window with her small hands, her round eyes brimming with wonder at the grandeur of the houses. The family dog, Bao De Run, mimicked its little owner, using its fluffy paws to paw at the window, presenting a charming sight of 2 round heads surveying the new world outside. Su Jinghui captured this moment with his phone, feeling his heart melt. The main hall of the villa was brightly lit, where an elderly man with graying hair sat on the sofa, waiting patiently. "Sir, they have returned. The young master and young lady are back." The butler, Uncle Lin, hurried to assist Su Huqian to his feet. Upon entering, Taotao spotted the elderly gentleman trembling as he stood up from the sofa. The little one halted, her eyes reflecting a hint of trepidation, uncertain whether to advance.
Suiqian,
supported by Uncle Lin, gazed at his little granddaughter, who was merely a few meters away. As the once formidable head of the Su family, his eyes suddenly glistened with tears. "Taotao, is that you, my precious granddaughter?" Taking a few eager steps forward, he approached, his excitement palpable, while Uncle Lin felt a lump in his throat. "Sir, please take it slow." Taotao watched as the elderly man approached, and for reasons unknown, her tiny nose tinged with a hint of sorrow. Chapter 5. It doesn't hurt, brother. It doesn't hurt. Although she had no idea who this elderly man with graying hair was, she felt an overwhelming urge to cry. In an instant, her eyes turned red. Su Huqian's heart clenched painfully, and he could no longer contain himself, rushing forward to embrace his precious granddaughter tightly. "Taotao, I am your grandfather." Taotao wrapped her chubby little arms around the old man's neck, her tiny mouth forming a heart-wrenching, soft cry. "Grandpa, don't cry." She even sweetly reached up with her small hand to wipe away the old man's tears. Nearby, Uncle Lin and the array of servants and bodyguards watched this touching scene, all choked with emotion. The lost little lady of the Su family, Su Taotao, had finally been found. The Su family was complete once more. Su Jinghui observed the poignant reunion, his heart aching, and he too felt the urge to cry. Chen Yu, who had stayed behind to deal with the troublemakers in the village, hurried to catch up with Su Jinghui's car, arriving at the same time. Standing beside his boss. He couldn't bear to see Su Jinghui's near tearful expression any longer. Boss, if you really want to cry, I can lend you my shoulder. Without hesitation, Su Jinghui delivered a kick in response. Get lost. Chen Yu nimbly dodged. Hey, you didn't hit me. Indeed, the law of attraction had come to fruition, and this whimsical boss of his was not exempt from it. Su Heqian settled onto the sofa with Taotao in his arms, still unable to calm his excited heart. The old man spoke hesitantly. Taotao, are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? Just as Taotao was about to respond, a servant announced from the doorway. Sir and Madam have returned. The servants and bodyguards quickly parted, creating a clear path. Lin Wanqiu, dressed in a pale blue qipao, exuded grace, but upon seeing her daughter, her legs suddenly felt weak, almost causing her to stumble. The couple gazed at the soft little figure beside the old man on the sofa, their hearts aching with emotion. Lin Wanqiu could no longer contain her emotions, disregarding the inconvenient high heels she wore, and rushed forward, weeping as she enveloped her daughter, whom she had cherished for over 3 years, in her arms. My darling, my precious, mother has missed you so much. Her voice was a heart-wrenching lament, enough to shatter the hearts of those who heard it. Upon hearing the word mother, Taotao's initially perplexed expression transformed into one of sorrow as her little nose crinkled. And she too began to cry.
Mama.
The tender, infantile tone of her weeping further shattered Lin Wanqiu's composure, and tears obscured her vision completely. Su Chenjiun knelt beside his wife, gazing at their beloved daughter, rendered speechless, his lips trembling as tears streamed down his cheeks. Taotao, it's Daddy. The little one, still pouting, reached out her tiny hand toward Su Qingyun's face, uttering a sound that was both foreign yet comforting. Daddy.
Oh.
Su Qingyun's voice caught in his throat as he responded with emotion. Su Heqian wiped the corners of his eyes with a handkerchief and interjected, Enough now, Qingyun, Wanqiu. Let us calm our emotions a bit. We must not frighten Taotao. Instantly, Lin Wanqiu stifled her sobs, her hands cradling Taotao's cherubic face with a newfound caution and nervousness. Taotao, I'm so sorry. Did I scare you, darling? It's just that I was too overwhelmed. Su Chengyun gently patted his wife's back, offering soothing words. It's all right now. No more crying. We wouldn't want to frighten our precious daughter. It's enough that you are back. Lin Wanqiu managed to smile through her tears. Taotao gently caressed her mother's face with her left hand and her father's with her right, her soft voice chiming, Mama, don't cry, and Daddy, you shouldn't cry either. Su Jinghui could not bear to watch the scene unfold and stepped forward to change the subject. Little Taotao, are you hungry?
Su Jinghui.
Speak gently to Taotao, or else I shall deal with you. The trio, Su Heqian, Su Qingyun, and Lin Wanqiu, spoke in unison, their words echoing with precision. Su Jinghui stood there, stunned, observing his parents and grandfather, bewildered that the little one had only been in the house for less than 20 minutes, yet had already garnered such an attitude towards him. Should I just leave then? Seeing this, Taotao quickly interjected, Daddy, Mommy, Grandpa, please don't be angry. Big brother is very nice to me. He just speaks a bit sternly, but he likes me very much. Su Jinghui raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that little rascal onto something? The soft little one patted her own tummy, her rosy cheeks blooming with shyness. I think I might be a bit hungry. Su Qingyun commanded, Luma, bring out the dishes. Yes, sir. With that, he scooped up his obedient daughter and headed to the dining table. Su Heqian, who had reached halfway to pick up his granddaughter, froze mid-action. Witnessing his precious granddaughter being taken away, the old man angrily jabbed his cane into the ground. Su Jinghui, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, regarded his father with an expression that conveyed a myriad of unspoken words. Truly, a display of filial piety, a testament to strength. As unrelated onlookers dispersed, the family sat down to dinner. Although their emotions remained turbulent, Su Qingyun and Lin Wanqiu endeavored to restrain themselves and not become overly exuberant. Come on, Taotao. Have a chicken wing. Taotao, eat a beef ball. Would you like some fish, my dear? Shall I get you some soup, little one?
Luma.
Please prepare another dessert for after the meal.
Certainly.
Taotao's large, round eyes widened in amazement as she watched the mountain of food in her small bowl multiply. Faced with such a bounty, the little flower of the nation began to feel overwhelmed. There's too much meat. I can't finish it all. Su Chengyun looked at his darling daughter, a smile illuminating his face, brimming with affection. It's all right, Taotao, take your time. No need to rush. As Su Jinghuai quietly ate beside them, he reminisced about the mischievous antics of the three brothers during their childhood when they would try to evade their meals. Taotao's attempts to charm her way into more food were reminiscent of their own past, yet their father often had a different reaction. Not eating, huh?
Lin.
Take Su Jinghuai's bowl and feed it to the dog. Su Yubai, are you feeling bold or have you forgotten that I can wield a knife?
So sing chi.
I'll count to 3. Eat or else. Now. Witnessing his father's patient and gentle demeanor, Su Jinghuai furrowed his brow, perplexed. However, one must admit, little Taotao was undeniably adorable, exuding an aura of softness that made one want to pinch her little cheeks. As Su Jinghuai pondered this, he couldn't help but reach out, only to be met with a swift slap. Smack. Lin Wanqiu glared at him. Su Jinghuai, don't be so reckless. Seeing her brother get scolded, Taotao immediately set down her chopsticks and cradled his hand, pouting as she blew softly on it. It doesn't hurt, brother. Chapter 6. Not just any child of her age. She can devour. Su Jinghuai's heart melted instantly. What a delightful little cherub. That gentle blowing had struck right at his heart, didn't it? Su Qingyun and Lin Wanqiu watched Taotao's actions, their faces radiating pure adoration, while Su Heqian observed with a warm smile. After 2 bowls of rice and several delectable meat dishes, Taotao finally released her grip on the small bowl. Neatly placing her chopsticks beside it, her little hands folded patiently in her lap, waiting for everyone to finish. Lin Wanqiu gazed at Taotao, her expression a mix of pride and tenderness. The child's teacher had truly imparted wisdom upon her. Are you full, Taotao? Would you like a little more? A gentle voice echoed in her ears, and Taotao's eyes sparkled. It was her mother asking her. The little one lifted her head, ready to respond, but suddenly felt shy. Her soft, fair face blooming with 2 rosy spots. Mama, come a little closer. I want to tell you a secret. Taotao beckoned to Lin Wanqiu. Who could resist such charm? Lin Wanqiu was instantly captivated, leaning in with a gentle smile. A wave of sweet fragrance enveloped her as the soft, cherubic voice reached her ears. Mama, I could actually eat 2 more chicken wings and a slice of cake, but I've already eaten too much. So I feel a bit embarrassed. Lin Wanqiu paused, instinctively glancing at the chicken wings on the plate. Those appeared rather large. Nevertheless, if her darling daughter wished for them, whether they were small or colossal, she would indulge her. All right, Mama will get them for you, my baby. Thus, 2 chicken wings were added to Taotao's already empty bowl, and Su Heqian personally presented a slice of cake to her. Here for our little Taotao. Taotao raised her tiny hands, holding up the large chicken wing, revealing her pristine little teeth, her soft voice brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Mama.
Thank you, Grandpa.
Upon witnessing the scene, Su Qingyun felt compelled to add more to Taotao's plate, scooping 2 beef balls into her bowl. How about 2 more beef balls, my dear? As he spoke, Su Jinghuai couldn't help but shudder at the sight. His father, a man of unwavering determination, was speaking in such an endearing tone. Truly, it was a sight to behold, slightly unnerving. Lin Wanqiu, concerned that Taotao might overindulge, was about to intervene when she heard a soft voice arise. Thank you, Daddy. No need to thank me. Su Qingyun's smile was so wide that his teeth were visible, but his eyes were nearly hidden. Su Jinghuai could no longer bear to watch and interjected, Dad, rein in your expressions. Your wrinkles are flapping everywhere. Su Chenjiayun instantly darkened his expression. Just eat your meal. Observing the stark contrast in treatment, he decided to silence himself. Su Jinghuai's gaze shifted to the little peach, Taotao, who was relishing her chicken wings. He propped his chin on his hand and began to ponder a question. This little one was only 4 years old. Yet she seemed extraordinarily adept at eating compared to her peers. During this dinner, he watched in awe as she devoured 5 chicken wings for beef balls, 3 pieces of ribbon fish, 2 bowls of white rice, and 2 small cakes. Initially, he feared she might overindulge, but as he observed, it became clear that she truly had an impressive appetite. Su Jinghuai recalled the solid punch Taotao had landed on his head back in Zhaoshui village. Could it be that the Su family had produced a little powerhouse? Suddenly, he felt a surge of pride. Although he was already quite wealthy, able to support not just one, but multiple Taotaos, he believed life should always have goals. Henceforth, his aim would be to work even harder to earn more, to support his little sister. As for Su Xingqi, that still childish little brother, he could be left to fate, or perhaps handed over to Su Yubai.
Meanwhile,
In the school where Su Xingqi was attending evening studies, he let out a loud sneeze. What the heck?
who's cursing me?
After dinner, Tao Tao trotted around the living room a few times. What are you looking for, my dear?
Suchenjuning guayir.
With a hint of worry and panic on her rosy little face, she replied, Daddy, my Bagdaren and Arya are missing. Her little mouth pouted, looking as if she were about to burst into tears. Su Qingyun immediately panicked and scooped Tao Tao up. Don't cry, don't cry. Bagdaren and Arya are in the yard. Uncle Chin has made them both very cozy little nests. Daddy will take you to see them, okay? Upon hearing this, the furrow in her brow relaxed. The tension in Su Qingyun's heart also eased. He could already foresee that his life would be constantly tugged at by this precious little daughter. Whether it be joy or trepidation, the bittersweet experiences would be plentiful. Yet as a father, he would relish it all, for it was the sweetest bond in the world. The architectural style of the Su family mansion was steeped in antiquity. Vast in space, adorned with pavilions, terraces, and water pavilions, all set in a remarkably pleasant environment. Guided by Uncle Lin to the front courtyard, Tao Tao spotted Bagda Ren rolling around on the grass. Little bag. She dashed towards it, and Bagda Ren, ever obedient, leapt straight into her arms. Uncle Lin stepped forward, slightly bowing with a benevolent smile. Little miss, from now on, this will be Bagda Ren's playground. It can play here during the day and sleep in the room at night. Tao Tao's large eyes sparkled with delight. Wow. Bagda Ren has its own room? Indeed. Uncle Lin responded, charmed by the adorable little lady, wishing he could call his son and daughter-in-law to hurry and give him a granddaughter. Thank you, Grandpa Butler. Tao Tao's gratitude made Uncle Lin's heart bloom with joy, and he chuckled. You're welcome, little miss. Tao Tao carried Bagda Ren over to a large antique fish tank, where Arya was leisurely swimming. At that moment, Lin Wanqiu arrived, and Su Qingyun gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder. They both gazed at Tao Tao, who was playfully engaging with Arya, their eyes filled with warmth and affection. Darling, I feel that the tank can't accommodate the koi that Tao Tao brought. Koi are sentient creatures. Have you seen Arya? Stunningly beautiful. I believe we need to create a special koi pond for Arya. That patch of land under the large bonsai pine seems quite suitable. Shall we dig a big pond for Arya? After pondering for a moment, Su Qingyun found it feasible. All right. Upon hearing the conversation, Tao Tao turned and scampered over, her little tuft of hair bobbing adorably. She tilted her head back. Daddy, Mommy. What are you talking about regarding Arya? Chapter 7. Lazy brother. It's time to wake up. The couple crouched down to better converse with Tao Tao. We are discussing digging a big pond for Arya, so it will have a larger home. What do you think, sweetheart? Tao Tao's eyes sparkled like two bright stars, filled with anticipation and surprise. Really? Of course. Lin Wanqiu gently pinched her little face. Tao Tao raised Bagda Ren in a cheer. Yay! After her cheer, the little darling beamed at her parents, her eyes brimming with joy and gratitude. Noticing the way his precious daughter looked at him, Su Qingyun asked, What's the matter?
Tao Tao?
She gently set Bagda Ren down and wrapped her tiny arms around her parents' necks. Daddy and Mommy are digging a big house for Arya. I'm so
happy.
Thank you, Daddy and Mommy. With that, the little one planted kisses on Lin Wanqiu's and Su Qinjian's cheeks, making delightful smacking sounds. They were both astonished and thrilled, momentarily at a loss for words. This was the kiss from their precious daughter, and it was sweet. Lin Wanqiu composed herself, smiling gently. Of course, darling. You are family, and so are Bagda Ren and Arya. Therefore, they are also our family. A family should share abundant love with each other. Tao Tao's little mouth formed an O, producing a slightly puzzled sound. Mommy's words were so long, my little head is a bit confused, but that's all right. When I grow a bit more, I'll understand more lengthy words. Lin Wanqiu and Su Qingyun exchanged surprised glances before bursting into laughter. Their darling daughter was simply adorable. So endearing that they wished to hold her and never let go. Tao Tao rested her round little head against her father's shoulder, bubbling with happiness. Bagda Ren rubbed its face against her foot, lazily meowing, its little tail swaying joyfully. The next morning, the Su family mansion was enveloped in tranquility. The air was refreshingly crisp, tinged with a gentle coolness, as early birds chirped merrily on the branches. Bagda Ren rolled on the grass, pouncing on small insects, while Arya swam back and forth in the tank, filling the Su family mansion with vibrant life. On the second floor, Su Jinghuai was still asleep. In a hazy state, he couldn't discern whether he was dreaming or what was happening. As he half opened his eyes, he found two large, clear eyes staring intently at him. What the heck? Su Jinghuai exclaimed, startled, instantly shaking off his drowsiness and retreating a considerable distance. A round little head, adorned with a Neza-style hairdo, came into view, with tiny hands propping up its chin, grinning at him. Little lazy brother, it's time to wake up. Taotao beamed, revealing her neat and white baby teeth. Lazy bug? He retorted, incredulous. Su Taotao, I am a busy executive with a packed schedule, yet this is the first time anyone has called me a lazy bug. Taotao propped her little chin in her hands. The soft flesh of her cheeks was squeezed upward, puffing out her chubby face so she looked exactly like an adorably round hamster. But Big Brother is a lazy bug, she said seriously. Look, what time is it already? She stretched out her fair, tender little arm as far as she could and showed Su Jinghuai the time on her children's smartwatch. The watch had been a gift from Grandpa before bedtime last night, and she absolutely loved it. Su Jinghuai glanced at it. It really was late. Past 8 already. He raised his right hand, loosely clenched into a fist, and coughed lightly into it. Your brother usually gets up very early. It's just that I ran around all day yesterday picking you up, so I was tired. That's why I slept in today, got it? Taotao rested her tiny head on her hands and nodded obediently, little nods one after another. Taotao understands. Then I'll give Big Brother a massage. You worked hard. As she spoke, her two chubby little paws landed on Su Jinghuai's arm and began kneading seriously. His pajamas were short-sleeved, so his skin came directly into contact with the soft warmth of the little milk dumpling's hands. The sensation was ridiculously gentle. Su Jinghuai gazed at the tiny figure in front of him with complete satisfaction, utterly unaware that the corners of his mouth had already lifted and refused to come back down. Taotao massaged with great solemnity, occasionally giving a few symbolic pats. It even looked somewhat professional. After a while, Su Jinghuai moved his arm away. All right, that's enough. If you keep going, you'll get tired. Taotao shook her head and answered crisply, not tired. The more Su Jinghuai looked at her, the better his mood became. In the end, he couldn't hold back and reached out to rub her round little head twice. Taotao instantly puffed up, lips drooping and brows furrowed. Big Brother, don't ruin my hairstyle. Mommy did it for me. Meanwhile, beneath the covered walkway in the backyard, old Master Su Heqian, dressed in a moon-white cotton shirt, was slowly practicing Tai Chi. His movements were surprisingly standard. Lin Wanqiu looked at her father-in-law and exclaimed in surprise.
Dad.
How did you? Su Heqian turned around with a smile. I don't know what happened. When I woke up this morning, I felt different from usual. I had more strength in my body, so I tried practicing Tai Chi. Turns out I can still do it just as smoothly as before. Lin Wanqiu was still worried and stepped closer.
How do you feel now?
Ever since he had fallen ill 2 years ago, his health had declined drastically. Despite continuous recuperation, there had been little improvement. In the past 2 years, not to mention practicing Tai Chi, even standing with a cane for too long was difficult. He had to sit for extended periods. Su Heqian stretched his arms and legs. Feels pretty strong. Lin Wanqiu supported the old man as they walked through the courtyard. It's strange, Su Heqian continued. I've had severe insomnia for years, and whenever I couldn't sleep, I'd get headaches. But last night, I actually slept very well. With his hands clasped behind his back, he looked up at the birds perched on the treetops. That's all because Taotao came home. The big stone in our hearts finally fell away. Once the heart is at ease, the body naturally follows. Yes, Lin Wanqiu agreed. Where's Qingyun? I don't see him. He's in the front yard supervising the workers digging the koi pond. He wants to finish it today or tomorrow so area can move in soon. Shall we go take a look?
Muun muassa sunnuntai Heqian nodded.
By the large bonsai pine in the front yard, Su Qingyun was holding a blueprint he had personally designed overnight, directing the workers carefully. It needs to be cast on-site with specialized pool concrete. After it sets, apply 2 layers of waterproof coating. The filtration pool must be built with bricks. Then add taihu stones and a cascading water feature along the edge. Build a stone slab bridge over the pond. Don't put in the surrounding plants yet. I'll ask my daughter what greenery she wants. Everything will be according to her preferences. Understood, Mr. Su. The construction team leader replied. Not far away. Lin Wanqiu watched her husband earnestly explaining things to the workers. Her smile held both happiness and admiration. They say men are most handsome when they're serious at work. But her husband wasn't working for business now. He was digging a pond for their precious Taotao's area. Somehow, that made him look even more handsome. 5 minutes later, the whole family sat neatly together in the dining room for breakfast. After last night's first dinner, everyone had already witnessed Taotao's impressive appetite. So Aunt Lu placed 5 crystal shrimp dumplings, a bowl of steamed egg custard, and a cup of hot milk in front of her. Eat slowly, young miss. If it's not enough, there's more in the kitchen. Taotao held a tiny fork, her little face glowing with happiness. Okay. Thank you, Grandma Lu, for cooking such super delicious food. The compliment came so suddenly that Aunt Lu was momentarily flustered, then burst into a smile. You're welcome. You're welcome. Taotao's eating was both adorable and oddly appetizing. Sitting across from her, Su Jinghui felt like he was watching a live mukbang. This was unreal. How could such a tiny thing be cute no matter what she did? He really wanted to rub her. Just as he was about to reach out, he remembered the slap on the back of his hand from last night and ultimately restrained himself. After breakfast, Su Chengyun reached out and patted his precious daughter's soft cheek, smiling indulgently. Eat slowly, Taotao. Daddy's going back to supervise the workers building area's new home. The little dumpling nodded enthusiastically, her bright eyes shining. The little cowlick on top of her head bounced as she nodded, playful and adorable. Okay, Daddy, work hard.
More.
Su Chengyun received a soft, fragrant kiss on his cheek. He instantly beamed, feeling strength surge through his entire body. I'm heading to the company too, Su Jinghui said as he stood up and pushed back his chair. Lin Wanxiu and Su Huqian responded. Across the table, a small head tilted to the side. On the round, chubby face was a look of confusion and curiosity. Big brother. What is a company thingy? Su Jinghui turned around. The little dumpling looked like a pure bundle of curiosity. He sighed softly and reached across the table to rub her round head. If you don't know, don't ask. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. Be good. Clearly dissatisfied with the answer, Taotao frowned deeply, her little mouth puckering. Lin Wanxiu shot Su Jinghui a sharp look.
Su Jinghui.
Whatever Taotao asks. You answer patiently and gently. Try brushing her off again, and see if I don't break your legs. Taotao immediately grinned, her baby voice sweet. Right. Mommy is right.
Su Jinghui nodded. Fine. Company, right?
Big brother will tell you. Taotao instantly sat up straight, just like a well-behaved student listening to a teacher. Her little face full of anticipation. A company is an enterprise organization formed to meet the needs of socialized production under a market economy, including limited liability companies and joint stock companies. After finishing his explanation, Su Jinghui looked at the little soft dumpling with great satisfaction. Because on her face, he saw only 2 words, completely confused. If he'd known teasing kids was this fun, he would have brought her home much earlier. Su Jinghui let out a string of unhinged pig-like laughter and happily walked toward the door. Seeing her precious daughter being toyed with again by her worthless son, Lin Wanxiu was furious.
Su Jinghui.
Everyone knows that when your mom calls your full name, you're about to get beaten. Su Jinghui quickened his pace. Lin Wanxiu hurried to comfort Taotao. Taotao, don't be sad, okay? The little dumpling shook her head. Taotao, isn't sad. Taotao just doesn't understand why Big Brother said so many words, and I didn't understand a single one. Was Big Brother speaking bird language? Hearing this at the doorway, Su Jinghui's mouth twitched. The thought processes and expressions of children are refreshingly straightforward and novel, exuding an undeniable charm. Lin Wanxiu couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, he was speaking in the language of birds, a tongue incomprehensible to us humans, thus he is not one of us.
Taotao.
With her soft, pudgy hands, covered her mouth and giggled quietly before wrapping her arms around her mother's neck. Mommy, can I go to that place called the company with my brother? Lin Wanxiu's eyes lit up.
Of course you can.
With that, she scooped Taotao up and exited the main hall. In the courtyard, Su Jinghui's driver and assistant, Chenyu, were already waiting as he prepared to get into the car. Wait a moment. Su Jinghui halted his motion of opening the car door. Lin Wanxiu approached him, holding Taotao, and in a tone that brooked no argument, declared, You must take Taotao with you to work today. Su Jinghui widened his eyes, thinking he misheard. What did you say? He was going to the company to earn a living, not for leisure. Bringing along a small child was utterly incongruous. Lin Wanxiu presented Taotao to him. I said to take Taotao with you. She wishes to accompany her brother. Su Jinghui glanced at the adorable little bundle, who was grinning widely, revealing her tiny, pearly teeth, and waving her little hands holding something. In each hand, she clutched a wrapped snack.
Tajda.
Brother, take me along. This is my little treat I brought too. So you can have one to eat if you get hungry at work. As she spoke, Taotao extended her right hand towards Su Jinghui. His gaze fell upon the round little bread, and after a moment's contemplation, he relented. Well, considering the charm of the little bread, I suppose I can reluctantly allow you to come along.
Yay.
Taotao cheered, her voice sweet and melodic. Su Jinghui took the soft bundle from Lin Wanqiu's arms, while simultaneously receiving a playful slap from his beloved mother. You little brat. Su Jinghui pretended not to hear and ushered the child into the car. The vehicle glided down the road at a steady pace. Meanwhile, at the Su family residence, Su Hekian emerged from the restroom, bewildered by the absence of his well-behaved granddaughter. Where is my dear granddaughter? Where could she possibly be? Hearing the elder's voice, Lin Wanqiu quickly responded, Father, Jinghui has taken Taotao to the company.
Su Weiqian.
Incensed, pounded his cane against the floor several times. My sweet granddaughter just arrived home yesterday, and this scoundrel has whisked her away first thing this morning? After finally feeling a bit stronger, I had planned to take Taotao to the park today, and he just stole her away. This rascal truly excels in filial piety. Lin Wanqiu observed her father's irate demeanor, forcing a polite yet awkward smile. There is a truth in this, however. Taotao willingly chose to accompany her brother. Chapter 9 Brother. That ghost is watching you. The headquarters of the Su Group is situated on the southern side of the financial center in the capital city. The building features a striking facade of black, white, and gray, designed in a visually appealing staggered structure that soars into the clouds, exuding grandeur. Su Jinghui stepped out of the car, adjusting the lapels of his suit, while the pudgy little hands of his sister clung to the edge of the window. Wow, brother! You look so handsome! This unexpected flattery caught him off guard, yet who could resist such sweet compliments, especially from such an adorably charming little one? Su Jinghui felt as though a small firework had exploded in his heart, leaving him in a buoyant state. Gazing at the delightful little figure before him, he grinned. Little one, you certainly have good taste. Your brother is indeed this handsome every day. Taotao extended her tiny finger. Brother, I am not little. I am already 4 years old. Then you are a big little one. Taotao. Why does that still sound odd? Su Jinghui lifted Taotao from the car. And at this moment, the entrance of the Su Group was bustling with people, all eyes drawn to the enchanting scene. The sheer adorableness of the little girl in Su Jinghui's arms was simply overwhelming. Her 2 little buns on her head resembled a little Taoist priest. Taotao's outfit, arranged by Lin Wanqiu, consisted of a creamy white short-sleeved top paired with tiny pink denim overalls, the front of which featured an oversized pocket that appeared slightly bulging, hinting at some hidden treasures. A cute peach brooch adorned the left shoulder strap, and her feet were clad in white sandals sporting a peach design. The little one was already round and delightful, but today's ensemble amplified her cuteness to new heights. Su Jinghui, acutely aware of the attention, chose to ignore it and strode toward the lobby, holding Taotao, his steps elegant and carefree. Whispers began to circulate among the observers. Who is this little girl? How did she end up in Mr. Su's arms? She is just too well-behaved. So adorable. Oh my, she truly resembles one of those dolls with big, sparkling eyes. I think I might faint from the cuteness. This little girl is quite mysterious. Could she be Mr. Su's daughter? But isn't he still unmarried? So, what if he is unmarried? These days, it's quite common to have children without being married. Our Mr. Su is handsome and wealthy. It's only natural for him to be ahead of the times. Just as Su Jinghui stepped into the executive elevator, he overheard someone say, Shouldn't we consider holding a press conference to announce that the Su family's little daughter, Su Taotao, has been found? The elevator, reserved for the president, ascended directly to the 34th floor. A man clad in a black business suit cradled a pink bundle, their contrasting appearances somehow creating a visually pleasing tableau.
Chen Yu.
Following closely behind Su Jinghui, cast a glance, and the employees, caught in their curiosity, immediately returned to their tasks, pretending nothing had occurred. Once the boss entered his office, the hushed chatter resumed. The soft little one was placed on a sofa beside the floor-to-ceiling window, her feet unable to reach the ground, her short legs swinging in the air. You can play here by yourself. Brother has to get to work now. Taotao nodded obediently, her eyes sparkling.
All right. 2 years ago.
The position of president was held by Su Chenjiayun, but after the elder Su fell ill, Su Chenjiayun managed all urgent matters within 2 months, allowing his eldest son, Su Jinghui, to take over while he devoted himself to caring for the elder's health. Although Su Jinghuai grew up in an environment of abundant privilege and never needed to worry about his future since assuming control of the Su group, his latent workaholic tendencies had surfaced. He traveled extensively to handle corporate affairs, honing his ability to maintain intense focus during work hours, with his mind solely on professional matters. Yet today, for some inexplicable reason, Su Jinghuai found himself distracted, his gaze drifting toward the little bundle on the sofa instead of the computer screen. At one moment, he realized he was indeed temporarily unengaged with work, so he set down the documents and turned his attention to the little person on the sofa. Taotao's tiny hands were rummaging through the large pocket of her outfit, busily searching for something. Su Jinghuai watched intently, eager to discover what this little one was up to. After some time, Taotao finally extracted a treasured item from a pile of snacks, joyfully playing with it in her hands. Su Jinghuai observed what she held. A dark green tassel adorned with 3 bronze coins, the top strung with several white jade beads.
Su Taotao.
As Taotao, absorbed in her play with a small copper coin, lifted her head, her eyes sparkled as she looked at him. "Brother, are you calling me? What's up? What's that thing in your hand? Is it this?" Brother asked, as Taotao waved her little hand at the string of copper coins.
Yes. Oh.
This is called Shanggui Huaqian, used by Taoist priests during the Qing dynasty to cast spells, exorcise demons, and ward off evil. It's also known as a talisman. Nowadays, many people invite individuals like my master to bless these copper coins, bringing them home to hang up or carry with them, like I do for safety. Upon hearing this, Su Jinghuai slightly furrowed his brows. What nonsense is this? Noticing a hint of disdain in his expression, Taotao earnestly explained, "It's not nonsense, brother. There are many things in this world that you can't see, but that doesn't mean they don't exist." Su Jinghuai casually took a sip of his coffee and then approached the little one, squatting down before her. "Little one, I am a staunch materialist and do not believe in such things, understand?" At the unfamiliar vocabulary, Taotao nodded, somewhat comprehending. "Then, brother, if some things really are around you, would you be scared?" Su Jinghuai gently tapped her delicate nose with his finger. "I am a strong, upright man. Even if what you say is true, I would not be afraid, understand?"
Got it.
However, a moment later, Su Jinghuai was startled by a tiny voice. "Brother, there's a ghost sitting on the chair behind you, and he's watching you." Su Jinghuai froze for a second, then felt a chill run down his spine as he realized what Taotao meant. "What nonsense are you spouting? This is my office. How could there be such strange things?" Taotao's mouth formed a perfect circle. "I'm not lying, brother. He's really sitting on your chair, swaying back and forth." Chapter 10. Su Jinghuai wished he could silence his own mouth. He felt numb all over, but recalling his earlier bravado, he struggled to calm his rapidly escalating anxiety. "Taotao, as a child, you can eat whatever you want, but you mustn't say whatever comes to mind." The unspoken words in his heart were, "Dear little ancestor, please stop talking, I'm begging you." But a 4-year-old child, of course, couldn't grasp such subtleties. Taotao blinked her big eyes. "Brother, I'm not making things up. That ghost uncle is really on your chair. Oh, I saw him. He has a knife stuck in his belly. He was stabbed." Su Jinghuai, what is this? Saying the scariest things in the cutest tone? Who will help him capture this little devil? He swore he had never believed in such things. But the way this little brat spoke made her sound utterly convincing. Moreover, knowing that Taotao had been raised by an old Taoist priest in Jiaoshui village, it wasn't surprising that she could see these things. The more he thought about the so-called Shanggui Huaqian in her hand, the more uneasy he felt. Taking a deep breath, he slowly turned to glance at his office chair. Nothing was there. The staunch materialist let out a sigh of relief. As he always said, anything I cannot see does not exist. Just then, he heard a voice beside him. "Brother, what are you looking at? The ghost uncle isn't on your chair anymore. He's behind you now." What the hell? Su Jinghuai's mind was filled with expletives. Every hair on his body stood on end, and he looked utterly terrified. He leaped to the sofa, pressing his back against the cushion, as it was the only thing offering him a shred of comfort. In his utmost fear, he shouted, "Taotao, stop talking. If you say another word, I'll throw you out." The air fell silent. Taotao's once radiant face gradually drooped, her eyes turning red. With a quivering voice tinged with innocence, she said, "Brother, you're so fierce. Do you not like me anymore?" Seeing her like this, Su Jinghuai wished he could take back his words. Although he was unsure if the ghost on his chair was still there, he decided to soothe the little one. Her eyes were red, and recalling his earlier tone, He felt for the first time in his life that he had been a terrible person. Though he was scared, really scared, he said, Taotao, let me explain. I didn't mean to be harsh. I was just so frightened and lost control of my emotions.
I'm sorry. Okay.
I apologize. The little one's eyes remained red, filled with grievance. But brother just said, he wasn't he scared. Su Jinghui was momentarily speechless. Yes, he had indeed said that. Then let us just say brother let out a fart, alright? Brother is scared of ghosts. Don't hold it against me. Taotao placed her small hands on Su Jinghui's shoulders, wrapping her arms around his neck, tilting her little head in thought for a moment. Then I forgive you. Don't be scared, brother. The ghost uncle, auntie, and grandpa and grandma won't hurt you. They're very kind. Su Jinghui's mouth twitched. Wasn't he their only one uncle? Where did the auntie, grandpa, and grandma come from? So it turns out in his grand office, there were more than one ghost? How delightful. Su Jinghui wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Children's emotions changed quickly. Just a moment ago, she looked like she was about to cry, and now she was grinning from ear to ear. Seeing Taotao's smile, Su Jinghui felt a wave of happiness wash over him. He even thought having more than one ghost in his office wasn't so terrifying after all, because his little Daoist sister would protect him. Are you hungry? Su Jinghui noticed the little one touching her belly.
Taotao.
With her pearly white baby teeth biting her lower lip, nodded. A little bit. Unsurprisingly, this little ancestor was quite the glutton. It was barely 10 o'clock. And they had barely finished breakfast less than 2 hours ago. But brother, I want to do something else now. What? Taotao tilted her little head and beckoned him closer. Come a bit nearer, I'll tell you a secret. Su Jinghui raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What could be so mysterious? Was she going to say he looked handsome again? He bent down, ready to receive another round of compliments, only to hear, shyly, brother, I need to poop. Su Jinghui, why does this little one always go off script? But then he thought about it. This was typical for the Su family, where hardly anyone followed the norm. The president's office was more of a luxurious suite, complete with a lounge, kitchen, gym, and restroom. Su Jinghui carried Taotao to the toilet. Do you know how to use this? You just sit on it and you can go. Taotao looked at the white object, her mouth forming a perfect round shape, her expression bewildered. Brother, I'm just a little kid. That hole looks so big. What if I fall in? Looking at the toilet and then at Taotao's petite frame, Su Jinghui thought, well, she might actually fall in. What to do? Suddenly, he found himself meeting Taotao's expectant gaze. What are you looking at me for? You can't want me to hold you while you go, right? It seems there are no other options available. Su Jinghui furrowed his brow in contemplation. It wasn't that he was averse to little Taotao needing to relieve herself. Rather, it was primarily due to the fact that Taotao was a girl and as her older brother a grown man, it felt somewhat inconvenient. Come over and sit for a moment. I'll have my secretary take you, he said. He dialed the internal line, informing Jing City about Taotao's bathroom needs and her hunger. In less than 10 seconds, the office door was pushed open. Jing City entered, clad in a pristine white suit, her wavy long hair elegantly tied in a French low ponytail, exuding both professionalism and grace. The moment Taotao spotted Jing City, her eyes sparkled with delight. Wow, it's a beautiful sister.
Mr. Su, Jing greeted.
And Su Jinghui couldn't help but notice her speed, akin to that of a rocket. How come you never run this fast when I ask you to do something? He teased. Did you not say Taotao was hungry? Yes, but let's take her to the restroom first, she replied. No problem, come here, Taotao. Jing City smiled warmly.
Taotao.
Her little legs trotting happily, ran over and took Jing City's hand, the two of them leaving the office in high spirits. Su Jinghui watched their departing figures, his expression tinged with envy. That little brat just walked off without even saying goodbye. He was feeling a twinge of jealousy. Chapter 11. Can I bring a small cake for my brother? Jing City brought Taotao to the restroom door and noticed the little one looking somewhat troubled. She squatted down and gently pinched Taotao's chubby cheeks. What's the matter, my dear Taotao? Taotao pointed to the toilet in the stall, her bright eyes blinking. Pretty sister. I can't sit on it to do my business. It's too high. Seeing the little one's face flush with anxiety, Jing City couldn't help but chuckle softly. Don't worry. Sister will help you. Jing City led Taotao into the stall, and 5 minutes later, they emerged. At 24, Jing City was Su Jinghui's secretary. A staunch advocate of remaining single, with one sole reason. She simply did not like children. Although the option of being child-free existed, such men were exceedingly rare in reality. Thus, she had resolved never to marry, as she believed marriage was not a necessity. However, she had never anticipated that Taotao's presence would cause her steadfast conviction to waver for the first time. Gazing at the sweet little bundle before her, Jing City suddenly thought, if she could have a daughter as beautiful and adorable as Taotao, perhaps it wouldn't be such a bad idea after all. As they turned a corner, Jing City spotted 2 or 3 individuals in blue uniforms heading towards the president's office. The entire building had strict security protocols, where any unidentified personnel were subject to questioning. Jing City hurried over. "Hello, may I ask what you need?" One of the workers turned. "Hello, we were called here by Assistant Chen." Chun Yu approached, glancing at Jing City with a gentle look. "Ms. Jin, they are the workers here to install the toilet." "Install a toilet? Where is there a need for that?"
Jin inquired.
Chun Yu gestured for the workers to proceed while casting a knowing glance at Taotao in Jing City's arms. "Mr. Su mentioned that the restroom in his office has an adult toilet, which is inconvenient for the little miss, so he decided to install a child-sized toilet." Upon hearing this, Jing City couldn't help but burst into laughter. Previously, when she had gone to pick up Taotao from Zhaoshui village, he had been so proud and aloof. Yet here, he was arranging for a child-sized toilet. Who could possibly be more amusing than our boss? Chun Yu, hands clasped in front of him, looked in the direction of the president's office and sighed. Who could argue with that? No one is more amusing than him. Meanwhile, in the president's office, Su Jinghuai was sneezing. Achoo. Each floor of the Su Group headquarters had its own dining and tea area. Jing City led Taotao to the tea area, intending to fetch the little one a small cake to satisfy her hunger. "Miss Jean, who is this little girl? She is so well-behaved. Isn't she the one that Mr. Su was holding downstairs?" Although she was merely temporarily looking after Taotao for her boss, the surprised and envious inquiries from her colleagues made Jing City feel a tad proud. "This is Mr. Su's sister." Everyone gasped. "Mr. Su's sister? Really?" Of course it's true. Jing City and Chun Yu, one a secretary and the other an assistant, had distinct roles. The former managed Su Jinghuai's personal affairs while the latter took care of work-related matters. Jing City typically maintained a cool demeanor in the office, and everyone recognized her character. Thus, she paid no heed to their numerous questions, leading Taotao straight to a window-side seat in the tea area where they could enjoy the beautiful cityscape outside. Taotao looked at the small cake in front of her, her eyes lighting up with joy. Wow, what a beautiful little cake. The cake was indeed petite, perfectly sized for children, served on a vintage lace-edged white porcelain plate, making it appear particularly exquisite. The snow-white frosting was topped with a lovely, glistening strawberry. Taotao clutched a rose-gold fork in her chubby little hand, attempting to lift a small piece of cake, while Jing City held up her phone, ready to record the moment. Such an adorable baby eating cake. I'll want to watch this video every day. However, in the frame, Taotao was stretching her little fork towards Jing City, her sweet voice chiming, "Pretty sister, thank you for taking me to the restroom and for the small cake. The first bite is for you." Jing City paused, her heart melting at the sight of the adorable girl. Oh, what an extraordinary little sweetheart she was. How she wished she could take her home and keep her hidden away. Quickly, Jing City rose from her seat, opening her mouth to receive the delicious offering from the precious little one, while the video continued to record uninterrupted. Thus, the moment of Taotao feeding her cake and Jing City willingly accepting it was captured in its entirety. After feeding the pretty sister, Taotao picked up another fork and began to eat contentedly, offering her thoughts as she savored each bite. "The cream is so soft and sweet. I am so lucky to eat this little cake." Jing City felt she was nearly overwhelmed by cuteness. This little darling not only understood gratitude and sharing but also knew to switch utensils for hygiene. Her little mind was astonishingly clever. Without a moment's hesitation, she sent the video to her boss. When Su Jinghuai received the video during a meeting, it was on mute, yet the visuals still captivated him. Why is Secretary Jean trying to entice him? Very well. With a thud, Su Jinghuai placed his phone on the table, his expression decidedly displeased. The other attendees in the conference room were startled by the sound, turning to look at their boss, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Su Jinghuai lifted his gaze to the product department head reporting at the front, coolly instructing, "Please continue." The meeting resumed with a palpable sense of unease. Once the small cake had been completely devoured, Taotao patted her little belly contentedly. Jing City smiled and asked, "Have you had enough, my dear Taotao?" "Yes, I'm full." Taotao beamed, nodding vigorously. "That is good to hear. Pretty sister, can I bring a small cake for my brother?" Peach gazed at Jing City with eager anticipation, her bright eyes blinking with excitement. Jean Ci reached out to steady herself against the edge of the table. How could anyone resist such a look? Of course she could. Although her boss had an aversion to sweets due to personal preferences, Jean Ci couldn't bear to shatter Peach's hopes. Ultimately, Peach happily carried the small cake back to the CEO's office. She peeked through the door, looking around. Where's my brother? Jean Ci cast a glance at the conference room across the way, its door firmly shut. Your brother is in a meeting right now, so you'll have to wait here for a bit. Okay. Just as she finished speaking, a cold voice broke the atmosphere. Chapter 12. Is it so brazen to snatch a child? Secretary Jean Ci. Jean Ci jumped in fright, immediately turning to meet her boss's icy gaze. Boss. I see you are quite adept at recording videos. Would you like me to transfer you to the Kangsing Media Film Department? The Su Group encompasses numerous subsidiaries: pharmaceuticals, tourism, cuisine, electronics, jewelry, entertainment, gaming, and more, with Sanqing Media being one of its flagship entertainment companies. Every pore in Jean Ci's body screamed in rejection.
No.
I'm doing just fine here. You continue with your work. I won't disturb you. She turned and hurried away, but after a couple of steps, she remembered something and turned back to see Peach beaming with joy. Peach, my dear, I have to get back to work now. If you miss me, feel free to come to my office next door to play. Peach grinned widely, her little mouth stretching into a smile. Okay. Su Jinghuai, is it so brazen to snatch a child? Jean Ci's figure vanished from Su Jinghuai's sight in the blink of an eye, and he redirected his gaze to the little one who had already entered the office. Su Jinghuai followed suit, closing the door behind him.
Peach tiptoed,
straining to place the plate on the desk, then turned to Su Jinghuai, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Brother, eat the cake, I brought it just for you. Su Jinghuai settled into his chair, staring at the rich, cream-laden cake that, without a doubt, was excessively sweet. He had never been fond of sweets, particularly cream cakes.
Yet,
this cake was gifted by Peach. How could he refuse? With determination, Su Jinghuai picked up a small fork, taking a bite. The only sensation he registered was overwhelming sweetness. But upon seeing Peach's expectant eyes fixed upon him, he realized that today, he could not avoid indulging in this cake. After all, the little one had walked quite a distance to bring it to him, and he certainly couldn't bear to disappoint her. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites, Su Jinghuai transformed into an emotionless cake-eating machine. Peach leaned over the edge of the desk, her little hands gripping it, her eyes sparkling like grapes. Brother, isn't it delicious? Su Jinghuai mustered a smile. Yes, it's delicious, very delicious. Then why do you look sadder than when you cry? This little one had a remarkable talent for making things awkward. With courage, Su Jinghuai finally finished the small cake, and Peach clapped her little hands in delight. Brother is amazing. He likes eating cake, just like me. Su Jinghuai savored the remnants of cream left on the fork's tip, truth be told. It felt different upon careful tasting. Previously, he found cream unbearably sweet, but now, it seemed to compete with the sweetness of Peach's smile. Ultimately, Peach's smile triumphed, indeed. His darling sister's smile was the sweetest. Su Jinghuai gently poked her little nose. Why is our little friend Peach so happy? Because brother finished the little cake I gave him. Next time, I'll bring you more. I'm very generous. Su Jinghuai mused. The world of children is indeed simple. Listening to her proud tone, it was as if she had purchased the cake herself, when in reality, it was all his doing. After relishing the cake, Su Jinghuai prepared to delve into serious work. Are you tired? Would you like to take a nap? Peach shook her little head vigorously. Not tired. Not tired. I want to stay with brother. Upon hearing this, Su Jinghuai felt a wave of despair. He could already foresee how distracted he would become during his work. To avert such a scenario, Su Jinghuai resolved to coax the child a bit more. Really not going to take a nap? The bed in my lounge is quite comfortable. Not sleeping, not sleeping. Peach shook her head so fervently, it resembled a rattling drum. If I get tired, I can just sleep on the sofa. You don't need to worry about me. I can cover myself with a little blanket. She certainly had everything figured out. Peach blinked her eyes, tilting her head. What does it mean to have everything figured out? Why does brother always say things I don't understand? Su Jinghuai chuckled softly, ruffling her soft, round head. Then you can play for a while. There are toys and snacks in the little cabinet. Okay, brother, go work hard. A serious man is the most handsome. This little one truly knows how to flatter.
Who taught you such things?
Peach's starry eyes sparkled. My master taught me. Su Jinghuai, what kind of unorthodox master is that? Eventually, the anticipated distraction ensued. Su Jinghua found that no matter how diligently he attempted to concentrate, as long as Peach was in the same space, his focus would inevitably wane, and once diverted, it would take ages to regain. It seemed that allowing Jing City to take care of Peach a bit longer was indeed the right decision. Otherwise, he was unlikely to make any progress on his work today. Glancing over at the little one, she was thoroughly engrossed in her toys. Just yesterday, Su Jinghua had instructed Jing City to purchase a multitude of bubble mart blind boxes. After all, what could be more delightful for a child than the experience of unboxing their own toys? As expected, Peach was utterly fascinated by the blind boxes. A multitude of them sprawled across the expansive sofa, her little legs forming a V shape as she diligently unwrapped each one. With every box opened, she would cheer with delight. "Oh ho!" Peach's voice, initially soft and sweet, transformed into a crisp cheer that uplifted the spirits. With her adorable round head, charming hairstyle, cute overalls, and delightful holey shoes revealing her tiny, white toes, she radiated cuteness. Su Jinghua gazed at the pink fluff ball not far away, his heart melting completely. So this is the feeling of working hard to provide for his precious sister. There was no happier brother in the world than him. As he watched Peach, he found himself lost in thought. Curiously, why was it that the same relationship with his brother, Su Xingqi, never evoked such overwhelming happiness when spending money on him? Sometimes, he even felt a tinge of annoyance. In a moment of audacity, a rather bold thought crossed Su Jinghua's mind. Could it be that Su Xingqi wasn't he their parents' biological child? With this question lingering, he resolved to inquire further tonight, for this matter seemed rather significant. Su Jinghua took a sip of coffee, striving to rein in the thoughts that had drifted towards Taotao, and refocused on his work. Chapter 13. Su Jinghua. Today, I must indulge in this mischief. 2 hours later, as the workday concluded, he lifted his gaze towards the sofa, where Taotao lay peacefully asleep, cradling a multitude of colorful blind box figurines. The soft little bundle had a rather unrefined sleeping posture, limbs sprawled wide, forming a short and plump figure. Su Jinghua approached the sofa, gazing at the adorable figure soundly slumbering. The sweet, milky aura emanating from Taotao left him somewhat entranced. He took out his phone and captured a photo of the cherubic child in her deep slumber, then crouched down for a closer look at her sleeping visage. Having never had the chance to observe a child sleeping so closely before, Su Jinghua was struck by the realization that small babies truly possess an irresistible charm. Taotao's hands were tiny and short, curled into little hollow fists as she slept, her creamy and chubby fingers showcasing a few delightful dimples at the base, making one yearn to poke them. Su Jinghua thought just that, and indeed, he acted upon it. He gently prodded the little dimples on Taotao's hand with his right index finger. The soft bundle stirred slightly in her dreams, mumbling a soft Miamia before stretching her little arms and legs, turning over, her round, soft left cheek pressed against the sofa, her rosy lips forming an adorable pout. Unable to resist the allure of such cuteness, Su Jinghua snapped another photo, quickly shifting angles for a second, third, and fourth shot. By the time he regained awareness, his phone's gallery was filled with 100 new photos of Taotao sleeping. He marveled at the sight of his phone album brimming with pictures of her slumber. Indeed, human infants are creatures that enchant adults with their undeniable adorableness. Such a perilous charm. Yet he reveled in this danger. Su Jinghua had previously instructed Chenyu to reschedule the transoceanic video conference originally planned for that evening to the following day, and he wrapped up all his work. When Chenyu entered the office to inquire about the details, he was understandably anxious. After all, his boss had always been a workaholic. Meetings were only ever rescheduled to an earlier time, never postponed. As a diligent assistant with a strong sense of professional duty, Chenyu immediately began to reflect on whether he had made an error in his work. Outside the office, a group of directors and supervisors awaited with bated breath for Chenyu to emerge and share the news. "Boss, is it true that the video conference is postponed until tomorrow?" Upon entering, Chenyu was greeted by the sight of the adorable little bundle snuggled on the sofa. His attention diverted for a fleeting moment, but he quickly refocused. After all, he dared not be distracted in front of his boss, but Taotao was simply too cute. He found it impossible to tear his gaze away. Su Jinghua looked up. Was my explanation over the phone unclear? Chenyu quickly denied it. Of course not. If I was mistaken, it wasn't just me. We all found it rather peculiar. What is peculiar? You've never left work this early before. Such occurrences will become more frequent. One must simply adjust. Su Jinghuai declared, before gently lifting the still sleeping Taotao, making sure not to wake her. He had initially assumed she would be light, but upon holding her, he was surprised by her weight. Ah, this heavy yet sweet burden. Su Jinghuai could not help but exclaim, a smile firmly etched on his face. Chen Yu, watching from the side, was filled with envy, nearly overwhelmed by it. Forget about a Princess Carrie. If he had a sister like Taotao, he would carry her on his head every day without a second thought. Catching a glimpse of Chen Yu's starry-eyed admiration, Su Jinghuai shot him a cold, aloof glance.
What are you looking at?
Do you have a sister as soft and adorable as mine? Chen Yu, who can help me rein in this audacious rascal? Chen Yu assisted Su Jinghuai with his laptop and blazer while the latter cradled Taotao, just as his phone rang unexpectedly. Chen Yu picked it up and, upon seeing the caller ID, announced, "Boss, it's your father calling. Answer it." With both hands occupied, Su Jinghuai had no choice but to let Chen Yu press the answer button and hold the phone to his ear. "Dad." The syllable had barely escaped his lips when his father, Su Qingyun's voice erupted with fury. "What time is it? And why are you still at work? Taotao just returned home yesterday, and now you've taken her away for the entire day. How can you be so shameless?" Su Jinghuai felt as though his ears were about to burst from the outburst, instinctively distancing himself to catch his breath. The dutiful Chen Yu, oblivious to the situation, earnestly pressed the phone closer to his boss's ear. Su Jinghui's attempts to intervene were thwarted by Su Qinjiayun's relentless shouting. "You will leave work immediately. Bring Taotao back. Otherwise, do not expect to return home tonight." His ears now ringing from the renewed outburst, Su Jinghuai shot a fierce glance at Chen Yu, who was now adorning a perplexed expression, marked with a question mark over his head. "What's going on? Why is the boss glaring at me? Was it because he wasn't holding the phone close enough?" Su Jinghuai steadied himself, adopting a playful tone. "Well then, I suppose I shan't return home tonight. And neither will Taotao." Having already faced his father's wrath, he felt compelled to embrace this mischief. As expected, his father's reprimands intensified. "You little rascal, how dare you? Do you believe I want to come to the office right now and flay you alive?" Su Jinghuai theatrically quipped, "I'm so frightened." Su Qingyun. Chen Yu. For a brief moment, Chen Yu felt utterly dazzled by his boss's audacious antics. Suddenly, a voice like a lion's roar erupted from the other end of the line. Lin Wanqiu, his mother. Su Jinghuai felt Chen Yu flinch beside him, rendered speechless. In his memory, his mother had always been gentle and graceful. He had never heard such a fierce roar. Su Jinghuai glanced down at the slumbering Taotao in his arms and spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. "Dad, Mom, Taotao is sleeping soundly in my arms. We were just about to head home. If you wish to wake her, feel free to raise your voices." Upon uttering this, silence enveloped the phone line. 2 seconds later, Su Qingyun's voice softened to an almost tender whisper. "Let our precious Taotao continue to sleep. Mommy and Daddy will be waiting for you at home." With that, the call ended. Su Jinghuai. What does that even mean? Just moments ago, he was so furious, yet now he speaks to Taotao with such gentleness? Moreover, why did he get the sense that this couple wasn't particularly bright? He had clearly stated that Taotao was asleep. Could they really not hear him? Chapter 14, little pig, snoring. Su Jinghuai sighed, feeling he had sacrificed far too much for this family. As he approached the elevator with Taotao in his arms, he encountered Jing City. Perhaps sensing the presence of a beautiful woman, Taotao rubbed her eyes with her tiny fists, showing signs of waking. Upon opening her eyes and spotting the lovely sister before her, Taotao was instantly wide awake. The soft little bundle sprang up from Su Jinghuai's embrace like a little cannonball. "Pretty sister." Jing Ci's face blossomed into a radiant smile, resembling a delightful flower. She was indeed our adorable Taotao.
Su Jinghuai gazed at the Jinchi.
Suddenly recalling how today Taotao had personally fed her cake, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Before he could fully process his thoughts, Taotao stretched out her tiny hands toward Jing Ci, her eyes crescent-shaped as she sweetly chimed, "I want a hug from the pretty sister." Su Jinghuai remained silent. Observing this, Jing Ci's heart soared, and she joyfully reached out to embrace Taotao, while Su Jinghuai reluctantly positioned himself to create distance between them. Jing Ci's hands fell empty, her expression puzzled as she looked at her boss, though the smile on her lips was impossible to suppress. "Boss, Taotao wants me to hug her." Su Jinghuai scoffed, "I think you're dreaming." Jing Ci remained speechless. Taotao withdrew her little hands and cupped Su Jinghuai's face. her demeanor entirely serious. Pretty sister doesn't eat dreams. Dreams are stinky. They can't be eaten. Chen Yu, who had been observing from the sidelines, remarked. This is quite the flavorful topic. If we don't let her hug, how about I hug you instead? Just as Taotao tilted her little head, pondering how to respond, the elevator doors opened, and Su Jinghui strode in with long strides, followed quickly by Chen Yu. Jing City stood outside, reluctantly gazing at Taotao. Then offered her boss an awkward yet polite smile. Yet, no one could fathom that her fists were nearly clenched to the point of breaking. That scoundrel. Why wouldn't he let her hug Taotao? She truly yearned to embrace her, sobbing inwardly. Ideally, she wished to hold Taotao every day. The little darling had become a source of healing for her heart, indeed. At this moment, the sun was setting, casting a beautiful golden hue over both Jing City and Taotao as they exited the Su Group headquarters. Passers-by would undoubtedly perceive them as a picturesque scene. The driver was already waiting by the roadside. Su Jinghui strode towards him, cradling Taotao, his steps unusually light and his spirits exceptionally high. Since taking over the Su Group, he had traversed this path countless times over the years, yet never had he felt such happiness as today. Su Jinghui was acutely aware of the reason, Taotao's companionship. The car cruised steadily down the wide road as he opened his WeChat moments. The normally reticent Su Jinghui decisively pressed the camera icon in the upper right corner, adding a photo of Taotao sleeping that he had just taken in the office. The caption read, "Little Piggy Snoring," followed by an adorably pink pig emoji. Just as he was about to post it, Su Jinghui felt it wasn't enough. So he added 8 more photos of Taotao sleeping from various angles, creating a perfect 9-grid collage. Only then was he satisfied enough to share it. 15 minutes later, the car came to a smooth halt at the entrance of the Su family estate. As Su Jinghui stepped out, having just lifted Taotao from the back seat, he unexpectedly spotted 2 hands reaching for her, belonging to Lin Wanxiu. Oh, my little Taotao is back. In an instant, Su Jinghui felt empty in his arms. As his mother, Lin Wanxiu, unceremoniously shoved him aside. Step aside. Don't hinder me from hugging Taotao. Su Jinghui. He stepped forward, about to say something, but was pulled even further away by a hand, nearly losing his balance against the car door. Turning around, he saw Su Qingyan occupying his previous position, playfully teasing Taotao alongside Lin Wanxiu, both of them grinning ear to ear. What did you play today? I played with the toys that my brother bought for me. Those dolls are super pretty. Did you miss Mom and Dad? I miss Mom and Dad. I also missed Grandpa. So much. Hearing this, Su Qingyan and Lin Wanxiu were overwhelmed with joy, tears brimming in their eyes. Su Jinghui, with his hands shoved in his suit pockets, expressionless, observed the harmonious scene of this family of 3, resembling an emotionally detached assassin. Should I just leave? Su Qingyan and Lin Wanxiu turned to him in unison. Don't go.
Run.
Su Qingchui's lips twitched. This life is truly unbearable. Fortunately, tomorrow is Saturday, and Su Xingqi will return from school for the weekend. At least this burden will be shared with him. Taotao dashed into the living room, not finding her grandfather. Her little legs pattering as she searched everywhere. Where's Grandpa? Where did my big grandpa go? Grandpa is upstairs in the study. He'll be down shortly.
Su Chenjun replied.
Calling out to the upper floor, Dad, Taotao is back. Su Jinghui, am I not worthy of being mentioned? Su Qingyan didn't even spare him a glance, completely ignoring his son's query. My precious granddaughter is back. Come here, let Grandpa hug you. I've missed you so much. Su Qingyan turned around, startled to see his father standing right behind him. Dad, how did you get down here so fast? Did you come down from upstairs?
Inded, Su Weiqian replied.
Looking at his son, as if he were a fool. Lin Wanxiu also appeared surprised. Dad, did you just teleport? Take it slow when coming downstairs. What if you bump into something? Su Heqian waved his hand confidently. No need to worry. To be honest, ever since Taotao returned home these past few days, I've noticeably felt my health improving. I feel as if I could endorse a new health supplement. Everyone. Lin Wanxiu couldn't help but laugh as she helped Su Heqian. All right, Dad, let us eat. All right, Grandpa will take Taotao to eat. Taotao giggled in her grandfather's embrace, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Su Chenjiayun picked up a peeled shrimp and placed it in Taotao's bowl, saying, Arya's house is already fixed. After dinner, Daddy will take you to see.
Yay.
Su Jinghui, while eating, was on the phone with the driver, saying, Yes. The child safety seat. Once you confirm the model, send it to me so I can check it out before installation. What child safety seat? Su Heqian inquired. Su Jinghuai set down his phone. I'm planning to install a child safety seat in my car for Taotao, making it more convenient to take her to the office every day. Chapter 15. The master once said, as long as one is not embarrassed, the one who should feel embarrassed is others. Thud. Su Heqian abruptly placed his chopsticks down beside the bowl. Everyone was startled by the sound, and Taotao, holding a chicken leg, paused, her little eyes wide with confusion as she looked at her grandfather. What's wrong, Grandpa? Hearing his adorable granddaughter's concerned voice, Su Heqian's previously stern expression softened, laughter crinkling the corners of his eyes. I'm sorry, dear Taotao. Did I frighten you? Grandpa isn't angry with you. I'm scolding your brother. Su Jinghuai, halfway through bringing food to his mouth, remarked, You took my precious granddaughter, without my consent. And you expect to take her to the office every day? Su Jinghuai, I think you're dreaming. Taotao blinked her big eyes, looking from her grandfather to her brother, confusion evident in her expression. Adults nowadays are quite strange. Why do they want to eat something as stinky as a fart? Exactly. Su Chenjiayun and Lin Wangqu chimed in supportively. Su Jinghuai scoffed. Then let us see whom Taotao truly wishes to be with. As the words fell, 3 pairs of eager and fervent gazes swiftly turned toward Taotao. Taotao, would you like to accompany your brother to the company?
Taotao.
Surely you wish to stay with Mom and Dad, right? Grandpa can take you to the park to play. The park has seesaws and slides, and many elderly gentlemen and ladies who adore beautiful little ones like you. There were only 4 adults in total, divided into 3 groups, each querying Taotao in turn. In her anxiety, Taotao dropped the chicken leg she was holding with a plop into her bowl. The soft little dumpling glanced from one adult to another, her expression torn with indecision. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated her mind. She recalled a phrase her master once imparted. As long as you are not embarrassed, the embarrassment lies with others. Learn to shift the focus onto them. With her large, twinkling eyes darting about, the little dumpling placed her chubby hands on her hips.
Grandpa.
Dad, Mom, and brother, I am still a child, so you cannot put a child in a difficult position. Taotao is but one Taotao, not 3. If you all wish for Taotao's company, then you must quickly devise a way to conjure 3 Taotaos. That way, I can be with all of you. The sincere tone of the little dumpling left the 4 adults momentarily stunned, observing the innocent and expectant expression on her face. It seemed as though she had proposed a splendid solution. The adults fell into contemplation, realizing that in Taotao's understanding, a child could transform from 1 into 3. Noticing that no one was responding to her, Taotao tilted her little head and asked, Grandpa, Dad, Mom, brother, why is everyone silent? Is it so difficult to conjure 3 Taotaos? After dinner, Su Chungyun took Taotao to the front yard. The koi pond, with its irregular shape and a small rockery amidst the water, was adorned with greenery, creating a visually striking natural landscape. Under the warm, yellow glow, the entire yard was illuminated with an antique charm, as the light filtered through the branches of the large bonsai pine, casting dappled shadows upon the gently rippling surface of the koi pond. The beautiful area was happily swimming in the pond, and Taotao spotted her at once.
Yeah.
Koi and cats are both creatures of spirit, and sensing their little master's presence, Arya swam over, while the dozing Bao Run, who had been napping on the grass, immediately perked up and rushed over. The little dumpling knelt by the pond, and after a day apart from her little master, Bao Run nudged her short legs with his furry head, occasionally rubbing against her face. Meow. Taotao reached out to pet Arya, laughing with delight. Little Bao, don't rub against me. It tickles. Bao Run, longing for his little master after just 1 day apart, paid no heed to her protest, and even intensified his affectionate nudging. In that moment, the yard was filled with Taotao's cheerful, melodic laughter and Bao Ren's meowing. Watching from the side, Su Chungyun took out his phone to capture the scene. His precious daughter was truly delightful. After a while, having played enough with Arya and Bao Ren, Taotao stood up, tilted her little head to gaze at Su Chungyun, and beckoned with her pinky. Daddy, bend down a little. Su Chungyun smiled. What is it? Bend down, Daddy. How could anyone resist such an adorable voice? He quickly leaned closer to Taotao.
Thank you, Daddy. Mwah.
He received a sweet kiss from his darling daughter, and for a moment, he was taken aback, feeling a delightful dizziness wash over him. He knew he was utterly enchanted. His precious Taotao had kissed him again. This was a happiness that money could never buy, a supercharged joy, who was so elated that they felt like bursting forth with firecrackers to announce the news to the world. He kept it to himself, The next morning at 9:30, a youthful voice shattered the tranquility of the old residence. The most handsome person in the world has returned. Hurry and come out to greet me. The boy stood about 180 centimeters tall, dressed in white sneakers, jeans, and a white t-shirt, exuding a sunny vibe, with a black backpack slung over one shoulder, embodying a carefree spirit. Su Xingqi leaned against the door frame, his posture almost proclaiming his handsomeness. The sound of footsteps approached, followed by the gentle and warm voice of Butler Lin. Young master has returned. Stop posing. Everyone is out.
What?
Not at home? Where did they go? Didn't they say they would wait for me today? The eldest young master has gone to work, and the master and madam took the little miss to the park for a stroll. The morning air is fresh and good for health. Young master, would you like to join them? There.
Wait.
Little miss? Who is the little miss? Where did she come from? Before Butler Lin could finish, he was interrupted by the astonished Su Xingqi, whose barrage of questions left the butler unable to interject. She is the little sister of the young master, the daughter of the master and madam. Su Xingqi's eyes widened in shock. They found her.
Su Taotao.
Indeed, Butler Lin replied with a smile. Su Xingqi casually tossed his backpack onto the sofa. Where is she? I must go see. Butler Lin observed Su Xingqi's hurried and carefree demeanor and felt that the young master seemed less inclined to visit his sister and more eager to confront her. Just as he was about to speak, Su Xingqi abruptly turned back. Never mind, I won't go. What's going on? Su Xingqi sprawled on the sofa, proclaiming, I'm the brother, she asked the sister. It's only right for the little brat to come see me first, humph. Chapter 16. First, I am not He. I am Su Taotao. Reflecting on the proud demeanor of the eldest young master before he was dispatched to fetch the child, Butler Lin suddenly realized that this haughty trait might be a common flaw among the three sons of the Su family. However, now only the second young master remained unaware of the little miss's return. It was curious to ponder how he would react upon seeing her. While Butler Lin indulged in such musings, Su Xingqi had already turned on the television. The screen displayed the animated series Peppa Pig, but Su Xingqi wasn't truly paying attention. He merely wanted some background noise. At the first high school of Jing City, students' phones were collected from Monday to Friday, only being returned on weekends. After a week without his phone, Su Xingqi missed it dearly. After a few taps, a delightful sound echoed from his phone.
Timmy.
After a couple of rounds of gaming, the whole family finally returned. Su Heqian carried Taotao at the front, followed closely by Su Qingyun and Lin Wanxiu. The three adults paid no attention to Su Xingqi, as if he were invisible, wholly focused on entertaining Taotao. Only Taotao noticed the unfamiliar young brother who had suddenly appeared on the sofa, blinking her eyes in confusion. Su Xingqi was taken aback by his family's reaction, his wide eyes brimming with disbelief. Grandpa, Mom, Dad, can't you see me? Hearing his voice, Su Qingyun cast a casual glance at Su Xingqi. You're back? Is that all? Last Sunday evening, before he headed to school for his evening self-study session, had it not been agreed that everyone would be waiting at home in an orderly fashion for him to return for the weekend, so they could all visit the botanical garden and zoo together the following Saturday? However, upon arriving home this morning, he found the house devoid of anyone. And to add insult to injury, they continued to disregard his presence. Was he not still the most cherished, nearly 200-month-old baby of this family? Although Su Qingyun at least bestowed a fleeting glance upon his somewhat ungrateful younger son, Lin Wanxiu and Su Heqian offered him nothing but indifference, not even a look. Unable to bear this injustice, Su Xingqi directed his frustration at the little brat sitting opposite him on the sofa. Hey, kid. Taotao had her entire focus on her seemingly unfriendly older brother. Upon noticing his fierce gaze, she furrowed her little brows. First, I'm not He, I'm Su Taotao. Second. Taotao suddenly paused, her eyes trailing down Su Xingqi's face until they settled on a particular spot. Brother, your zipper is undone. The living room fell into an immediate silence. Su Xingqi froze for a second, momentarily stunned, before swiftly looking down. Oh my goodness! He blurted out an exclamation. And the next moment, the back of his head received a sharp smack, while his ear was firmly pinched. Lin Wanxiu spoke gently but firmly, little rascal. How many times have I told you not to use foul language? Is your memory as poor as a dog's? What do you think you're saying in front of your sister? The sharp sting radiated from his ear throughout his body, and after pleading for mercy, Su Xingqi finally managed to free his ear from her grasp.
Ow.
That hurts. Lin Wanxiu glared at him. If you dare utter another curse word, I'll pull your ear off, do you believe me? while Su Xingqi repeatedly affirmed he believed her. He glanced at the little bundle of mischief who had embarrassed him in front of everyone, then quickly zipped up his jeans.
Damn.
I didn't expect to be mortified on our first meeting. How can I maintain my authority as her brother now? What a blunder. The family sat neatly on the sofa, and as Su Xingqi locked eyes with Su Taotao, his feelings were inexplicably complex. Taotao, on the other hand, was in high spirits. For her parents had already informed her during their return journey that her third brother would be coming home from school today. This third brother was quite handsome too. Just as handsome as the eldest brother. Seeing the little girl beam at him, Su Xingqi scrutinized Taotao carefully. His little sister was indeed quite adorable and pretty. Yes. In terms of looks alone, she was fitting to be his sister. Little brat. The moment those words slipped from his lips, he regretted it, sensing that this term of endearment would surely earn him a scolding from the other two. After all, icy glares had already been directed at him from both sides. Oh no, there were even three, as Grandpa seemed to have turned against him too, wailing internally.
Su Taotao.
When Taotao heard her handsome brother call her name, her big eyes lit up instantly. What is it, brother? Su Xingqi's heart skipped a beat.
Wow.
So adorable. The thought bubbled to the surface. But he ultimately restrained himself, thinking no, I must not say it out loud. Otherwise, the little brat will surely gloat. After all, if someone were to praise him openly, he would be so elated that he might just perform a backflip on the spot, bursting forth with 100 firecrackers. The little bundle of joy swung her short legs, unable to touch the ground, while she earnestly and cheerfully gazed up at her brother. Overwhelmed by her cuteness, Su Xingqi's lips moved as he struggled to find words.
Damn.
He seemed to have forgotten what he intended to say because of this little darling. After silently chastising himself for his lack of composure, he finally declared with righteous indignation. I forgot. Taotao's eyes curved into crescent moons, her sweet, soft voice chiming in. Since brother one T say it, I will. You're handsome, brother. Once she finished her proclamation, she promptly hugged Lin Wanxiu's arm, swiftly hiding her little head behind her mother, only to peek out with one eye, gazing at her brother. Her clear, bright eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. Su Xingqi's mind erupted with a thunderous crash, his rationality collapsing entirely. He fought to regain his composure, silently convincing himself. Come on, Su Xingqi, it's just a little flattery from a child. What's the big deal? Stay steady. After a moment of steadying himself, Su Xingqi puffed up with pride. Well, I believe you have quite the discerning eye. Taotao blinked, not quite understanding why her brother was struggling not to laugh. But she could tell he was complimenting her. The three adults nearby cast him looks filled with disdain, having been exposed by the little girl once again. At noon, the family gathered around the dining table for lunch. In the midst of their meal, Su Xingqi suddenly spoke up, Mom and Dad. There's something I wish to discuss with you, but you must promise not to hit me after I say it. Chapter 17. What kind of muscle is that? Is that fat? Then perhaps you shouldn't say it. Su Qingyun and Lin Wanxiu replied in unison. Su Qingyun shot him a glance. I often contemplate hitting you when you're silent, let alone when you're speaking. Su Xingqi retorted. So should I leave? Yet again they echoed, don't go.
Run.
Su Xingqi felt that if this continued, he, a blossoming flower of the nation, would be easily driven to an early demise. But could a child like him stand up against it? Certainly not. Meanwhile, the little Taotao, who had been quietly eating, looked up from her bowl, puzzled as she glanced between her parents and her brother, her little head tilting slowly. Mommy and Daddy, you really like saying don't go, run, don't you? I want to say it too. Brother, don't go. Run. The soft bundle of joy waved her tiny arms, her baby voice booming with confidence, possessing an unexpected vigor that seemed uncharacteristic for a 4-year-old. Everyone stared at Su Taotao in utter disbelief, and the little sweetheart felt a bit shy under their gaze. Her fair little face flushing a rosy hue. Lin Wanxiu, noticing her daughter's bashfulness, quickly chimed in, how come our Taotao speaks with such vigor? That's truly impressive. The little darling shyly stuck out her tiny tongue, explaining because Mommy and Daddy and Grandpa give me so many delicious treats. Eating makes me strong. With that, she earnestly set down her little spoon, flexing her tiny arm in a valiant attempt to impress Su Qingyun and Lin Wanxiu. Look, Mommy and Daddy, I have muscles. The couple exchanged amused glances before bursting into laughter, unable to contain themselves. Su Qingyun exclaimed, Oh my Taotao. Lin Wanxiu laughed so hard that tears streamed down her cheeks. pondering what good deeds she must have done in her past life to be blessed with such an adorably charming daughter. Even Su Taotao found himself thoroughly entertained by his sweet granddaughter, chuckling so heartily that he struggled to hold his chopsticks, while butler Lin chuckled beside him, gently patting his back to prevent him from choking. Su Xingqi, however, could not resist the urge to tease his sister, bursting into laughter as he exposed, "Ha ha 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 ha, you have me in stitches." Taotao, the soft little dumpling, noticed that everyone was laughing at her, and her originally radiant face gradually fell, her little arms drooping down, and her small mouth pouting in a pitiful manner. As a mother, Lin Wanqiu immediately sensed her precious daughter's disappointment. Perhaps it was the inherent dullness of men that caused Su Qingyun and Su Xingqi to continue their laughter. Lin Wanqiu swiftly delivered a light slap to the shoulder of the big oaf, casting a knowing look at Su Qingyun. Her words almost squeezed out from between her clenched teeth. "Is this truly so amusing? Do you wish to experience the sting of the Lin family's iron palm?" Lin Wanqiu's late father was a practitioner of ancient martial arts, and having grown up under the tutelage of such a formidable figure, she naturally learned a few techniques from him. Su Qingyun felt a chill run down his spine, and his laughter instantly ceased.
Consequently,
The dining hall was filled only with the sound of Su Xingqi's laughter, which became exaggerated as he leaned back, embodying the very essence of someone who was about to die of laughter that day. Su Qingyun rose and strode over, mercilessly delivering a slap to the back of his son's head, silencing Su Xingqi's boisterous laughter. The dining hall finally fell silent. Su Xingqi, bewildered, looked at Su Qingyun.
Dad, why did you hit me?
Because of you. Su Xingqi then turned to the others, finally piecing it together.
Oh,
It's because we teased this little one and made her unhappy, right? So, why am I the only one getting hit? Grandpa is laughing too. Why not hit him? Su Qinyun, golf golf golf. Su Heqian, who was drinking tea, was caught off guard by his grandson's remark, resulting in a fit of coughing, while butler Lin nervously assisted the old master in regaining his composure, stifling his laughter with great difficulty. After a few coughs, Su Heqian finally steadied himself, trembling as he pointed at Su Xingqi. "You little rascal, you truly excel in filial piety, cough cough cough." As he spoke, the old man was once again caught off guard by a fit of coughing. Su Qingyun was preparing to launch another attack on his son, but Su Xingqi quickly dodged aside, flamboyantly spreading his arms as if to boast, "Hey, you can't hit me." He resembled the widely circulated panda emoji on WeChat. Su Qingyun was so enraged he nearly spat blood. Sitting opposite, Taotao watched the scene, her little face filled with astonishment, her cherry lips forming a perfect round O. "Daddy, don't hit brother. Taotao will be sad." It was not for any other reason, but simply because her handsome brother was being hit, and that made her heart ache. Upon hearing her words, both Su Qingyun and Su Xingqi were taken aback, especially Su Xingqi. He stared in shock at his little sister, realizing that she had just defended him. What is this sudden wave of gratitude? Su Xingqi extended a tiny piece of candy to Taotao. "I truly admire your perspective, little one." Taotao, however, did not comprehend, tilting her little head at her brother, sensing he was perhaps acting a bit spoiled. The meal was quite chaotic, but the atmosphere gradually normalized in the latter half. Taotao and Su Xingqi were seated across from each other, and after pondering her earlier defense of him, Su Xingqi peeled 3 shrimp and placed them in her bowl. The obedient little one, who was drinking soup, immediately raised her tiny spoon, beaming, "Thank you, brother." In his 16 years of life, Su Xingqi had never truly interacted with young children, and now, unexpectedly receiving gratitude from the little dumpling, he found himself feeling somewhat bashful. Quite absurd. To mask his embarrassment, Su Xingqi feigned seriousness as he looked at the soft little dumpling. "Hurry up and eat." Taotao giggled a couple of times and earnestly began to eat the shrimp that her brother had peeled for her. After shoveling a few mouthfuls of rice, Su Xingqi still felt somewhat unsatisfied. "Mom and Dad, you must agree to this."
Speak.
Su Qingyun looked at his foolish son with impatience. Su Xingqi put down his chopsticks, his face filled with anticipation. "After I graduate from high school in 2 years, I want to get a tattoo." Su Qingyun responded almost instantaneously. "Tattoo what?" Su Xingqi furrowed his brow, deep in thought. "Dad, did you say what?" "What is too abstract? It would be difficult to sketch, and the tattoo artist might find it inconvenient to operate. Maybe I should choose another design." Su Qingyun set down his chopsticks. "Su Xingqi, are you tired of living?" Chapter 18. Brother, let me share a secret. I have a tattoo. No, Dad, I really like tattoos. I'm still in school, and they don't allow it, but once I graduate from high school, I will be free, right? Then I can get one. Observing Su Xingqi's eager expression, Lin Wanqiu said nothing, gracefully enjoying her meal while occasionally serving Tao Tao some dishes. After all these years of educating her foolish son, she often found it unnecessary to intervene directly. She could leave it to her husband. After Su Xingqi finished speaking, Su Chengyun remained silent, picking up his chopsticks to continue eating. Su Xingqi contemplated for a couple of seconds, deciding to deploy his well-prepared tactic to feign innocence. Mom and Dad, I beg you, I want to get some random design. I just want a floral sleeve. Su Chengyun, I swear I'll make you a one-armed man. Do you believe me? Su Xingqi, but my friends and I have already planned to get them on graduation day. If I don't go, I'll lose face. They will look down on me. Lin Wanqiu could no longer tolerate it, shooting him a sharp glare. You just said you'd get it on graduation day. But do you think based on your current grades that you can even graduate?
Ha! Can you?
Su Xingqi, Mom, aren't we talking about tattoos? Why are you bringing up grades? To avoid being driven to the brink of madness, Lin Wanqiu took a deep breath, striving to calm herself. Repeating to herself thrice, foolish sons are worthless. Only my precious daughter is true love. Yes. Su Chengyun's tone was icy. And a floral sleeve? I advise you to abandon this thought. There is no room for negotiation. What if I just get a tattoo in a place that can be covered by clothing? Su Xingqi pleaded earnestly, for himself. Fine, get it, but wherever you get it, I'll make sure to cut it out. What if it's just a small one? Then I'll make a small cut. What if it's a cute one? Then it'll be a cute cut.
Suxinki, stares in disbelief.
Looking at Su Chengyun, Su Xingqi began to question his life. Was this truly his biological father? The dreams of the foolish youth to get a tattoo were thus ruthlessly crushed in the cradle. After stifling his frustration for quite a while, Su Xingqi finally couldn't hold back. As he was about to leave the dining table, he shot back angrily, Dad, if you love to chop people so much, why not change your name to Knife Brother? That name suits you perfectly. Knowing full well he would face consequences, Su Xingqi swiftly darted away after delivering his remark. Moving so quickly, he seemed to blur, successfully avoiding a beating from his father. Just as Su Chengyun popped a piece of meat into his mouth, he was left speechless. After devouring a bowl of white rice accompanied by several pieces of meat and half a chicken leg, as well as a bowl of dumpling soup, little Tao Tao finally felt calm upon seeing his precious daughter pose a question. Su Chengyun immediately responded with a beaming smile, explaining that a tattoo involves inking a design onto one's skin, which can indeed be quite painful. Upon hearing this, Tao Tao furrowed her little brows and turned to her brother, Su Xingqi, who was lounging on the sofa. Brother, Dad says tattoos can be really painful, so you shouldn't get one.
Su Xingqi scoffed lightly,
brushing his hair back with a casual flair, embodying the demeanor of a dashing model. What a joke. Am I, Su Xingqi, a stalwart hero of the Huaxia, afraid of pain? Su Chengyun could not tolerate his son's arrogance, especially as he dared to challenge Tao Tao. This was something he could not abide. After uttering that statement, Su Xingqi turned back to his game, oblivious to the impending danger as Su Chengyun quietly rose and stealthily approached him from behind. What is going on with you? I scatter some rice on the floor, and even the chickens maneuver better than you. Fully engrossed in the game, Su Xingqi was unaware of the looming threat. Stalwart hero of Huaxia, you aren't afraid of pain, right? By the time he heard this, it was too late. Su Chengyun had seized his ear. Ouch, that hurts.
Dad.
I'm sorry. Will you get a tattoo or not? I won't. I promise I won't. All right, since you've relented, I shall release you. True to his word, Su Chengyun let go of Su Xingqi's ear, who promptly tossed aside his phone and began rubbing his ear, wincing as if he might spontaneously break into a rap. Meanwhile, on the television, Peppa Pig continued to play, and Tao Tao trotted over to Su Xingqi with her tiny legs. As she opened her eyes, a soft, rosy bundle appeared before her, and for a moment, Su Xingqi felt as if the pain had vanished. What's up, little one? Tao Tao pouted, slightly miffed. Why did her brothers insist on calling her little one? Was she really that small? I'm not small. Humph. Brother, do you really like tattoos?
Su Xingqi nodded,
deciding to tease the little bundle. Yes, why? Do you like them too? Tao Tao tiptoed closer, cupping her hands to her mouth in a conspiratorial manner. Brother, I have a secret to tell you. I have a tattoo. Su Xingqi paused, unable to contain his laughter. What did you say? You have a tattoo? Ha ha ha. Aha. Concerned that her brother might not believe her, Tao Tao nodded vigorously. Where is it? Show me. Taotao beckoned him closer with her tiny finger, and he complied. The little one rolled up her sleeve, revealing a segment of her chubby arm. Look, brother. Su Xingqi glanced down and was met with the sight of a pig. What on earth is this? Taotao blinked innocently and exclaimed, It's Peppa Pig. As if fearing her brother would not comprehend, she pointed at the television. That's Peppa, the pig that looks like a hairdryer. This is my tattoo. Su Xingqi turned his gaze back to the screen, where Peppa was chattering away with her mother. Su Taotao. That's just a sticker, not a tattoo. How does it benefit your brother to laugh at you? Upon hearing her arm's piggy character dismissed, Taotao tilted her head, desperately defending her childhood dignity. Brother, let me ask you something. Is a tattoo a design on your skin? Yes. And can a sticker also have a design on your skin?
Yes.
Then isn't there really no difference between a sticker and that tattoo you mentioned?
So Xingqi
Suddenly found himself disinclined to engage in conversation with this little brat. Chapter 19. The law of true flavor, albeit belatedly, is still applicable. Noticing her brother's prolonged silence, Taotao sweetly inquired, Brother, why aren't you talking? Did I say something right? Su Xingqi's lips twitched as he cast a sidelong glance at the little one and scoffed lightly. What would a little kid like you know? The greatest distinction between a tattoo and your sticker is that tattoos do not fade, while your sticker fades with water, understand? Taotao shook her head vigorously.
No.
My sticker doesn't fade. If you don't believe me, I'll put one on you. His first instinct was to refuse. He was a robust young man. After all, and such childish things were beneath him. I want to wear it. Su Xingqi firmly declined. Why want to you, brother? What I said is true. As he looked down at the little one, he had to admit that her adorable voice stirred something within him. After all, her cuteness was off the charts. When such a cherubic figure stood before you, it was easy to acquiesce to any request she made. Taotao wrapped her tiny hands around Su Xingqi's arm, shaking it earnestly. Brother, just trust Taotao, I won't lie to you. My Peppa Pig sticker really doesn't fade. Grandpa bought it for me when we went to the park this morning. Su Xingqi was taken aback. This little bundle could be so charming. He hadn't expected that, and he felt his resolve waning. He figured he could hold out for another half a minute before conceding, but reality proved him wrong. Within 10 seconds, he found himself uncontrollably agreeing. When he finally realized what he had done, the iron-willed young man wore an expression of shock and bewilderment. How had he come to this? Why was a 16-year-old man agreeing to play with a 4-year-old child over Peppa Pig stickers? How would he ever save face if word got out? However, Taotao was a child of action. She swiftly retrieved a stack of stickers from her pocket, tearing open the packaging in no time, leaving Su Xingqi no chance to backtrack. As she carefully began to place the stickers on his arm, her demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness, as though she were engaged in a momentous task. Su Xingqi watched in amusement as her chubby little hands diligently maneuvered the stickers, struggling to suppress a laugh. Yet, recalling the earlier scene at the dining table, he feared that if he laughed, the little one might think he was mocking her. To spare the tender feelings of the 4-year-old, Su Xingqi resolutely stifled his laughter. Finally, Taotao patted the Peppa design with great solemnity, her face beaming with satisfaction.
All right.
Brother, look, isn't it adorable? Su Xingqi glanced down at the pig on his arm. Then back at Taotao. You seriously think a pig that looks like a hairdryer is cute? He remembered how earlier at the dinner table, Taotao had said he was handsome, and for some inexplicable reason, he suddenly felt a twinge of happiness. After all, he had reasonable doubts about Su Taotao's taste. It seemed rather questionable. It's cute. Although Peppa looks like a hairdryer, she's a pink pig. As long as it's pink, Taotao loves it. Su Xingqi regarded the little one with newfound clarity. So, you like pink? Uh-huh. Taotao nodded earnestly. My name is Taotao. Even the little peach is pink. The little one was laughing incessantly, and Su Xingqi found himself uplifted by Taotao's radiant smile. His mood considerably brightened. Even the hairdryer perched on his arm suddenly seemed more agreeable. It was as if he had suddenly comprehended the essence of the true fragrance principle, though it had come upon him rather swiftly. At 6 in the evening, after completing his work, Su Jinghui rose punctually from his office chair and summoned Chen Yu to relay the tasks requiring his attention for the evening's overtime. As a diligent employee, Chen Yu dared not voice any complaints. Moreover, the thought of the generous monthly salary and bonuses made him all the more willing. Observing his employer, Chen Yu mustered the courage to voice a lingering curiosity. Boss, may I ask why Miss Taotao did not accompany you to the office today? Having held this question in for an entire day, he could no longer contain it. Su Jinghui paused in the act of retrieving his suit jacket, his expression darkening instantaneously. Chen, is the workload insufficiently challenging? Would you prefer I assign you additional tasks for another 2 hours of overtime this evening? The icy tone sent shivers down Chen Yu's spine, prompting him to hastily wave his hands in denial. No, boss. My workload is more than ample, exceedingly so. Without casting him a further glance, Su Jinghui grabbed his jacket and phone and exited the office. Upon stepping out, he nearly collided with Jing City, who was delivering coffee. Hey, boss, where are you off to? Aren't you having your coffee? Su Jinghui had a habitual need for a cup of coffee around 6 in the afternoon. As this was the time, he felt the most fatigued after a long day of work. Thus, Jing City had brought him his coffee as usual, only to be met with his indifferent refusal. Alright then. The boss has his reasons for everything, and as an employee, one must adhere to his wishes. Watching Su Jinghui's retreating figure, Jing City suddenly recalled Chen Yu's earlier inquiry and posed the same question. By the way, boss, why didn't Taotao come to the office with you today? As Su Jinghui halted mid-stride, turning to regard the two at the office entrance, Chen Yu silently prayed for Jing City's well-being. The look on Su Jinghui's face was terrifying, causing Jing City to instinctively glance at Chen Yu for assistance, who merely returned a look that conveyed a sense of impending doom. Do you think I wanted this?
Huh?
Do you think I wanted to leave Taotao behind at home? This morning, the three of them barred my way as I left. I was literally kicked out the door, do you understand? The more Su Jinghui spoke, the more aggrieved he became. As the elevator doors opened, he strode in, leaving Chen Yu and Jing City to exchange bewildered glances. I think I understand what the boss means now. I think I do too. It must have been that he intended to take Taotao with him this morning, but was thwarted by the elders, perhaps even met with resistance. Jing City mused, marveling at how a powerful CEO could be rendered powerless in the face of a child at home, lacking any familial authority. Who would believe such a tale? Chapter 20. Indeed, brothers are of little worth. Only sisters are true love. Chen Yu chimed in. Isn't it just tragic for a man? In the elevator, Su Jinghui sneezed.
Huh?
If you suddenly sneezed, it must be because your little Taotao is missing you. It must be. This thought sustained Su Jinghui through the agonizing traffic jam during rush hour after work. 15 minutes later, the car finally came to a stop in front of the Su family mansion. As he stepped out, Su Jinghui sensed that something was amiss.
Damn.
I forgot to bring a gift for Taotao. He had intended to remember this half an hour before leaving the office, so how had he forgotten? After some contemplation, he resolved to take Taotao on a shopping spree the following day, purchasing anything her heart desired. His card would be at her disposal. With a buoyant spirit, Su Jinghui entered the foyer, calling out for his precious little sister. Taotao? No response came, but he faintly heard someone speaking, likely Su Xingqi. My beautiful and adorable little Taotao? Su Jinghui called again, still met with silence. A wave of disappointment washed over him. Had Taotao already forgotten her big brother after just one day? Upon passing through the entryway into the living room, Su Jinghui's gaze immediately fell upon the little girl he had missed all day, along with the annoyingly familiar Su Xingqi. It dawned on him that the boy had the weekend off. He looked up to see that Peppa Pig was playing on the television. Su Xingqi and Taotao were seated side by side on the couch, engrossed in the show, occasionally erupting into laughter. However, there was a stark contrast in their laughter. Taotao's was sweet and melodic, while Su Xingqi's resembled the frantic braying of a deranged pig. Indeed, brothers are of little worth. Only sisters are true love. Su Jinghui approached the two children from behind, his eyes filled with disdain as he regarded the back of Su Xingqi's head.
Su Xingqi.
Don't tell me you've been watching Peppa Pig all afternoon. Upon hearing his older brother's voice, Taotao's eyes lit up, and she immediately straightened her little body.
Yay.
Big brother is back. As Taotao joyfully exclaimed, she turned around, her cherubic face radiating a brilliant smile that instantly captured Su Jinghui's attention. For a fleeting moment, Su Jinghui felt as though he were nestled upon a vast, soft cloud adorned with vibrant flowers, warm sunlight streaming down, illuminating the entire world in a fragrant glow. Taotao must possess some magical charm, indeed. I'm back. Unaware that he was grinning broadly, Su Jinghui replied while reaching out to embrace the cherubic bundle on the sofa. Whether it was the scent of her bath products or simply her innate sweetness, Taotao exuded a faint fragrance that enveloped his senses. As she melted into his embrace, the weariness accumulated from a day of work evaporated entirely. Big brother called for you several times. Why didn't you respond? Taotao's little mouth formed a round O in surprise.
Huh.
Did you call for me? I was watching Peppa Pig and was so engrossed. I'm sorry, big brother. While she expressed her apologies, Taotao extended her tiny hand to gently pat Su Jinghuai on the head, as if comforting a child. Even though she herself was still a baby, Su Jinghuai's heart softened, his focus solely on the delightful little girl before him. No need to apologize. Big brother isn't upset. Taotao's face lit up with a radiant smile, her small, pearly teeth perfectly aligned. Big brother is the best. Su Xingqi, holding a half-eaten apple, gazed at his elder brother in astonishment, the apple slipping from his grasp and landing with a thud on the sofa. His voice trembled as he stammered, "BBB brother. Are you really my big brother?" Su Jinghuai, cradling Taotao, cast a sidelong glance at his foolish younger brother, utterly disinterested in answering such a question. The tender warmth in Su Jinghuai's voice, coupled with his gentle demeanor, left an indelible psychological mark on Su Xingqi. He nervously picked up the fallen apple, trembling as he took another bite. From childhood to adolescence, it cannot be said that his elder brothers have never spoken to him with tenderness. However, such moments invariably heralded one inevitable outcome. He was about to receive a beating. In this household, being summoned by his full name by their parents or spoken to in a gentle tone by his brothers was, in 9 out of 10 instances, a precursor to punishment. Over the course of 16 years, he had long deciphered this intricate dance of survival. But why, pray tell, was Su Taotao afforded such a disparate treatment? Su Xingqi, in a fit of indignation, bit into an apple, inadvertently clamping down on his own finger due to the excessive width of his bite.
Ouch.
Su Xingqi let out a pained cry, successfully capturing Taotao's attention. The little cherub's face contorted with concern, her tiny brows furrowed. "Brother, what is wrong with you?" If it had been anyone else inquiring, he would have remained tight-lipped. After all, how could a man of such resolute stature admit to pain? Yet, the circumstances had shifted. His concern came not from just anyone, but from Su Taotao. In that moment, Su Xingqi felt an inkling that perhaps he could reveal his vulnerability. "My finger got bitten. It hurts so much," he grimaced. Upon witnessing her brother's distress, Taotao's tiny visage scrunched up even tighter, and she hastily turned to Su Jinghuai, exclaiming, "Brother, please put me down. I need to check on him. He has hurt." Su Jinghuai cast a disdainful glance at Su Xingqi, his expression brimming with contempt. "Stop pretending," he said mercilessly. Su Xingqi, still cradling his injured finger, gazed at his elder brother in shock. "I'm not pretending." Su Hinawei scoffed. "I've been around 9 years longer than you. These little tricks may fool Taotao, but not me." Just as Su Xingqi was about to retort, Su Jinghuai continued his tirade. "It was just a bite, right? There's no wound, is there? Even if there was, it will heal in due time. Spare me the theatrics to garner Taotao's sympathy." Su Xingqi found himself speechless. Is there no justice in this household? All I wanted was a little sympathy from my sister. What wrong have I committed? Su Jinghuai, you insufferable sixth brother. Listening to the banter between her two brothers, Taotao, unable to comprehend their exchange, could only fidget in anxiety. What are you two talking about? I don't understand any of it. Brother, please put me down. I want to blow on his finger. Upon hearing this, Su Xingqi felt invigorated. Did you hear that? Brother? Taotao genuinely cares about me. Can you dispute that? Su Jinghuai regarded him with a look of disdain. The soft little bundle of joy was straining to escape his embrace, and fearing for her safety, he had no choice but to gently place Taotao on the sofa. Though his movements were tender, an overwhelming wave of jealousy surged within him. Chapter 21. As a 4-year-old cherub, she must maintain fairness. Taotao perched her short little legs on the sofa, cupping Su Xingqi's injured hand with care, pouting her tiny lips as her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster. Blowing fervently. Puff, puff. Dear heavens, please let the pain fly away. As they beheld the adorable sight of the sweet little girl, both men felt their hearts momentarily halt. Su Xingqi luxuriated in Taotao's gentle ministrations. Her tiny hands were soft and tender, providing an exquisite sensation that ignited Su Jinghuai's ire. Had he known that such treatment awaited those who were injured, he would have gladly inflicted harm upon himself. Contemplating whether he should also feign an injury to receive Taotao's tender care, Su Jinghuai's thoughts raced, yet his body acted before his mind could catch up. The archetype of a domineering CEO, he aimed a well-calibrated kick at the hard leg of the coffee table. The impact was controlled, ensuring it did not truly hurt. However, such antics were more than adequate to deceive a child. Ah! Su Jinghuai cried out dramatically, prompting Taotao, who was engaged in tending to her third brother, to lift her little head in alarm. Big brother, what happened to you? With great fortitude, Su Jinghuai managed a strained smile. I bumped my foot. Does it hurt? Taotao inquired with genuine worry, her expression filled with confusion. Were her brothers truly so dim-witted as to keep injuring themselves? It hurts, indeed. Su Jinghuai did not shy away from expressing his discomfort, inciting a disparaging look from Su Xingqi. How pathetic, Su Xingqi muttered under his breath. Su Jinghuai shot him a cold glare, prompting Su Xingqi to fall silent. What a dysfunctional family. Taotao soothed Su Xingqi. Brother, your pain has flown away now. It's all right. I should go tend to big brother. As she spoke, Taotao attempted to rise, only to be swiftly pulled back into Su Xingqi's embrace. You're not going to blow on his foot, are you? It stinks. Taotao's eyes widened in surprise.
Huh.
After pondering for a moment, she resolved to uphold fairness. For she was indeed a very just little friend. As for the issue of Big Brother's stinky foot, she believed she could manage that. Smack. Su Jinghuai delivered a sharp slap to the back of Su Xingqi's head, mirroring the technique he had employed against his brother just moments prior.
Ah!
Su Xingqi yelped in pain, having been injured for the third time that day. Before the two dim-witted brothers could react, their mother, Lin Wanxiu, had already begun to scold them. You two little rascals. Instead of attending to serious matters, you excel at amusing Taotao. Does bullying a little child give you a sense of accomplishment? Who wanted to be coddled? Come here. I'll use a broom to blow some sense into you. Su Jinghuai. Su Xingqi. Taotao gazed at her mother with wide eyes, her mouth agape as if it could accommodate a chicken egg. Mom, you're so fierce. My brothers are too scared to speak. After Lin Wanqiu finished her lecture, she suddenly remembered her dear daughter was still watching beside her. She promptly scooped up Taotao and instantly switched to a gentle tone. Sweetheart, if those two rascals dare to bully you, just tell Mommy, and I'll take care of them for you, all right? Taotao wrapped her tiny arms around her mother's neck, giggling, Mom. Don't worry. The brothers didn't bully me at all. Children are inherently innocent and typically do not lie. Lin Wanqiu raised an eyebrow, her gaze sweeping over Su Jinghuai and Su Xingqi, her tone as cold as a heartless assassin. Really? Of course, it's true.
We adore Taotao.
The two foolish sons chimed in unison, exuding an earnestness that felt as if the heavens themselves could attest to their sincerity. Lin Wanqiu shot them a glance before carrying Taotao upstairs, revealing a comforting smile the moment she turned away. The household comprised 3 sons. The eldest and the youngest were both delightfully silly, while the second son was a tad more composed. Though these 2 silly boys bickered incessantly, she could see they truly cherished Taotao. After all, men often display a facade of prideful obstinacy. Suddenly, Su Jinghuai recalled something, Mom. Lin Wanqiu turned around, her expression tinged with disdain. What is it? I won't be going to the office tomorrow. I plan to take Taotao shopping. Lin Wanqiu. Had her precious daughter been home for only a few days? Was this insolent boy so keen on monopolizing a sister that he had forgotten her as a mother? Su Xingqi? He had worked diligently at school for an entire week, and now that he finally had the weekend to play with Taotao, was he really going to whisk her away after just one day? Did he not regard him as a brother at all? Lin Wanqiu and Su Xingqi spoke simultaneously. No way. Su Xingwei. After a moment's contemplation, he chose to target a weaker opponent. What do you mean, no way? Don't you have homework to do during the break? You have to return to school tomorrow afternoon. Have you finished your assignments? You're about to be in the 2nd year of high school. If you don't practice more, how do you expect to get into college? Su Xingqi's lips twitched. Brother, just discuss the matter without resorting to personal attacks. The attack is aimed at you. You have less than 700 days until the college entrance examination, and you still want to play? Chapter 22. I can even understand what those little animals and plants are saying. Lin Wanqiu found the eldest son's words quite sensible and joined in to support him. Exactly. If you don't get into college, I wonder what you'll do for fun. No playing for you.
Su Xingqi.
No way. I can't bear this injustice. I'm about to cry. I can't argue against 2 of you at once. You're just bullying me. Lin Wanqiu. So, what if we are? If you're capable, go get your dad and grandpa to help you. Let us see if they LL stand by your side and speak up for you. Defeated by the onslaught, Su Xingqi stormed upstairs and slammed the door shut with a bang. Adults are truly insufferable. When he grows up, he must not turn into such an irritating adult. Sob, sob, sob. All he wanted was to spend one more day with Su Taotao. Taotao tilted her little head, gazing toward the 2nd floor, her eyes filled with confusion. Mommy, what is wrong with brother? He seems very sad. Lin Wanxiu gently caressed her darling daughter's soft cheek and replied in a soothing tone, we don't need to pay him any mind. He's just being dramatic. Taotao blinked her big eyes. Okay then. Seeing that he had eliminated one rival, Su Jinghuai's spirits soared, and he stepped forward, eager to try again.
Mom.
So, it's alright for me to take Taotao shopping tomorrow, right? The little one hasn't he received anything since coming home, like beautiful clothes and such. As he spoke, Su Jinghuai reached out to pick up Taotao, attempting to embrace her while Lin Wanxiu's guard was down. However, he underestimated a mother's vigilance over her child.
Slap.
Su Jinghuai felt a stinging blow to the back of his hand.
Ouch.
He gasped dramatically, the pain making every hair on his body stand on end.
Mom.
Don't you realize how strong you are? I'm your son. Can't you be a bit gentler with me? He couldn't help but voice his grievance. Lin Wanxiu didn't even spare him a glance, looking at him through her nostrils. You said it yourself, you're my son, as a son. What gives you the right to demand gentleness from me? Su Jinghuai frowned slightly, contemplating her words, and finally grasped the implication. Because he was a son and not a daughter, he had no right to request any tenderness. At first glance, her statement appeared quite reasonable. Looking at the chubby little bundle in Lin Wanxiu's arms, he empathized. If he were to have a daughter as adorable as Su Taotao, he would shower her with all his gentleness, while his son could just stay out of the way. With this thought, Su Jinghuai instantly felt no sense of imbalance. Lin Wanxiu shot him a sidelong glance. When do you think you'll find time to buy things for Taotao? It seems you've entirely disregarded me as her mother. I contacted someone the very next day after Taotao came home to send over clothes, 100 sets in total, all neatly placed in Taotao's wardrobe, with outfits for each season. If she wore a different one every day, she wouldn't even repeat an outfit. Su Jinghuai was momentarily speechless, taken aback by his mother's haughty tone, and just as he was about to speak, she interrupted him. And about taking Taotao shopping tomorrow. Don't even think about it. Taotao will be with me. I already arranged with your second aunt yesterday to take her shopping. And we're also going to the botanical garden and the zoo. Don't even think about monopolizing Taotao. Just focus on your work. Su Jinghuai. Taotao had initially wanted to comfort her brother, but upon hearing the keywords zoo and botanical garden, her attention was immediately diverted. Her face lighting up with anticipation as she looked at her mother. Lin Wanxiu, sensing her little one's eager gaze, turned to Taotao. What's the matter, my darling? Are we really going to the zoo tomorrow? The little one's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes. Since you and Bada Ren and Ari get along so well, Mommy knows you'll love the little animals. That's why I want to take you to the zoo to see even more little creatures. Are you happy? Happy.
Yay.
In her mother's embrace, Taotao was so ecstatic she nearly bounced up and down. I absolutely adore little animals. I love them so much. And I can even understand what the little animals and plants are saying. Children express their intense fondness for something by using the word super repeatedly. Lin Wanxiu and Su Jinghuai naturally considered Taotao's last statement to be mere childish play, taken lightly, especially as they were being swept away by her adorable charm. Thus they paid little heed to her words. Su Jinghuai pressed his lips together, having already decided not to go to the office tomorrow. Yet, he felt a twinge of reluctance. Then I'll go with you tomorrow. Lin Wanxiu shot him a disdainful look, regarding him as if he were a fool. Are you alright? There are plums on the coffee table. Eat a few if you're bored. What were you doing crashing a gathering of women? Your dad wanted to tag along, but I shut him down. What, do you want to try your luck too? Su Jinghuai. At this very moment, he could no longer suppress the urge to roar. All he desired was to spend time with his beloved little sister. It wasn't as if he were preparing for a grand performance at the Spring Festival Gala. Must it be this difficult? Oh, heavens, how could you be so heartless? Su Jinghuai gnawed at his back molars repeatedly, and ultimately, he capitulated under the oppressive gaze of his mother. Fine, I want to go, but I have one condition. Lin Wanxiu frowned. Do you dare to negotiate with me? With a steely resolve, Su Jinghuai replied, if I don't go, then Su Xingqi cannot go either. He had realized that beneath Su Xingqi's disdainful facade, which suggested he looked down upon children and their play, he was secretly infatuated with Taotao. After all, she was no ordinary child. She was Su Taotao, the most adorable, soft, and caring Taotao in the world. Over time, it was entirely possible that Su Xingqi would vie with him for Taotao's affection, not to mention the imminent arrival of Su Yubai, who would only intensify the competition. However, Given Su Yubai's icy demeanor that suggested a preference for solitude, it was highly unlikely he would show any interest in the likes of children. Thus, for now, Su Xingqi was his sole rival. He must seize the opportunity to secure his position as the #1 brother in Taotao's heart, and it must be an unshakable position. Humph. Lin Wanxiu let out a light scoff. Of course, Su Xingqi would not attend. She had already stated it was a gathering for women. Unless he were to shout 3 times, "I am a woman," he would never be able to attend. Chapter 23 Su Jinghuai. My native language is silence. I am a woman. I am a woman. I am a woman. As Lin Wanxiu's words fell, an astonishing roar echoed from the staircase on the 2nd floor. Everyone turned in unison to see Su Xingqi, clutching the railing with an expectant gleam in his eyes, resembling an eager puppy gazing at the moon. Lin Wangkaiu, Su Jinghuai. Taotao. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Wangkaiu's voice brimmed with disdain. Su Xingqi, as if endowed with 8 legs, dashed down the stairs and came to a halt before Lin Wanxiu. Mom, you said unless I shout 3 times, I am a woman. I could join you tomorrow, right? I've almost finished my weekend homework. You can check right now if you don't believe me. Lin Wangkaiu's temples throbbed. Do you even understand what a gathering for women entails? I am a woman. I am a woman. I don't care. Mom, you are the adult. You cannot be so untrustworthy. Su Xingqi spared no effort in advocating for his chance to join them the next day. Lin Wanxiu regarded him, her expression remarkably complex. Her comment had been made in jest. After all, who would be foolish enough to change their gender just to accompany someone out? Yet, surprisingly, there truly was such a fool. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Wanxiu relented. Since you've gone to such lengths, it would be unkind of me not to agree. Fine, you may go. Su Xingqi immediately broke into a wide grin, yes. He then cast a provocative glance at Su Jinghuai, the meaning in his eyes unmistakable. Tomorrow. We'll go have fun first, goodbye. Given that Su Jinghuai had provided him with 9 years' worth of meals, he shot a warning glare at Su Xingqi, who immediately subdued his demeanor and averted his gaze, pretending to admire the scenery outside. An idea struck Su Jinghuai as he turned to Lin Wanxiu. Mom, if I shout 3 times, I am a woman. Can I join too? Get out of here. Lin Wanxiu interrupted him before he could finish speaking. His native language was silence. It seemed this avenue was not viable, so he acquiesced, accepting that he would not go, for there would be other opportunities ahead. His good days were yet to come. The following morning at 8, Su Xingqi was still fast asleep when he was roused by a series of knocks on the door. Irritated, he threw off the covers and growled. Who is it? The knocking paused for a moment before a soft, cherubic voice chimed. Brother, it's me. Realizing who was at the door, Su Xingqi slowly opened his eyes and groggily arose to answer it. Upon opening the door, he initially saw nothing. But as his gaze lowered, he beheld a tiny figure clad in adorable pajamas. The little one appeared just awakened, her hair falling freely now that her daytime hairstyle was gone, creating a delightful, playful arc at the ends, resembling flower petals. The light streaming through the corridor window illuminated Taotao's round little head, forming a halo over her silky hair. Clad in a pale pink ruffled nightgown that just brushed above her ankles, Taotao looked like a little angel, a pair of wings being the only missing detail. Su Xingqi had not anticipated being struck by such a wave of beauty so early in the morning. As he gazed at the sweet little bundle before him, all remnants of sleep vanished, leaving him wide awake. His morning grumpiness dissipated entirely as he crouched down and gently tickled Taotao's soft little nose. Isn't he had said that children lack sleep? How come you're up so early? Taotao shook her little head vigorously, her soft bangs bobbing adorably. Not lacking sleep. Taotao is not sleepy. Today, I'm going shopping with second aunt. Mama said we need to leave early, so she sent me to wake you. As a steadfast young man, Su Xingqi had once found reduplications utterly annoying. Yet in this moment, he suddenly realized it wasn't the reduplication that was bothersome. It depended entirely on who uttered it. If anyone dared to use such expressions in his presence, he would certainly retaliate without mercy. But when Taotao spoke them, she was simply the most enchanting being in the world. No, the most adorable existence. All right, wait for me 2 minutes. I'll change and wash up before heading downstairs. Taotao nodded obediently. Okay. Brother, hurry up. I'll wait for you to have breakfast together. Unable to resist the urge, Su Xingqi reached out and ruffled Taotao's little head. Initially expecting a rough touch, she closed her eyes, bracing herself for the impact. However, Her brother's movements were remarkably gentle, and she found it immensely comfortable. Su Xingqi silently marveled at how delightful it felt to touch her. Unwilling to withdraw his hand, his actions resembled those of someone petting a fluffy, adorable creature. The light filtering through the corridor window cast a warm glow over the pair, creating a scene of harmony and warmth. At the moment the door to the opposite bedroom swung open, Su Jinghui was met with this very sight, causing his blood pressure to spike immediately. All that remained in his mind was the famous line, "Release that little girl."
Let me come.
However, upon reflection, that sounded a bit too juvenile, and he was, after all, aiming for a more mature and composed demeanor, so he ultimately held his tongue. Upon hearing the door open, Taotao turned to look at Su Jinghui, her little face beaming with a bright smile. "Big brother, good morning." Being greeted so sweetly by the cherubic voice of the little one in the early hours melted Su Jinghui's heart completely.
Good morning, Taotao.
"Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet, but I will head down to eat shortly." "All right, let us go together." Su Jinghui reached out and effortlessly lifted Taotao into his arms. A delightful aroma of shower gel wafting through the air, revealing that the child was indeed soft and fragrant. Beside them, Su Xingqi's eyes widened in disbelief. Did his brother just use a reduplicated word? He made a dramatic retching gesture. After all, they were brothers born of the same womb. Su Jinghui could easily discern that Su Xingqi was mocking him and shot him a glare. "If you want to retch, go ahead and cling to the toilet, but don't dirty my and Taotao's eyes." "Brother, not everyone can master the art of reduplication. I beg you, please refrain from it in the future. It's utterly disgusting." Su Jinghui let out a cold laugh. "I have even more repugnant things to say. Do you want to hear them?" Su Xingqi quickly waved his hands in refusal. "No, thank you." However, how could the domineering brother heed the words of his obnoxious little brother? Chapter 24. I truly am at your mercy. Su Xingqi, if you aren't sick, take a few steps. If you are sick, then go take your medicine, and after taking the medicine, get lost.
Su Xingqi.
I truly am at your mercy. Brother, it's evident that you, having had 9 more years of meals than I, excel in the art of disgust. I humbly concede. After uttering this, aware that he would undoubtedly face repercussions, Su Xingqi swiftly darted into the bedroom and slammed the door shut. Su Jinghui gazed at the closed door, weighing the soft bundle in his arms, feeling so good that he had no desire to quarrel with his odious brother, and simply descended the stairs. After breakfast, Chun Yu and the driver arrived punctually at the entrance of the Su family's old residence, ready to take their boss to work. Taotao sweetly waved goodbye to the older brother, her little hand fluttering. "Brother, come home early. See you tonight." Su Jinghui smiled and nodded. "All right. I wish little friend Taotao a day filled with joy." "It must be so." The driver, witnessing the gentle demeanor of his boss, was astonished, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. "Chun Yu, what has caused the boss to transform into this? I remember he used to dislike children." Chun Yu turned, donning an expression of hidden accomplishments. "Can you compare other children to our little sister? And have you not heard of the law of true fragrance, which may be late but is inevitable?" The driver's gaze returned to the boss, nodding thoughtfully. I suddenly understand." Chun Yu looked at him. "Bro, you don't have a daughter at home, do you?" "No, just one lone son." "Hurry and have another, and you'll experience the joy of the boss's family." The driver, Xiao Zhao, showed signs of distress. "I do want a daughter, but having a daughter isn't something you can jostle into existence. What if the second child is still a son?" Chun Yu shot him a glance. "The gender of the child is determined by the father. If you can't conceive a daughter, then the problem undoubtedly lies with you." Xiao Zhao. Why does that sound so off? He looked at Chun Yu. "Assistant Chen, you preach so eloquently, yet I haven't seen you produce a daughter either." Just as Chun Yu was about to reply, he noticed Xiao Zhao suddenly enlightened. "Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. Assistant Chen doesn't even have a girlfriend. Tsk. Truly pitiful." Chun Yu's lips twitched. "I'm truly at the mercy of you. You old six, is it really necessary to hold a grudge over a mere jest?" Xiao Zhao scoffed lightly, catching sight of Su Jinghui approaching, and both quickly straightened their expressions, opening the car doors to await him. Despite their boss displaying such tenderness and patience towards his little sister, he immediately reverted to his usual decisive demeanor once he turned away. As subordinates, they dared not appear disheveled in front of this figure. Su Xingqi watched as Su Jinghui's car drove off, a satisfied expression gracing his face. Today, he finally didn't have to compete with the old six for his sister. She was all his for the day. Absolutely splendid. The driver was in charge of driving, while Lin Wanqiu pointed to the passenger seat. Su Xingqi, you go sit in the front. Why? I want to sit in the back with Taotao. Lin Wanqiu. Coincidentally, I think the same way. Children cannot sit in the front passenger seat, so little friend Taotao must sit in the back. The little milk bun pouted her little bottom and clambered up, swinging her short legs on the seat, watching her mother and brother converse. In the end, Lin Wanqiu and Su Xingqi both settled in the back seat. The driver glanced at the empty passenger seat, sighing, "Ah, life is indeed as lonely as snow." Taotao's tiny hands clutched the backrest of the front seat, her little voice ringing out brightly. "Uncle Driver. Thank you for driving us today. You're working hard." The driver, an uncle of similar age to Su Qingyun, was usually referred to as Old Joe. Being thanked by such a little cutie melted Old Joe's heart, and he quickly turned with a beaming smile. "No need to be polite, little miss. This is what uncles are meant to do." The little milk bun beamed even brighter. Throughout the journey, Lin Wanqiu grew increasingly irritated with Su Xingqi, wishing she could toss this foolish son out the window. Wasn't he the one who used to love sleeping in on weekends? Like a pig. He would sleep in despite being called for ages. Yet today, he was so keen. The displeased mother began her daily dose of sarcasm. Su Xingqi lounged in his seat like a lord, brazenly crossing his legs, shaking them vigorously. "I promise to take the little one out shopping, and I shall certainly keep my word." Before Lin Wanqiu could respond, Su Xingqi continued, "Moreover, I've even brought my red envelope money. I intend to buy something for Taotao too." Lin Wanqiu's eyes widened, thinking she had misheard. "Su Xingqi, have you had a change of heart? You're actually willing to part with your red envelope money? Usually. I see you being so stingy that it's as if you're hoarding it for the Pacific Ocean. I never expected there would come a day of redemption." Su Xingqi immediately grew displeased. "Mom, please don't tarnish my image in front of the little one, alright?" In truth, this was merely an attempt to save face, as he had hoarded all his red envelope money, securely stored away. Lin Wanqiu scrutinized her foolish son, finding him far more agreeable than before. Regardless of his stinginess, as long as he treats his sister well, he remains her good son. With this thought, a hint of a smile of satisfaction graced her face. Noticing the silence from Taotao, Lin Wanqiu leaned in closer, discovering that the little one was dozing off. Her round little head was adorned with an adorable Neza hairstyle. Her beige short-sleeve top tucked neatly into her denim shorts, and her little peach-shaped bag was delightfully pink, rendering her an adorable sight. Taotao's little head bobbed gently, her eyes gradually closing, long eyelashes casting a faint shadow on her eyelids, her little mouth slightly pouting. Su Xingqi wondered aloud, "We haven't even started shopping yet. How could this little one be so sleepy?" Just as Lin Wanqiu was about to ask him to keep quiet and not disturb Taotao, they both witnessed the little milk bun suddenly perk up her head, her eyes sparkling. "Not sleepy at all. Taotao is not sleepy. A mother knows her daughter best." Lin Wanqiu naturally recognized that the little one was not being truthful. She leaned down and gently spoke. "Sweetheart, if you want to sleep, it's perfectly fine. We can play after you've had enough rest." Taotao blinked her eyes, gazing at her beautiful mother. "Really?" "Yes, indeed." The little one pondered for a moment, shaking her head. No, I don't want to sleep." Su Xingqi reached out and poked the chubby little ball's soft cheek, asking, "Little brat, you clearly haven't woken up properly yet. Why did you get up so early today?"
Lin Wanqiu did not speak.
She also wanted to know her precious daughter's real thoughts. Only by doing so could she understand Taotao more deeply. Chapter 25. This younger sister, I have seen before. Taotao's round eyes rolled around twice, then she lowered her head and took out a mini mirror from her little peach-shaped bag, the kind that was not even half the size of an adult's palm. She opened the mirror, looked at her little face, and began praising herself.
"Tummy.
The little pigtails you tied for me are so cute. I really like them." Su Xingqi reached out and pinched the soft flesh at the back of the little ball's neck. Of course, his movement was very gentle, like pinching a little milk kitten. "Little brat, don't change the subject. Mom and your big brother are asking you a question." Su Xingqi and Lin Wanqiu exchanged a glance. Both of them knew there must be something behind this. Otherwise, the little ball would not suddenly change the topic. Taotao pursed her little mouth and quietly put the small mirror back into her bag. She stretched out one index finger from each hand and poked them together bit by bit. Her little head hung low, and her whole body looked like a well-behaved child. When she spoke, her soft, milky voice carried a trace of grievance. "Taotao knows Mommy really wants to take Taotao out to play, and doesn't he want Mommy to be sad? If I sleep in The time I can play with mommy will be wasted. Taotao doesn't want that. After hearing these words from her precious daughter, Lin Wanqiu froze for a second. And then her nose immediately turned sour. Just as she was about to speak, the little one continued. Before, when I was in Jiaoshui village, there were also lots and lots of people in the village. But the only ones who were good to me were master and grandpa village head. Some adults would even bully me. But after big brother brought me home, Taotao found that grandpa, daddy, mommy, big brother, and little brother all like me very much and are very good to me. I also really want to play together with everyone, so I don't want to sleep in. I bravely climbed out of bed in the morning, so time wouldn't be wasted. After saying that, the little ball blinked her eyes, smiled shyly, and covered her mouth with her little hands. Lin Wanqiu, who was already a complete daughter-con, could no longer hold her emotions after hearing this. Su Xingqi looked at Lin Wanqiu, whose eyes had turned red, feeling somewhat surprised. Mom, are you okay? Lin Wanqiu shook her head and forced herself to say, I'm fine. Taotao looked up at her mom with her little head, feeling a bit nervous.
Mommy.
Why are you crying? Is it because what Taotao said made you unhappy? This cautious tone made Lin Wanqiu's heart feel like it was about to break. She gently held her daughter's soft little face with both hands, her voice as gentle as water. Baby, time spent with you will never be wasted. Our family will be together for many, many years. In the future, if my little baby wants to sleep in, then sleep as much as you want. After you sleep enough, we'll do other things. Whatever you want to do, don't want to do, or want to wait before doing, you can tell mommy. Mommy won't be sad, because waiting for my baby to sleep is also a super happy thing, okay? Su Xingqi had a shocked face and two faces of confusion. If you want to sleep in, just sleep? Mom, you never treat your son like this. Although mommy's words were very long, Taotao felt that she understood them. She rubbed her little head against mommy's chest. Taotao knows now. Love mommy so much. Her precious daughter's firm attitude finally made Lin Wanqiu unable to hold back her tears. She pulled Taotao into her arms. Not for any other reason. Mainly because of Taotao's earlier sentence, but the only ones who were good to me were master and grandpa village head, and some adults would bully me. As a mother, she had missed 3 years of her precious daughter's life. Every time she thought about it, she felt endless regret and self-blame. This was something she could never forgive herself for. So ever since Taotao came home, she wished she could stay with her precious daughter every second. But she was afraid that being too enthusiastic would scare her, so she kept restraining herself again and again. Taking Taotao out to play today was something she had already planned for 2 days. She had only wanted to take her precious daughter out to have fun and experience new things. But she had overlooked the fact that getting up too early would make a child not get enough sleep. She had never expected that her well-behaved daughter would not cry or make trouble, and would instead be so considerate and even comfort her, her own mother. The more Lin Wanqiu thought about it, the more moved she felt. And once she felt moved, she wanted to cry. This left Su Xingqi beside her completely stunned. A foolish son was still a foolish son. He only knew how to say foolish things. Mom, didn't we come out specially to have fun today? Is it really necessary to make the atmosphere so sad? Lin Wanqiu grabbed a small throw pillow from the seat and threw it at him. Shut up, you. Su Xingqi raised his hand and caught it steadily, his movements so practiced that it made people feel sorry for him. TSK, women really are terrifying creatures. Can't afford to offend them. 10 minutes later, the car stopped steadily at the entrance of Intai Shopping Center. As soon as Lin Wanqiu got out of the car, she saw a woman walking toward her. The woman was a few years younger than Lin Wanqiu, well-maintained, and had an outstanding temperament. She was wearing a light blue qipao. Sister-in-law, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you, for so long. Lin Wanqiu smiled and said, there was a bit of traffic on the road.
Sorry about that.
Lunch is on me. The straightforward Guan Yi patted her on the shoulder.
Of course it's on you. Haha.
The two sisters-in-law had an especially good relationship and interacted naturally and casually. After speaking, Guan Yi suddenly thought of something and kept looking into the car. Where baby Taotao. Su Xingqi had already gotten out of the car holding Taotao. Second aunt. Guan Yi smiled and nodded. At one glance, she saw the little baby in Su Xingqi's arms, and her eyes immediately lit up. This is this Taotao? Lin Wanqiu smiled and nodded, her eyes shimmering slightly with tears.
Guan Yu understood.
She reached out and patted her back, then walked forward. Hello, Taotao. Lin Wanqiu quickly introduced them. Taotao, this is your second aunt. Hello, second aunt. The little milk ball spoke loudly, and that greeting hit Guan Yi straight in the heart.
Good, good.
My little baby, you are really too cute. Just as Guan Yi was about to reach out to hold Taotao, a figure suddenly rushed out from the side and leaned in toward Taotao before her. A pretty older sister suddenly appeared in Taotao's line of sight. As a face lover, Taotao's big eyes instantly lit up.
Huh.
Who is this pretty sister? This younger sister, I have seen before. Su Xingqi looked at Su Lixin with a face full of disgust. Have you lost your mind? Su Lixin turned to look at him. You don't even know a classic line from Dream of the Red Chamber? I think you read heavenly scriptures every day. Oh, sorry, I forgot. You're a poor student. My bad.
Su Xingqi said, Su Lexin.
So, what if your grades are good? Su Lixin was wearing a JK outfit, with long hair and straight bangs, full of youthful teenage vibes. They're not that great, just a tiny bit amazing.
Su Xingqi said nothing.
As the mothers of these two kids, Lin Wanqiu and Guan Yi were already used to the scene. They were only half a year apart in age and both in their first year of high school. They had argued since childhood. Every time they met, they quarreled. The entire Su family was already accustomed to it. Su Lixin was also a complete face lover. She stared at Taotao and could not look away, making Su Xingqi's inner rage flare up. Chapter 26. How did Su Taotao, this little traitor, start siding with outsiders? No way, no way. He had just managed to send Su Jinghuai away, and now Su Lixin showed up again? Su Xingqi's urge to punch someone activated fiercely. He clenched his fists and stood in front of Su Lixin, his expression cold like an emotionless killer. What are you doing? Su Lixin looked at him sideways. Taotao is my sister. Su Lexin nodded. I know. She's my sister too. I even brought her a gift for meeting Taotao today. Su Xingqi interjected. Can a biological sister and a cousin be compared? Upon finishing her sentence, Su Lixin retrieved a beautifully wrapped small box adorned with a pink ribbon from her bag and handed it to Taotao.
Taotao.
This is a welcoming gift from your sister. I hope you will like it. Taotao, who had been captivated by her beautiful sister's charm, gasped in surprise upon hearing about the gift, instinctively glancing at her mother. Lin Wanqiu smiled gently. It's a gift from your sister. You should thank her. Thank you. Beautiful sister. The little one's smile was as sweet as candy as she stretched out her chubby hand to accept the present. Su Xingqi stood there, dumbfounded. Beautiful? How is Su Lixin beautiful? He was taken aback, realizing that his precious little sister had such poor judgment at her tender age. However, recalling how she had praised him for his handsomeness during their first encounter diminished his irritation. After all, Taotao had complimented him first. The group entered the shopping center, and after an hour, their arms were laden with numerous bags. I'm not exaggerating, Guan Yi, this is quite excessive. I've already gotten Taotao most of what she needs. We just came out to browse today. Yet you've bought her an entire mountain of clothes. How will she ever wear them all? Guan Yi, linking arms with Lin Wanqiu, smiled with an air of nonchalance. Sister-in-law, you know that the men of the Su family lack many skills, but they excel at making money. Once earned, the money is meant to be spent. As Taotao's aunt, I delight in showering my little darling with gifts. It brings me joy. Lin Wanqiu chuckled at her words. All right, you make a valid point. Su Xingqi, leaning in, eagerly chimed in, and I'm also a little darling. Would you be willing to spend an extravagant amount on me? Before Guan Yi could respond, Lin Wanqiu playfully smacked him on the head. How old are you?
And how old is Taotao? How can you even ask that?
Su Xingqi rolled his eyes and continued to tease his sister. Humph. At least my sister knows how to care about me. Embracing Taotao, Su Lixin regarded her foolish cousin with a bemused expression. You still want to compete with Taotao? I dare say your brain isn't functioning well. Are you cuter than her? Are you as thoughtful as her? Are you as soft as her? Are you as fragrant as her? Under the relentless barrage of his cousin's teasing, Su Xingqi's lips moved, caught between wanting to retort and refraining. After a prolonged pause, he finally managed to utter, I think you have a point. Well, there you have it. So you were just talking nonsense, Su Lixin retorted. Su Xingqi protested. Su Lixin, could you refrain from being so crude? Taotao blinked her sparkling eyes, glancing between her brother and sister Lixin, internally pondering, wow, strange humans are at it again. Su Lixin shot him a sidelong glance, when faced with the ignorant. All I can be is blunt. The little observer, Taotao, chimed in, oh, KO. At lunchtime, Lin Wanqiu led the group to a restaurant on the third floor of the shopping center. This establishment was a Cantonese restaurant, featuring light flavors and exquisite dishes. quite suitable for children. Taotao, come sit with your sister.
Suleim beamet, bekkonin cash.
The little one was about to dash to her sister when Su Xingqi swiftly pulled her back, lifting her off the ground for a brief moment, making her feel as if she were flying. Brother, you're so strong. Why should I sit with you?
Susinchi pretestit, gleringat sulexin.
With her hands on her hips, Su Lixin retorted. Oh, Su Xingqi feeling a bit feisty, are we? Don't blame your foolishness on Taotao. As the saying goes, one who associates with vermilion will turn red, and one who associates with ink will turn black. If Taotao sits with you, her IQ might suffer. Su Xingqi shot her an incredulous look. Who are you calling a pig? Su Lixin burst into laughter. Oh my. You really are proving my point with your lack of culture. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. Taotao, her curiosity piqued, asked, Brother, if you're a pig, do you know Peppa Pig? Can you take me to play with Peppa? Su Xingqi exclaimed, I am not a pig. This silly little sister. Su Lixin couldn't contain her laughter, and even the two adults were amused by the antics of the three little ones. Suddenly, Su Xingqi had a brilliant idea to regain some ground. He raised his arm on the table, showcasing the sticker that Taotao had given him, boasting, See this? It's a special sticker for my sister. Do you have one?
Do you? Su Lixin pondered. Taotao made this for you?
Indeed. Su Xingqi kicked his legs in excitement. At that moment, a sweet, innocent voice chimed in, Sister Lixin, if you like it, Taotao can give you a Peppa sticker too. I have so many, Grandpa bought them for me. All sorts of Peppa. Su Xingqi exclaimed, Taotao, you little traitor. Why are you turning against me? Su Lixin's face lit up with joy. All right. It's a deal.
Deal.
The little one squealed, but sensing her brother's sharp gaze, she quickly turned her head at hyperspeed, meeting his speechless eyes. The little dumpling blinked, feeling the atmosphere turn slightly awkward. After a moment's pause, she decided that since she didn't know what else to say, she would simply smile at her brother.
Hee.
Su Xingqi thought he understood the meaning behind that smile all too well. It clearly conveyed, Sister Lixin is also very kind to me. Taotao must be fair. For the first time in his life, he found himself resenting the notion of fairness. Their lunch passed amidst laughter and joy. The Beijing Zoo was somewhat larger than the botanical garden, and after discussion, they all agreed to visit the zoo first. If time permitted, they would then head to the botanical garden. If not, they could always go another day. Taotao raised her hands in agreement. I love fluffy little animals. However, a certain frown appeared on her brow. Lin Wanqiu inquired, What's wrong, sweetheart? Mommy, I'm worried about Baodaran. He can be quite jealous. Once, I played with the big yellow dog at the village entrance all afternoon, and when I returned, he was upset. Lin Wanqiu was taken aback. Su Xingqi found this hard to believe. Wait, cats can get jealous? I've never heard of that.
They can.
The little one insisted earnestly. Baodaran really does get jealous. Su Xingqi pondered for a moment, but still found it hard to accept, so he scooped up Taotao and strode into the zoo. Don't worry. If he really is jealous, just bribe him with some fish treats. Taotao shook her head. Baodaran doesn't eat fish treats. He only eats fresh fish. Su Xingqi sighed. This little stinky cat is rather picky. As a mother, Lin Wanqiu indulged her precious daughter without question, promptly assuring her, All right, when we get home, I'll prepare fresh fish for Baodaran. How does that sound?
Yay.
Thank you, Mommy. I love you, Mommy. Taotao nodded enthusiastically, her smile radiating joy.
Su Xingqi.
Listening to their exchange, couldn't he help but tease the little dumpling. Knowing full well that Lord Bao has a penchant for fish, how dare you raise Arya? Are you not afraid that one day he might devour her in a single bite? Taotao's delicate brows furrowed instantly, her expression grave. Brother, please do not speak carelessly. Lord Bao and Arya are good friends. He would never harm her. Moreover, Arya is not a mere fish. She is a koi. Su Xingqi interjected. What difference does that make? Taotao, at a loss for how to articulate her thoughts, pouted and glared at her brother in displeasure. After a moment of contemplation, she turned her little head and body away, tucking her tiny hands into her sleeves. I won't talk to you anymore. Su Xingqi found her sulking demeanor utterly amusing, nearly exposing his back teeth in laughter. Lin Wanqiu promptly delivered a playful smack to her foolish son's nape. I knew you were just teasing your sister. Can't you act a bit more mature? Su Xingqi let out a yelp, his laughter abruptly stifled. Meanwhile, Su Lixin watched the entire exchange, capturing the moment with her phone. Today being a day of rest, the zoo was bustling with visitors, predominantly parents with their children, and even internet celebrities live streaming their adventures. It's a little brain axe.
Taotao at Galim at Stanley.
Everyone turned to follow the direction of her tiny finger, collectively gasping in awe. Su Xingqi scrutinized Taotao with such a hefty size. Are you quite certain that I say little tiger? He emphasized the word little, for those tigers were anything but small. He fancied they could easily devour him in one gulp. Taotao wrapped her arms around her brother's neck and blinked. It's a little brain axe, brother. I've seen even larger ones before. Su Lixin, astonished, inquired. Where did you see that? At the back mountain of Xiaoshui village. Once my master took me to catch ghosts, and we stayed on the mountain overnight. I saw a big brain axe and even greeted it. What a juxtaposition of adorably innocent words and spine-chilling implications. It was broad daylight, the sun shining overhead, yet the sturdy man suddenly felt a chill creeping down his spine. Taotao's previous statement carried substantial weight, causing Lin Wanchio's expression to shift as she leaned in, her voice tinged with urgency. Sweetheart, is what you just said true? Upon seeing Taotao nod obediently, Su Xingqi's demeanor shifted, and he exchanged glances with Su Lixin and Guan Yi, both equally astonished. Among them, Lin Wanchio remained the most composed, recalling that after Taotao's disappearance, she had been found and raised by a Taoist priest. Growing up under the care of such an unusual figure naturally bestowed her with some extraordinary skills. Though they had yet to broach the subject seriously since her return, they were aware of this particular fact. However, hearing it directly from Taotao's lips was still hard to grasp. As a mother, Lin Wanchio found herself more concerned about the context of her daughter greeting a brain axe than the ghost-catching abilities themselves. Typically, children are frightened by ferocious carnivorous animals like tigers. Su Xingqi, at the tender age of 8, had once been terrified to the point of wetting himself upon seeing a tiger at the zoo. Darling, you said you greeted the brain axe. Weren't you afraid?
Taotao,
Twirling her tiny fingers around her mother's hair ends, replied, Not at all. The brain axe is very cute. It's friendly and even nuzzled my face. Not just the brain axe, but also the big west ones, little fierce ones, May Fanny, little Funy, little monkey, big flying wolf. So many animals adore me. And I love them too. I can even understand what they say. Everyone was taken aback. Su Xingqi, skeptical, reached out to touch her forehead, puzzled. She doesn't have a fever. How is she speaking nonsense? I am not speaking nonsense.
Taotao dito.
Lin Wanchio shot Su Xingqi a disapproving glance. What nonsense are you saying? She then turned back to Taotao, her smile gentle. Our precious one is telling the truth. Isn't that right? Yes. To assert her stance, Taotao nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Su Xingqi was about to voice another thought when Lin Wanchio silenced him with a look. In her view, regardless of the veracity of Taotao's claim about understanding animal speech, it was not the time to press the child for details. A child's mental well-being is of paramount importance. Having her daughter back, she vowed to be an exceptionally devoted mother. Just as this thought crossed Lin Wangkai's mind, an irate voice from a little boy pierced the air. You filthy monkey. Give me back my hat. If you don't, I'll beat you up. Everyone turned to see a boy of 6 or 7, glaring fiercely at a golden monkey perched on a low tree. Despite his tender age, his words were shockingly crude. The monkey clutched a blue baseball cap, wearing an equally displeased expression, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. Taotao gazed at the monkey, who fortuitously met her gaze. Their eyes locked for a moment, and then she turned to the boy, her tone soft and sweet. Did you throw a stone at it on purpose? The irate boy hesitated, his face visibly flustered. I didn't. No, you're lying. Liars' noses grow long. Taotao blinked her large, grape-like eyes. The boy stammered. With her striking appearance, Taotao had captivated the attention of many passers-by since entering the zoo, and with her whole family being exceptionally good-looking, the crowd around them grew even larger. As she spoke, several onlookers approached, intrigued by the adorable little marshmallow, although small, being cradled in her mother's arms. The light in Taotao's clear eyes was resolute and sharp, causing the little boy to feel an unsettling chill. Ultimately, he could no longer maintain his composure. How do you know I threw a stone at it? Taotao tilted her head. The little monkey told me. The boy paused for a second before comprehending her words, promptly shouting, You're lying. Monkeys can't talk. You're the liar.
Su Inki and Su Linus expressions darken simultaneously.
As two young heirs nurtured by a foundation of scientific and cultural education, they were skeptical of Taotao's extraordinary claim. However, if anyone dared to question their little sister and speak so rudely, they would be the first to defend her. Do you know what manners are? They exclaimed in unison, causing the boy to tremble in fear. Behind the children, Guan Yi and Lin Wanqiu exchanged glances, both wearing faint smiles of pride. The Su family members are fiercely protective and they take great pride in it. Humph, what are you doing? Are you all ganging up on a child? A woman in her 30s stepped forward, shielding the boy behind her, glaring fiercely at them. Peach's voice, sweet yet robust, declared, "My elder siblings did not bully him. It was he who acted wrongly, throwing stones at the little monkey first." The little monkey had complained that its head was quite sore from the blow. Upon hearing Peach's words, the onlookers turned their gazes toward the monkey, and to their astonishment, they seemingly detected a glimmer of disappointment and pitiable grievance in the creature's eyes. The mother of the little boy, her face darkening, pointed an accusatory finger at Peach and exclaimed, "You wretched blonde girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you have any proof that my son hurled stones at it?" Lin Wanqiu, "How dare you insult my daughter? I shall make you understand why the flowers bloom so vividly today." Just as she was about to retort, Guan Yi stepped forward, forcefully swatting away the woman's hand that had pointed at Peach. "Speak if you must, but do you not have the decency to refrain from pointing at others?" Peach could scarcely contain her delight, clapping her hands in admiration. "Wow, Auntie is amazing." Moreover, the boy had just admitted it himself. "He asked me how I knew he had thrown stones at the little monkey." The exposed boy and his mother fell silent, their facade shattered. At that moment, 2 staff members approached from the crowd, one holding an iPad. "Good day, ma'am. We have received reports from passers-by regarding your child throwing stones at the golden monkey. Here is the surveillance footage we retrieved. Please accompany us to the security office with your child immediately." The woman's face flushed with embarrassment as she turned to glare at the boy, utterly at a loss.
See,
I did not lie. He threw stones at the little monkey, which is why it took his hat. Peach's innocent voice brimmed with righteousness, eliciting laughter from the crowd. "Oh my goodness. This little girl is absolutely adorable. Not only beautiful, but also clever," someone remarked. "And just look at the mother holding her. What a striking family." Indeed, the boy was somewhat less handsome in comparison. So Xingqi? He truly wished to inquire if they possessed any semblance of manners. The entire episode had been recorded by several social media influencers and passers-by, and Su Xingqi noticed it, shaking his collar before letting out a silent sigh. Sometimes being excessively handsome is indeed a burden. Beside him, Su Lixin frowned. "You don't think they are filming you, do you?" Su Xingqi struck. His expression that of a cool rogue. What else could it be? Su Lexin rolled her eyes dramatically, stepping ahead with a look of disdain, eager to distance herself from this foolishness. In contrast to Peach's soft and endearing charm, some onlookers were astounded by her ability to comprehend the monkey's speech. Incredible. I've heard tales of children possessing such sensitivity to understand animals and converse with them, but I've never witnessed it firsthand. Could this little girl truly be one of those prodigies? Quite possibly. When she locked eyes with that monkey, her expression was so sincere, it felt entirely authentic.
Mom,
I've achieved something remarkable. I've encountered a little prodigy. Peach, with her keen hearing, pouted thoughtfully. Were they speaking of her? But Peach was no prodigy. She was merely a little girl who understood a bit of everything. After wandering for a while longer, Su Xingqi could no longer contain himself, placing the hefty Hermes shopping bag onto a nearby bench. "Mom, what on earth did you pack in this bag? Why is it so heavy?" Lin Wanqiu shot him a sidelong glance. "You can't carry this? I see you devouring plates of rice daily. What use are you to me?" Su Xingqi was taken aback. No way, no way. Surely no one has a child just to make them a laborer. What else would you be to me?"
Asson?
Well, after 16 years. He had grown accustomed to the pressure from his parents. What was there left to argue about? His only curiosity now was what could possibly be weighing down the bag. He opened it, pulling out items one by one. He held aloft a small pink object. "What is this?" Lin Wanqiu replied, "A mini portable fan." Su Xingqi's face brightened instantly. "Thank you, Mom. How did you know I would dislike the heat? Though this color seems a tad too pink for me, I suppose I can manage." Lin Wanqiu interrupted flatly. "It's not yours. It's for Peach." Su Xingqi's lips twitched. "All right then. What about this?" "Peach's special baby wipes. And this? Green beads for Peach, to repel mosquitoes and alleviate itching." Before Su Xingqi could inquire further, Lin Wanqiu continued, "Peach's little sunglasses, her sun hat, snacks for when she gets hungry, her little water cup, bib, and a foldable seat cushion." Su Xingqi's head throbbed in exasperation. All right. So this whole bag contains nothing for me? Chapter 29. Do you want this blessing? Yes. Lin Wanqiu regarded him. Well, that's not entirely true. Su Xingqi's eyes sparkled. Really?
Which one is for me?
Lin Wanqiu bent down, rummaging through the bag, and produced a Polaroid camera, handing it to Su Xingqi. Here. This is for you. Su Xingqi received it. Why do I need a camera? It can neither be eaten nor drunk. Of course, it's for taking pictures of your sister. Su Xingqi, so after all this, it's still meant for Peach? You helped take pictures of Peach. This is for you. See how wonderful your mother is. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Su Xingqi, dear mother, ungrateful is not used in that context. Su Lixin chimed in, exactly. Being able to take pictures of Peach is a privilege. Do you want this blessing? Yes, yes, yes. Su Lixin nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling as she believed Su Xingqi was sincere. She reached for the camera in his hands. Su Xingqi swiftly raised the camera above his head. Not a chance. Su Lixin tiptoed to snatch it, but, unable to reach him given his height, struggled in vain. Of course, only I, her older brother, can take pictures of this little darling. No one else can compete with me. Humph. Holding the camera aloft like a sword, he radiated an aura of youthful bravado. Lin Wanqiu, as a mother, could only turn away in embarrassment at her foolish son. In her arms, the little bundle of joy beamed at Su Xingqi. Wow. Big brother wants to take my picture. How delightful. In her excitement, Peach lifted her tiny arms overhead, attempting to form a heart shape for her brother. Due to her short arms, it appeared somewhat misshapen, yet Su Xingqi was still charmed by her soft, adorable voice. Thus, the resolute young man, who typically scorned such gestures, instinctively raised his arm. Big brother will make a heart for Peach too.
Yay!
Peach's radiant smile revealed her pearly white teeth, causing the three nearby ladies to burst into laughter. Understanding their feelings is one thing, but what on earth is with that awkwardness? Guani remarked, Xingqi, please behave normally. Your second aunt is quite frightened. You. This was the voice of Su Lixin. Su Xingqi replied, is it really that bad? Can he be so repugnant when he is adorable? As they continued on their way, they passed through the giraffe and lion enclosures. The little one was utterly enthralled, exclaiming, Mommy, Mommy, I want to see the big lion. Lin Wanqiu set Taotao down but still held her tiny hand tightly as they approached. The zoo was bustling with visitors, and she needed to keep a watchful eye on her daughter at all times. After the incident involving the golden snub-nosed monkey and the little boy, they had come to believe that Taotao could indeed understand the language of animals. At this moment, Taotao pressed her tiny hands against the glass wall, her face alight with joy as she locked eyes with the lion inside, giggling uncontrollably and babbling away. The lion, typically fierce in demeanor, was now sprawled like a playful puppy at the base of the glass, sitting upright and adorning a dignified air while teasingly sticking out its tongue at Taotao. Su Xingqi was utterly astonished by this harmonious scene, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Mom, it seems this little one really can understand animals. How impressive. Lin Wanqiu shot him a sidelong glance, her expression brimming with a mix of pride and sass. Look at you, acting as if you've never seen anything before. Don't forget who gave birth to Taotao. Su Xingqi felt a pang of imbalance. After all, he was also her child. Why had she not granted him such remarkable abilities? Just as Taotao was conversing with the lion, she suddenly turned her head, her cherubic face lit up with mischief. It's because brother is silly. Su Xingqi exclaimed, goodness. Now, even the little one dares to tease me. How unfair. Although he understood she was merely joking, in a bid for his beloved sister's affection. Su Xingqi astonished even himself with his next move. He squatted down before Taotao, pouting his lips in mock displeasure. Sister, you've hurt your brother's feelings. Lin Wanqiu looked at him in disbelief, her eyes conveying the message that this little rascal had clearly lost his mind today. At the tender age of 4, Taotao was naturally adept at interpreting the emotions of those around her. Upon seeing her brother's sulky expression, her demeanor shifted instantly to seriousness. Brother, I was just joking. Please don't be angry. If you're angry, you want to be handsome. She then playfully tiptoed to pat his hair, exclaiming, wow, your messy hair feels so nice. Su Xingqi immediately responded, then give your brother a kiss, and I want to be upset. The little darling, with an air of generosity, leaned in and planted a soft peck on Su Xingqi's cheek. Smack! Su Xingqi beamed with satisfaction, realizing he should have been coaxing kisses from her since the day before. Lin Wanqiu, observing her foolish son, felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. At that moment, the crowd around them swelled unexpectedly, many people rushing in the same direction. Did you hear? Emperor Su is filming a new movie today. They're shooting right here. Really? Is it Su Bai? Yes. Oh my goodness. It's really Emperor Su. Let us hurry. Hearing this, Su Lixin turned to Lin Wanxiu. Annie, is my cousin really filming here today? Lin Wanxiu shook her head in confusion. I have no idea. He has always been a lone wolf with that icy demeanor. We rarely inquire about his schedule, and he doesn't share much with us. I didn't even know he was in the capital. Su Xingqi found it hard to comprehend, Mom. Could you possibly take an interest in your 3 sons? You don't even know where our second brother is? Lin Wanxiu shot him a cold glance. Why should I always be aware? They're all over 20. They aren't children anymore. Is it only the kids who deserve freedom while mothers are not allowed? Do you want me to worry about them every day? When he wants to come home, he will. It seemed she had a point. It's been a while since we last saw a second brother. Let us go see him. Su Xingqi proposed, but Lin Wanxiu immediately dismissed the idea. What is there to see? Your second brother is working. Interrupting him will only distract him. After a moment's thought, she added, just take a picture of Taotao and send it to him. Su Xingqi asked, huh? To second brother? Yes.
Why?
When he finishes filming and has a break, he'll surely come home, and then he can see Taotao. No need to complicate matters now. Lin Wanxiu lightly clicked her tongue. What do you mean by complicating matters? Just send the photo. Stop with the unnecessary chatter. He doesn't even know Taotao is coming home. It's only right to inform him. For reasons unknown. Su Xingqi felt a strange sense of foreboding that when second brother finally met Taotao, a part of her affection for him would surely be diverted. Although they had yet to meet face to face, he couldn't shake this feeling. Reluctantly, Su Xingqi fished his phone from his pocket, begrudgingly opened the camera, and aimed it at Taotao. Taotao, with her chubby little hands wrapped around her mother's neck, blinked her eyes and asked earnestly, Mommy, is this a photo for my second brother? Lin Wanxiu pinched her little cheek. Yes, it is. Then I need to smile nicely. Although she had yet to meet second brother, Taotao believed that photos were meant to be taken with joy. Moreover, even though she hadn't officially met him, her mother had shown her second brother's pictures a few days ago. He was incredibly handsome, just like her older brothers. Thus, the image captured by Su Xingqi was of a delightful, rosy-cheeked face beaming with happiness. This little darling was simply irresistible. He needed to find an opportunity to showcase her at school, making her classmates with only stinky little brothers enviously green. Taotao, without her small sun hat, had 2 adorable pigtails perched atop her round little head, her cuteness rating soaring to 5 stars. Sunlight streamed through the leaves overhead, casting a warm glow on her face and body. Taotao's already fair skin appeared even more radiant, almost as soft as jelly. Sweetheart, shall we say cheese? Taotao grinned widely at her mother, nodding enthusiastically. Okay. The little one even flashed a peace sign, beaming at her brother's camera, her cheerful voice ringing out. Cheese. Snap. Thus, the first photo of Taotao taken by Su Xingqi was born. He reviewed it with satisfaction, suddenly finding the child stars on television to be rather mundane in comparison. His precious little sister's charm and adorableness could truly overshadow the entire entertainment industry. Su Xingqi clicked on Su Yubai's profile and sent the photo. But there was no immediate reply, indicating he was indeed busy. Meanwhile, in the presidential office on the 34th floor of the Su Group, a deep gray single sofa is positioned before the bright floor-to-ceiling windows. Su Jinghuai, clutching his phone, sits upon the sofa with his left hand clenched into a loose fist. Pressed against his lips, his expression one of utter perplexity. Why, he wonders, has Taotao yet to initiate a video call with him? Shouldn't the little darling miss him while out having fun? Surely, a simple video call is not too much to ask. Yet, after completing his work, he has been sitting here, staring at his WeChat homepage and his mother's avatar for a full 5 minutes, and still, his phone remains silent. It has been 4 whole hours since he last laid eyes on his precious little sister. Is this the torment of longing that a human can endure? It cannot be. Taking a deep breath, Su Jinghuai resolves to take the initiative and call her via video. Just as he is about to press the button, when a new message suddenly appears. Upon seeing it is from Su Xingqi, he opens it. Su Xingqi. Big brother? I must tell you something, but please don't be jealous. Taotao just kissed me. Su Jinghuai? No, he cannot believe it. It is utterly impossible. What is there about Su Xingqi's face that warrants a kiss? It is rough and rugged, akin to a shoe sole. He scoffs, typing a reply. I think you must be suffering from delusions. How could Taotao possibly kiss you? Do you have any evidence? Su Xingqi. While there is indeed no physical evidence, There are witnesses, mother, and heir, and Su Lixin all saw it. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Upon reading this, Su Jinghui runs his tongue over his back teeth, realizing he has no intention of inquiring. You little rascal, coming to flaunt being kissed by Taotao before me? You can forget about receiving any red envelope money from me this new year. Su Xingqi, what is red envelope money compared to a kiss from Taotao?
Su Jinghui.
He surprisingly finds Su Xingqi's statement quite reasonable. Feeling the audacious bravado of Su Xingqi, he realizes he must reclaim his dignity, otherwise, as the older brother, he would have nowhere to show his face. How could he, a man who can dominate with a single sentence, be outmaneuvered by a mere teenager? That simply cannot happen. You must have seen my Moments post, right? 9 photos, all taken when Taotao was napping in my office that day. Have you ever seen her sleeping up close? I doubt it. What gives you the audacity to boast in front of me?
Su Xingqi, how dare you?
When Su Xingqi receives this message, he is intently watching Lin Wanxiu's feed Taotao some water, the little one's chubby hands clutching a plump straw cup. The image of Taotao sipping water resembles a charming illustration from a children's magazine, exuding an abundance of cuteness. After reading the message, Su Xingqi frowns slightly.
Moments?
What moments? When did you post on Moments?
I didn't see it.
Su Jinghui scoffs. How could he still be pretending? He navigates to his personal profile, searching for the 9-photo Moments post from that day, ready to screenshot it for Su Xingqi. However, upon glancing at it, he notices something amiss. The lock symbol?
Damn.
How is it set to be visible only to himself? So he had been showing off his dear sister on Moments for days, only to be met with silence? No wonder that post sank like a stone, receiving neither comments nor likes. He had thought it was merely because everyone was busy lately. Suddenly, the domineering CEO finds himself engulfed in melancholy. Awakened from a stupor, he realizes the blunder lies with him. Su Jinghui takes a deep breath, rubbing his temples. Deciding not to disclose this matter to Su Xingqi and thus refrains from replying, yet Su Xingqi continues to press for answers. Big brother, what Moments are you talking about? Speak up. Are you even playing fair? Irritated by Su Xingqi's incessant chatter, Su Jinghui swiftly executes a decisive action. He blocks him. Chapter 31. Infatuated with Taotao.
Mel for Taotao.
I am head over heels for Taotao. After sending a message, Su Xingqi stares at the red exclamation mark on his screen. A question mark slowly forming above his head. What has gotten into his big brother? Wasn't he perfectly fine just a moment ago?
Su Jinghui, ina flurry.
Deletes that Moments post and reposts it, ensuring it is set to public visibility after triple checking. With such an adorable little sister, the world ought to know. After pondering for a moment, he modifies his Moments profile signature. Infatuated with Taotao. Mad for Taotao. I am head over heels for Taotao. At the end of this phrase, he adds a peach emoji. Instantly, Su Jinghui feels a surge of elevation in the quality of his Moments homepage. So delightful.
Su Xingqi.
Complaining to Lin Wanxiu, says, Mom, Big Brother has blocked me on WeChat. The 3 ladies accompanying Taotao, engrossed in watching a koala, hardly pay him any mind. With Lin Wanxiu nonchalantly asking, did you provoke him? Su Xingqi, feeling frustrated, clenches his fists tightly, gritting his teeth. I swear, I didn't provoke anyone. The group continues their leisurely stroll, clearly uninterested in his being blocked. Resigned, Su Xingqi adjusts his backpack and follows along. Earlier, he had checked Weibo and saw a fan mention that his second brother was currently filming at the Dolphin Pavilion, which was just ahead. So they decided to go check it out. Guanyin nods, sounds good. Since we're here, let us not disturb you by at work. We'll stand back and watch. Lin Wanxiu replies, alright, Su Xingqi, send your second brother a WeChat message asking if he is free for dinner tonight. If he is, we'll eat nearby. If not, that's fine too.
Okay.
The Dolphin Pavilion at the Beijing Zoo consists of 2 sections, large and small. The crew of Misty Forest is currently filming in the larger pavilion. Misty Forest is a detective drama, and Su Yubai plays the lead role of a police officer. The scene being shot involves a criminal escaping into the aquarium, with the lead pursuing him. Due to a close-quarters combat scene where the lead is stabbed in the shoulder by the criminal, the crew is preparing props on site. Given that the Dolphin Pavilion is primarily a recreational area, and the space is ample, the crew has not reserved the entire area, opting instead to film in just half of it. Therefore, many spectators have gathered outside, as this is none other than the top-tier movie star Su Yubai. A dazzling flower atop the peak of the entertainment industry, how could anyone miss such a splendid opportunity? Agile as an eel, Su Xingqi weaves through the crowd, effortlessly extending his arms to clear a path for the four ladies behind him. Lin Wanxiu carries Taotao with ease, while Guan Yi and Su Lixin follow closely behind. Su Xingqi, the devoted bodyguard, proudly escorts the four ladies to a vantage point from which they can easily see Su Yubai, feeling a swell of pride. Although soon a hint of frustration creeps in. It is absurd that his second brother is so popular that it requires him to navigate through a throng just to catch a glimpse of his own brother. What a ridiculous situation. About 7 or 8 meters away, Su Yubai stands in black trousers and a white shirt, the sleeves casually rolled to his forearms. Though he typically wears gold-rimmed glasses, he is without them today due to the role, allowing others to see his expressive features more clearly. The tall and slender man possessed exquisitely defined brow bones, with deep-set eyes that exuded an air of mystery and restraint. His complexion was a cool, pale white, and when his thin lips were pressed together in silence, he radiated an enigmatic aura that was effortlessly captivating. Among the onlookers, a fervent fan could no longer contain her excitement, exclaiming, "Ah,
Sujuwang.
my brother!
Sujuwang.
I have but one wish. Please don't be so handsome that you take my breath away. I want to live and become your wife."
Ah.
Husband, my husband. You can't just claim him as your husband. Su Yuhuang is mine. We're already registered. Lin Wanxiu turned in shock towards the frenzied fans, her expression a mix of horror and hesitation. She could hardly believe that one day she would find herself with so many daughters-in-law.
Su Xingqi wore a similarly astonished expression.
But his internal conflict revolved around whether his elder brother was indeed handsome, albeit slightly less so than himself. Was their enthusiasm truly warranted? From Lin Wanxiu's perspective, she could see Su Yuhuang's face as he engaged earnestly with the action director, nodding occasionally. Taotao gazed at the man in the white shirt, her soft, tender voice chiming. "Mama, is that my second brother in the white clothes?" Lin Wanxiu smiled and pinched the little one's chubby cheeks. "Oh dear, how clever our baby is. You recognized your second brother at first glance. Because the second brother in white is the most handsome, even more so than in pictures," Taotao declared proudly. Hearing this, Su Xingqi immediately frowned at Taotao. "You little rascal. You said I was the most handsome at home." Taotao's mouth formed an exaggerated OAS. She realized she had let the cat out of the bag. Quickly covering her mouth, her round, big eyes darted about, her expression mischievous, like a cunning little fox.
No.
It's still the third brother, who's the most handsome. Upon hearing this, Su Xingqi beamed with satisfaction, puffing out his chest proudly. Taotao looked at her triumphant third brother, silently thinking, some people are so easy to deceive. However, maintaining an equal balance of admiration was quite a challenge for her, a mere 4-year-old. Just the thought of her 3 brothers asking her who was the most handsome made her little head spin. At that moment, unbeknownst to little Taotao, the scenario she imagined was about to unfold. With a decisive action, from the director behind the monitor, all cast and crew members adopted their serious roles. The actor portraying the criminal swiftly drew a dagger from his coat, executing the motion with precision and fluidity. Due to the reflection, onlookers felt as if the blade's cold glint had momentarily blinded them. Su Yuhuang's brows were furrowed, his expression as frigid as ice, as he remained fixed on his opponent. In that instant, anticipation rippled through the crowd, eager to witness how this top-tier actor would deliver his performance. Some had even begun recording video. Among the audience, only one little one frowned, her expression grave, fixated on the dagger, a sense of foreboding creeping into her mind. The moment the male actor lunged towards Su Yuhuang with the dagger, Taotao perceived a dark aura enveloping her second brother, and her heart raced with alarm. Oh no! Second brother is in danger. Chapter 32. Exorcising the evil from second brother. The distance between Su Yuhuang and the actor was a mere 4 to 5 meters. Without a moment to lose, Taotao raised her chubby hand and swiftly formed a seal. Her soft, sweet voice carried an unwavering determination. Supreme star of the stage. Adapt without pause, exorcise evil and bind spirits, protect life and safeguard. The invisible talisman surged forth, colliding with the dense black aura surrounding Su Yuhuang in an instant. At the same time, the actor brandishing the dagger stumbled, as if tripped by the very air beneath him, and fell. The dagger slipped from his grasp and clattered against a nearby table leg. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. The black aura dissipated as the invisible talisman struck, restoring clarity and harmony to the air around Su Yuhuang. Taotao, her little brow furrowed, lowered her hand, her expression serious. Although Taotao's incantation had been barely audible, Lin Wanqiu, cradling her, had heard it clearly. She looked at her daughter in astonishment. Darling, what's wrong? Is something happening? Taotao met her mother's gaze, solemnly nodding her small head, then leaned in to whisper, Mama, someone wants to harm brother. Startled, Lin Wanqiu felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Just as Taotao's words fell, the director of the program raised his voice through the megaphone. What happened? The actor, equally bewildered, replied, Director Zhang, I have no idea. I just tripped suddenly, but there was nothing there. However, Director Zhang had his focus elsewhere, rushing towards the dagger that had fallen beneath the table. All dangerous props during filming were replicas, indistinguishable from real ones, yet incapable of causing harm. Yet the sound of the dagger hitting the floor was unmistakably real. Director Zhang's face grew serious as he picked up the dagger, inspecting its sharp blade, his expression darkening. Props team. The props team leader hurried forward, already sensing something was amiss. Director Zhang lowered his voice. What is going on? Why is the dagger real? Didn't Tiwi inspect everything? Upon hearing that the dagger was real, the props team leader's face fell in shock. Who the hell did this? The presence of a genuine dangerous weapon replacing a prop in a production was an extremely serious matter. Moreover, with the risk of injury to the popular top-tier actor Su Yahuang, the consequences were utterly unthinkable. Director Zhang approached Su Yahuang, whose expression was equally grim. Yuhuang, are you alright? Su Yuhuang's countenance remained austere as he shook his head. Rest assured, I will investigate this matter thoroughly and will not let it slide. The director promptly organized the crew to cordon off the filming area. Such a grave incident could not be allowed to leak out, lest the entire crew face severe backlash. As the spectators stood about 7 or 8 meters away, they had not overheard the unfolding dialogue. Su Xingqi and Su Lixin also sensed something was amiss. What's going on with second brother? Is something wrong? Lin Wanqiu cast a worried glance towards Su Yuhuang. Taotao wrapped her arms around her mother's neck, whispering, Mama, you don't have to worry. The bad thing next to second brother has already been driven away by Taotao's spell. Lin Wanqiu was taken aback, fully aware of what Taotao meant by bad things. As a prominent family that had risen through commerce, the Su family held a deep-seated belief and reverence for certain metaphysical matters. Thus she trusted Taotao's words entirely. Who could it be that would resort to such means to harm her son? Thank you, my darling. Lin Wanqiu kissed Taotao's soft little face, the texture delightfully pleasant. Suddenly receiving a kiss from her mother, Taotao felt a rush of shyness, covering her little cheeks with her hands, her big eyes sparkling. Mama, you smell so good. Lin Wanqiu simply could not resist the adorable charm of her well-behaved daughter, and unable to hold back, she planted another kiss on the other cheek of Taotao, whose delight was palpable. After their visit to the zoo, Lin Wanqiu inquired of Su Xingqi, have you messaged your second brother on WeChat? What did he say? Is he joining us for dinner? I did, half an hour ago, but he hasn't, he replied, Su Xingqi responded. Lin Wanqiu sighed in exasperation. Hand me your phone. I shall respond to him. Thus, Su Xingqi naturally scooped Taotao into his embrace. The chubby little one flitted about like a plump little airplane, completing the handover between her mother and brother. Taotao blinked her sparkling eyes, her round little head slowly forming a question mark. Brother, why do you and Mama love to hold me so much? I have legs and can walk on my own. Su Xingqi chuckled at her innocence. I know you have legs, but they're short, and when you walk, your short legs are not much different from having no legs at all, understand? Taotao pouted. Brother, I feel as if you are mocking me, but I have no evidence. Upon taking Su Xingqi's phone, Lin Wanqiu discovered that a photo of Taotao sent 2 hours prior had also gone unanswered. A wave of displeasure washed over her. Even amidst work, surely there must be moments to check one's phone? Is responding to a message truly so challenging? Not even the allure of their adorable little sister could elicit a reply. What manner of creature is this man? Truly? Are you only capable of replying to messages at auspicious times? Is Mercury in retrograde affecting your typing speed? What sort of sentence is it to wait years for a message? Or are you financially unable to use 5G? What are you even doing if not replying, entertaining yourself with temptations at home? After sending this barrage, Lin Wanqiu flicked her wrist and tossed the phone back to Su Xingqi, who caught it deftly and glanced at the screen. Indeed, Mrs. Lin was a master of 5G banter, wielding her wit with sharper precision than he. With no response from her second son, Mrs. Lin returned to the Su family's ancestral home for dinner with the family. At 8 in the evening, in a hotel room, Su Yubai emerged from the bathroom clad in a silvery bathrobe, moving as if illuminated by moonlight. Coupled with his inherently cool and noble aura, he appeared almost divine, exuding an air of untouchability. Due to his temperament, he typically despised meaningless social interactions, rarely checking WeChat, delegating work matters to his assistant, and seldom engaging in direct communication with anyone. However, for reasons unknown, he felt compelled to glance at WeChat this evening. Upon seeing the red notification badge of 2 next to Su Xingqi as avatar, he opened it with an expressionless face. Chapter 33 Taotao. I love bathing. My skin feels wonderful. The first sight that met his eyes was a photo of a child. In the picture, a little girl with a Neza hairstyle was being held by Mrs. Lin, clad in a cream-colored outfit, grinning widely as she flashed a peace sign. Su Yubai, who typically felt no interest in children, found himself inexplicably stirred by a faint flutter in his heart. It was an elusive feeling, too subtle to demand his attention. Closing the image, he read the lengthy message below. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Su Xingqi, are you out of your mind? The person on the other end responded almost instantly. Brother, you finally replied. Mom is upset. That message wasn't tea from me. It was from her. Su Yubai frowned at the screen. What do you mean? We went to the zoo today and saw you filming at the Dolphin Pavilion. Mom was going to invite you for dinner to meet Taotao, but you didn't respond to my WeChat. As he read the name Taotao, a realization struck him. And here he opened the previous photo. Thus, the little girl in Mrs. Lin's arms was Taotao. No wonder he felt that peculiar sensation upon first glance. Su Yubai studied the photo for a moment longer, then long pressed the screen to save the image to his phone's gallery. Tell Mom that my phone has been with my assistant all day, and I just saw the message now. It wasn't intentional not to reply. I will return home in 2 days. After sending this, he recalled something else. Also, tell Taotao. In the living room of the Su ancestral home, Su Xingqi stared at his phone screen, utterly bewildered. His usually stoic brother was actually beginning to explain himself? This man, who was known for his solitary ways, was now attempting to clarify his actions? Though it wasn't he directed at him, Su Xingqi felt a surge of excitement. Yet, excitement aside, he had to stir the pot. Brother, why don't you just explain it to Mom yourself? Afraid she'll scold you? He often bore the brunt of her reprimands alone, feeling an imbalance in his heart when he didn't have someone to share the blame with. I suppose you have a point. I will video call Mom shortly. Su Xingqi was taken aback. How was his brother deviating from his usual pattern? Realization struck him suddenly. His brother, who rarely used WeChat, typically communicated with family over the phone. When had he ever video called? This man was clearly eager to see Taotao, his precious little sister.
Danger.
Su Yubai swiftly dialed a video call to Lin Wanqiu, but no one answered. He tried again, yet still no response. Meanwhile, in the master bathroom on the second floor, Lin Wanqiu was bathing Taotao, her phone resting on the sink. Hearing the video call, she had no intention of answering. Who was so thoughtless as to call at this hour? Even if the king himself were to call, she would not pick up. Nothing was more important than bathing her precious daughter. The naked little bundle of joy sat in a small white tub, her soft hair fashioned into a cute little bun, adorned with a charming flower clip. Taotao was happily gathering floating bubbles of shower gel in her tiny hands, squealing with delight at each one she caught. The little one's delicate, plump body resembled soft, gelatinous fruit, and Lin Wanqiu adjusted her strength just right, gently massaging Taotao's little arms. In that moment, she felt like the happiest person in the world, her gaze towards Taotao brimming with tender affection. Taotao tilted her little head back to look at her mother, her soft voice chiming, Mama, why are you smiling? Lin Wanqiu gently pressed her forehead against Taotao's, because Mama is happy. Bathing her precious baby makes Mama very joyful. Upon hearing this, Taotao clung to the edge of the tub, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Then does Mama want to hear me sing? I can sing. Yes. Mama wants to hear. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Lin Wanqiu's eyes. Then I shall begin. The glistening little one cleared her throat earnestly and commenced her performance, her chubby hands swaying in the air, keeping rhythm. I love bathing. Turtles fall down. Oh, watch out for the little fleas. So many bubbles. Oh, submarine praying. I love bathing. My skin feels wonderful. Oh, wearing a shower cap. Singing and dancing. Oh. The mermaid yearning for escape up and down. Splash and wash left to rub, and right to need come back to shake hands when there's time up and down. Splash and wash left to rub, and right to need my bathtub is such a delightful seat.
Mom.
Handshake. Upon finishing the last line, Taotao excitedly stretched out her tiny hand towards her mother, Lin Wanqiu, who promptly clasped it. I've held my precious little one's hand. The little dumpling was overjoyed, her clear and melodious laughter resonating throughout the bathroom. In the adjacent room, Su Chenjiayun sat on the bed, listening to the cheerful laughter of the mother and daughter and Taotao's sweet, endearing song, his brows knitted in a frown of discontent. Woe is me! How I envy my wife! She can personally bathe our darling girl, yet as a grown man, I cannot. The jealousy is overwhelming, almost to the point of tears. At that moment, Su Chengyun completely embodied the image of a little figure crying into a handkerchief, forlorn and pitiful. However, he found solace in the thought that Taotao would be sleeping with them tonight, which somewhat alleviated his sense of loss. Su Chengyun headed downstairs to warm some milk, and upon his descent, he spotted Su Xingqi making his way upstairs. Dad, I'm off to school. Without a second thought, Su Chengyun retorted, Go to hell. Su Xingqi nearly stumbled, almost falling flat on his face. What s with the attitude? Why the grumpiness? And dear father, do you not realize that your remark sounds quite insulting? Yet, he kept this thought to himself, knowing that he had no authority in the household just yet.
Oh.
Then I'll go pack my things. Su Xingqi continued upstairs, suddenly remembering, Where's Taotao? I want to say goodbye before I leave. Your mother is bathing Taotao.
Got it.
As Su Xingqi emerged from the bedroom with his bag, he coincidentally encountered the freshly bathed little dumpling. The sweet-smelling little dumpling, wrapped in a powder-pink nightgown, resembled an adorable little peach. Brother, are you going to school? Hearing her soft voice, Su Xingqi's heart let out a silent wail. This dreaded school. I really don't want to go. It's much better to stay home with my precious little sister.
Zang.
Chapter 34 Taotao. Mommy, I'm feeling emo.
Yes.
Su Xingqi's voice trembled, on the verge of tears. Taotao blinked her big eyes at him. Brother, what's wrong? Don't you want to go to school? Taking a deep breath, Su Xingqi tried to adjust his mood. It wasn't merely reluctance, it was a profound aversion, an intense dislike. Why not? School is so great. Su Xingqi failed to notice the spark of anticipation in the bright glimmer of Taotao's eyes as she said this. School is great? What does a little kid like you know? Let me tell you, that place is akin to a hell on earth, where teachers constantly monitor your every move. If your study methods are incorrect, they scold you. I just don't understand, shouldn't everyone find their own way to learn? After venting, he realized Taotao was staring at him with a look of innocent curiosity. Clearly, she hadn't grasped a word. Su Xingqi fell silent for a moment, then sought a graceful exit from his own tirade. It's okay if you don't understand now. You will when you start school. But I can't go to the same school as you. I have to go to kindergarten first. Su Xingqi raised an eyebrow. How do you know? Dad told me. With that, Taotao stepped closer to Su Xingqi. But I want to go to your school, so we can go to school and come home together every day. We can hold hands. Su Xingqi, this damn feeling of fluttering. With her round eyes sparkling with mischief, it was clear she was concocting some plan. Brother, do you want to go to the same school as me? Of course, I do, Su Xingqi replied without hesitation. I have a great idea. What is it? You can come to my kindergarten. Then we can go to school together. Su Xingqi, this clever little rascal, I genuinely appreciate you. But I fear your plan won't work. Taotao's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Why not? I'm a high school student. I can't go back to kindergarten, you understand? Taotao tilted her little head, pondering for a moment before shaking it. Not really, why not? Su Xingqi found the explanation too complicated, so he decided to abandon it. Little rascal, I'm off now. I'll come back to play with you during the break. Taotao didn't seem troubled by his lack of answer, simply nodding obediently. All right. But I'll also go to school to see you. Upon hearing this, Su Xingqi's heart melted. When will you come to see me? Alas, why did he let that slip? Wouldn't that make him seem somewhat unrefined as a grown man? Never mind. Who needs decorum in front of his precious little sister? Taotao shook her head. I don't know yet. I need to contact my master first before I can do anything else. Taotao can't be multitasking. All right, I'll wait for you. Taotao nodded vigorously like a little chick pecking at rice. After sending off her brother, Taotao returned to the master bedroom. Just then, Lin Wanqiu emerged from the bathroom. And upon her first glance, she was met with a heartwarming scene. Taotao, with her round bun, round head, and round body, was sitting cross-legged on the windowsill. From Lin Wanqiu's perspective, it appeared as if 3 circles were stacked from top to bottom. Yet, a single glance revealed something amiss. The The baby's back seemed to radiate a hint of melancholy. Moreover, this little darling was gazing out the window, sighing quietly. Filled with concern, Lin Wanxiu hurried over to sit beside Taotao and gently inquired, "My dear, what is the matter?" Taotao's side profile was soft and round. Her little pink lips slightly puckered as she slowly turned to face Lin Wanxiu, her expression tinged with sadness. "Mom, I'm feeling emo." Lin Wanxiu paused for a moment, nearly bursting into laughter, but she restrained herself out of respect for her daughter's dignity. "Why is our Taotao feeling emo?" "My master said he would come to find me in Beijing once I returned home, but he hasn't come yet." "Where could my master be?"
Sigh.
Taotao rested her little hands on her soft face, her cheeks puffing up like a little hamster, her brows knitted in distress. Seeing her like this, Lin Wanxiu felt a pang of heartache and quickly pulled her precious daughter into an embrace. "Our Taotao shouldn't be sad. You can always talk to mommy about anything you need, like if you have your master's contact information. Tell mommy, and I can help you reach him." Taotao paused for a moment, her little hand gently releasing its hold on her face, her eyes wide with a flicker of realization. Contact information. After pondering for a while, Taotao's large eyes suddenly lit up. "I remember. I have it. Can you recite it to mommy? Mommy can help you call your master." "But my master didn't give me a phone number. He said that thing is called a WeChat ID." Lin Wanxiu was amused by the adorable, bewildered expression of her daughter, and she let out a soft chuckle. "You can also have a WeChat ID. Mama can help you reach your master." The little one, Nai Tuanzi, instantly beamed with excitement. "Really?"
Yes.
"I'll go get it for Mama right now." With determination, the little one clambered down from the windowsill, her bare feet pattering across the floor as she dashed out of the bedroom and into her own room. When Taotao returned from Zhaoshui village, she carried a small cloth bag containing a talisman, a peachwood 7-star sword, a seal, and a luogung. Besides these 4 items, there was also a crumpled note left by her master before he departed to meet an old friend, which contained the WeChat ID. Taotao rummaged through her small bag and pulled out the wrinkled note, scampering back to the master bedroom.
Nana.
"I found it. This is Master's WeChat ID." Lin Wanxiu, worried that Nai Tuanzi might trip in her haste, hurried to catch her. "All right, let me take a look." Nai Tuanzi joyfully handed the note to her mother, her little face radiating anticipation, her eyes sparkling with delight. Lin Wanxiu glanced at the string of lowercase letters, which appeared both systematic and chaotic. Indeed, it resembled a WeChat ID. However, it was difficult to pronounce smoothly, perhaps due to the enigmatic nature of enlightened beings. Even their WeChat IDs were uniquely mysterious. Seated together on the windowsill, Lin Wanxiu held Taotao close, who nestled her short legs into her mother's embrace, resting her little head against her mother's chest. When Su Qingyun entered with 2 cups of warm milk, he was greeted by this harmonious and heartwarming scene. "Let me see what you two are up to." Chapter 35. My master is not old at all. In fact, he is quite handsome. At that moment, although Taotao's attention was focused on her mother, she couldn't contain her joy upon seeing her father enter.
Daddy, come quickly.
"Let us all sit together." Her sweet voice filled the air, making Su Qingyun feel as if his heart had been flooded with honey, a sugary warmth that nearly overflowed. "All right, Daddy's coming." Su Qingyun placed the 2 cups of warm milk on the small round table by the windowsill and turned to the mother and daughter duo. "What are you doing?" "We're helping Taotao contact her master. This is the WeChat ID. I'm in the process of adding it." Having finished inputting the WeChat ID, Lin Wanxiu handed the note to Su Qingyun, who took a glance at it. "Speaking of which, we haven't had the chance to meet Taotao's master to express our gratitude. We should arrange that soon. Dear, once you contact Taotao's master, please ask for his current address. I plan to send a formal invitation and bring him to the capital. He is Taotao's savior, and we must treat him with respect." Lin Wanxiu nodded. "Yes, I was thinking the same." Nai Tuanzi listened intently to her parents' conversation, her little expression gradually shifting to confusion.
Huh?
"But my master isn't old. He is really young and super handsome. When Daddy, Mommy, Grandpa, and my brothers meet him, they'll see." She pondered for a moment, contemplating whether the handsome master and her 3 handsome brothers would end up arguing over who was the most handsome. After a brief reflection, she shook her head, deciding not to dwell on it any longer. The friend request had been sent, and they would have to wait a while for it to be approved. Nai Tuanzi fixated her gaze on her mother's phone screen, her tiny form seemingly wishing to dive into the device. "Mama, how long is a while? Will it take long?" Lin Wanxiu gently patted her round little head. "I'm not quite sure, dear. It depends on when your master checks his WeChat." "That's not good." The little one, who had been joyfully waving her hands, gradually slowed down. Witnessing their precious daughter's disappointment, Lin Wanqiu and Su Qingyun quickly reassured her. Daddy and Mommy will patiently wait with you. Your master should respond soon. Upon hearing this, Nai Tuanzi's face lit up with joy. Yay! Su Qingyun reached for the cups, bringing them closer. This cup is for our darling Taotao, and this one is for my lovely wife. Lin Wanqiu and Taotao each took their respective cups, though it was accurate to say that the little girl held hers with both chubby hands. Thank you, Daddy. Taotao beamed, her large eyes curving into crescent moons, transforming into a sweet little peach. Lin Wanqiu smiled back. Thank you, dear husband. Su Qingyun feigned surprise and said, Dear, you're being too sweet. It's frightening. Lin Wanqiu playfully slapped his shoulder, chuckling. Oh, stop it. Taotao took a big gulp of her warm milk, setting the cup down with a look of utter satisfaction, her eyes sparkling like stars. The milk is so fragrant. Lin Wanqiu and Su Qingyun exchanged bewildered glances. Our dear. What is milk, Berber? Taotao raised her cup, exclaiming, It's milk. When I was in Jiaoshui village, everyone spoke dialect, and they called milk Berber. I learned it. That makes sense. The couple chuckled, delighted by their daughter's charm. Alright, from now on, Daddy and Mommy will call milk Berber too. To be in sync with our darling.
Taotao not that enthusiastic, okay?
She embraced her milk cup, sipping it in small, joyful gulps, her little legs swinging happily. When she set the cup down, a ring of milky white foam clung to her rosy lips. Su Qingyun casually grabbed a tissue, gently wiping the little foam away, his heart swelling with contentment. After cleaning her up, he smiled softly at her. You can continue drinking now. Taotao blinked, her tiny hands resting on her round belly. But, Daddy, my tummy is already quite full. Both Lin Wanqiu and Su Qingyun turned to look, and indeed, Nai Tuanzi's belly had stretched her little nightgown, appearing adorably rounded. Do you still want to drink more, sweetheart? Lin Wanqiu inquired. Taotao's small hands traced circles on her round belly. I don't think I can drink anymore. This cup is too big. If you can't finish it, just give it to Daddy. I'll help you drink it. Nai Tuanzi glanced at her cup, then up at her father. But that's the milk I didn't finish. Will Daddy dislike it?
Su Qingyun chuckled softly,
gently tapping her little nose with his finger. Why would I? Daddy would never be disappointed in my precious girl, you know? Lin Wanqiu chimed in. And neither would Mommy. I will never be disappointed in my darling. Taotao's almond-shaped eyes sparkled, her rosy lips curling into a playful smile, her pearly white teeth showing that she brushed diligently. I know. Su Qingyun downed the remaining milk in the cup, finding it sweeter than any milk he had ever tasted. After a satisfying meal, nestled in her mother's embrace, Taotao tilted her head and asked, Mama, has Master accepted the request? Let me check, Lin Wanqiu said, picking up her phone to open WeChat. Not yet. A flicker of disappointment crossed Taotao's face. I really miss Master. So much. Lin Wanqiu stroked the soft tufts of her daughter's hair. It's possible that it's late. And Master has already gone to rest. Let us have our darling sleep for now, and when you wake up tomorrow, we'll surely be able to contact Master. Every baby in the world unconditionally trusts their mother, and Taotao obediently nodded while gazing into her mother's eyes. Alright, then let's all sleep together, Daddy and Mommy. The family of three settled onto a sufficiently spacious bed, with Taotao nestled between her parents, taking a gentle sniff. Turning to her mother, she smiled with wide eyes. Mommy, you smell so delightful. Lin Wanqiu nuzzled her nose against Taotao's soft little face, replying, My sweet pea is also quite fragrant. It was evident that, in the presence of their precious daughter, even a man could feel a twinge of jealousy over his wife's affection. Su Qingyun immediately feigned a look of grievance. Baby, doesn't tea Daddy smell good? Taotao turned her little head to sniff her father, and after a moment of serious contemplation, she replied in her earnest little voice, Daddy, it seems you don't smell as nice as Mommy and me. Su Qingyun. Lin Wanqiu cast a triumphant glance at her husband, her eyes seemingly conveying, You really think you can compete with me in our daughter's eyes?
Ha, dream on.
Chapter 36 Su Yubai. I'm already on my way home. Before Su Qingyun could fully grasp the situation, Taotao stretched her small hands out from under the covers and wrapped them around her father's neck. But Daddy, you don't need to worry. When I hug you tightly like this, I can transfer my lovely scent to you. Su Qingyun's heart, that of a devoted father, was instantly melted. This unexpected happiness was overwhelming. Holding the adorable little bundle felt like cradling a fluffy, sweet cotton candy. the only difference being that this little confection had more substance. However, he refrained from voicing such thoughts, as even little ones have their pride. Su Chengyun glanced at Lin Wanqiu, mirroring her expression with a similar look. Lin Wanqiu. Men are truly immature beings. After a while of hugging her father, Taotao adjusted her position to lie flat, her starry eyes sparkling with clarity. Daddy, when you brought in the milk earlier, I heard you call me Precious Taotao and Mommy Precious Wife. So, both Mommy and I are your treasures, right? Of course. Mommy is Daddy's greatest treasure, and you are my little treasure.
Oh.
I understand. So, what are the older brothers to Daddy? Middle treasures? Su Chengyun and Lin Wanqiu exchanged bemused glances, chuckling at their adorable daughter's whimsical reasoning. Su Chengyun gently explained, not quite. Only you and Mommy are Daddy's treasures. The older brothers are simply precious items. The little one blinked, a hint of confusion dancing in her eyes. What does precious item mean? This word seemed to touch upon her knowledge-blind spot. Lin Wanqiu chimed in, precious item means big silly. Taotao, is that really the case? The family of three snuggled together for a while longer, chatting until the little dumpling began to feel drowsy, her large eyes slowly narrowing into tiny slits, her delicate little nostrils gently fluttering with each breath, exuding cuteness. Daddy and Mommy, I think I'm getting sleepy. Good night. The little dumpling closed her eyes and softly bid her parents good night in her sweet voice. Lin Wanqiu and Su Chengyun exchanged warm smiles, concluding their cozy evening chat. Once the lights were turned off, the bedroom was enveloped in dimness, save for the gentle warm glow of a nightlight in the corner. In the tranquil summer night, the family slept soundly, the atmosphere radiating warmth. The next morning, Su Chengyun and Lin Wanqiu awoke almost simultaneously. The couple shared an intuitive connection, their sleepy eyes instinctively reaching out to the space beside them. However, their hands found only emptiness. A jolt of panic surged through them, akin to a dreamer who suddenly finds themselves falling off a cliff. Where is Taotao? Lin Wanqiu's voice trembled, and cold sweat began to bead on Su Chengyun's forehead. The day Taotao went missing was a stormy night, and the haunting memories rushed back, bringing forth a wave of anguish they wished never to revisit. Their minds went blank. Su Chengyun nearly tumbled out of bed, about to dash toward the door when a familiar, sweet little voice suddenly called out, Daddy and Mommy, you're awake? Their plummeting hearts were caught mid-fall, their breaths suspended. Su Chengyun and Lin Wanqiu quickly turned to the door, where Taotao stood, her tiny hands holding a golden tray with 2 cups of milk. Noticing the shift in atmosphere, the little dumpling's sweet smile flickered slightly. Daddy and Mommy, what is wrong? Su Chengyun and Lin Wanqiu took a deep breath, exchanging a glance that conveyed a silent understanding. Oh, nothing. Daddy and Mommy woke up and didn't see you. So we thought you were playing hide and seek with us. Taotao trotted in on her little legs, her head held high, beaming brightly. Daddy and Mommy, have some milk. 1 for each of you. Su Chengyun quickly took the tray, concerned that the little dumpling might drop it. Though it had been a false alarm, Lin Wanqiu still enveloped Taotao in her arms, striving to quell her lingering fears. Nestled against her mother's fragrant embrace, Taotao chimed, Mommy, is this a special morning hug just for me? Lin Wanqiu smiled tenderly at her. Yes, indeed. Love Mommy. After saying this, she turned to Su Chengyun. And love Daddy too. Aren't you going to drink your milk? The little dumpling sat happily on the small sofa, swinging her legs. I already had breakfast downstairs with Grandpa. Su Chengyun and Lin Wanqiu exchanged smiles, knowing it would be another wonderfully delightful day. Mommy, when will the second brother come back? Su Chengyun squatted in front of Taotao, gently patting her little head. Since she had just woken up and hadn't combed her hair, her round little head sported a few unruly tufts, making her look even more adorable than usual. One moment they would lay flat, and the next they would spring up. So mischievous. Unaware of her own charm, Taotao continued to sway her head, resembling a plump little sprite. Do you want to see your second brother? The little dumpling nodded obediently, yes. Among the 3 brothers, only the second brother I haven't seen yet. I want to keep things fair. The 2 adults chuckled at their precious daughter's words. All right, since you want to see your second brother, Daddy will call him right away to come home. The moment Taotao heard this, she quickly waved her little hands, no rush. I know the second brother is busy working outside, and I don't want to disturb him. I just want to see him first, so I can feel at ease. Su Chengyun understood her unspoken feelings and glanced at his wife, recalling how she had shared the events from the dolphin exhibit after their visit to the zoo yesterday. It's all right. Though he is busy, he has some downtime. Let us ask him first. Okay. Su Chengyan picked up his phone and dialed Su Yubai's number. To his surprise, his son, who usually took a while to answer, picked up almost immediately. Hello? Su Chengyan paused, clearly taken aback by the rapid response. Are you busy? There was a brief silence on the other end. I thought it was Taotao calling. Su Chengyan was momentarily stunned, and upon realizing, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. What does this brat mean by that? Does he imply that had he known it was him, he wouldn't have answered so quickly? You haven't even laid eyes on Taotao, so why would she call you? It seems you're lost in your own thoughts. Upon hearing this, Taotao blinked in surprise. So, her second brother also indulged in such whims? What a perfectly harmonious family. Su Yubai, unlike his two brothers, possessed a more enigmatic and taciturn nature, and thus he did not engage with their father's banter. No rush, he said. Since there was no urgency, he decided to return home promptly. Taotao was eager to see him.
I'm already on my way, came his reply.
Su Chengyan was taken aback. You really are unexpectedly spontaneous. Chapter 37. The three adopted sons at home began to speak in playful repetitions. Su Chengyan couldn't even muster an O, and simply hung up the phone. On the other end, Su Yubai, who was driving, disconnected the Bluetooth and pressed the accelerator, increasing his speed. His brother was already on his way home. Taotao would soon see him. The little one's eyes sparkled with delight.
All right,
she exclaimed, glancing down at her petite nightgown. I'll go change my clothes and wait for my second brother downstairs. Do you need any help from Mom and Dad? Taotao shook her head vigorously. No. I can manage. With that, she turned and dashed away, transforming into a plump little bolt of lightning. 10 minutes later, Su Yubai's car came to a steady halt at the entrance of the Su family's old residence. Butler Lin had already been waiting in the courtyard. As soon as the man stepped out of the car, he approached with a warm greeting. Second young master. Su Yubai offered a slight smile and nodded politely. Uncle Lin. He retrieved 2 white paper bags adorned with colorful floral patterns from the car and walked toward the porch. Raising his gaze, he spotted a charming little bundle of joy standing on the small steps. Today, Taotao wore a denim blue suspender dress. Her hair styled into 2 low braids by her mother, each swaying like little tails as she bounced about. She resembled a cute character straight out of a comic. Lin Wangqiu and Su Chengyan stood behind Taotao. Baby, this is your second brother. Taotao nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with affection. Wow. Second brother looks even more handsome than in the pictures. Su Yubai was momentarily taken aback, for her words struck a chord within him. Since rising to fame, he had been dubbed the high mountain flower of the entertainment industry, a human ideal, a walking embodiment of charisma and allure. He had heard numerous compliments about his appearance. Yet he remained indifferent, perceiving looks as merely an enhancement of one's intrinsic worth. However, upon hearing Taotao's innocent praise, he felt a sense of joy that was previously foreign to him. As he caught himself smiling ever so slightly, his usually stern gaze softened. Instead of retreating shyly behind her parents as he had anticipated, the little one beamed at him with unabashed delight. Second brother. Her sweet voice rang in his ears, and Su Yubai felt a warmth expand within his chest. He stepped forward and crouched before her, lips pressed together in a contemplative manner. In a moment of spontaneity, Taotao reached out her tiny hand. Let us shake hands, second brother. Su Yubai's heart stirred as his gaze fell upon her delicate little hand. Okay, let us shake hands. Lin Wangqiu and Su Chengyan exchanged astonished glances, their expressions mirroring disbelief. Has the second child encountered some recent shock? Why is he suddenly engaging in such playful language? Lin Wangqiu lowered her voice. It's not so surprising. Haven't you noticed? The eldest and the third have also started using playful repetitions lately. Imagining the 3 mischievous sons engaging in such antics brought a smile to Su Chengyan's face. But he quickly suppressed it. Please refrain from making such foolish gestures in front of our precious Taotao. He interjected. What if you discuss the child? Su Chengyan protested. Wife. Am I not your favorite little sweetheart? Lin Wangqiu glanced at Taotao and then at her husband. What do you think? If you keep rambling, I'll have to put you in your place. All right, I'll remain silent, he conceded. With Taotao back home, his standing in his wife's heart had naturally fallen to second place, a reality he accepted with grace. Su Yubai's hands were large, while Taotao's were so small that when they shook hands, she could only grasp one of his fingers. The soft, tender sensation coursed through him, awakening feelings he could hardly articulate. Taotao's eyes sparkled like a galaxy, and as she smiled, two faint dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth. Hello, second brother. Taotao's sweet voice struck a chord in Su Yubai, filling him with an inexplicable ache. His dear little sister had grown so much. Even though she still seemed so small, he could easily lift her with a single hand. Struggling to contain his emotions, he finally spoke, albeit with a restrained demeanor. Hello. Taotao tilted her head, observing Su Yubai, second brother. You're so quiet. You're not as chattery as the eldest and the third. Yet she adored both the talkative and the reticent brothers. Let us go inside. She tugged at Su Yubai's hand, leading him toward the living room. He realized he particularly cherished this feeling of being led by the little one. It was a sensation unlike any he had previously experienced, both wondrous and heartwarming. Su Chengyun trailed behind the two siblings, a twinge of jealousy surging within him. What merits does this boy possess? He is showered with Taotao's praises and is even allowed to hold her hand. I, as their father, have never enjoyed such VIP treatment. How infuriating! He found himself increasingly discontent with his three sons. Meanwhile, Su Jinghuai and Su Xingqi, caught in their own worlds, one in the office and the other in class, simultaneously sneezed. Achoo! Su Jinghuai exclaimed, Taotao must be thinking of me. Su Xingqi chimed in, Taotao must be thinking of me. Taotao seated herself on the sofa next to Su Yubai, and though reluctant to release his soft little hand, she did so. Brother, I brought you a gift. When Su Yubai uttered these words, his tone remained calm, but to Su Chengyun and Lin Wangqiu, it was as if he had undergone a profound transformation. After all, he was often referred to as the iceberg of the industry, a title not bestowed lightly, yet now it seemed this ancient glacier was beginning to thaw. Both parents felt a wave of relief, crediting it all to their precious Taotao. Su Yubai presented the two floral paper bags to her, and Taotao, covering her mouth in surprise, exclaimed, Wow, thank you, brother. Open it up and see if you like it. Taotao, ever generous, didn't hesitate. She reached into one of the bags and pulled out its contents. As she opened the box, a brand new smartphone in cloud pink revealed itself, causing her eyes to light up instantly. Wow, it's so beautiful and pink. How did you know I loved pink? Chapter 38. A Father's Love Like a Landslide. Su Yubai, despite his attempts at restraint, ultimately succumbed to his impulses, gently ruffling the soft, round head of Taotao with utmost tenderness, as if handling a rare and precious treasure. Brother, I didn't know you liked pink. I just guessed, he murmured. Nearby, the venerable Su Hiqian, who had come down to observe, could not suppress an exaggerated roll of his eyes. This hopelessly straight man would likely remain unchanged for life, incapable of uttering even a single flattering remark, far outdone by this elderly gentleman in his 70s. Immersed in the soft and adorable aura of his sister, Su Yubai remained blissfully unaware of his grandfather's disdain. Taotao, cradling her cloud-pink cell phone, inquired curiously, Brother, is this a phone? Feeling that the half-meter distance was a tad too far, Su Yubai scooped the little one onto his lap. Indeed, he replied. Wow. I thought phones only came in ugly black, but this beautiful pink one is a delightful surprise. And it even has a bite taken out of an apple on the back. I love it so much. Su Chengyun interjected. The phone is black, implying a subtle jab at his father's earlier comments. Su Yubai smiled gently. As long as you like it, that's what matters. I've already purchased a SIM card for you. Whenever you miss your brother, you can call me or video chat on WeChat, and then you can see me. Taotao's eyes widened in surprise. Really? I can really see you? Yes, and I'll teach you how to use it shortly. Yay! Thank you, brother. In an expression of her joy and gratitude, Taotao reached out with her tiny hands and enveloped Su Yubai in a soft, fragrant hug. Suddenly embraced by the sweet-smelling little one, Su Yubai felt momentarily taken aback, yet a wave of indescribable sweetness surged within him. It was as if a beam of light in his life had pierced through the dense clouds, illuminating his heart and mind, making him feel invigorated, as if life had newfound purpose. Observing the sweet interaction between the siblings, Su Chengyun furrowed his brow. Why hadn't he thought to buy his precious Taotao a phone? Had he done so, he would have been the first in the family to be included in her contacts, something he could boast about for ages. But clearly, that opportunity had now fallen to his younger brother. What a pity. Besides the phone, I also got you this, Su Yubai said, lifting another much larger paper bag and retrieving its contents. These are building blocks. When you feel bored while I'm not home, you can play with these. Upon hearing this, the three adults beside them instantly grew displeased. Lin Wanqiu exclaimed, What nonsense are you spouting? Su Hiqian added, How could Taotao feel bored playing with me at home? Su Chengyan chimed in. Are you questioning my ability to care for my child?
Su Yubai replied.
I was merely making an offhand remark. Must the reaction be so exaggerated? Taotao glanced at the pile of building blocks. Then at the picture on the box showcasing the completed project, blinking her big eyes. But brother, this looks really easy. I can finish it in 10 minutes. Su Yubai thought he must have misheard. What? You say you can finish it in 10 minutes? You likely won't last that long without me. Listening to Taotao's earnest little voice, Su Yubai turned to inspect the set of blocks. They were specifically designed for children aged 4 to 6 and, typically, it would take such children a day or two to complete this zoo-themed set. Yet Taotao claimed she could do it in under 10 minutes? Despite his surprise, Su Yubai found himself inexplicably trusting her words. In his previous experience, he would have deemed it impossible for a 4-year-old to complete this set in less than 10 minutes. But since Taotao asserted she could, he believed she would. Our Taotao is truly remarkable. With her little mouth agape in delight, Taotao exclaimed, Wow, brother praised me. I'm so happy. Su Yubai smiled warmly at her, reaching out to stroke her little head. As Taotao felt the gentle caress from her second brother, she nuzzled against his palm like a puppy. Your hand feels so nice, brother. Su Yubai was momentarily taken aback. He owned an adorable Shiba Inu named Sheisha, a female who adored basking in the sun, always seeking warmth. Whenever he petted her, she would nuzzle against his palm and face, her eyes squinting in blissful joy. He had thought only Sheisha could provide him with such a uniquely comforting sensation, but in that moment, he realized that this feeling had multiplied many times over. He found it increasingly difficult to withdraw his hand from her. Meanwhile, the expressions of the 3 adults nearby grew increasingly cold. Hadn't he monopolized their precious Taotao long enough? Why wouldn't he let go? Su Heqian, observing the unequal dynamics between his 2 grandsons, furrowed his brow, contemplating how to tactfully extricate this bothersome boy. Ultimately, he decided that rather than contemplating, he would take decisive action, for he was indeed the grandfather. Could a grandson surpass him? Nonsense. With that thought, Su Heqian scooped Taotao into his arms. Taotao, how about we go for a stroll in the little park? Suddenly deprived of the cherubic little one in his embrace, Su Yubai felt an emptiness in both his heart and his hands and instinctively looked up at his grandfather. He was met with Su Heqian's icy gaze. What did he do? Was it something wrong? Did he do anything?
Su Yubai pondered, bewildered.
Why were all 3 elders seemingly targeting him today? Was it merely his delusion? Such a situation had never arisen before. Taotao, nestled in her grandfather's arms, propped herself up on his shoulder, her little face etched with worry. Grandpa, please put me down. I'm too heavy. I don't want to tire you out. Feeling the concern from his beloved granddaughter, Su Heqian smiled with satisfaction. Grandpa is much better now. I can carry you, no matter how heavy you are. His final proclamation was delivered with utmost confidence, as if he could thump his chest in assurance. Su Chenjiayun, observing his father, couldn't he help but express a hint of disdain before he finally broke his silence. Dad, stop boasting. If Taotao grows to 200 pounds, do you really think you can carry her? Suddenly undermined by his son's retort, Su Heqian's lips twitched in irritation, shooting him a glare. Only you have a mouth. Only you can babble. If you have nothing better to do, go kneel in the ancestral hall. Kneel all day. Su Chengyun sighed. This father of mine, so easily ignited. Truly, his love is like a landslide. Seeing this, Taotao quickly placed her tiny hand on her grandfather's chest, soothing him. Grandpa, don't be angry. We're not angry. Okay? Daddy is just joking with you. Instantly, Su Heqian's mood brightened, and he flashed a radiant smile. Shall we head to the park now? Taotao hesitated for a moment, glancing at her second brother. Grandpa, wait a moment. I want to consult my brother about something first, and then I'll accompany you to the park. Chapter 39, The Unassuming Talented Little Diviner, Su Taotao. Su Heqian was momentarily taken aback, expecting Taotao to agree without hesitation. His precious granddaughter had chosen to accompany her brother first? It seemed her affection for him was limited, much to his dismay. However, as long as his granddaughter was happy, this old man could endure anything. Moreover, considering Taotao had mentioned consulting him, he surmised that this matter must be of significance. Thus, despite his reluctance, Su Heqian gently set Taotao down. Go on. Grandpa will patiently wait for you. The old gentleman smiled benevolently, his face adorned with numerous wrinkles that radiated a sense of kindness. Taotao stood on tiptoe, stretching out her little hands in earnest to reach her grandfather's head. Observing this, Su Heqian promptly bent down to facilitate her touch. Taotao, resembling a miniature adult, gently patted her grandfather's head while encouraging him with her sweet words, "Yes. Grandfather is so good." This unexpected compliment struck a chord in the old man's heart. Su Heqian nodded vigorously, affirming that, indeed, in this household, grandfather was most obedient to Taotao's wishes. The three onlookers exchanged glances filled with unspoken sentiments, particularly Su Qinjiayun. It turned out that this fiercely competitive Chinese man was not incapable of being affectionate. Rather, he had simply not yet encountered someone who could inspire him to willingly adopt such a role. However, this was a thought he kept to himself, fully aware that voicing it would surely invoke his father's discipline. Meanwhile, Butler Lin observed this harmonious scene with a deeply gratified smile. Having accompanied the old gentleman through a lifetime of trials, it was remarkable to witness the once formidable leader of the Su group now displaying such a childlike side, finding joy in the simple praise from his little granddaughter. If this were to be shared, few would believe it. After Taotao was led away by her mother to wash her hands, Butler Lin had already cleared the table for the little one. As the saying goes, one cannot predict the future without a sincere heart. Uncertainties prompt divination. Upon returning from washing her hands, Taotao's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The Su family had been engaged in commerce for generations, and such individuals held these beliefs in high regard. Thus, everyone maintained a respectful attitude towards the little one as she prepared for the task ahead. The adorable Taotao perched her little legs on the chair, took 3 identical copper coins into her palms, and shook them, allowing the coins to roll and rub against each other. Then, with a flick of her wrist, she cast the 3 coins onto the table. Among the coins, 2 landed heads up, a symbol of the yang, and Taotao repeated this process 5 times, ultimately deriving a complete hexagram. With a serious expression, she scrutinized the hexagram for a moment before glancing up at Su Yubai.
Indeed.
The dark aura surrounding her elder brother was as heavy as it had been the previous day at the dolphin exhibit before she had dispersed it. It appeared that those wishing harm upon him had no intention of relenting, resorting even to peculiar methods. She was determined to protect her elder brother. Taotao wiggled her little bottom as she climbed down from the chair, while the surrounding adults hesitated to interrupt her solemn operation. Taotao dashed over to them, raising her little face and asking grandfather, "Daddy, Mommy, may I use someone as study?" Apart from Su Yubai, who was seldom home, each member of the Su family had their own study, and upon seeing their precious one seek to commandeer one, the 3 parents were all at once excited. Use grandfathers. Use daddies. Use mommies. Taotao blinked, her expression a mix of confusion. "Oh, I don't need that many. Just one study will do. Then I'll use Mommy S." Lin Wansu's reflexes were swift as she stepped forward to scoop up the little one and headed upstairs, leaving Su Heqian and Su Qingyun no time to react. The art of talisman creation harnesses the energies of heaven and earth, wielding great power to effect change, yet crafting such a talisman is no simple feat, however. For the unassuming little prodigy Taotao, such difficulty was non-existent. She meticulously arranged the talisman paper, grasped the wolf hairbrush, dipped it in cinnabar, furrowed her brow in concentration, and let her pen dance fluidly across the paper. As soon as Taotao finished, the talisman paper shimmered faintly with golden light, a phenomenon visible only to her. Success. Just as she set the brush down and prepared to rise from her chair, a thought struck her, since she had already drawn one for her elder brother. Why not create one for her parents and grandfather as well? After all, she, Su Taotao, was a fair-minded little friend. These 3 were health talismans, simpler than the exorcism talisman she had drawn for her elder brother, and Taotao completed them with remarkable speed. She folded the 4 talismans into triangles and scampered downstairs. "Grandfather, this is the health talisman I made for you. You must keep it with you every day so that your health improves and you can accompany me to the amusement park." The sudden gift from his little granddaughter brought an unmistakable joy to Su Heqian's face, causing him to fumble in his excitement as he hurried to accept it. "Wonderful. Grandfather will keep it with him every day. Thank you, my precious granddaughter." Taotao then turned to Lin Wansu. "This is the health talisman for Mommy. If you keep it with you, your headaches will go away." Lin Wansu was momentarily taken aback, nearly moved to tears. Her beloved child had noticed her recurring headaches, a matter she had never mentioned to Taotao. In that instant, Lin Wansu felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, pondering what virtuous deeds she must have performed in her past life to be blessed with such a thoughtful little daughter. Thank you, my darling. Taotao beamed at her mother before shifting her gaze to Su Qingyun. This one is for Daddy. It's a peace talisman. The elder father, filled with excitement, eagerly accepted it with both hands. Daddy will always keep this with him. Thank you, sweetheart. Finally, Taotao presented the last talisman to Su Yubai. Elder brother. This is for you. Keep it with you, and those troublesome things won't dare come near you anymore. If they do, I'll know. And I will help you drive them away. With her two adorable braids bouncing, the little one confidently patted her chest, embodying the spirit of a protective sister. Su Yubai's gaze fell upon the talisman, and he felt a curious sensation. He had never believed in supernatural forces. But after the dagger incident during the rigorous checks on set that nearly led to his injury, and learning that Taotao had been raised by a Taoist priest, he found himself believing, wholeheartedly, whatever my little sister says is true. He squatted down before Taotao, solemnly accepting the talisman, his gaze gentle. Thank you, Taotao. I will be sure to carry it with me. Upon saying this, a sense of pride welled within him, eagerly anticipating the moment when Su Jinghuai and Su Xingqi would return, marking his time to shine. Chapter 40. I plan to take Taotao on a parenting variety show in the future. Su Yubai carefully placed the talisman into his wallet and returned it to his pocket. Whether it was mere coincidence or not, from the moment he accepted the talisman, he felt a newfound clarity in his mind. It was a sensation difficult to articulate. Recently, due to the demanding filming schedule, he often felt dizzy and plagued by nightmares, awakening in cold sweats, leading him to believe he simply needed more rest. However, upon reflection, he realized he was unaware of these matters but had a faint premonition of something amiss. Looking at the little one before him, the man's gaze softened like water. Taotao, you are my little lucky star. I'm also your bodyguard. Taotao declared proudly, hands on her hips. Why a bodyguard? A bodyguard is someone who protects others' safety. Big brothers have bodyguards when they go to work, and when mommy takes me to the zoo, there's a bodyguard uncle with us. So, I can protect you, elder brother. That makes me your bodyguard. The little dumpling even took the initiative to label herself, which amused several adults to the point of laughter. Su Qingyun and Su Heqian cast discontented glances at Su Yubai, both sharing the same pair of eyes, a nose, and a mouth. There was nothing particularly special about him. How could that little rascal manage to make Taotao willingly act as his bodyguard? Why were they not afforded such a privilege? Su Qingyun regarded his son with an indifferent tone. When are you leaving?
Su Yubai replied, Dad.
I've only just returned less than an hour ago. Su Qinjiayun closed his eyes and nodded slightly, growing somewhat impatient. I understand. What I mean is, when are you leaving?
Su Yubai responded.
Taotao's eyes sparkled as she looked at her second brother. Brother, how long will you stay this time? You should be home for a few days, right? Su Yubai pondered his upcoming schedule and smiled. Brother can stay at home for 2 days, leaving tomorrow night. Really? 2 days? Yes. The joys and sorrows of humanity do not resonate with one another. Taotao spun joyfully in place, while Su Qingyun thought to himself, 2 days? Another one to monopolize Taotao. True to her word, Taotao approached her grandfather. Grandpa, let us go play in the park. Initially believing that his obedient granddaughter had forgotten about this, Su Heqian felt a surprising surge of joy, invigorating him. All right, let us go right now. Just the two of us. Su Qingyun, who wanted to tag along, had already taken a step forward when he heard the old man's final 3 words, causing him to stumble slightly, almost tripping over himself. After steadying himself with his wife's support, the old man had already taken Taotao and exited the living room. Su Qingyun pondered, is the old man's recovery speed a bit too rapid? He used to struggle with going downstairs. Now he seems capable of an 800-meter sprint. The health of his elderly father was improving day by day, and his wife's chronic headaches had vanished, while the peculiarities surrounding the second son had been dispelled by Taotao. Taotao was truly their little blessing. Once the elderly and the young had departed under the care of butler Lin, Su Qingyun finally turned to Su Yubai. What is going on? There are individuals in the circle targeting me recently, likely over resource matters. With the charm given by Taotao, it's not a significant issue.
Su Qingyun nodded.
Just be cautious. Su Yubai thought of something and asked, Dad, Mom, have you not announced Taotao's return to the outside world yet? Not yet. Let us find an opportunity to make it public. Taotao has already gained popularity online, and our relatives are still unaware that the little lady of the Su family has returned. That's inappropriate. Su Qingyun and Lin Wanxiu's expressions froze in surprise. Popular online? What do you mean? Su Yubai took out his phone, opened Weibo, and showed them a video, turning the screen toward them. It was a clip of Taotao conversing with a little boy who was throwing stones at monkeys in the zoo. Upon seeing Taotao in someone else's frame, Su Qingyun's first reaction was to frown, his expression instantly turning serious. He had not anticipated that his precious daughter would be exposed to the public eye so casually. As they finished watching, Su Yubai opened the comments section for them to see. Whose beautiful little cub is this? She's absolutely stunning. Could she be a newly signed child star from some talent agency? I've never seen her on TV. She's too exquisite. Pretty, soft, brave. And she can understand animals? Is this the legendary ultimate human child? Celebrity Dad's Parenting Diaries program team. Can we consider having ordinary parents join the new season? Please contact the parents of this little cub for them to bring their child on the show. I'll reserve a spot on a small stool. Great suggestion. Program team, please take note.
Celebrity Dad's Parenting Diaries.
Su Qingyun and Lin Wanxiu's serious expressions softened upon seeing Taotao being praised by so many netizens. Su Yubai retrieved his phone, explaining that Taotao had been photographed by bystanders and had made it onto Weibo's trending topics, sparking considerable discussion. Many netizens adore her. Su Qingyun felt a sense of pride that he could hardly contain, glancing down to adjust his sleeves, and casually remarked, "Of course, just look at whose daughter she is." Lin Wanxiu turned to him with a cold, indifferent gaze. Noticing her sharp look, Su Qingyun quickly smiled like a sycophant. "She's your daughter, dear." Su Yubai observed the scene with an unfazed heart, even suppressing a laugh. He had grown accustomed to it over the years. "The reason I'm telling you this is that I plan to take Taotao on a variety show. If you haven't intended to announce her return to the public, I can do it during the show." Lin Wanxiu and Su Qingyun exchanged surprised glances, thinking their son was joking. "What variety show?" "Celebrity Dad's Parenting Diaries. Have you seen the first season?" The couple was even more astonished. The super popular parenting variety show on Fruit Channel? The one where they take their little ones to the beach or countryside? Yes. Suddenly, the couple reminisced about the joyful times they had while following the first season, recalling just how happy they had been, so much so that every Friday evening, they would rush to the media room after dinner to watch it on the big screen. Their reason for watching such shows was to fill the void left by the absence of Taotao. Every time they saw the adorable little ones on the program, it reminded them of their beloved daughter. However, the world is a constant cycle. With every joy comes a share of sorrow. During that time, watching the celebrity dads with their children made them feel quite melancholic. Chapter 41. Younger brothers are meant to cause trouble. They often lamented when their two sons in their 20s would finally provide them with grandchildren. Su Jinghuai and Su Yubai were like two wooden blocks, seemingly married to their work, solely focused on making money, with no thoughts of love or marriage, as if they had never developed any brain cells in that regard. Unexpectedly, the two rascals still remained unmarried and unattached, yet the younger one had qualified to participate in a variety show featuring parenting. All because Taotao had returned home. Su Chenjiayun looked at Su Yubai, suddenly realizing something. "Wait, how long is the recording for a variety show?" "About 2 to 3 months.
No.
Absolutely not." The old man's voice rose sharply.
Su Yubai frowned. Why not?
Su Chungyun snorted. "Doesn't that mean you'll be taking Taotao away for 2 to 3 months? Are you trying to steal my child? Moreover, if memory serves me right, isn't that show supposed to feature only fathers with their own children? You can't take a younger sibling, can you?" Su Yubai raised an eyebrow calmly. "Oh, you're mistaken. It's not limited to just one's own child. It includes younger siblings, nieces, and nephews as well." Now it was Su Qingyun who fell silent, realizing that this little rascal had not been tricked. A father knows his son best, and a son knows his father best. Su Yubai suddenly spoke again. "Dad, please don't worry, and stop trying to fool me. I've been in the industry. During the first season of that show, they reached out to me, asking if I had any relatives' children who could participate. I declined. So I know these details better than anyone." Su Chenjiayun. "The little rascal has taken to being quite sarcastic, hasn't he?" Lin Wanxiu chimed in. "Let me tell you, it's not just your father who disapproves. I too find it unacceptable. What right do you have to take Taotao away for such an extended period? My precious one has only just returned home. She is still so young and has yet to acclimate to her surroundings, and now you wish to uproot her once again to a new place? This is detrimental to her sense of security." Su Yubai remained silent for a moment, then reassured her. "Rest assured, Taotao is not as fragile as you might think. I can see that she is a remarkably brave child, unafraid of the camera." "I understand your reasoning," she replied, "but Taotao is our youngest daughter. We simply wish to shield her from any harm." Su Yubai cast a complicated glance at the two of them. I am merely taking Taotao to participate in a variety show, which will either be by the seaside or in the countryside, both of which offer excellent conditions. I'm not dragging her off to a deserted island for survival training. Su Qingyun maintained a serious demeanor. Enough already. There is virtually no chance this will happen. Even if your mother and I were to agree, your grandfather would never consent. That much is true, Su Yubai pondered. So when the time comes, let Taotao decide for herself. If she genuinely wishes to join me for the show, then no one can stop her. With that, he ascended the stairs, leaving Su Qingyun and Lin Wanqiu exchanging glances.
Hey.
I see this little brat is getting a bit too bold for his own good, Lin Wanqiu remarked, glancing up the stairs. Can't you tell that our three little rascals have long since spread their wings? Su Qingyun pursed his lips. Dear. It seems you just called me a turtle, but I have no evidence to support that. Lin Wanqiu shot him a glare, uninterested in engaging with his banter, and pulled out her phone to send a message to Su Jinghuai. In the presidential office on the 34th floor of the Su Group, Su Jinghuai, savoring his coffee,
Heard his phone chime.
After leisurely finishing half his cup, he picked up his phone, and upon reading the message, his expression darkened considerably. Mother. The second son mentioned he plans to take Taotao to participate in a variety show, which could require 2 to 3 months for filming. Su Jinghuai. What? The multitude of question marks perfectly encapsulated the shock and fury of the sender. Without hesitation, Su Jinghuai dialed the number. And Lin Wanqiu answered almost immediately. The second son is back. When did he return? In the living room, the couple lounged comfortably on the sofa, having returned early that morning specifically to see Taotao. Su Jinghuai was taken aback. Their second son was typically aloof, seldom returning home except for the birthdays of elders or during the spring festival. He rarely graced the family abode otherwise. What on earth was happening? Was he really back just to see Taotao, and without his elder brother's knowledge? Su Yubai, the sixth son. What was his intention? To return and immediately whisk away the little darling for 2 to 3 months? He must be out of his mind. Passing by the office door, Jing City heard this exclamation and felt puzzled. Why was the boss so furious? It had been several days since he last saw the lovely Taotao at the company. He missed her dearly. Lin Wanqiu replied, he isn't taking her away immediately. The show is still in the casting phase, so there is still time before filming begins. I'm merely informing you to prepare you psychologically. Su Jinghuai's voice turned grave. Understood. I will leave work early today to discuss this with him in person.
All right.
Lin Wanqiu concluded, hanging up and exchanging a triumphant glance with Su Qingyun. They high-fived. Done. Su Qingyun eagerly began to massage his wife's shoulders, thoroughly enjoying himself. You are brilliant, my dear. Let those two boys bicker while we reap the benefits. Lin Wanqiu elegantly flicked a stray hair from her face, her demeanor suggesting, as long as I intervene, nothing is beyond resolution. By 5:30 in the afternoon, Su Jinghuai arrived home. Housekeeper Liu and 2 maids were busy preparing dinner in the kitchen. As soon as he entered, the aroma of sweet and sour ribs filled the air, lifting his spirits. Indeed, home is the warmest haven, always filled with his favorite sweet and sour ribs. On the sofa, Su Yubai was engrossed in watching Taotao play with building blocks, completely unaware of his elder brother's arrival. The scene was harmonious, with Taotao so focused that she had lost one of her hair clips, which now adorned Su Yubai's shirt collar. Su Jinghuai felt a surge of jealousy. Was he really so eager to tear that man's collar to shreds? Despite the simmering frustration, he refrained from acting on the impulse, opting instead to stand quietly and observe. When he could no longer contain himself, he snapped a photo with his phone to send to Su Xingqi, though the picture would not reach him until Friday after class. He knew that the delayed emotional impact would still strike home. As time passed, the assembled building blocks formed a complete zoo scene. Taotao clapped her hands in delight. Second brother, look, I did it. Upon noticing someone standing next to the sofa, she paused for a moment before beaming with joy, her face lighting up like fireworks. Big brother. Chapter 42, Jimin. Someone is bullying the child.
Taotao shouted, sprinting towards Su Hinuai.
Her chubby hand wrapping around his leg as she looked up with an adorably sweet voice. Big brother, you're back. I missed you so much. At that moment, Su Jinghui's world revolved solely around Taotao. Everything else faded away. The moment he saw her smiling at him, all fatigue from the day's work vanished, and he felt utterly rejuvenated. He bent down and scooped her up, causing her to gasp in excitement. I'm flying. Seeing her so joyous, Su Jinghuai spun her around several times, eliciting peals of laughter that filled the living room with her melodious voice. The three parents upstairs heard the laughter and couldn't help but come out to witness the spectacle. Su Yubai observed Su Jinghuai with furrowed brows, yet remained relatively calm. After enough playtime, Taotao was set down, but instead of placing her on the sofa, Su Jinghuai seated her on his lap. The two brothers sat facing each other, their gazes locked. Su Jinghuai remarked sarcastically, "Oh, so you decided to come back, did you?" Su Yubai retorted, "Why wouldn't I? I know the way home. You never seemed to return often before. I intend to come back more frequently from now on. I hope you can get used to it." At this point, sparks flew between them, while Taotao, perched on her brother's lap, observed the tension with wide eyes, sensing something amiss. Why do big brother and second brother look so serious? It's a bit scary. Meanwhile, at the corner of the upstairs corridor, Su Huqian, Lin Wanqiu, and Su Chungyun were all peeking over the railing in unison, thoroughly enjoying the unfolding drama. Su Jinghuai picked a strawberry from the fruit bowl on the coffee table and handed it to Taotao, who gleefully accepted it. The strawberry was somewhat large, and she clutched it with both hands, ready to take a bite. Su Jinghuai cast a cold glance at Su Yubai. "I heard you intend to bring Taotao onto a variety show?" "Indeed. Which variety show?" "The Diary of Male Stars with Children. If you are unaware of its nature, perhaps you should watch the first season." This remark was a blatant insult to Su Yubai's intelligence. How could he not know the nature of a show titled Childcare Diary? Su Jinghuai disregarded his sarcasm with a dismissive snort.
Impossible.
"We will not permit you to take Taotao away for 2 or 3 months. Su Yubai wore a half-smile. "You seem to be quite well informed about the details. Was it your mother who called you?" "Don't concern yourself with who called me. The fact remains that taking Taotao away for such an extended period is simply out of the question. No one in this household would agree to it." After hearing this, Su Yubai pondered for a moment before turning his gaze towards the staircase leading to the second floor. The three parents froze, caught off guard. 3 heads appeared in unison in their line of sight, and Su Yubai calmly withdrew his gaze. Su Chenjiayun nudged Lin Wanqiu's arm. "Dear, we've been discovered. What should we do? What should we do?"
Just continue watching.
"We've already been spotted." "That makes sense. But I think you should inquire about Taotao's own thoughts." Su Jinghuai lowered his gaze to the little one in his arms, who was engrossed in devouring a strawberry, furrowing his brow in contemplation. "If Taotao wishes to join you on the show, we would have no reason to refuse, as her happiness is our priority. However, I regret to inform you that Taotao has expressed that she favors me most, so she would certainly not want to be away from me for so long." Upon hearing this, the little one paused, her tiny hands clutching the strawberry, looking up at her older brother with wide, sparkling eyes that blinked twice. "Did I really say that, big brother? I don't recall saying such a thing. You're slandering me." Yet, to preserve her older brother's dignity, she seemed unable to voice her thoughts, especially with her second brother watching her. Turning to Su Yubai, she feigned innocence in her sweet, childish voice. "Second brother, what's wrong? Is it true that I favor big brother most in this family?" Su Yubai asked Taotao, "Do you think big brother or second brother is more handsome?" Taotao remained silent.
"Ah,
you're bullying the child," she exclaimed. "Someone is bullying the child here." Taotao felt relieved that her third brother and master were not present. Otherwise, the 4 of them would surely have clashed. Her small face flushed with anxiety, while the 2 determined Chinese men displayed an unmistakable resolve to hear an answer.
Taotao.
"Don't be troubled. Just speak your mind."
So Hinwai and get it softly.
"Yes, Taotao, you need only express your true feelings," Su Yubai added. Taotao's face scrunched up in distress, and she instinctively glanced toward the second floor, pouting as her eyes sought help from her parents and grandfather. The 3 parents, witnessing the scene, hurried down the stairs to rescue their little darling. The next moment,
ouch.
Both Su Jinghuai and Su Yubai felt a sharp slap on the back of their heads. Lin Wanqiu, unable to bear the sight of her precious daughter being pressed for an answer, stepped forward, hands on her hips, and passionately addressed her 2 sons. "If you can't grow up to be as charming as Andy Lau or Daniel Wu, how dare you pressure a 4-year-old child for an answer? Are you even human?" Su Jinghuai, Su Yubai, Lin Wanqiu took a step forward and gently lifted Taotao from Su Jinghui's arms, tenderly stroking her round little head and soothing her. "Don't be scared.
Dear.
Mommy and Daddy are here to save you. Let's teach those 2 smelly brothers a lesson. They only know how to press a child." Taotao noticed her mother's words were coming quickly, leaving her no chance to interject. Her little mouth moved, eager to speak, and as soon as her mother paused, she seized the opportunity. "It's okay, Mommy. If they don't eat dinner, their tummies will be hungry. We should give them some food. Lin Wanqiao pondered for a moment, casting a glare at the two troublesome boys. In that case, let us heed our precious Taotao's advice and grant them some leniency. Mommy is so wonderful. It is often said that a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean, concerned that her mother might change her mind. Taotao quickly wrapped her arms around Lin Wanqiao's neck and planted a kiss on her cheek. The soft kiss brightened Lin Wanqiao's mood entirely, and she no longer felt as angry towards the two boys. Su Chengyun gazed sternly at them. If anyone dares to pressure Taotao into answering questions she cannot respond to, I shall break their legs. Though generally mild-mannered, Su Chengyun was quite serious with his three sons, and his words carried a certain authority. Neither Su Jinghuai nor Su Yubai spoke, both merely exchanged defiant glances, regardless of whether the second brother would take Taotao onto the show, or if Taotao would agree. This matter would be set aside for now. What we must focus on is finding an opportunity to gather all the relatives for a meal, to let everyone know Taotao has returned. Do you understand? The two brothers were still caught in a competitive atmosphere, ignoring Su Chengyun, who was growing increasingly frustrated and slammed the table with a resounding bang. Do you two understand me? Are you deaf? In unison, Su Jinghuai and Su Yubai responded. Understood. The old man's ears were momentarily stunned by the outburst. In the Su family's third branch, the eldest is Su Chengyun, the second is Su Chengyang, and the youngest is Su Chenglin. The eldest and second brothers share a strong bond, and their wives are also quite close. Thus, Lin Wanqiao promptly informed Guan Yi about Taotao's return. As for the third brother's family, their relationship was not particularly strong, so they were not notified. However, for the sake of the old man's feelings, appearances needed to be maintained. Therefore, the announcement regarding Taotao's return required their notification as well. After a discussion, everyone unanimously decided to schedule the family banquet for this Saturday evening, perfectly coinciding with Su Xingqi and Su Lixin's weekend off, ensuring everyone would be available. Su Chengyun turned to Su Yubai. Do you have any engagements that day? I did, but I've already had my assistant reschedule. That was quite prompt.
Su Yubai remained silent,
quietly reflecting that he certainly needed to prioritize the family banquet organized for their beloved Taotao. During dinner, as Su Yubai placed a small chicken leg in Taotao's bowl, Su Jinghuai followed suit with a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs. Then, Su Yubai added a shrimp, and Su Jinghuai complemented it with a meatball. Before long, Taotao's bowl was piled high with food, and she stared at it, bewildered, her eyes becoming cross-eyed. Did her big brother and second brother think of her as a little pig? How could she possibly eat all of this? Seeing the little darling in a quandary, the old gentleman's anger flared, and he swiftly reached out to scoop up the excess vegetables, tossing them back into the bowls of the two young men with remarkable precision.
How old are you two?
Approaching 30, yet still so juvenile? Taotao is not a mere tool for you to demonstrate who loves her more. If you fail to comprehend this simple truth, then both of you can go eat dung. Upon uttering these words, Su Heqian plunged the dining hall into an oppressive silence, leaving everyone as quiet as a soy sauce chicken. Clearly, no one anticipated the atmosphere at the table would suddenly become so charged. Recognizing the moment had ripened, Su Heqian picked up the pair of serving chopsticks beside him and adeptly placed a small drumstick into Taotao's bowl, instantly shifting to a tone of benevolence. Here, Taotao, enjoy the drumstick Grandpa has selected for you. Do not eat from theirs. Su Jinghuai.
Su Yubai. Grandpa.
Perhaps we are not human, but you are indeed a dog. Taotao gazed down at the small drumstick in her bowl, then glanced at the vegetables that grandfather had flung back into her brother's bowls, feeling a twinge of melancholy. But what could she do? She was merely a small child. Thank you, Grandpa, for the drumstick. I will make sure to not clean until only the bone remains. You are such a good girl.
Su Heqian beamed,
His joy illuminating his face as he cast a smug glance at his two grandsons seated across from him. After dinner, Taotao, patting her round little belly, approached her mother. Mommy, has Master added you as a friend on WeChat yet? It's been a whole day, and I'm waiting so eagerly. Lin Wanqiao was taken aback, quickly realizing her oversight. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, sweetheart. I completely forgot about that. Mommy left her phone upstairs. I'll check right away. Noticing that her mother hadn't finished her meal, Taotao quickly reassured her. No need to rush, Mommy. Please finish your food first. I'm not in a hurry. Seeing her daughter's sincere expression, Lin Wanqiao acquiesced. All right, I'll finish my meal and check for you right after. Okay. Taotao settled onto the sofa, patiently awaiting her mother to finish eating. Although she was eager to contact her master immediately, she knew that her mother's meal was equally important. As Su Yubai set down his chopsticks, he glanced up and spotted the little one on the sofa. He approached and squatted down before her.
Taotao.
I've already helped you put your SIM card into your new phone. Now, shall we add my WeChat? Upon hearing the word WeChat, Taotao's beautiful big eyes sparkled. WeChat? I can have WeChat too? Of course, Su Yubai replied gently. Then if I have WeChat, I can add second brother. And can I also add big brother and third brother? At the mention of big brother, Su Jinghuai instinctively furrowed his brow but still answered honestly. Yes, indeed. Taotao was so delighted, she nearly bounced off the sofa. Then can I also add master as WeChat? Who is your master? My master is my handsome master. If I add him on WeChat, I can tell him where I am, and then he can come find me. As she uttered the words handsome master, Su Jinghuai happened to walk past from the dining room, clearly hearing the description. Handsome master? Handsome? How charming can an old Taoist priest be? This little one must be joking. Su Jinghuai sat down on the sofa, not taking Taotao's words to heart. After adding his own WeChat to Taotao's phone, Su Yubai promptly changed her contact name to Precious Little Sister, adorned with a pink peach emoji, then pinned it at the top. Su Jinghuai extended his phone toward her. Taotao, here is my WeChat QR code.
Come, scan it.
Su Yubai shot a sidelong glance at Su Jinghuai and subtly pulled Taotao a little further away. Su Jinghuai, is the phone you bought for Taotao something to brag about? You won't let her add me? Su Yubai maintained his usual icy demeanor. Yes, it is indeed something to boast about. What is so great about it? I'll buy Taotao a new phone too. The two of them turned their heads simultaneously.
Huh?
Where's Taotao? Where has that big peach gone? Chapter 44. Is this person insane? What is this competition about? Su Jinghuai and Su Yubai exchanged bewildered glances. Both dumbfounded. Where did Taotao go? Su Jinghuai looked around, perplexed. I have no idea. She was just here. A door slammed shut from upstairs, prompting the two to exchange glances before ascending the stairs, their movements resembling a race. Su Chengyun frowned at the retreating figures of his two foolish sons. Unable to conceal his disdain. Both of you are in your 20s. When will you ever mature? As that thought crossed his mind, he recalled another son who perpetually ranked at the bottom of his class, and Su Chengyun felt utterly disheartened. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a small bottle of heart-saving pills from his pocket, shaking out a single one into his palm before swallowing it with practiced ease, a motion that evoked sympathy. In the bedroom, Taotao lay on the bed, left hand holding a note, right hand clutching her phone, diligently adding her master's WeChat ID. Earlier downstairs, her second brother had already helped her download all the necessary apps, transforming the little darling into a curious explorer, poking here and peering there, thoroughly engrossed in her play. The little flower of the nation possessed a nimble mind. After a few attempts, she figured out how to add friends on WeChat. Having sent the request, Master, it's me, Taotao. She clutched her phone, eyes wide open, waiting intently. Knock, knock, knock. Please come in. She called out in her sweet, baby voice. The door swung open to reveal Su Jinghuai and Su Yubai standing outside. Taotao turned her head, her eyes transforming into crescent moons. Big brother. Second brother. What is Taotao up to? I'm adding my master on WeChat. Once he replies, I can video chat with him. And I'll get to see him every day. The two men nodded, settling down on the sofa beside the bed, each taking a side, resembling guardians. Taotao climbed up from the bed and sat at the edge, joyfully swinging her short little legs. However, she soon noticed an odd tension between her two brothers. She seemed to have an inkling as to why, yet simultaneously feigned ignorance. If that was the case, she decided to act oblivious, giggling. Yet the atmosphere felt quite awkward. Her two brothers were right there with her, yet neither spoke a word. Puffing up her chubby little cheeks, she transformed herself into a small hamster. Since her brothers were silent, she would initiate a new topic. Big brother, second brother, once I contact my master, I'll invite him to find me. When you meet, you can chat, and who knows, you might become great friends. Su Jinghuai and Su Yubai were momentarily taken aback. Su Jinghuai looked at Taotao and smiled. Not necessarily. There's quite an age gap between us and your master. Communication might be challenging, and people with generational gaps rarely become friends. Su Yubai nodded in agreement.
Taotao shook her little head.
No way. My master is about the same age as you. You're both very young, and young people can definitely be friends. just like how I can be friends with other kids my age. Although the last statement sounded like a tongue twister, Su Jinghui and Su Yubai understood her meaning.
Wait.
Your master is very young? Taotao blinked her big eyes. Yes. Just like big brother and second brother. He's also in his 20s.
Su Jinhui. Su Yubai.
The overwhelming influx of information left the two of them momentarily stunned. Su Jinghui leaned closer to the round little dumpling and asked, Taotao, isn't your master an elderly Taoist priest? Indeed, Taotao's master was a Taoist, but he was not old. The two brothers observed the little one's serious demeanor and realized she was not jesting. However, it is common for Taoist priests to be of advanced age. Could it be that Taotao's master was a youthful one?
Su Yubai inquired gently.
Taotao's small legs swung with renewed enthusiasm. Yes, young Taoists are indeed rare. But my master is very young. He is incredibly powerful. After hearing Taotao's words, both brothers fell silent. For some reason, when they had assumed Taotao's master was an elderly priest, they harbored no peculiar feelings regarding the matter.
Yet now,
upon learning that her master was youthful and that the little one described him as handsome, their sentiments shifted entirely. An inexplicable pang of jealousy welled up within them, difficult to articulate. Taotao glanced between her older brothers, her small brow furrowing slightly. Why aren't you two saying anything? Why do you look even worse than before? The more Su Jinghui contemplated, the more sour his heart felt. He turned to the little dumpling. Didn't you say your master was handsome? Taotao nodded vigorously, yes. My master is super handsome. Su Yubai asked, then among the three of us, who is the most handsome? Taotao's mouth twitched. Why is this question coming up again? My little brain might explode. Seeing the little dumpling's troubled expression, both Su Jinghui and Su Yubai recalled the 2 slaps they had received on the back of the head earlier. Thus, they swiftly altered their approach. Never mind. Taotao doesn't need to answer that question. Once we meet your legendary master, we can naturally determine who is more handsome, they thought, smirking. Ding dong. Suddenly, Taotao's phone chimed. She picked it up, her eyes lighting up with excitement as she saw an unfamiliar ID sending a message that read, Taotao, I am your master. The little dumpling was overjoyed, bouncing off the bed like a small cannonball. My master just sent me a WeChat message. Her youthful voice rang out, vibrant and full of energy, clearly indicative of a healthy appetite for rice and chicken legs. Upon hearing this, Su Jinghui and Su Yubai approached Taotao with the utmost seriousness. What did he say? The suddenness startled Taotao, who plopped back down on the bed, nearly dizzy from the shock. Holding her phone, she was momentarily at a loss. Looking up at her brothers with a slight pout, realizing they had frightened her, both brothers quickly apologized. One gently patted Taotao's back, while the other stroked her head, their voices as tender as a spring breeze. We're sorry, Taotao, we scared you. Su Jinghui even slapped himself on the face, declaring, I'm a bad brother. A really bad brother. Su Yubai looked at him, bemused. Is this guy out of his mind? What else with this self-punishment? Taotao, startled by Su Jinghui's action, momentarily paused her pouting and managed to utter, Big brother, how could you be so ruthless to even hit yourself? Chapter 45. The mysterious master video calls Taotao. At this moment, Su Jinghui had completely transformed into a devoted admirer in front of his little sister. Upon hearing Taotao's remark, he slapped his other cheek, thinking, I deserve this. I scared our little treasure. Taotao, still shaken, momentarily forgot to speak. It seemed that her parents were right. Her brothers truly were treasures. Unable to hold back any longer, Su Yubai interjected passionately, Do you have a screw loose? Taotao was almost calmed down, and you just scared her again.
Su Jinhui froze.
Glancing at the motionless, wide-eyed Taotao, realizing, oh, perhaps I thought slapping myself would make my apology more sincere? I thought it would help calm her faster. Su Yubai gently stroked Taotao's head. Don't be afraid, Taotao. He's just a big fool. We don't need to pay him any mind. Su Jinghui shot back. You're the big fool. Taotao looked at her 2 immature brothers with exasperation, wanting to mediate, but just then, another message from her master arrived. Overwhelmed by the situation, she ultimately chose to focus on her master. After all, it had been many days since she last saw him, and she truly missed him.
Taotao, what are you doing right now?
Despite just starting to use her phone, Taotao typed with lightning speed, her short, chubby fingers flying across the screen. I'm chatting with big brother and second brother. They are right beside me. After sending the message, she glanced at her master's avatar. Her little nose suddenly feeling a bit sore, prompting her to add, Master, where are you? Why haven't you come to find me? You said you would. And I really miss you. To convey her deep longing, she added 3 crying emojis at the end of her message. However, to her dismay, the message went unanswered. Sinking into silence, Taotao stared at her phone screen, her little nose growing increasingly sore. Why isn't Master responding? As she spoke, her voice quivered with a hint of tears, startling the 2 older men nearby. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly crying?
Su Yubai instinctively frowned at Su Hinaway.
Did you do this?
What are you talking about?
I haven't done anything, just been standing here watching. Su Yubai's gaze fell on Taotao's phone, realizing that perhaps something her master said had upset her. Upon hearing this analysis, Su Jinghuai found it quite reasonable and immediately rolled up his sleeves, preparing to confront whoever had upset his precious little sister. However, fearing he might frighten Taotao further, he ultimately restrained himself, lowering his sleeves. He scooped Taotao into his arms. What's wrong, our little Taotao? Taotao's lips moved, and with a hint of grievance, she murmured, Master is ignoring me. Hearing this, both Su Jinghuai and Su Yubai paused, then exchanged looks of satisfaction and relief. Oh, that Taoist master, who made them feel so envious, is ignoring the little dumpling? Excellent. Just what we wanted. This way they won't have to feel jealous anymore, ha ha ha. Su Jinghuai suppressed his overwhelming urge to laugh maniacally while trying to comfort Taotao. I see. It's okay if he ignores you. We have plenty of people who care about you. We don't need him. Upon hearing this, Taotao's little lips trembled even more, and her face began to crumple into tears. Su Yubai sensed the gravity of the situation. Indeed, within moments, wah, Taotao is crying. The 2 bewildered older brothers were at a loss, and Su Jinghuai, panicking, stumbled over his words, instinctively seeking help from Su Yubai. What's wrong with her? Su Yubai closed his eyes and raised his hand to massage his furrowed brow, appearing particularly troubled. The situation was quite dire, and both he and his companion felt a sense of panic. When Taotao cried, her mouth opened wide as if she could swallow the world, and those once charming, lively big eyes were now brimming with tears. Her small, plaintive cries resonated deeply, tugging at the heartstrings of anyone who heard them. Downstairs, Lin Bankyu, Su Chenyun, and Su Heqian, alerted by the commotion, hastily set aside their tasks and rushed upstairs. What could possibly have caused Taotao to cry? The elderly gentleman took the stairs 2 at a time, scolding as he ascended, You 2 little scoundrels, Su Jinghuai and Su Yubai. Are you bullying my Taotao? Upon entering the bedroom, Lin Wangqiu was met with the sight of her precious daughter's face flushed from crying. She quickly glanced around and seized a clothes hanger, charging toward her 2 wayward sons. The sight of that hanger awakened long-buried childhood fears in Su Jinghuai and Su Yubai, and their expressions revealed their alarm.
Mom.
Grandpa. Let us explain. Su Jinghuai swiftly placed Taotao safely on the bed before attempting to sidestep away, but his momentary delay earned him a swat from the hanger.
Ah!
The room erupted with wails reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Fortunately for Su Yubai, he managed to dart out of the bedroom just ahead of Su Jinghuai, narrowly escaping disaster. Once the 2 mischievous boys were chased away, Lin Wangqiu hurriedly began to comfort her beloved daughter. Initially expecting a grand display of grievances from Taotao against her father, mother, and grandfather, Lin Wangqiu was taken aback when she turned to find Taotao fast asleep, clutching her phone. The 3 adults exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confounded by this unexpected turn of events. Su Chengyun initially suspected that the little one was merely pretending to sleep and approached gently, calling, Baby girl, but received no response. It was only when Taotao's soft snores filled the air that they realized she had fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion after crying. The doting father gazed at his daughter's adorable sleeping face, marveling at her ability to fall asleep so swiftly, truly a remarkable trait, undoubtedly inherited from him.
Su Heqian,
with his hands clasped behind his back, lowered his voice, suggesting, Let her rest for a while. We shouldn't disturb my dear granddaughter's slumber. Let us step outside and deal with those 2 little rascals. Indeed, that makes sense. Let us go. Thus, the 3 left Taotao's bedroom with a sense of resolve. However, the little one's slumber was not entirely peaceful. In her dreams, she found herself chasing ghosts, her small limbs flailing about on the bed, employing a myriad of comical tactics. Eventually, she was stirred awake by the notification sound of a WeChat video call. Groggily, she opened her eyes and poked at the green answer button on the screen. Suddenly, a familiar face appeared before her. With sleep still clouding her vision, Taotao squinted. And in an instant, her eyes widened with excitement. Master? Chapter 46. If others do not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if they do offend me, I shall unearth their ancestral graves. The man on the screen appeared to be around 25 years of age, clad in white garments. The collar buttoned all the way to the top, accentuating his chiseled jawline. His initially cold and aloof demeanor softened into warmth upon seeing Taotao.
Taotao.
The moment he spoke, Qi-chen's voice was as smooth as jade, evoking the gentle caress of a spring breeze. The little one, already feeling a bit wronged, could no longer contain her emotions upon hearing her master call her name. Master. Her small voice trembled with a hint of grievance, causing Qi-chen's heart to flutter. His gaze filled with compassion.
Do not cry, Taotao.
The little one, always obedient to her master, attempted to hold back her tears, but the more she tried, the more overwhelming the urge to cry became. Her little mouth quivered, and tears streamed down her cheeks like glistening pearls, unstoppable. Having just awakened, her hair was tousled, a stubborn tuft sticking up defiantly, and her fair little face bore the marks of sleep, rendering her even more pitiful in appearance. Qi-chen, observing the little figure on the screen, felt momentarily at a loss, prompting him to change the subject to divert Taotao's attention. Has our Taotao returned home and been happy? The once sobbing little one paused, wiped her tears with her tiny hands, and nodded vigorously. Yes, Daddy, Mommy, Grandpa. And my brothers all love Taotao and treat her very well. Though her voice still carried a hint of a cry, the mention of her family visibly lightened her mood. Have your brothers bullied you? Qi-chen inquired. Shaking her head emphatically, Taotao replied, No, Master, you needn't worry. All 3 brothers are very good to me. The eldest brother took me to play at the company, and the second brother bought me this phone I'm using to video call you. And it's a beautiful shade of pink. The third brother took me to the zoo, and even used his pocket money to buy me a pair of lovely hairpins that I adore. And then there's Daddy, Mommy, Grandpa, and Auntie. And what about Bagwan and Arya? They're wonderful too. Daddy built a massive pool for Arya, and she is so happy swimming in it every day. And Bagwan now has a patch of grass where he can roll around. The little one's emotions shifted swiftly, and she rambled on excitedly, completely pushing aside her earlier grievances. Qi-chen's smile deepened, his gaze on Taotao imbued with profound tenderness. Since you're happy, Master can rest easy. But if anyone dares to bully our Taotao, you must tell Master. I will come to the capital to seek justice for you at the first opportunity, understood? Taotao rubbed her little face with her soft hand, obediently nodding. Understood. But Master, did you forget? I have a crow's mouth. No one dares to bully me. If someone truly tries to harm me, I'll curse them. They'll all have bad luck. Humph. With her hands on her hips, she pouted defiantly, prompting Qi-chen to long to appear before her and embrace his adorable little disciple. Exactly. Never forget what Master has taught you. If others do not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if they do offend me, what shall we do? Uncover their ancestral graves. Taotao shook her chubby little fist at the ceiling, her nose and brows scrunched up in a fierce expression as she shouted those words with all her might, her clear, sweet voice resonating powerfully. Indeed. Qi-chen smiled with satisfaction. Outside the door, Lin Wankyu and Su Chengyun, holding a glass of warm milk, were about to knock when they heard Taotao's proclamation, causing them both to startle. What did Taotao just say? Su Chengyun pondered for a moment. It seems our precious daughter is talking about unearthing someone's ancestral grave. Lin Wankyu. The couple stood at the door in contemplation for a while before concluding that their beloved daughter was likely practicing some form of magic, as there was no other reason for such a sudden outburst. Well, in that case, it wouldn't be appropriate to disturb our precious one. Indeed, a responsible parent must support their child's personal interests. Thus, while Taotao engaged in an animated conversation with her master, completely unaware of her parents' presence, she lay on her bed, her little legs crossed, leisurely recounting all that she had done and eaten in recent days, even detailing how many meatballs she had at each meal. Qi-chen listened intently, utterly delighted, finding no trace of triviality in her chatter. The master and disciple chatted for about another half an hour. Taotao was already a little sleepy, but she still did not forget to ask the question she cared about the most. Master, when will you come to see Taotao? Qi-chen's calm expression carried a doting smile. Through the screen, he gently tapped the little milk ball's small nose.
Taotao.
You have gone home now, and have a new life. Master only hopes that you live happily. For some reason, after hearing this sentence, the little milk ball felt a bit uncomfortable in her heart. But because she had suffered from not having studied much, she could not clearly explain why she felt uncomfortable. Looking into her master's eyes, Taotao said seriously, word by word, "But if I'm not staying with Master, Taotao won't be happy." Chi-Chen looked at the obedient and soft little one in the video, and his heart softened completely.
All right.
Master promises you that I will try not to delay too long before going to see you, okay? Taotao's eyes lit up. Really? Then we have to pinky swear. As she spoke, the little milk ball raised her small pinky finger toward the camera. Chi-Chen was stunned for a moment by her cuteness, then smiled. Such a childish action was something only precious Taotao could make him willingly do together with her. Chi-Chen also stretched out his finger. All right, pinky swear.
Pinky sui, ha now so.
100 years. No changing. Stamp it. Taotao pressed her thumb onto the phone screen and overlapped it with her master's thumb. Only then did she smile with satisfaction. Chi-Chen glanced at the time and felt that the little milk ball should go to sleep, so he decided to end the video call.
Taotao.
At home you also need to maintain a good daily routine, just like when you were with Master in Jiaoshui village. Every day you must remember to diligently practice your lessons and not slack off, understand? The little milk ball nodded, her beautiful big eyes blinking as her gaze drifted elsewhere. Chi-Chen had raised her with his own hands. How could he not see the little guilt she was feeling right now? Tell Master the truth. Recently, have you not been practicing your lessons seriously? Chapter 47. Don't you have any idea how famous you are? Taotao lifted her small head and looked at the ceiling. Her grape-like black eyes rolled around as she pretended not to hear her master. Chi-Chen's voice became a bit more serious.
Su Taotao.
Suddenly being called by her full name, the little milk ball's heart skipped a beat. She quickly looked at her master and confessed the truth. Master, I was wrong. When a little disciple apologized in a soft and cute milky voice, Chi-Chen, as a grown man, could hardly resist 9 times out of 10. This time was no exception. Chi-Chen looked at the little person in the video. Although his expression was still serious, his heart had already softened. Then tell Master why you haven't been practicing your lessons seriously recently, okay? The clever little milk ball quickly seized the chance to explain. Because I just came home. I wanted to spend more time with Daddy, Mommy, Grandpa, and my brothers. So when they took me out to play, Taotao didn't refuse even once. Chi-Chen thought for a moment. Mei-chem, this reason is quite valid. The little daughter of the Su family in the capital had just returned home. The family would definitely treasure her like a precious gem. The Su family occupying the time his little disciple usually spent practicing was indeed not Taotao's fault. Seeing that her master did not speak, Taotao thought he was really angry, so she leaned closer to the screen. Master, say something. Are you angry with Taotao? Taotao didn't do it on purpose. Chi-Chen's gaze softened. Master isn't angry with you. You've just returned home. So spending more time with your family is the right thing to do. You can practice your lessons later when you have time. Seeing her master smile, the little one immediately became happy too. And even though Taotao hasn't been practicing lessons recently, I drew talismans. I drew an evil-repelling talisman for second brother. And health talismans and peace talismans for Daddy, Mommy, and Grandpa. Mei-chem, Taotao is very good. Chi-Chen felt a wave of comfort in his heart. It's too late now.
You should go to sleep.
Taotao obediently nodded.
Got it, Master.
I'll go wash my face, brush my teeth, and wash my little feet right away. Master, you should also rest early and take good care of your body. Listening to his little disciple's caring reminders. While feeling comforted, a strange thought suddenly popped into Chi-Chen's mind. Would Taotao care about her 3 brothers the same way she cared about him? He did not find an answer. He only felt puzzled that he would even think of such a question. Mei-chem, Master knows.
Don't worry about me.
Master, you have to think about me often and video call me often. Chi-Chen smiled. When he smiled, it was as if countless stars filled his eyes.
Got it. Go to sleep now.
Only then did Taotao reluctantly hang up the video call. After hanging up, the little milk ball hugged her phone, crossed her short legs, and sat on the bed in a daze for a long while. In the end, her round little back quietly let out a sigh. Sigh, in the end. It's still me, a little kid, who has to shoulder everything. Taotao plugged her phone into charge and pattered into the bathroom to wash up. Because she had chatted on video with her master a bit late last night, Taotao slept in the next morning. When Taotao, wearing a little bear pajama set, appeared in the first-floor living room, Lin Wanqiu hurried over and picked up her precious daughter, whom she had missed greatly after one night apart. My baby woke up? Taotao leaned her head on Mommy's shoulder like a little kitten, wrapping her arms around Mommy's neck, and let out a soft, milky sound. Then we can start eating breakfast. Mommy has been waiting for you. Okay. Thank you, Mommy, you're welcome. Taotao was placed in the dining chair. Looking at the lavish breakfast in front of her, her eyes began to shine. A wonderful day starts with eating until you're full.
Yay.
As soon as she finished speaking, Taotao turned her head and looked around. Mommy, where are Daddy, Grandpa, Big Brother, and Second Brother? Daddy took Grandpa to the hospital for a checkup. Big Brother went to the company. Second Brother just went out. I don't know what he went to do. Okay then. A trace of disappointment flashed across Taotao's expression. Didn't Second Brother say he would stay home for 2 days to play with her? Why did he leave again? Second Brother doesn't keep his word. The little milk ball puffed up her cheeks and stuffed 2 shrimp crystal dumplings into her mouth. As she chewed, her cheeks bulged, looking like a little hamster. Just as Taotao finished her 5th crystal dumpling, someone came in through the door. With food still in her mouth, Taotao spoke excitedly, but unclearly.
Egida.
Hearing this soft, milky voice early in the morning, Su Yubai was in a great mood. He smiled brightly and quickened his steps. The next second, a bouquet of flowers suddenly appeared in front of Taotao, the kind with water droplets still on the petals. Stars lit up in the little milk ball's eyes. Wow. It's flowers. Pretty flowers. Taotao reached out to hold the bouquet, a little unable to believe it, and looked up at Su Yubai. Second Brother, are these flowers for Taotao?
Su Yubai smiled gently. Yes.
Having lived for 4 years without ever receiving flowers, little Taotao was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. Thank you, brother, for giving me flowers. I'm so happy. Lin Wangkaiu elegantly drank her soup while sizing up her foolish son. I'm not bad. Getting up so early was actually to personally buy flowers for your sister. Worth praising. However, only giving flowers to his sister and not considering her, his mother, at all seemed a bit much. Even though she was not jealous of her precious daughter. Lin Wanqiu still asked the question in her heart. Where are my flowers? As if anticipating the question from her esteemed mother, Su Yubai answered without a moment's hesitation. You should ask my father about that. Let him buy it for you. Lin Wanqiu retorted, You little rascal. Holding the bouquet of flowers tightly in her arms, Taotao inquired. Brother, what is the name of this flower? It is a cappuccino rose. I wasn't sure what flower you like the most, so I took a guess. Do you like it, Taotao? I love it. I absolutely adore it. Taotao exclaimed, nodding vigorously. I declare that from today onward, the cappuccino rose is my favorite flower. Thank you, brother, for helping me discover my favorite. Su Yubai was momentarily taken aback by her words, feeling a profound sense of emotion. It was not merely because he had chosen the flower she favored, but rather because it was he who had purchased it, which made Taotao cherish it even more. Having been preoccupied with work for so long, he had not experienced such a precious emotional connection in ages. In gratitude towards his beloved sister, Su Yubai promptly decided to take Taotao out for a shopping spree. However, as soon as he voiced this intention, Lin Wanqiu countered. Are you even aware of how popular you are? If you go out shopping and someone snaps a photo, it would cause a nuisance for both you and Taotao. I wouldn't feel sorry for you, but I do care for my precious daughter. Su Yubai replied, but the men of the Su family are inherently strong-willed and would not easily concede. Chapter 48. Taotao. Can little kids play mahjong? Don't worry. I will ensure everything is prepared. Hats, sunglasses, masks. I will have Taotao wear them all. Lin Wanqiu remained steadfast. Even with those, it wouldn't matter. Can't people recognize Taotao and you? Su Yubai, you seem utterly oblivious to your own charm. Mom, stop joking around. Who's joking? Su Yubai sighed as he glanced at his mother, then turned to the little one, his thoughts racing. Then let Taotao choose for herself. All right, Lin Wanqiu readily agreed.
Taotao,
who was sipping her milk, paused upon hearing her name. I can choose? Lin Wanqiu leaned closer. Yes, if you want to go shopping, Mommy will agree. Su Yubai interjected. Ms. Lin, you really shouldn't be so double-standard. Nevertheless, Su Yubai felt an immense joy, for now. All he needed to do was persuade Taotao, who would likely be inclined to agree to a shopping trip. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt a fervent gaze filled with inquiry. Meeting Taotao's eyes, he instantly understood. She was asking, Brother, do you really hope I will agree to go shopping with you? Su Yubai nodded eagerly, and Taotao gave him an okay gesture, as if to say, leave it to me. Taotao turned to her mother, her sweet, soft voice chiming, Mommy. I really want to go shopping with my second brother because he is usually so busy with work and he is leaving tonight. I don't know when I will see him again. Su Yubai initially wanted to say that he would return for her banquet this Saturday, but upon reflection, he realized that mentioning it might solidify Lin Wanqiu's resolve to prevent Taotao from accompanying him. Thus, he wisely chose to remain silent. Lin Wanqiu looked at her precious daughter, her gaze revealing a hint of sadness. Doesn't Taotao want to stay home with Mommy? Mommy feels so lonely all by herself. Unable to contain himself, Su Yubai revealed, Mom, I overheard you on the phone with Andy earlier. She mentioned needing one more player. And you said you would go after breakfast. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute, Lin Wanqiu retorted.
Su Yubai replied,
with a hint of defiance, you can't deceive a child, can you? I didn't intend to deceive Taotao. I was merely trying to negotiate. What if Taotao wants to join me for mahjong? Taotao, do you want to? Su Yubai asked, looking at the little one. Taotao blinked her bright eyes and innocently asked her mother, Mommy, what is mahjong? Why do you and Auntie want to play it? Lin Wanqiu and Su Yubai shared a laugh, marveling at the adorable child before them, wondering how it was that such a delightful being belonged to the Su family. Truly, the heavens must have been watching over them. Living alongside this little bundle of joy promised countless moments of happiness. Yet, since the child had sincerely posed a question, they felt obliged to explain patiently. Mahjong is a form of entertainment, quite enjoyable, and many adults love to play it. Taotao then turned to her mother. Can little kids play it too? Lin Wanqiu hesitated for a moment before affirming, of course. If you want to learn later, Mommy can teach you. Really? Taotao's excitement was palpable, as learning new things was the most delightful experience for a child her age. Absolutely, Mommy always keeps her promises. Taotao beamed, her cheeks adorned with cute dimples. All right, then Mommy can go play mahjong with Annie, and later you can teach me. Once I learn, I can play with you. With her daughter's sweet encouragement, Lin Wanqiu smiled radiantly, no problem. Mommy will head out now. Have fun, Mommy. Lin Wanqiu gently cupped her daughter's delicate face, planting a kiss upon it before gracefully departing. Taotao turned to Su Yubai, her little hands on her hips, seeking praise. How was that, brother? Did I perform well? As long as I make Mommy happy, she becomes so gentle and easy to talk to. Su Yubai looked at the little one, a smile of admiration gracing his face. In truth, he yearned to say that it was all a facade. The three family heads had become the most double-standard individuals in the household. Their attitudes towards Taotao and towards their own three brothers were entirely different, even for the same issue. But the adorable little Taotao would never realize this. Nonetheless, being subjected to double standards was inconsequential. He relished the experience, for ultimately, he would be the one benefiting from today's events. Taking Taotao out for a shopping spree was the paramount objective.
Su Yubai gently pinched Taotao's tender cheek.
You are so clever. Praised by her second brother, Taotao fluttered with delight, her eyes sparkling as if she could almost sprout wings. After breakfast, the duo readied themselves and hopped into the car, with Taotao seated in the passenger seat, her small frame adorned with a little bunny bag, her spirits soaring.
Su Yubai,
driving, occasionally stole glances at the little one, only to be schooled by her. Brother, you must focus on driving. You can't look around. It's dangerous.
Su Yubai chuckled inwardly.
He longed to express that he was not distracted but rather intently admiring a lovely little girl, yet he refrained, knowing that with Taotao's insightful mind, she might suspect him of flattering her. All right, I will listen to you. Taotao beamed with satisfaction. Yes, brother is so good. Su Yubai chuckled softly, marveling at how this little one seemed like a miniature adult. At that moment, Taotao was engrossed in admiring her new hairstyle, using a tiny mirror. The little braids were meticulously crafted by Su Yubai just before they stepped out, bearing a resemblance to the signature hairstyle of the adorable milk dumpling, the Neza head. Yet not entirely identical. Today, the two small tufts were positioned slightly lower than the Neza head, adorned at their roots with two pink floral hair clips, exuding an irresistible charm. As Taotao admired her reflection, she eagerly took out her phone to snap selfies, delighting in the moment with joyful clicks. How adorable I am. How did I become so cute? My face resembles a fragrant red apple. The milk dumpling reveled in her self-praise, almost writing the words I am beautiful on her forehead in invisible ink. Observing her unbridled joy, Su Yubai felt his own spirits lift, finding that pressing the accelerator felt almost effortless under such circumstances. Chapter 49, Taotao, the pervert turns out to be myself. As expected, women, regardless of age, possess an enduring fondness for selfies. Fortunately, the phone he had purchased for Taotao boasted an exceptional selfie function. Su Yubai smirked with satisfaction, basking in the glow of Taotao's effusive compliments, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. It was truly exhilarating to spend money on his beloved little sister. He resolved to impart the mantra to Taotao: spend freely. Swipe the card without hesitation. After indulging in selfies for a while, Taotao gently touched the small braids her brother had styled. "Brother, how can you braid so perfectly? My previous braids were always done by Mama. Papa wanted to try too, but Mama said his braiding was unsightly and scolded him away. Are men incapable of braiding?" Hearing Taotao's sincere inquiry, a hint of pride crept into Su Yubai's voice. Unbeknownst to him, "Not at all. For instance, your brother is quite adept at it." Taotao was instantly enchanted by her brother's prowess, her little face glowing with joy.
Wow.
"Brother, you are amazing. Back in Jiaoshui village, my master also braided my hair, and he did well, but it wasn't he as good as what you did." Upon hearing that, Su Yubai felt a twinge of jealousy, realizing that the seed of comparison had begun to germinate within him. They had learned the night before that Taotao's master was a young man of similar age, who, in Taotao's eyes, was quite handsome. While he had yet to lay eyes on this mysterious mentor, Su Yubai was acutely aware of the competitive spirit stirring within him. Undoubtedly, Su Jinghuai felt the same, though perhaps he was merely concealing it beneath the surface. However, Taotao's concluding remark dispelled any lingering jealousy. The phrase, "but no one braids better than my second brother," was a clear declaration. Second brother's braids are the best. At that moment, Su Yubai wished fervently for Taotao to repeat that sentence so he could record it as undeniable proof of her praise. He envisioned flaunting it before Su Jinghuai, Su Xingqi, and Taotao's enigmatic master, reveling in the triumph it would bring. In over 20 years, Su Yubai had never considered himself prone to envy or showiness until this very moment, when he realized it was not that he lacked such tendencies, but rather that the time had simply not yet come. With a voice imbued with warmth, he reassured her. "It's merely a braid. It poses no challenge for your brother." The innocent and pure-hearted milk dumpling believed him, even clapping her little hands in excitement. "Second brother is simply amazing." Su Yubai smiled, his mood soaring to euphoric heights. He refrained from disclosing to Taotao that he had learned to braid only the previous night by watching tutorials online, practicing for over an hour without suitable materials at hand. 10 minutes later, Su Yubai's car arrived at the Intai shopping center. Before disembarking, he retrieved the children's sunglasses and mask he had prepared in advance, adorably and gently placing them on Taotao before donning his own. Su Yubai then made his way to the passenger side, bending down to lift the milk dumpling into his arms. "It might get a little stuffy wearing masks while shopping, so if you feel uncomfortable at all, just let your brother know, okay?" "Okay." Taotao, looking quite cool in her shades, nodded enthusiastically. Her sunglasses were tinted brown and heart-shaped, and upon wearing them, she radiated an aura of sweet coolness. Thus, with the car locked, Su Yubai began their leisurely stroll. Although it wasn't the weekend, the streets were bustling with people. Many beautiful young women passing by, successfully capturing the attention of the beauty-loving Taotao. "Wow, a beautiful sister. Oh, another beautiful sister. Look at that one in denim shorts. Her figure is fantastic. Brother, look." Su Yubai felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Taotao, you might make your second brother appear to be a perverted rogue." Yet, in the eyes of the milk dumpling, she was merely admiring the lovely ladies, for who doesn't he appreciate beauty? As Su Yubai ambled down the street with Taotao in his arms, it was evident that she was preoccupied with the lovely sights, leading her to exclaim, "That sister is so beautiful." Taotao wants to get close to the beautiful sister. "Oh my, her waist looks like a deadly curve." Su Yubai felt a sudden pang of regret for bringing this little admirer of beauty out with him today. In the end, perhaps the heavens took pity on Su Yubai, considering that he might be mistaken for a pervert due to Taotao's enthusiastic commentary, and thus diverted her attention. Noticing the various cups with straws held by passers-by, Taotao's expression morphed into one of curiosity. "Brother, what's in those cups everyone is holding? Why does almost everyone have one?" Su Yubai surveyed the crowd before returning his gaze to the little head, which was tilted in contemplation, and patiently explained, "What they're holding is called milk tea, or happy water. Would you like to try some? Brother will take you to buy some." Though she didn't quite grasp what milk tea was, the notion of happy water piqued her interest. Taotao's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. "Oh, happy water? Is it something that makes you happy when you drink it?" Su Yubai paused, Realizing this explanation wasn't entirely inaccurate and nodded with a smile. Indeed. Then, Taotao wants to drink it. Taotao wants to be happy.
All right.
Brother will take you to buy it right away. This street was lined with numerous milk tea shops, and Su Yubai chose a highly popular one, only to find a long queue outside, due to its popularity. Accustomed to having his assistant procure everything for him, Su Yubai found an unexpected joy and satisfaction in waiting in line. He glanced down at the milk dumpling in his arms and felt his heart swell with sweetness. Just as they were 6 or 7 people away from placing their order, a middle-aged woman suddenly cut in line. Su Yubai noticed this with a frown. Such a lack of civic consciousness was generally frowned upon, and others in line began to murmur in discontent. Just as they were about to confront her, a bright, clear, and assertive little voice rang out from Taotao. "Excuse me, the lady in black with not much hair and a short stature, you've cut in line. Cutting in line is very, very rude. Please correct your behavior and queue up properly." Chapter 50. Taotao's ravenous mouth exposed. Su Yubai was equally perplexed as to how a mere 4-year-old child could produce such a clear and resounding voice. The others present, of course, were even more baffled. The collective sentiment in the air could be succinctly encapsulated in one word: exhilarating. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. How extraordinary! It was a rare sight to witness an adult stepping forth to protect a child and advocate for justice. But this was the first time a child had boldly spoken out against injustice. Moreover, the little girl seemed quite charming, despite her sunglasses and mask. There was something about the adorable little pigtails atop her head that led me to believe she was indeed a beautiful child. Beside her, someone chimed in, "I think so, too." The woman, who had been called out by Taotao for her noticeable transgression, momentarily froze, feigning ignorance as she stood rooted to the spot.
Taotao,
with her sunglasses perched atop her head, furrowed her brows in indignation, her small frame radiating anger. The repercussions could be severe. The little one resolutely pushed her sunglasses back onto her forehead, unveiling the upper half of her face. A collective gasp of admiration swept through the crowd. The child's eyes were stunning. Her skin was so fair. She resembled a soft, plump jelly bean. Taotao tilted her head in confusion, wondering why everyone was looking at her. Shouldn't their attention be on the rude lady who had cut in line? Unperturbed by the audience's gaze, the righteous little one continued her impassioned speech. "Auntie, you've cut in line. Auntie, you've cut in line. Auntie, you've cut in line." The significance of her message warranted repetition. If the woman had managed to ignore the situation moments ago, that was no longer an option. The middle-aged woman turned around, glaring fiercely at Taotao. "What does it matter to a little blonde brat like you? Get lost." Upon hearing this, Su Yubai's brow furrowed, and his expression turned frigid. He was not someone who typically engaged in conflicts. He believed that arguing with fools was a waste of time. However, when someone dared to bully Taotao, the situation was markedly different. Just as he was about to retort, the little one in his arms chimed in sweetly, "Auntie, mouths are meant for eating, not for spewing nonsense. If you don't eat yours, you could donate it to someone in need." The middle-aged woman, incensed by this remark, shot back, "Hey, where did you little brat come from? Who gave you the right to speak?" Su Yubai could no longer contain himself, and sensing his brotherly anger, Taotao wrapped her little arms around his neck. "Brother, don't be angry. I can handle this." Surprised, Su Yubai asked, "How will you handle it?" With a playful wink, Taotao replied, "I'll make that annoying auntie pay for this. Just watch me." Though the words of a 4-year-old might lack gravitas, somehow, when Taotao asserted her ability to manage the situation, Su Yubai found himself believing in her. After all, granting children a measure of trust was paramount. Thus, he composed himself, deciding to observe Taotao's performance. From a distance of 6 or 7 people, Taotao addressed the middle-aged woman, "Annie, it's wise to leave yourself an escape route when you speak or act. Cutting in line is extremely rude and disgraceful. Even 3-year-olds know better. Why are you, a 30-something giant baby, unaware of this?" The woman's eyes bulged in fury. Having cut in line numerous times before without consequence, she had never encountered such defiance from a child. With so many onlookers, her pride was at stake, and she was swiftly consumed by mortification and rage. "You uncouth little brat! Who taught you to speak to your elders like that?" Taotao, cradled in the arms of the towering Su Yubai, commanded the highest vantage point in the queue, resembling a haughty little queen as she gazed at the woman. Yet her face remained adorned with a sweet smile, endearing her further to the onlookers. "Annie, what makes you think you're my elder? I certainly have no elders who cut in line like you. If you insist on being my elder, I'll begrudgingly offer you a blessing. May you toil every day without compensation. May your projects fail. May you receive no bonuses at year's end. May your accounts always be off by 25 cents. May your grocery bills rise. And may you lose your documents just as the power goes out, leaving the client demanding the impossible. Taotao's tiny mouth babbled on, perfectly encapsulating the essence of delivering sharp words in the most adorable voice. The crowd was thoroughly amused, and many began recording the spectacle on their phones. Observing this, Su Yubai hastily adjusted Taotao's little sunglasses back over her eyes. Ha ha ha. What a ridiculous loser. This little girl even knows about losers. She's absolutely hilarious. This woman truly deserves it. Who would have thought she'd encounter such a formidable little opponent? Someone in the crowd remarked, and the middle-aged woman, seething with anger, stormed up to Taotao, raising her hand in a fit of rage to strike her. Su Yubai anticipated her move, calmly sidestepping while holding Taotao. Though the woman's demeanor was menacing, Taotao remained unfazed, continuing her eloquent retort. Auntie, deliberately striking someone when you're in the wrong can bring about divine retribution. Do you know what that means? It means you'll find yourself in unfortunate circumstances. For example, if you dare to hit me again, you might just fall flat on your face. The crowd erupted in laughter. Well said. She should indeed fall flat on her face. First, she cuts in line. Then she curses at a child, and now she wants to strike. What a lack of civic virtue. Taotao, in her sweet voice, kindly advised, So, Auntie, if you don't want to fall flat on your face, you should quickly apologize to everyone you cut in front of, including me. The middle-aged woman, with her sleeves rolled up and a vulgar demeanor, despite her decent attire and expensive jewelry, wore a grotesque expression that made the crowd frown in distaste.
Why should I apologize to you? You're just a little brat.
Before she could finish her retort, the woman suddenly tripped and fell face first onto the ground, letting out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Unbeknownst to everyone, a pile of dog excrement had appeared right where she landed, and she discovered it in the most unfortunate manner. As the middle-aged woman bewilderedly lifted her head, she instantly drew the attention of the crowd. Nearby individuals recoiled as though propelled backward, their expressions contorted in horror. Oh, how disgusting. My heavens. Taotao gazed at the woman sweetly. Auntie, I warned you that if you didn't apologize, you'd fall flat on your face. You didn't believe me. Chapter 51. Taotao joins the Su family WeChat group. As Taotao's words fell, the astonished expressions and gazes of the onlookers intensified. Could this little one possibly possess some sort of magic? The middle-aged woman had ignored her warning, and sure enough, the next moment, she had fallen flat on her face. It was sheer poetic justice. The staff at the milk tea shop witnessed the entire debacle, feeling embarrassed to have such a customer, and quickly fetched a broom to clean up the mess. As for the rude woman, under the weight of the crowd's judgment, she cursed and fled in a panic. Following this commotion, Taotao garnered more and more attention. Noticing a number of people recording them, Su Yubai frowned, contemplated for a moment, then turned and walked away, holding Taotao. Brother, aren't you going to buy me milk tea? She asked, a hint of confusion in her voice.
So you buy checked?
I do wish to purchase, but let us change to another shop. This one is too crowded. All right, I'll listen to you, big brother. The sweet, warm voice of Taotao brought an uncontrollable smile to Su Yubai's face. Among the group, two young girls accompanied them, one of whom observed Su Yubai and Taotao's retreating figures with a contemplative expression. Hey, don't you think that man holding the little girl looks somewhat familiar? Her companion glanced over. I thought it was just my imagination. I see you feel the same way. He does seem very recognizable, but he has covered up so thoroughly that it's hard to discern anything, right? He really does look familiar. After walking a short distance, Su Yubai entered a less busy milk tea shop. Just before stepping inside, Taotao sought assistance. Brother, I feel a bit stifled in this mask, and my face is quite warm. Su Yubai quickly removed it for her. Then let us not wear it. Is it better now? Taotao took a deep breath of fresh air, releasing a satisfied sigh. Much better. Upon entering, a lovely little child caught the attention of the staff, who greeted her with a cheerful smile. Little darling, what would you like to drink? Su Yubai frowned, wondering if the staff were always this overly familiar, addressing her as little darling right away. Taotao was not just anyone's darling. She belonged to the Su family. Miss, please wait a moment. I still know too few characters, and I'm a bit slow at ordering. Taotao, self-proclaimed as little one, exuded an adorable charm. prompting the young female staff to respond with utmost patience and kindness. It's perfectly all right, little darling. Take your time. I'll wait for you. Taotao sweetly replied, Thank you. Pretty sister. The mere mention of pretty sister made the staff beam with delight, wishing she could gift this little darling several cups of milk tea, but regrettably, she wasn't the owner. Taotao gazed at the various milk tea illustrations on the menu, her big eyes sparkling. Wow, these milk teas look so delightful. They must taste amazing. Tilting his head to observe Taotao, Su Yubai assured her, Indeed, if you can't decide, we'll buy several cups. I'll hold them for you, and you can sip whichever one you fancy. Taotao blinked in confusion. Wouldn't tea that be a bit extravagant? Not at all. As long as you enjoy it, anything goes. I could even buy out this entire milk tea shop just for you. Taotao's eyes widened in astonishment. Buy it all? Is that even possible? Is brother really that wealthy? The young staff, overhearing Su Yubai's words, looked on in shock. Who was this influential figure? Could he truly buy a milk tea shop on a whim? No need for that, brother. I only want 1 cup. That way, I can come back next time, and it will be something to look forward to. Su Yubai considered her words and felt a pang of shame. Such simple logic, and yet his 4-year-old sister understood it better than he did. All right then. Order a cup you like. Taotao's gaze settled on the most visually appealing drink, and confidently she declared, Pretty sister, I'd like a cup of strawberry pudding coconut milk boba. The very sound of boba was inherently adorable, especially when pronounced in her sweet voice. The staff's heart melted, her eyes sparkling with affection. All right. Please wait a few minutes. I'll prepare it for you. Okay. Before long, the milk tea was ready. Su Yubai scanned the payment, and just before departing, the staff smiled warmly at Taotao. You're welcome to visit again, little darling. Taotao released her straw, bobbed her head. Okay, pretty sister, I'll come often. Always welcome. Noticing the staff's infatuated gaze on Taotao, Su Yubai quickened his pace to exit the shop. Brother, could you take a picture of me drinking milk tea? I want to send it to Papa, Mama, Grandpa, and Big Brother San. Su Yubai replied. It's a bit cumbersome to send it to so many people, but they must be missing me. After some thought, Su Yubai pulled out his phone and added Taotao to the family group chat. I've added you to the family group. You can post it there. And everyone, except for Big Brother San, will see it. Taotao queried, why can't Big Brother San see it? Because his phone is confiscated from Monday to Friday, and he only gets it back on weekends. Oh, I see. Poor Big Brother San, he can't play with his phone at all. What a pity. Meanwhile, in class, Su Xingqi sneezed. Achoo. It must be Taotao missing me again. Wait for me, brother. I'll rush home right after class this Friday. Su Yubai set Taotao down, who held her cup of milk tea with both chubby little hands, flashing a broad smile revealing her tiny white teeth.
Click.
After taking the photo, Su Yubai handed the phone to Taotao. What do you think of the picture I took? Taotao glanced at it, exclaiming, Wow. Brother, your photography skills are amazing. Su Yubai's lips curled into a smile. With the patient guidance of her second brother, Taotao learned how to send pictures in the group chat. Delighted with her new skill, she not only sent the photo, but also tossed in a few adorable emojis. Su Qingyun, my little Taotao is so cute. Su Jinghuai. Su Yubai, second brother, is this thing healthy for you to let Taotao drink? From this remark, Su Yubai sensed a wave of jealousy and provocation. Replying with an impassive expression, did you ever refrain from drinking milk tea when you were young? What health crusader are you pretending to be? Su Qingyun. So, what if it's only occasionally? Your grandfather loves milk tea even at his age. Are you going to educate him too? The East Asian Vinegar King. Su Hinwei, silence. Okay, can you just keep quiet? Chapter 52. Unsure of what to gift his sister, perhaps a black card would suffice. Seeing several grown men on the verge of quarreling over him, Taotao hurriedly interjected, Su Jinghuai, big brother, don't worry. Milk tea is delicious and I like it. I'll control myself and one tea drink too much. Xiaoyong. I washed my hair just to see Taotao, and now you tell me the time has changed? Su Xingqi, how are you going to repay me? Sun Boyo. Xiaoyong, you merely washed your hair. I styled mine for 2 whole hours. My arms are about to break from holding them up. Su Xingqi, that's a bit much, really. Sun Boyo. You're not suddenly trying to avoid letting us see Taotao and making up excuses, are you? Su Xingqi. Am I that bored to deceive you? We're really going to have dinner tonight. It'll probably be late afterward. Xiaoyong. All right then, to appease us, send us a few more pictures of Taotao. Chapter 85. What color bag does Taotao like? Upon reading this message, Su Xingqi couldn't help but chuckle. This was his forte. Instead of searching through his phone gallery, he decided to capture the moment on the spot, snapping a few pictures of Taotao, whose dazed expression was perfectly captured. Noticing her brother was taking pictures, Taotao turned her little head to look at Su Xingqi. "Third brother, what are you doing?" While sending the photos to the group, Su Xingqi replied, "Wasn't he the time for releasing the sky lanterns changed to tomorrow night? I shall inform Sun Boyu and Xiaoyang that I invited them to join, and they requested that I send a few of your photographs as compensation for their emotional distress." Taotao tilted her little head in confusion, asking, "What is emotional distress?" "It refers to soothing their wounded hearts due to not being able to see you tonight." "Oh," Taotao nodded, somewhat understanding. "Do those two brothers really want to see me?" Su Xingqi turned to Taotao, earnestly correcting her. "One is named Sun Boyu, the other Xiaoyang. You may simply call them by their names, no need for brother."
Why not?
"Wouldn't that be somewhat impolite?" "It's fine. There's no need for politeness with them."
Taotao, all right then.
Ding dong. A new message popped up in the WeChat group, and Su Xingqi picked up his phone. "Xiaoyang, I never knew such a well-behaved and adorable little human could exist. As a rugged man, I am nearly melted by cuteness. I want to use Taotao's photo as my phone wallpaper. Sun Boyu." This isn't meant to be offensive, but Su Xingqi, are you sure you and Taotao share the same mother? Don't you think there's quite a disparity in looks between you two? Su Xingqi, do you wish to tempt fate? I'm quite handsome, you know? Sun Boyu, somewhat handsome, but not excessively. Su Xingqi retaliated by throwing a panda emoji, a humorous insult, into the group chat, wishing to avoid further conversation with these two fools, but to his surprise, they became even more animated in their discussion. "Xiaoyang, right now I'm scouring my home for a sack, hoping to find a pretty one so I can steal a child tomorrow night. By the way, what color sack does Taotao like? Does she prefer pink? It's my first time stealing a child. I must admit, I'm feeling a bit nervous, hehe." Su Xingqi shot a cold glance at Xiaoyang, who was theatrically performing, and deftly executed a swift maneuver. Unbeknownst to Xiaoyang, he continued his chatter. "What about blue? Would Taotao like that? Or perhaps I should prepare one in every color of the rainbow, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, for her to choose from?" This statement did not appear in the group chat. Xiaoyang noticed the message at the bottom. "You have been removed from the group chat by the administrator." "I was only joking." Su Xingqi, are you incapable of taking a joke? No one heard Xiaoyang's outburst, while Sun Boyu filled the chat with a series of maniacal laughter, simultaneously laughing and cursing. "This fool, looking for a sack. Why not just scoop the child up and run away when you see her tomorrow? Ha ha ha, you're killing me." Su Xingqi turned to Taotao, earnestly advising her. "Taotao, when we go out tomorrow evening to release the sky lanterns, be sure to hold on to your brother tightly, all right?" Holding a bright red apple and savoring its sweetness, Taotao looked up with a perplexed expression, a bit of apple juice glistening at the corner of her mouth. Although she was unsure why her brother suddenly said this, the little one obediently nodded, refraining from questioning, as she was currently immersed in her food. Eating requires her full attention. After all, having received his little sister's affirmative response, Su Xingqi happily ascended the stairs. Su Jinghuai patiently waited for the little one to finish her apple, then pulled out a wet tissue. "Taotao, let me wipe your hands." Taotao obediently sat beside her older brother, extending her tiny palms. Su Jinghuai gently wiped the apple juice from her hands while glancing at her, hesitating to speak. Noticing his expression, Taotao asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" "Brother wants to ask you a question." "Okay. When I was on a video call with your master, he asked me what kind of mooncake you like, and I answered incorrectly. Would you be upset with me, brother?" Taotao tilted her head, somewhat bewildered. "Brother, how long has it been since that? Why are you still thinking about it?" Su Jinghuai was momentarily taken aback. "Is it a long time? Didn't it just happen? Could it be that children's perception of time differs from that of adults? Brother is just afraid you'd be angry, thinking that I don't care about your preferences." "I wouldn't be." The little one shook her head. "I'm not that petty. Brother just didn't he know I don't like mooncakes. It doesn't he mean he doesn't he care. It's like how I don't know what brother likes or dislikes. Does that mean I don't care about you?" Her words struck a chord in Su Jinghuai's heart. What an understanding little angel. "Then, when you have time, could you tell brother what you like and dislike? I'll make sure to remember and buy them for you." As soon as the topic of food was mentioned, the little glutton within her ignited, and she eagerly agreed. "Okay." After saying this, she shyly stuck out her little tongue. "Can I tell brother about something I absolutely love to eat right now?" "Sure, go ahead." Taotao slid off the sofa, tiptoeing to bring her little face closer to her brother's ear, whispering in her soft, tiny voice. I love the cream cake we had at Brothers Company cafeteria last time. Su Jinghui was momentarily stunned, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. You like that? The little one nodded enthusiastically, yes. The one that Secretary Jean took you to eat? Yes. Once the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday is over, I'll take you to the company to eat. How does that sound?
Yay.
Then we can eat as many as we want. All the cream cakes will be for Taotao. How does that sound?
Yay.
Su Jinghui spoke with great enthusiasm, akin to a charismatic salesperson. And the ever-enthusiastic Taotao responded accordingly. Just then their father, Su Qingyun, entered through the hallway, asking, "What are you two talking about?" Taotao was eager to share this delightful news with her father, but Su Jinghui preemptively spoke up, "It's nothing. It's just a little secret between me and Taotao, and you don't need to know." Su Qingyun, Su Jinghui. Is it that I'm unable to wield a knife, or have you become too arrogant? Upon hearing his father's threatening tone, Su Jinghui sense of peril to his life and sprang from the sofa, making a dash up the stairs. While running, he provocatively called out, "Catch me if you can." Su Qingyun's mouth twitched in exasperation. Chapter 86. Su Jinghui. Truly, thank you, my dear. The rebellious, foolish son may escape, but in front of his well-behaved daughter. How could a father allow himself to be humiliated so easily by his foolish son? This simply cannot be. Else, where would his dignity as a father go? With a cold chuckle, Su Qingyun bent down and casually picked up a medium-sized apple from the fruit bowl on the coffee table, standing still, raising it and aiming. Here it goes. The apple flew from his hand, darting through the air like a small dart, and after gaining a bit of unavoidable acceleration, it struck true.
Ah.
A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed from the staircase. The red apple had struck Su Jinghui squarely on the back of his handsome head, causing him to reflexively reach back to touch his head, grimacing in pain. The apple rolled down the stairs, coming to a stop after a brief journey, wobbling side to side before finally standing still. The more Su Jinghui looked at it, the more he felt it was mocking him. "Father, you actually threw an apple at me." Su Qingyun shot him a sideways glance, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Of course I did. Does it require special occasion?" Su Jinghui. Uncertain whether it was merely a figment of his imagination, he felt a peculiar swelling at the back of his head. Taotao gazed in astonishment at the scene before her, her small mouth slightly agape, caught in a moment of indecision, unable to utter a single word.
Ah.
Is this how things transpired during the years she was away from home, with her father and elder brother carrying on in such a manner? The little dumpling found herself utterly perplexed. Rationality urged Taotao to speak, yet she felt conflicted, as both sides were equally dear to her. After all, her elder brother had deliberately provoked their father, and it seemed justifiable for their father to retaliate with an apple. However, upon reflection, being struck by an apple must hurt quite a bit, making her father seem somewhat in the wrong as well. The little dumpling shrugged her tiny hands, sighing, concluding that neither party was entirely blameless. Su Jinghui, increasingly aware of the pain radiating from the back of his head, could no longer contain his indignation and declared, "If you dare strike me, I shall inform my mother." With that, he dashed upstairs. It was difficult to fathom that a 25-year-old man would run off exclaiming he would tell his mother after being struck by his father. Yet the Su family was no stranger to absurdities. On the second floor, Su Jinghui knocked on Lin Wanqiu's bedroom door. Observing her brother's retreat, Taotao's gaze towards Su Qingyun was tinged with anxiety. "Father, my brother is going to tell mother. Do you think she will scold you when she comes down?" Su Qingyun gently ruffled Taotao's round little head, his eyes filled with affection as he reassured her, "Do not worry, mother is very gentle. She will not scold your father, she will only—" Before he could finish, Su Jinghui's voice rang out, filled with grievance. "Mom, what should I do if someone hits your son?" Who dares to hit my son? I shall strike his son." Su Jinghui thought better of that idea. He truly would be grateful, and as they say, thank you, but no. Upon hearing his wife's voice, Su Qingyun leisurely completed his thought, "She will only scold our son." Taotao was momentarily taken aback. The lives of the Su family were indeed vibrant and eventful. At 7:50 p.m., in the largest private room of Jin Yanlu, the servers in traditional attire entered in an orderly fashion, preparing the dishes. The room exuded an antique charm, adorned with a beautifully rendered ink-wash landscape painting, beneath which sat a small, meticulously crafted bonsai of a welcoming pine, its branches elegantly extending, displaying a striking gracefulness. Typically, during family gatherings of this nature, The most respected elder would lead the toast, inviting everyone to join in a drink. Seated at the head of the table, Su Taotao raised his wine glass, proclaiming, "Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, a day for family reunions. Come, let us all raise a glass together. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. May we always be united." As families raised their glasses, a melodious clinking of crystal resonated through the air. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Everyone echoed in unison. Yet, among them, there were those harboring ulterior motives. Song Xuehua frowned slightly as she scrutinized Su Taotao, her mind racing with doubts. How could this old man's health be improving so remarkably? He appeared even more robust and radiant than he had during her last visit to the Su family estate. Logically, a man in his 70s who had suffered from illness should not be experiencing such a swift recovery. Song Xuehua subtly shifted her gaze to the little Taotao, who was happily sipping soy milk.
Burp.
After a delightful sip, Taotao let out a loud little belch. Recalling Su Taotao's previous remark about Taotao being the family's good fortune, Song Xuehua pondered whether the return of this little girl had indeed brought blessings, resulting in the old man's health improving day by day. Yet, Taotao hardly appeared to embody good fortune herself. Why was the old man so partial to her? However, as Song Xuehua regarded Taotao, her eyes narrowed slightly. It mattered not whether this little brat was truly a harbinger of good fortune. What was important was that starting this evening, Su Taotao would become an undeniable source of calamity. Setting down her wine glass, Song Xuehua retrieved a black velvet box from her bag and quietly passed it to her daughter beside her. Su Jingwei accepted it, exchanging a knowing glance with her mother. After a brief 5-minute interval, Su Jingwei, clad in a white dress, awkwardly stood up, her expression a mix of friendliness and discomfort. Song Xuehua turned to her daughter. Feigning surprise, "Weiwei, what is the matter?" Su Jingwei clutched the black velvet box, adhering to her mother's prior instructions, keeping her head down, appearing quite remorseful. "I have something to say." The diners at the table, noticing Su Jingwei's demeanor, paused their conversations to turn towards her. Save for Su Qingyun's family, who continued to eat calmly, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding drama. An instant of awkwardness flickered across Song Xuehua and Su Jingwei's faces. Song Xuehua hastily prompted, "What does Weiwei wish to say? Speak up." Su Jingwei glanced at her grandfather, Su Taotao, and began, "Grandfather, I want to apologize to my sister." Upon uttering this, several guests at the table paused, while Lin Wanqiu lifted her eyelids to regard her with a cold expression, offering no response. The events from the last gathering at the Su family estate resurfaced in Su Taotao's mind. He had no desire to hear Su Jingwei speak. Yet this apology was not for him but rather for Taotao, leaving him without the authority to decide on her behalf. Thus, Su Taotao turned his gaze to his beloved granddaughter, his expression softening into one of warmth and affection, perfectly embodying the essence of a master of quick change.
Taotao.
"She wishes to apologize to you. Do you wish to listen?" Lin Wanqiu observed her father-in-law, her eyes reflecting joy and satisfaction. This old man truly knew how to handle matters, prioritizing Taotao above all else. His phrasing, "Do you wish to listen?" rather than "Will you accept her apology?" subtly shifted the power dynamic, granting Taotao the autonomy of choice. Taotao, cradling her cup of soy milk and nibbling on a small white straw, gazed at Su Jingwei across the table, her expression open and radiant. "Well, I suppose I can listen. Go ahead." Hearing this impudent tone, Song Xuehua's irritation flared anew. Clearly, this unsophisticated bumpkin had spent too long in the countryside, exhibiting a complete lack of upbringing. With her daughter, Weiwei, maintaining such an earnest demeanor, was it not expected that Taotao should be taken aback by the apology? How dare she say she could listen, disregarding her precious Weiwei? The more Song Xuehua contemplated, the angrier she grew, yet recalling her plan, she managed to regain her composure. Su Jingwei, upon hearing Taotao's words, felt her expression shift slightly and instinctively turned to glance at her mother. Receiving a knowing look from Song Xuehua, she resumed her performance.
Taotao.
"Last time at your home, I was in the wrong. After returning home, I felt I should properly apologize to you. I hope you can forgive me. And let us be friends, good friends." The attention of Lin Wanqiu, Su Qingyun, Su Jinghuai, and Su Xingqi all fell upon Su Jingwei, their brows furrowing in concern. The theatrics of this mother-daughter duo seemed to know no bounds. What mischief might they be plotting now? "Yet I am not in want of friends," Taotao declared with utmost seriousness. Both Su Jingwei and Song Xuehua's expressions turned ashen, but for the sake of their grand scheme, they endured.
Su Jingwei forced a smile, remarking.
It's entirely understandable that my dear sister is still upset with me. However, would you kindly accept this gift I have prepared especially for you? Upon hearing the word gift, Su Jinghui and Su Xingqi's vigilance heightened immediately, exchanging wary glances. Taotao, wielding her chopsticks, deftly lifted a small abalone drenched in scallion sauce into her bowl, followed by a chicken leg, munching leisurely as she inquired, "What kind of gift?"
Let me see.
The little chubby one spoke with an air of authority that was surprisingly amusing. Noting her lack of decorum, Su Jingwei inhaled deeply, clutching the black velvet box as she maneuvered around the chair towards Taotao. "A friendly reminder, you needn't come over. Just place the gift on the revolving tray and spin it over to me." Su Jingwei, Song Xuehua. This little imp had a knack for humiliation. Let us see how she continues to frolic within the Su family from this day forth. The black velvet box was spun before Taotao, and Su Jinghui and Su Xingqi, seated beside their precious sister, fixated their gazes upon it as if they could pierce through the box itself. Taotao extended her tiny hand to grasp the box, casting a fleeting glance at the mother-daughter duo across from her, poised to unveil its contents when suddenly, she was halted by the hands of her two brothers. "Let us do it!" they exclaimed in unison, their voices resonating powerfully, causing the entire private room to tremble. Initially inclined to decline, confident in her ability to manage the situation, Taotao reconsidered, remembering her brother's concerns, and accepted with delight. Her voice, sweeter than the desserts on the table, chimed, "All right." With that, she released her grip, and Su Jinghui and Su Xingqi each took hold of the box, one to lift it, the other to open it, both wearing solemn expressions. 1, 2, 3.
Click.
The box sprang open. The moment they discerned its contents, both brothers exhaled in relief. Damn, we thought it was some secret weapon. Or perhaps one of those frightful fake snakes or spiders designed to terrify children. Instead, it was merely a golden lock pendant? With their apprehensions alleviated, the brothers handed the box back to Taotao, having verified there was no trickery involved. Their earnest demeanor left Taotao somewhat bewildered. "You're my brothers, not my guardians." She sighed internally at their silliness and turned her gaze back to the contents of the box. At that moment, her brow furrowed. Something about this pendant felt amiss. The golden lock, exquisitely crafted and strung on a black cord, appeared innocuous to the untrained eye. However, it was well known that Taotao was no ordinary child. At this instant, a palpable shadowy mist encircled the golden lock, as if it had been sealed within the box for ages and was now attempting to escape with a piercing scream. One particular wisp seemed to surge directly toward Taotao. Yet, she anticipated its little trick, and with a swift motion, her chubby hand slammed the box shut. In that fleeting moment, the dark mist vanished entirely, and the stifling air around them transformed into a breath of freshness, returning to normalcy. Song Xuehua, who had been attentively observing Taotao's actions, noted her closed box with a grim countenance. Why wouldn't she wear it? Had she discovered something?
Impossible.
The vendor had assured her that only a master with profound skills could discern any issues with the pendant. And this little girl was merely 4 years old. How could she possibly understand such matters?
Su Jingwei, smiling sweetly, addressed Taotao, "Sister,
don't you like the gift I've given you?" "Not at all, I rather like it." "Then why won't you wear it? Is it just inconvenient for you? Shall I assist you in putting it on? This pendant was meticulously selected by my mother and me. You would look splendid wearing it." As Su Jingwei approached, her steps were abruptly interrupted by Taotao. "No need. I've never been fond of wearing these frivolous trinkets. They hinder my movements." The term frivolous struck a nerve with Song Xuehua, who gritted her teeth at the sheer rudeness of this little brat in describing the gifts bestowed upon her by the mother-daughter pair. Taotao beamed at Song Xuehua, her face radiating sunshine. "Auntie, what's wrong? Your face seems to be twitching a bit. Do you need a massage?" Chapter 88. Taotao slaps Song Xuehua. Taotao's words were playful and light-hearted, adorably endearing. Yet, to the guilty Song Xuehua, they sounded like an attempt to mock her. Song Xuehua chuckled, feigning calm and elegance. "No need, my face feels perfectly fine." "No, it does not." Taotao's tone was resolute. "Song Xuehua, I truly don't." "Indeed you do." Why was communication with her so arduous? Song Xuehua felt herself nearing a breaking point. "Auntie, you've already given me a gift, so what's the need for pleasantries? I can see that your face is indeed a bit uncomfortable. Don't worry, my massage technique is top-notch, sure to be both soothing and effective. Come on, give it a try." Song Xuehua gazed at Taotao, utterly perplexed by her intentions, yet at a loss for how to refuse. She remained silent. Taotao turned her gaze to her older brothers, her eyes sparkling with innocence, but in that moment, Su Jinghuai and Su Xingqi shared an unspoken understanding that only brothers could possess.
Su inquilin closer su ginchuai, brother.
I believe Taotao wants us to help persuade Auntie. Su Jinghuai nodded. I surmised as much. Shall we take action? Indeed. Although they were unsure of Taotao's true intentions regarding Auntie, the message from their beloved sister was as good as a royal decree. It was destiny. They were compelled to act without delay. With that, Su Jinghuai and Su Xingqi rose in unison from their seats, striding towards Song Xuehua. Lin Wanqiu watched them with curiosity. What are you two up to? At that moment, a soft, chubby hand reached out, gently turning Lin Wanqiu's face towards her, locking eyes with her mother. Taotao leaned in close to Lin Wanqiu's ear. Mom, don't worry. It's me who sent the older brothers to you. Just sit back and watch our performance. Though unaware of the children's impending actions, Lin Wanqiu instinctively chose to trust her precious daughter. She tenderly pinched Taotao's cheek. All right. Facing them, Song Xuehua felt a sudden unease as Su Jinghuai and Su Xingqi approached with stern expressions. What are you two planning? The towering brothers flanked either side of her, causing her heart to leap into her throat. Auntie, you should trust Taotao. Her massage skills are truly exceptional. When my brother and I felt discomfort in our faces, she was the one who helped us, right, brother?
Su Jinhuai affirmed. Indeed.
Plus, since you've given Taotao a gift, it's only fair that she reciprocates with a gift of her own. Don't you think? A massage shall serve as her token of gratitude. The two brothers lied with their eyes wide open, not even hesitating for a second. The more abnormally calm they acted, the more frightened Song Xuehua became. She shrank hard against the back of the chair.
Su Jinhuai siot su sinichialuk.
The latter understood instantly. At that moment, the brothers' tacit understanding hit its peak. They both reached out at the same time and lifted Song Xuehua straight up from the chair. Two tall men well over 6 feet easily carried her forward as if she were a little chick. She was short enough that her feet didn't even touch the ground. Song Xuehua nearly went insane, her face turning pale with shock as she kicked her legs wildly. What are you doing?
Put me down. Right now.
But no matter how much she struggled, Su Jinghuai and Su Xingqi's grips were like iron shackles, locking her in place. They brought her in front of Taotao. The little girl, wearing tiny suspender pants and her hair tied into neza buns, stood on a chair and began rolling up her sleeves. Once her sleeves were pushed up, a section of her fair, lotus root-like chubby arm was revealed. So tender it made people want to take a bite. Taotao rubbed her little hands together and smiled sweetly. Third aunt, don't be scared. Trust my technique. As she spoke, she placed her hands on Song Xuehua's face and started massaging, pressing acupoints and lymph nodes. At first, Song Xuehua resisted, but after a full round, she realized it was actually kind of comfortable.
Fine then.
Since this brat insisted on giving her a massage, she'd just enjoy it. After all, being allowed to massage her precious face was this little brat's blessing from a past life. Song Xuehua closed her eyes, indulging in her own fantasies, completely unaware of the faint mockery and sharpness in Taotao's gaze. The chubby little hands moved slowly across her face, quietly gathering strength. Finally, Taotao mustered all her power. The next second, smack. A crisp slap echoed through the private room. Time froze at that instant. Everyone was stunned. Su Lixin reacted the fastest, instantly pulling out her phone and starting to record. How could such a satisfying scene not be documented? This is legendary. Taotao is mighty. Guanlin gave her daughter a thumbs up and lowered her voice. Well played. Taotao herself had no idea how much force she'd used. She only knew that her little hand felt a bit numb now.
Ouch.
Song Xuehua's cheek immediately swelled and reddened. It burned and itched. She stared in disbelief, her eyes nearly popping out.
Su Taotao.
What are you doing? You actually dared to hit me. She lunged toward Taotao, but before she could even take a step, Su Xingqi grabbed her by the collar. Cough, cough. Her throat was constricted, and she choked, her face turning bright red. Su Xingqi forced back his laughter. Third aunt, listen to yourself. Didn't we say Taotao was giving you a massage? How could she be deliberately hitting you? That was just one step in the Taotao-style massage. Just endure it. Worried that this crazy woman might snap, Su Jinghuai quietly lifted Taotao off the chair and held her protectively in his arms. Like a perfect straight man, he added, that's right. Song Xuehua's face felt like it was on fire. She was so angry she was about to spit blood. Lin Wanqiu and Su Qingyan looked as if their expressions were about to crack from shock. Meanwhile, Su Heqian, clearly someone who had seen big scenes before, sat upright in the main seat, calm as ever. Seeing his wife slapped for no apparent reason, Su Qinglin finally stood up. Big brother, is this how you educate your daughter? Slapping a senior? That's rebellion and unfilial behavior. You'll get struck by lightning for this. Su Jinghui lowered his eyes and looked at the chubby little hand wrapped in his palm, then glanced at Song Xuehua's red cheek, falling into deep thought. Looks like all that food hadn't gone to waste. This wasn't a soft little chubby hand at all. It was basically a child's iron palm. Good thing he'd never bullied the little one before. If that slap had landed on his face, wouldn't that be instant death? Chapter 89. The whole world owes you an Oscar, right? Su Jinghui felt a chill of fear and hugged the little girl a bit tighter. Taotao shot him a slow, resentful look. Big brother, you're squeezing the kid. He immediately loosened his hold.
Saw thee.
Big brother got a little nervous. Taotao sweetly reached up with her chubby hand and patted his face. Why are you nervous, quack? Feeling that little hand moving on his face, Su Jinghui couldn't help worrying that she might suddenly slap him too. After all, when Taotao had first come home, he'd called her little brat many times. Who knew if his precious sister was still holding a grudge and waiting to take revenge? Just as he was calming himself, Taotao leaned close to his ear and whispered, Brother, are you worried third aunt might hit you?
Su Hinawei froze.
Look at this mindset. She was the one who slapped someone, yet she was worried someone else would hit him. On a whim, he teased her seriously. Yeah, big brother's a little scared. What should I do? Taotao immediately wrapped her little arms around his neck and comforted him in her soft baby voice. Big brother, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Bad women wouldn't dare hit you, or third brother. That sentence landed squarely in Song Xuehua's ears, who was already furious.
Su Taotao.
Who are you calling a bad woman? Who taught you to slander your elders like this? Do you even know how to write the word respect? So what if you came back to live in the city? You're still full of that rural vulgarity. Su Heqian slammed the table with a loud bang. His face dark as thunder. Song Xuehua was instantly scared into silence. Lin Wanqiu shot back directly. My daughter is very polite. You've lived all these years for nothing. Always finding fault with others. Never realizing that what people dislike most is you.
Pa.
You. Song Xuehua was about to speak when Taotao interrupted her. Third aunt. Do you know why I slapped you just now? Song Xuehua instantly got excited and pointed at Taotao.
Did you hear that?
Everyone heard it. She admitted she hit me. That means she did it on purpose. Held in Su Jinghui's arms, Taotao was positioned higher than Song Xuehua. She looked down at her. Her bright eyes filled with disdain. Yeah, I did it on purpose. Wanna know why? Song Xuehua and Su Jinghui both froze, staring at Taotao, but neither spoke. Lin Wanqiu and Su Qingyan knew their daughter well. If Taotao said this much, then there had to be something behind it. Song Xuehua stared at Taotao. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but she felt like Taotao had seen through something.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
How could this useless little wretch see through the problem with that gold lock pendant? No way. You hit me first. How would I know the reason? Song Xuehua snapped. Her face red. Because you wanted to hurt me. Taotao cuddled against her big brother's shoulder, cute as ever. Song Xuehua's face changed instantly. You're talking nonsense. When did I ever want to hurt you? Taotao smiled sweetly. I knew you'd be thick-skinned enough to deny it. Then let me ask you a few questions. For reasons unknown, upon hearing those words, Song Xuehua suddenly felt a hint of unease in her heart. Yet she subconsciously chose to believe the words of the individual who had sold her the item. Pray tell, where did this golden locket pendant you gifted me come from? Upon hearing their precious daughter pose such a question, Lin Wanqiu and Su Qingyan instantly deduced something amiss. The pendant had been scrutinized by Taotao. Su Jinghui was momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning to glance at Song Xuehua. However, Song Xuehua responded with remarkable composure. Where could it have come from? I bought it. Where did you purchase it? From whom did you acquire it? Taotao continued to probe. The sense of unease within Song Xuehua intensified. How could this insistent girl be so thorough in her inquiries? A foreboding feeling lingered, yet she steeled herself to continue. I have traveled to many places. How could I possibly remember from whom I bought it? Oh, I don't recall. How unfortunate. But my master taught me never to accept gifts without provenance. Especially jewelry carried on one's person, So I shall not accept this golden locket pendant. You should keep it for yourselves. It looks quite lovely on Sister Wei Wei. Witnessing the unfolding situation, Su Xingqi, who had been observing quietly, recalled his precious sister's mystical constitution and became resolute that the golden locket pendant indeed harbored some issue. Yet, he knew only his dear sister could perceive its abnormality. Thus, he promptly chimed in, indeed. Come, let me wear it for her. With that, Su Xingqi reached for the golden locket pendant from the box, moving it towards Su Jingwei's neck, causing Song Xuehua to nearly lose all color in her face.
No.
She intercepted Su Xingqi, pulling Su Jingwei protectively behind her. As events unfolded, those present began to discern the underlying tension. Su Heqian furrowed his brows, his authoritative tone resonating as he spoke. Is there something wrong with this golden locket? I demand the truth. The heart of Song Xuehua sank, and she quickly denied. There's nothing wrong, Dad. It's merely an ordinary golden locket pendant. I thought after the little misunderstanding between Wei Wei and Taotao, it would be best to mend fences as sisters, so I brought this pendant I purchased during my travels for Wei Wei to gift to Taotao. I never expected she would be ungrateful and slander us both here. Dad, you must stand up for Wei Wei and me. As Song Xuehua spoke, she fully embraced the role, her eyes glistening as if on the brink of tears. All the women present could see through her facade. Lin Wanqiu and Guan Lin, who typically found Song Xuehua's display of feigned vulnerability insufferable, could not contain themselves, with Guan Lin boldly interjecting, if you have something to say, say it. But spare us the theatrics. Who are you trying to impress? The world doesn't owe you an Oscar. Taken aback by Guan Lin's direct confrontation, Song Xuehua appeared as though she had just swallowed something bitter. Su Heqian had no intention of addressing her. Instead, he turned to Taotao with a kindly expression that radiated warmth and compassion. Taotao, can you tell grandfather what is wrong with this golden locket pendant, please? Taotao nodded, her small voice brimming with confidence. Sure. The expressions of Song Xuehua and Su Qingyun instantly soured. Chapter 90. At best, bad luck. At worst, sudden death. Taotao patted Su Jinghui's shoulder. Big brother, please set me down on the chair. Without a word, Su Jinghui complied, transforming from the domineering CEO into a devoted little helper. Third brother, hand me the box. Su Xingqi bowed and presented the box to his precious sister with utmost reverence. Taotao regarded her two silly brothers. You really needn't go to such lengths. Yet, this scene was met with great satisfaction by Lin Wanqiu and Su Qingyun. Taotao received the velvet box and opened it, only for the dark mist to escape once more, emitting piercing and mournful wails. However, this black mist was visible and audible only to her. Taotao furrowed her brows slightly. Her lips moved as she recited an incantation. Boundless heavens, dissolve the primordial spirit. The 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, weave the net of heaven and earth. Unleash the deadly array. The shrill cries of the dark mist intensified, yet just as it seemed poised to explode, it vanished entirely. Taotao knew, however, that it had not truly disappeared but was merely sealed away temporarily, for the malevolent spirit contained within the hollow golden locket was exceedingly potent. Taotao placed the golden locket on the table and seized the pristine glass ashtray beside her, crashing it down upon the golden locket with all her might. With a deafening bang, Song Xuehua turned pale, her gaze fixated on the ashtray in Taotao's hand, her face etched with disbelief. How could this be? While gold is malleable, the contents within were not. With that strike, the concealed items within were fully revealed. 3 grayish-white beads emerged, their shapes irregular. Su Leixin, standing at a distance, found it difficult to discern clearly, so she approached for a closer inspection. Upon realizing what it was, she instinctively exclaimed, "What the heck?" The Su family maintained strict decorum, and the children were not permitted to utter foul language. Su Qingyong shot her a withering glance, prompting Su Leixin to hastily explain. I didn't mean to swear, it's a skull. So terrifying, oh my. With that, she ducked behind her mother. Guan Lin wrapped her arm around Su Leixin's shoulders, offering her a look of approval, and Su Leixin chuckled to herself. Having spent weekends indulging in escape room games with friends, what was there to fear from a mere skull? It was all part of the act, exaggerated for effect to facilitate Taotao's performance. Su Leixin's exaggerated scream successfully captured everyone's attention, and all eyes turned toward the shattered golden locket. Su Xingqi was also taken aback. No way. It really is a skull? What on earth is this bizarre thing? Song Xuehua's mind raced as she scrambled for a plausible explanation, yet her thoughts were a blank slate. She looked at Taotao in shock. How on earth did this little brat discover it? The individual who sold her the golden locket had clearly stated that only a highly skilled practitioner could discern its faults. Within the hollow golden locket lay 3 skull-shaped beads, crafted from the bones of the deceased, embodying the spirits of those who had been wronged and met with untimely ends. Even those unfamiliar with such matters could sense the eerie and peculiar nature of this item with just a glance. The words Taotao uttered next sent a chill down the spine of everyone present. These 3 skull beads are also hollow, each containing the ashes of a dead person, the vengeful spirits of those who suffered terribly. These skull beads were made from their bones. These 3 spirits have yet to be pacified. Their souls roam the earth. And wearing such a profoundly sinister object invites misfortune, leading to everything going awry, or worse at this point. Taotao paused, casting a penetrating gaze at Song Xuehua and Su Jingwei, her demeanor resolute, exuding a fierce aura not typical of a child of 4. The very words she spoke pierced through Song Xuehua, creating a palpable sense of dissonance, as if she were caught in a dream. What manner of being was this little imp before her? Su Heqian, visibly anxious, turned his attention to his precious granddaughter. Taotao, what do you mean by worse? Heavy calamities may ensue, leading to a gruesome demise, leaving one's remains exposed in the wilderness. Taotao's delicate yet commanding voice resonated with an undeniable force, reverberating within the hearts of all present, akin to an innate high-pitched trumpet. Lin Wanqiu furrowed her brows, exchanging a grave glance with Su Qingyun. Both of their expressions marred with distress, while Lin Wanqiu clenched her fists tightly. Su Heqian's hands, which were clasped behind his back, trembled slightly as he regarded Taotao with utmost seriousness, pronouncing each word with deliberate weight. Taotao, is what you speak of truly the case? Indeed, it is. Taotao affirmed with a nod. These tricks may seem formidable to others, but they are mere trifles to me. I can see through them effortlessly. For my master has taught me all. All eyes turned towards Song Xuehua, grappling with the incredulity that a senior could exhibit such cruelty towards a mere child, one who was just 4 years of age. Under the scrutinizing gazes, Song Xuehua found herself cornered, instinctively seeking refuge in her husband Su Qinglin's gaze. The expression on Su Qinglin's face revealed that he was fully aware of the circumstances. Su Heqian closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. Su Qingyang and Su Qingyun, noticing his state, rushed to comfort him, fearing the elder might be provoked into a fit. Su Heqian waved his hand, maintaining a relatively composed demeanor. Do not worry, I am fine. Father, what can a child like Taotao possibly understand? What she just said was nothing but nonsense. Xuehua and Weiwei had the best of intentions. It is unfortunate that she has misconstrued it all. We were unaware of what was hidden within that gold lock. We merely found it aesthetically pleasing and thought to gift it to Tao. Silence, you wretch! Su Heqian interrupted Su Qinglin, his wrath palpable, wishing to strike him across the face. Suddenly berated, Su Qinglin stammered, "Elder brother." "Father." Su Qingyun stepped forward hastily upon hearing his father's call. "I believe they will not shed tears until they see the coffin. You should seek out a trustworthy master for a personal appraisal." "Very well,"
Su Qingyun declared,
reaching for the scattered skull beads on the table, only to be halted by Taotao. "Father, do not touch them." A pang of alarm struck Su Qingyun, compelling him to withdraw his hand. While reciting a spell in her heart, Taotao collected the skull beads and the broken gold lock, placing them into a box and handing it to her father. These items posed no threat to her when touched with her incantation, but no one else must dare to handle them. Su Qinglin's lips moved as if to speak again, but was silenced by a stern glance from Su Heqian. "Take your wife and daughter, and leave at once." The usually benevolent elder's sudden fury startled Su Jingwei, who instinctively hid behind the adults, while Song Xuehua shielded her. Her mind a whirlpool of confusion. Chapter 91. As long as they do not die, exert as much strength as necessary. How had matters devolved to this point? This was far from her expectations. In her plans, Su Taotao would eagerly accept the gold lock pendant and don it immediately, after which she would begin to experience discomfort or minor injuries that very night. In due course, she would be bedridden with a high fever, succumbing to illness, thus preventing her from being active. Once that little wretch could no longer prance about, she would be unable to garner attention in front of everyone, and without that visibility, how could she compete for the elder's favor? Ultimately, the most cherished granddaughter in the Su family would remain Su Jingwei. As for the ominous warnings of bloodshed and untimely death that Su Taotao had uttered, Song Xuehua deemed them mere fabrications. as the individual who sold her the gold lock had uttered no such dire predictions, only that the wearer would fall ill and grow increasingly unwell. It was this little wretch who had deliberately exaggerated matters to tarnish her reputation. With her chest puffed out, Song Xuehua sought to explain herself to Su Huqian, only to be yanked back by Su Qinglin, who darkly murmured, "Let us depart." The three of them exited the private room. Once they left, the atmosphere within the room noticeably softened, yet the delightful mid-autumn reunion feast had been tainted by the actions of three disruptive guests, leaving everyone as spirits somewhat dampened. Particularly Su Qingyang, who had hosted the gathering, his countenance darkening to that of a soot-stained pot. "It's all my fault for inviting them. If I ever invite the third branch to another family gathering, I'll consider myself a dog." Su Qingyang's abrupt exclamation lightened the mood considerably, prompting Su Lixin to suppress a laugh at her father's expense. All right, father, this is not your fault. Do not be so hard on yourself." Su Huqian also sought to console him. "Why blame yourself? Your intention was merely to bring everyone together. There's nothing wrong with that. The fault lies with that family, whose hearts are rotten." Su Qingyun and Su Qingyang exchanged knowing glances, each discerning the weight of the situation reflected in the other's eyes. This was their father, and they understood him better than anyone. The more calmly he spoke during serious matters, the graver the outcome. The Su Qinglin family was doomed this time. As everyone turned their attention, they realized Su Jinghuai was absent. Su Xingqi queried, "Where's my brother?" Su Lixin pointed towards the door. "I just saw cousin leave to make a phone call. He has been gone for a while." Lin Wanqiu frowned. "Why is he taking so long? Who is he calling?" Su Xingqi shrugged. "I do not know." Su Qingyun settled down with Taotao in a chair, his expression sour. He felt aggrieved that his sister had been wronged. And yet he showed no concern. A heartless little rascal. Taotao tilted her small head to gaze at her father, her sweet voice offering comfort. "Papa, my brother isn't neglecting me. He must be on an important work call." Su Qingyun picked up a piece of beef brisket, placing it in his daughter's bowl. Still discontent. "No matter how important work is, it cannot compare to our Taotao." Taotao scooped the brisket into her mouth, attempting to redirect her father's attention with sweet praise. "The meat you gave me is so delicious, Daddy." "Thank you." Upon hearing this, Su Qinjian's expression softened, and he reached out to pat his darling daughter's head. "If it's tasty, then eat a bit more." "Okay." The group continued their meal, the atmosphere gradually returning to its prior lightheartedness. Meanwhile, in the small aerial courtyard on the south side of the room, Su Jinghuai stood beside the koi pond, on the phone with his head bodyguard De Gang. "Bring a few men, set off immediately to intercept Su Qinglin and Song Xuehua. Drag them into a narrow alley. Exert as much strength as necessary, provided they do not die." De Gang's deep, resonant voice echoed through the phone. "Understood." After a moment, Su Jinghuai recalled something else.
"Oh."
"They are also accompanied by a girl. A few intimidating words should suffice. No need for violence, but it would be best if she cried, frightened enough to never err again." Though 8-year-old Su Jingwei was indeed detestable, her misbehavior was likely a reflection of her parents' influence. The Sei Su Jinghuai, a man of subtle prowess and renown, spoke with a faint tone. "Oh, I just stepped out to make a phone call." "Then come sit next to Taotao. I shall step out for a moment," he added. "Where are you going?"
"Inguayer Suhinawai."
Su Qingyun shot him a cold glare, his tone indifferent. "Why do you need to know so much?" Taotao, curious, chimed in, "Daddy, what are you going out for?" Immediately, Su Qingyun bent down, affectionately ruffling his beloved daughter's hair, and smiled gently. "Daddy is just stepping out for a phone call. I will return shortly." "All right," she replied. With that, Su Qingyun exited the private room. Su Jinghuai observed, "Look at this double standard. It's truly heart-wrenching, though I have grown accustomed to it." Closing the door behind him, Su Qingyun made his way to the spot where Su Jinghuai had just made his call and dialed the head of the Su family's bodyguards. "Wu, I need you to head out immediately and bring a few men to intercept Su Qinglin and Song Xuehua." On the other end, Wu, puzzled by his employer's menacing tone, asked, "Boss, are you referring to your brother and sister-in-law?" "Yes, precisely them. Once you intercept them, give them a good beating." Although Wu was perplexed as to why his boss would suddenly wish to assault his own brother, he understood that following orders was paramount, and he would act without delay. "Understood, I'm on my way now." After hanging up, Su Qingyun adjusted his tie, mirroring the earlier actions of Su Jinghuai, before returning to the private room. Dinner was nearing its conclusion. The little one was already indulging in dessert and fruit, blissfully devouring a large, red strawberry. Lin Wanxiu, noticing Su Qingyun's return, asked, "Where did you go?" "Just stepped out to make a phone call," he replied. Lin Wanxiu found it peculiar. Why does everyone seem to have so many calls to make tonight? Su Qingyun chose not to elaborate further, leaning closer to his wife and whispering, "I'll tell you when we get home." All right then. Chapter 92, A Heartfelt Satisfaction. Su Qinglin and Song Xuehua are being beaten in the alley. Upon returning home after dinner, Su Xingqi plopped down on the sofa, resting his elbows on its arms, deep in thought, his expression grave. Lin Wanxiu, observing her son, sensed something was amiss. "You seem distracted in the car. What's wrong?" Su Xingqi slowly shook his head. "Nothing." With that, he bolted up the stairs to his room as if his seat were on fire. Closing the door, Su Xingqi dialed the group voice call for room 5 of the psychiatric hospital. After his first attempt went unanswered, he dialed again. And as soon as Sun Boyu and Xiaoyang joined, they began to berate him. "Are you out of your mind? We were in the middle of a game." Su Xingqi interrupted. "Someone is bullying my sister." The two were momentarily taken aback. "What did you just say? Someone is bullying your sister? Bullying Taotao?"
Yes.
"Who the hell dares to bully Taotao? We must go settle this." Sun Boyo exclaimed, "Give me their name, and I'll gather some people." Sitting back in his chair, Su Xingqi crossed his legs nonchalantly. "No need to find more people. The 3 of us will suffice. How many are on the other side? Even though we're strong, it's wise to be cautious." Su Xingqi's leg bounced energetically. "Just a couple, 2 amateurs." Sun Boyer and Xiaoyang exchanged glances. "A couple? Who?" "My uncle and aunt. 2 worthless individuals, complete trash." "Those 2 are bullying Taotao?" "Yes." "How are they bullying her?" "I'll fill you in on the details later. For now, let us just go beat them up." "Absolutely. Although we haven't met Taotao yet, we already consider her our little sister. Anyone who bullies her is bullying us. I'll make them pay." "Exactly." Su Xingqi, momentarily speechless, replied, "I appreciate you both for standing up for Taotao. But let us not forget, she is my biological sister." Sun Boyer and Xiaoyang exchanged glances. "Can you stop being so petty? We don't have sisters, so we're just saying it out of sympathy." "Not acceptable." Sun Boyer, eager to get back on track, directly asked, "When do we act? Where does your uncle live? What's the usual route home? Day or night?" Xiaoyang suggested, "How about we head out right now? You can lure your uncle out with a call." Su Xingqi pondered. "I initially planned to act tonight, but I have a feeling one of my father or brother might catch on. They will likely go after my uncle and aunt as well. Based on my understanding of them, it's probably my brother, who is a domineering CEO with strong execution. He might send someone to deal with them tonight. Therefore, I've decided to stagger our timing so that those 2 trash can experience being beaten twice in succession." "All right. Just let us know when. We're ready at any time." "Yes, always ready." Feeling satisfied, Su Xingqi hung up the phone, invigorated. After changing his clothes, he went downstairs and saw Su Jinghuai intently focused on his phone. "Where's Taotao?" he asked. "Your mother took her upstairs for a bath."
Oh.
Su Jinghuai remained absorbed in his phone, and as Su Xingqi sought to confirm his suspicions, he was drawn to a faint sound of someone screaming from the device. Curious, he leaned in and asked, "Brother, what are you watching? A movie?"
No, Su Jinhuai replied flatly.
"Then what is it? Let me see." Su Jinghuai shielded the screen with his chest, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Why are you so curious?" Su Xingqi, slightly exasperated, insisted, "Let me see." That scream sounded strangely familiar. After glancing toward the stairs to ensure no one was descending, Su Jinghuai relented. "I'll show you. But you must not tell Mom and Dad." "Of course, I swear." Su Xingqi raised 3 fingers toward the ceiling. "All right, come sit here. Let us enjoy this together." As Su Xingqi sat down and gazed at the screen, his expression shattered into disbelief. "What the hell? Is this a live broadcast?"
Yes.
In the WeChat video, the man receiving a beating was none other than Su Qinglin himself. Several imposing bodyguards hoisted Su Qinglin as if he were a mere chick, while others pummeled him with relentless fists. The quiet alley echoed with the anguished cries of both men and women.
Slap.
Song Xuehua received a heavy slap to her face. The bodyguards accompanying Su Jinghuai had undergone rigorous training. The force of a single slap left Song Xuehua feeling as if half her de gang's voice resonated with a deep and robust timbre, brimming with vitality. As he stood face to face with Su Jinghuai. However, due to the backlighting, Su Jinghuai could scarcely discern his features. "What are you crying about? It's utterly maddening. Keep it down." This exclamation struck Su Jingwei like a bolt from the blue, silencing her in an instant. She wanted to weep, but found herself unable to. Her emotions bubbling over like a pig with asthma, snorting and wheezing in distress. Nearby, Su Qinglin and Song Xuehua were also on the ground, enduring blows while hurling insults. Do you even know who I am to dare lay a hand on me? I could make you disappear without a trace, with just a flick of my finger. Believe it or not. De Gang delivered a swift kick to Su Qinglin's abdomen, effectively silencing the tirade of profanities that was about to spill forth. Su Xingqi stared at the video in awe, nearly jumping with excitement. Awesome. Absolutely exhilarating. Brother. You are my only brother. Su Jinghuai furrowed his brow. Lower your voice. We don't want Mom and Dad to hear. Su Xingqi glanced around, adopting a conspiratorial expression. Brother, let me share a secret with you. I've also arranged for Sun Boyer and Xiaoyang to join in on the fun, planning to give them a good thrashing under the cover of night. And you, indeed, beat me to it. Brother, you are my idol. Upon hearing this, Su Jinghuai raised an eyebrow, a flicker of admiration glimmering in his eyes. Ready to commend his brother when a voice filled with approval suddenly emerged from behind them. You two little rascals have done well this time, aligning your thoughts with mine. It brings me great comfort. Both Su Jinghuai and Su Xingqi jumped in surprise, springing up from the couch in unison, exuding an air of innocence. Goodness. Chapter 93, Taotao. The feeling of being unconditionally trusted by family is so blissful. Upon hearing his two foolish sons utter profanities, Su Qingyun surprisingly did not express anger. Considering that you two have shown such synchronicity with me tonight, I shall overlook your foul language. However, remember that you must never speak in such a manner in front of Taotao. We must provide her with a healthy environment for growth, understood? Su Jinghuai and Su Xingqi were hardly focused on this admonition, nodding vigorously. Yes, we understand.
Dad.
What did you mean when you said we were on the same wavelength? Su Qingyun settled into the opposite couch, crossing his legs with an air of authority. I also sent someone to give that couple a good beating.
They should be cornered by now.
The video with Su Jinghuai and De Gang had not yet ended. Within it, De Gang was confronted by a sudden surge of individuals clad in black, their muscular frames indicating they were allies. Boss, we've encountered comrades. They seem to be here for the same purpose. Do not panic, they are on our side. Join forces with them, De Gang instructed, wearing headphones. Thus the others could not hear Su Jinghuai's words. Understood. De Gang responded with fervor. He then turned to the group of comrades. Brothers, we are allies. Shall we join forces? Ah nodded. All right, let's go. Thus, the alley echoed with cries even more harrowing than before, reminiscent of slaughter, as the onslaught continued in waves. Su Jinghuai, satisfied, ended the video call, while Su Xingqi's excitement was palpable as he glanced between his brother and father. Dad, brother, you both are so manly. The two formidable figures exchanged nonchalant glances at the exuberant youth, embodying a demeanor of modesty and restraint. I have also coordinated with Sun Boyer and Xiaoyang to arrange a time to deal with them. Not to rain on your parade, but you might want to reconsider. Su Xingqi looked at his father with a hint of dissatisfaction. Why? I want to avenge Taotao too. Su Qingyun adjusted his cuffs as he explained. It's not that I have any objections to you, but primarily, my orders tonight were to ensure they do not suffer fatal harm, employing as much force as necessary. Upon hearing this, Su Jinghuai interjected. Indeed, I have given similar instructions to my people. After enduring 2 beatings, they will likely sustain severe injuries. If you go after them afterward, you might inadvertently finish them off. But I cannot swallow my pride without personally dealing with them. My Taotao has someone backing her. Su Xingqi exclaimed, his emotions surging as he slammed his fist on the coffee table with a resounding thud. Meanwhile, in the upstairs bedroom, Lin Wanqiu was applying body lotion to Taotao, a child-specific formula with a refreshing peach scent, filling the room with a delightful aroma. The freshly bathed little one, her skin radiating with a rosy sheen, was irresistibly soft to the touch. Unable to resist, Lin Wanqiu playfully poked at her daughter's chubby arms while they giggled joyfully, the room resonating with their laughter. Children are always perceptive. Upon hearing the ruckus from downstairs, Taotao perked up her little ears, her expression turning serious.
Mom.
Did you hear that? What are Dad and Brother doing downstairs? They aren't fighting, are they? Lin Wanqiu nodded. Yes, I heard it too. Shall we hurry and finish up here to check? Okay. Su Jinghuai and Su Qingyun placed a hand on Su Xingqi's shoulder, their gazes filled with sympathy. What can we say? You're a little rascal. We got a head start, leaving you with no room to shine. Most importantly, there's still one big shot yet to make his move. Upon hearing this, Su Xingqi looked at his brother in confusion. What do you mean? Who hasn't made a move? Just as he posed the question, realization dawned on him, and his eyes brightened. Brother, are you talking about Grandpa? Indeed, Su Qingyun and Su Jinghuai replied in unison. Is Grandpa also going to deal with them? Su Qingyun shook his head. Not quite. Using the same method repeatedly loses its charm, and besides, your grandfather is not someone to be trifled with. Have you heard the saying, old ginger is spicier? When he acts, it won't merely be about teaching them a lesson.
Wait and see.
Absolutely, Su Jinghuai affirmed. Su Xingqi, being young, did not fully comprehend their insinuations, feeling they were hinting at something elusive. Yet he could not quite grasp it. At that moment, the familiar sound of footsteps echoed, and the three men turned to see Taotao running towards them, her hair freshly dried, styled into a loose bun atop her head, bouncing adorably with her every step. Did you finish your bath, Taotao? Su Qingyun opened his arms to welcome his daughter. As Su Qingyun and Su Xingqi observed this tender moment, their expressions turned somewhat complicated.
Dad.
Your use of endearing terms is a bit nauseating. Perhaps you should refrain from it in the future. Su Chenjiayun shot them a glare, instantly silencing the two foolish sons. Taotao, nestled in her father's embrace, looked up with her round, sparkling eyes. Mom, and I heard something crashing downstairs. Dad, brother, what are you doing? The three men exchanged glances, and Su Xingqi recalled his earlier strike on the coffee table, but they collectively decided to keep this matter from Taotao. Worried it might frighten her. No worries, brother was just working out. Su Xingqi fabricated an excuse. Children are easily convinced, and Taotao accepted this explanation without hesitation, turning to her father. Dad, who are you planning to take that gold pendant to for appraisal? Father will not give it to anyone. There's no need for authentication anymore. We all believe in Taotao, and so does Grandpa. At that time, he suggested giving it to someone trustworthy just to test the couple, and seeing their flustered expressions confirmed that our Taotao was right. Taotao looked at her father with bright eyes. Wow, really? Everyone unconditionally believes in me. Lin Wanqiu approached, gently patting her precious daughter's little head. Her tone is soft as water. Indeed, our Taotao is the most remarkable, so everything you say is fully believed by Daddy, Mommy, Grandpa, and your brothers. Taotao beamed, her smile revealing two adorable dimples that made her appear even sweeter. The little dumpling covered her mouth with her hand, her joy evident. What is Taotao laughing about?
Su hinuay inquired.
This feeling of being unconditionally believed by family is so blissful. Chapter 94. Eldest brother, third brother, there's a ghost behind you. The little dumpling's words were heartfelt and, combined with her sweet little voice, instantly filled everyone with delight. At that moment, Su Heqian also came downstairs. Upon spotting her grandfather, Taotao wriggled out of her father's embrace, eager to hug him. Grandpa, come sit with Taotao.
All right. Su Heqian chakel yo ifeli.
Every wrinkle on his face radiating kindness. What were you doing upstairs just now? Why did it take you so long to come down? Su Heqian explained with a smile. I was on the phone discussing some matters.
I see.
Luma emerged from the kitchen with several cups of soothing soup. It was an unwritten rule in the Su family that after enjoying a lavish meal outside, Luma would prepare this calming soup to prevent discomfort from overeating. Ensuring everyone slept well that night, Taotao gazed at the golden tea in the beautiful cups, her expression filled with anticipation. What delicious thing is this? Lin Wanqiu smiled and explained, it's not a treat, it's soothing soup. Soothing soup? Is it the kind that helps you sleep better? Yes, exactly. Taotao glanced at the cup, her eyes sparkling then. Can little ones drink it too? Luma chuckled at the little dumpling. Yes, children can drink it. But since your sleep is already good, it's actually unnecessary. However, when it comes to food and drink, Taotao adheres to the principle of not giving up. But I want to try it. The old father, unable to resist the adorable sight of his precious daughter being so spoiled, immediately agreed. Then you can have Daddy's cup. If you can't finish it, Daddy will drink it. Okay. The little dumpling was instantly elated. Su Qingyun handed the cup to Taotao, who cradled it with her chubby hands and took a sip, her actions and expressions full of reverence. After a second or two, yuck. Taotao's little mouth opened, and the soothing soup spilled out from the corners of her mouth, her little face reflecting pure dismay. Lin Wanqiu quickly pulled out a tissue to wipe her mouth. It's too bitter. I don't want to drink it. Su Heqian hurriedly grabbed a fruit-flavored candy from the fruit plate, unwrapped it, and handed it to Taotao, feeling heartbroken. Here, have a candy. And it won't be bitter anymore. The soothing soup was indeed quite bitter, and while everyone thought a small sip wouldn't be harmful, they hadn't anticipated Taotao's greediness in gulping down a large mouthful. Taotao obediently popped the candy into her mouth and chewed for a moment, feeling much better. When she looked up, she noticed her eldest brother and third brother holding up their phones, laughing while taking pictures of her. Taotao quickly reacted, "Mommy, my brothers are taking ugly pictures of me." Lin Wanqiu ruthlessly swatted the back of the heads of the two brothers. "Are you too tired of living?" The brothers, clearly accustomed to their mother's iron grip, nimbly dodged aside, successfully evading her strike. They exchanged laughter over the photos capturing Taotao's pouting face from the bitterness. With her cheeks stuffed with candy, Taotao resembled a pufferfish, hands on her hips, contemplating how to deal with her mischievous brothers. A lightbulb moment struck her as she recalled seeing a ghost in her eldest brother's office last time. "Eldest brother, third brother, I have something to tell you." Su Jinghuai and Su Xingqi were still engrossed in admiring the photos of their sister, casually asking, "What is it?" without lifting their heads. "There's a ghost behind you. It's standing between you two, looking at your phones with you." Both brothers were so engrossed in the photos that they barely registered her words. "A ghost? What ghost?" The little dumpling ignored them, her small arms crossed as she quietly observed the two dimwits. They both realized simultaneously, their heads buzzing suddenly. Su Jinghuai and Su Xingqi sprang up from the sofa and ran away, shouting in horror, "What the heck? What the heck?" In an instant, the entire Su family residence echoed with the terrified screams of the two men, nearly shaking the ceiling loose. Su Qingyun and Lin Wanqiu were too startled to reprimand their sons for their foul language, feeling only one thing: fear. Meanwhile, Grandpa Su Heqian remained calm, leisurely savoring his soothing soup, clearly a man seasoned by life as storms. Su Qingyun and Lin Wanqiu knew Taotao could see those things, so they firmly believed her words. 1,000% convinced. "Taotao, was there really a ghost behind your brothers just now?" Su Qingyun struggled to keep his voice steady, not wanting to appear overly frightened in front of his precious daughter, lest he lose face as a father. Taotao replied honestly, "Yes, I wouldn't lie. But it's not there anymore." Upon hearing this, Su Jinghuai and Su Xingqi felt a wave of relief wash over them. At least it was gone. "It's now behind eldest brother, playing with him." Su Jinghuai, "What the heck?" Su Xingqi also panicked, and the two of them slid down to Taotao's side, each grabbing one of her little arms tightly. "Taotao, please. You don't need to tell us so many details, okay?" The little dumpling smiled sweetly. "Of course. But will you still take ugly pictures of me in the future?" "No, we won't." The two brothers shook their heads vigorously. "What about the ugly picture from just now? Should we keep it or delete it?" "Delete it. We need to delete it right now." "Yes. Immediately delete it." They raised their phones in front of Taotao, deleting the previously taken photos in her presence. Only then did Taotao nod in satisfaction. Not bad. I forgive you." Sweat beads as large as soybeans formed on the foreheads of Su Jinghuai and Su Xingqi, while Su Qingyun gazed at them with a complex expression, lost in thought. These two little rascals have such weak nerves? And they expect to protect their sister? What a joke. Meanwhile, a soft little hand reached over to wipe the sweat from Su Qingyun's forehead. "Daddy, what's wrong?" Su Qingyun revealed an awkward yet polite smile, mustering the strength to utter 4 words. "Dad is fine." However, in reality, this old father was terrified, feeling as if he might faint. It seemed necessary to seize an opportunity to discuss with his precious daughter the importance of providing some context before addressing such matters in the future. Su Xingqi contemplated the impending end of his holiday in just 2 days, which meant another week without seeing his sister. Boldly, he proposed, "Tonight, I would like Taotao to sleep with me." Chapter 95. Concerning Qi Chen, astonishingly, no information could be found. Upon hearing Su Xingqi's words, Lin Wanqiu and Su Qingyun displayed little reaction. After all, Taotao had been sleeping alone for some time, and while they had initially worried, the little one had declared herself a mature baby, insisting she could learn to sleep independently without fear. However, Su Jinghuai was not so calm. Since Taotao returned home, she had yet to share a bed with him. How could he let this slip? Moreover, he had several questions about Qi Chen he wished to ask Taotao. And tonight would be an opportune moment. "No way." "Brother, what do you mean by no way?" Su Jinghuai scoffed lightly. "Taotao hasn't agreed to you yet." Hearing this, Su Xingqi looked at the little one. "Taotao, would you like to sleep with third brother tonight?" "Sure." Taotao blinked her big eyes. Instantly, Su Xingqi puffed up with pride. Su Jinghuai, witnessing this, quickly interjected, "But I also want to sleep with Taotao." That's fine too. The master of water fetching exhibited his professional demeanor.
So Wai.
So Chi. Why don't we all sleep together? To the little one, this seemed an easily solvable dilemma. I refuse. I refuse. Two voices echoed simultaneously, both laced with identical disdain. Taotao shrugged her small hands. Then there's nothing that can be done.
So Hinawayan so Chi exchanged glances.
Silently rolling up their sleeves in slow motion, clearly preparing for a confrontation. Taotao sensed the impending tension and grew a tad anxious. Brothers, you're not going to fight. Are you? Indeed, we are. It is imperative. Watching the two engage in banter, Taotao began to propose alternatives. Fighting is too crude. I think you should be more civilized. How about you play rock, paper, scissors? Su Haqian, Lin Wanxiu, and Su Chungyun observed from the side, their faces filled with satisfaction. Their darling Taotao had finally learned to redirect issues back to those who created them. Truly commendable. Su Xingqi acquiesced. All right, let us play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins gets to sleep with Taotao tonight. No, I disagree. Su Jinghuai maintained a serious expression. Taotao was taken aback. Why not? Because I have never won at rock, paper, scissors my entire life, and I refuse to take that risk. The little one paused for a second before bursting into a fit of giggles. Brother, so your weakness is rock, paper, scissors. Ha ha ha. Su Jinghuai. Oh no. My precious little sister is mocking me. Recalling this, Su Xingqi seized the opportunity to gloat. I would have forgotten had you not mentioned it. Your rock, paper, scissors skills are as foul as rotten eggs. Su Jinghuai shot a glare at him, while Su Xingqi pretended not to notice, pulling Taotao closer as if she were a talisman. Quick, protect your brother. The bewildered little one hadn't anticipated she had such a duty. However, since her brother had asked for help, she decided to lend her support, albeit symbolically. Taotao stretched out her tiny hands to embrace Su Xingqi. Though she could barely wrap her arms around his shoulder, she felt she had done her best. Brother, don't hit third brother. Peace brings prosperity. Otherwise your fortune might be affected. Ultimately, Su Jinghuai retracted his little fists. Well, Taotao makes a valid point. I shall heed my sister's advice. For if my fortune truly suffers, I won't be able to afford to support Taotao, even though he could easily sustain countless Taotaos with his current earnings. In the end, the three siblings ended up sleeping together in Taotao's room. Despite Taotao being a small bundle, the bed was a standard 2-meter wide one, accommodating all three comfortably. Having changed into their pajamas, the siblings lay on the bed, Taotao in the middle, Su Jinghuai on the left, and Su Xingqi on the right. The room was primarily adorned in shades of pink, a delightful baby pink that was anything but gaudy, with a subtle fragrance of peaches wafting through the air, and surrounded by an array of adorable plush toys. There were Lena Bell, Stella Lou, Peppa Pig, Kirby, SpongeBob, Patrick, and Piglet, among others, transforming the bed into a veritable ocean of toys. The two rugged men found themselves sharing a bed adorned with such cuteness, momentarily feeling a twinge of excitement. Unable to contain himself, Su Xingqi asked, Brother, how does it feel to sleep on such a cute bed for the first time, surrounded by so many lovely little things? Are you excited? Su Jinghuai scoffed lightly. What is there to be excited about? Look at your naive expression. It's as if you've never seen the world. Saben nivelitlet, Su Xingqi. As Su Jinghuai finished speaking, he casually reached for his phone, thinking it would be a perfect opportunity to show off a video to Su Yubai. Su Xingqi felt like a turtle, unable to leave the confines of his home. If you're not nervous and have seen the world, why are you still eager to show off to second brother? Ignoring him, Su Jinghuai busied himself with a WeChat video call. Su Yubai was likely still occupied and did not answer. However, was he one to easily relinquish the chance to show off? Certainly not. Su Jinghuai sat up and recorded a video around the entire bed, encouraging Taotao to strike a pose for the camera. Taotao, come greet your second brother. Dressed in her pink pajamas, the adorable little one extended her tiny hands towards the camera, giving a peace sign. Second brother, I'm going to sleep with big brother and third brother now. Good night. As Taotao spoke, Su Xingqi was beside her making various silly faces, his expression clearly reading, Are you envious? After pressing the end call button, Su Jinghuai sent the video to Su Yubai, imagining the moment his hardworking younger brother, after a long day, would open WeChat and see this video. He would undoubtedly be filled with joy. The three siblings lay on the bed chatting when Su Jinghuai suddenly recalled Qi-chen. The last time he had asked Chen Yu to investigate Qi-chen, he found absolutely no information. None at all. It wasn't a lack of key details. It was as if Qi-chen didn't exist in the world. This was exceedingly strange. Su Jinghuai's instincts told him that Qi was anything but ordinary, a notion supported by his ethereal demeanor and the enigma surrounding his origins. With this in mind, Su Jinghuai intended to ask Taotao a few questions, but upon turning, he discovered that the little one had already fallen asleep in Su Xingqi's embrace, who was also dozing off. Observing this somewhat envious scene, Su Jinghuai frowned slightly, contemplating for a moment before extending his leg. He delivered a swift kick to Su Xingqi. Chapter 96. Is this what is known as a high IQ human infant?
Su Xingqi,
Utterly exhausted, despite being jolted awake by the kick, remained unresponsive, murmuring like a pig before drifting back into silence. He gently loosened his embrace around Taotao as the little one rolled towards him. Seeing this, Su Jinghuai quickly extended his hand to catch her, and the obedient, soft Taotao was successfully pulled into his arms. Contentment filled Su Jinghuai as he tucked the small blanket around Taotao, allowing his sister to rest her head on his arm. In her slumber, Taotao resembled an adorable little piglet, the kind that is pink, fragrant, and delightfully soft, imparting an immense sense of satisfaction to the one holding her. In that moment, Su Jinghuai felt like the happiest person in the world. With such beautiful thoughts in his heart, he too drifted into dreams. The following morning, Su Jinghuai and Taotao awoke simultaneously. Remarkably, the little one had maintained an unusual stillness throughout the night, lying peacefully in Su Jinghuai's embrace without stirring. With her tousled hair and mischievous little tufts, Taotao peeked out from her brother's arms. The curtains had been forgotten, leaving a bright ray of light streaming in from outside, causing the little one to furrow her brows and squint her eyes. In that moment, as Su Jinghuai opened his eyes, he mistook her for a puffed-up little hedgehog. He reached out to gently stroke Taotao's head, and she turned to rub her eyes, greeting him with a cheerful, "Good morning, big brother." Su Jinghuai's voice carried a hint of lazy raspiness as he replied, "Good morning, Taotao." Just as he was about to sit up, he unexpectedly let out a yelp. "Ah." Taotao jolted awake, concerned. "Big brother, what's wrong?" Wincing in mock agony, Su Jinghuai held his left arm, explaining, "My arm has gone numb." Taotao looked down with a puzzled expression. "Is it because you held me while we slept last night?" "Perhaps," he conceded, anxious that Taotao might misconstrue her weight. "But my arm isn't numb because of you. It's merely due to maintaining the same position for too long." Upon hearing this, the tension on Taotao's face eased. "Phew. I knew it. Big brother shouldn't be that weak." Su Jinghuai thought to himself his original intention had been to comfort the little one. Yet somehow he felt as if he had been outwitted. Could this be the legendary high-intellect human offspring? Taotao climbed out of bed, glancing at their brother, Su Xingqi, who was still blissfully asleep. "Big brother, Xingqi hasn't he woken up yet? Should we wake him?" Su Jinghuai, standing by the bed, cast a dispassionate glance at his sprawled brother, his tone flat. "No need. He's just a pig. We can ignore him." Taotao blinked her big eyes and giggled behind her little hands. "Okay then. Come on, big brother, carry me downstairs." Su Jinghuai opened his arms, only to be gently rebuffed. "Big brother, I'm a big kid now. I can walk by myself." His arms froze in midair, a hint of awkwardness creeping in as he scratched his nose. "All right. Just be careful when you get down." In truth, he wanted to retort, "You're still a little squirt," but fearing it would upset her, he chose to remain silent. The distance from the bed to the floor was trivial for an adult, but posed a challenge for a child. Taotao turned around, positioning herself with her back to the edge of the bed, then climbed down, her little bottom wiggling as she slid off. Watching her execute the maneuver with such grace left Su Jinghuai in awe, prompting him to ask, "Is it really that smooth?" Standing before him with bare little feet, Taotao tilted her head back and grinned. "I do it like this every day." "Bravo, Taotao." The siblings made their way downstairs, where Aunt Lu was setting the breakfast on the table. Su Chenjiayun and Lin Wangqiu, who had risen even earlier, were already enjoying their meal. Taotao dashed over to her parents, chirping, "Good morning, Mommy and Daddy."
Good morning, Taotao.
Scanning the room for her grandfather, Taotao inquired, "Where's Grandpa?" Where could he have gone? Su Chengyun placed a bowl of millet porridge in front of Taotao, explaining, "Grandpa felt particularly energetic this morning and went to the little park for some exercise. He'll be back shortly." "Oh, I see." Taotao climbed onto her little chair and began slurping her porridge, while Lin Wangqiu paused in mid-motion, spoon in hand. "My precious is so bold." "Wonderful," she added, attempting to redeem her earlier awkwardness. Taotao beamed, interpreting her mother's words as praise, revealing a mouthful of tiny, pearly teeth. "Mommy, with this little bowl, I can drink 3 bowls."
Lin Bankyu, Su Chenyun, and Su Hinwei exchanged glances.
Finally understanding why Song Xuehua had received such a firm slap the previous night, their daughter's appetite was indeed well earned. Lin Wangqiu affectionately stroked Taotao's round head, her eyes brimming with adoration. Our Taotao is truly amazing. Drink up, dear, I made plenty, Aunt Lu added with a smile, with porridge still clinging to her lips. Taotao looked up, her eyes sparkling. Thank you, Aunt Lu. You're welcome, my dear. As breakfast drew to a close, Su Xingqi finally descended from the second floor, his hair in utter disarray. Su Qingyun and Lin Wangqiu exchanged a glance at their son's disheveled appearance, both unable to hide their disdain as they sighed. Despite being equally sleepy and tousled, Taotao appeared increasingly adorable, while Su Xingqi only elicited a desire to give him a good thumping. Leaning closer to Su Qingyun, Lin Wangqiu whispered, Honey, do you think we might be a bit biased towards our daughter? Su Qingyun calmly sipped his porridge, not even lifting his gaze. Be confident. We're not biased. Lin Wangqiu nodded. Indeed, but so what? Are we going to change?
No.
Do we care? Not at all. Their playful banter filled the air, resembling a lively comedy act, while Su Jinghuai and Su Xingqi exchanged glances, both rendered speechless. Mom and Dad. Just a little tip. When discussing such matters in front of us, perhaps lower your voices a tad, Su Xingqi suggested. Ignoring him, Lin Wangqiu and Su Qingyun maintained their expressions of feigned ignorance. Adjusting his posture, Su Xingqi felt a sharp pang in his thigh, complaining, Big brother. Did you kick me last night? My leg hurts. It feels like someone kicked me. Su Jinghuai, with a straight face, replied, Why would I kick you? Am I that kind of person? Chapter 97. Taotao. Do not mess with me. Su Xingqi managed a polite yet awkward smile, scoffing lightly. I was uncertain if it was you, but now I'm pretty sure it was. Do you have any evidence?
Su Hinwei retorted lightly.
Unable to tolerate his overconfident demeanor, Su Xingqi turned to their parents to complain, Mom, Dad, he's bullying me. The couple, having finished their meal, were engrossed in watching their precious daughter enjoy her porridge, their eyes not even flickering. You two can sort out your own issues. It's none of our business, they replied.
Thickming, Su Inqi's mouth twitched,
while Su Jinghuai raised an eyebrow in a challenge, sending Su Xingqi into a deeper state of frustration. After breakfast, Su Heqian returned from his morning exercise, and the old man immediately began to insist on going to the hospital for a checkup of his health. Everyone was startled, their hearts tightening in apprehension, and hurriedly inquired, What happened? Su Heqian took a generous sip of tea, set his cup down, and declared with robust vigor, I have never felt as healthy as I do now. Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief, and Lin Wanqiu playfully chided, Dad, next time, could you refrain from sounding so breathless when you speak? Haha, my apologies. I got a bit carried away, he replied, turning to embrace his darling granddaughter. Taotao, did you enjoy your morning exercise? It was fun.
Grandpa.
Can I learn to practice Tai Chi? Of course. Tomorrow morning I'll take you with me. How does that sound?
Yay.
I want to go too. Su Jinghuai and Su Xingqi instantly transformed into two little shadows. Su Heqian turned to them, forcing a smile, and gently declined. The indifference of people can be quite disheartening. In the morning, Su Qingyun and Lin Wanqiu took Su Heqian to the hospital for a checkup, leaving only Taotao and Su Xingqi at home. As Su Jinghuai had urgent business at the company, Su Xingqi, multitasking, decided to do his homework while keeping Taotao within his line of sight. So he brought his assignments down from the study to the living room. The television was playing Peppa Pig, and Taotao sat cross-legged on the sofa, engrossed, occasionally mimicking Peppa's speech. After a considerable time spent working on his homework, Su Xingqi realized he had made no progress, his focus entirely drawn toward his adorable little sister. This couldn't continue. However, his precious sister was simply too endearing to ignore. After pondering for a moment, Su Xingqi snapped his workbook shut with a decisive thud. Forget this homework. I'll play with my sister first. Seeing her brother toss aside his workbook, Taotao inquired, Brother, have you finished your homework? Not yet. I still have a lot to do. Her little face turned serious as she replied, Then you can't watch television. You must finish your homework first. Mom reminded me to keep an eye on you and make sure you're diligent. Su Xingqi, lounging comfortably on the sofa, glanced at the little bundle of joy speaking to him. Little one, are you the discipline monitor now? What's a discipline monitor? Someone who ensures others do their homework. Taotao tilted her head in contemplation. Then I guess I am the discipline monitor. Su Xingqi raised an eyebrow, finding her amusingly charming. You seem rather proud of that. Taotao gazed at Su Xingqi, her tone assertive yet gentle. Third brother, don't change the subject. I'm talking to you about doing your homework seriously. Su Xingqi, this little one is rather hard to fool. It's fine not to do it today. We still have tomorrow for the holiday. I can finish it then. Brother, have you heard the saying, a stitch in time saves nine? If you leave everything to the last day, you'll be in a frenzy and won't do well. Su Xingqi waved his hand nonchalantly. No worries, if I don't finish, I can do it at school later. As long as you don't tell mom and dad when they come back. Seeing her brother's lackadaisical attitude, Taotao, as the discipline monitor, crossed her arms. Brother, why are you so disobedient? I won't play with you anymore. With that, she turned her little face away, and from Su Xingqi's perspective, she resembled a classic crayon Shin-chan expression. He had initially stifled a laugh, but felt the moment was too serious for such levity, so he held it back. When Taotao was upset, she had a habit of turning her body and face away, presenting her back to the person who displeased her. Consequently, she appeared even rounder. Su Xingqi observed her pouting silhouette and gently tugged at her little sleeve. Taotao wriggled away, her body language clearly conveying one message: do not approach me.
He tugged again.
And she twisted away, ultimately shifting her little bottom further, making it impossible for him to reach her. He hadn't anticipated her stubbornness. Realizing he couldn't coax her back,
Su Xingqi finally relented.
Alright, I promise to focus on my homework, okay? Taotao's ears perked up, and she turned her face back, adopting a serious expression. After a moment's thought, she asked, is brother being sincere, or is he just teasing me? Su Xingqi raised his right hand. I swear, it's true. Please don't ignore me. Alright? Fine then. In light of your sincerity, I shall forgive you. Taotao beamed, her smile radiant. Su Xingqi retrieved the workbook he had cast aside and resumed writing, while Taotao continued watching Peppa Pig. After a while, she heard a faint rumbling sound from outside, which piqued her curiosity. Just as she was about to ask her brother, she turned to see him deeply engrossed in solving a math problem, so she decided to remain silent. Never mind, I won't disturb him, she thought, and ventured outside by herself, giggling. Taotao paused the television, tiptoeing out of the living room in her little slippers, completely unnoticed by Su Xingqi, who was preoccupied with his math conundrum. The weather was splendid, the sun shining brightly in a cloudless sky. In the spacious front yard, the gardener was busy weeding the lawn and trimming the branches of the trees. The lawnmower rolled across the verdant grass, releasing a delightful aroma of freshly cut grass into the air. Taotao wrinkled her little nose and took a deep breath. It smells so good. Hearing her voice, the gardener turned and greeted her. Good afternoon, young lady. Good afternoon, uncle. Taotao scampered over to the edge of the lawn and pointed at a barren patch, asking, Uncle, what will we plant here? The gardener glanced over and replied with a smile, I haven't decided yet. Chapter 98. Overwhelmed by sister's knowledge. Upon hearing this, Taotao's excitement soared. Can I plant medicinal herbs here? As a gardener who had cultivated a myriad of plants throughout his life, he had never planted medicinal herbs before. And he felt a surge of curiosity and excitement. Are you referring to the kind that can heal? Taotao nodded enthusiastically, yes. They can cure ailments and promote health. There are many varieties. The gardener's eyes lit up, filled with an eagerness for knowledge. Then I shall clear this area right away so you can specifically plant medicinal herbs. All right?
Great.
Thank you, uncle. You're welcome. The gardener, a man in his 40s, found himself utterly charmed by the little bundle of joy. Taotao transformed into a little ball of energy, dashing back into the living room and racing up the stairs. As she passed by Su Xingqi, she left behind a trail of sweet milk scent, pulling him momentarily from his homework as he watched her little figure ascend the stairs, puffing and panting.
Taotao.
Where are you going? To get some seeds. Su Xingqi, puzzled, understood each of those words, yet could not comprehend them when strung together. Seeds? What seeds? Is this little one speaking nonsense? Taotao entered her bedroom and retrieved her light blue linen pouch, which she had brought with her when leaving Zhaoshui village. Inside were not only 4 magical tools, but also the precious medicinal herb seeds her master had given her. There are 3 packets of seeds, each enveloped in coarse and dry craft paper, and each secured with a cross knot made of silk thread. Holding the herbal seeds, Taotao descended the stairs. The gardener, with remarkable swiftness, tidied up a small section of unplanned grassland within mere minutes. In the fragrant garden, where flowers bloomed, the sunlight cascaded upon the chubby little figure of Taotao. She tilted her face upward and asked, Uncle, do you have a small hoe or a trowel that I could borrow? Who could resist such an adorable plea? The middle-aged gardener, charmed by Taotao's cuteness, felt his cheeks flush and quickly agreed, of course. He turned and arranged a few of his commonly used tools in a neat row. Taotao squatted down, gazing intently at the lineup of tools, her little lips nibbling thoughtfully. What's the matter, little miss? The gardener inquired.
Oncle.
Don't you think these tools are a bit too large for me? She replied, look at this trowel and hoe. When they stand upright, they seem taller than I am. The gardener, caught up in the interaction, had completely overlooked that the tools were indeed designed for adults. Considering her petite stature, they were not suitable for her use. After a moment's thought, he proposed, how about I dig the holes for you? And you can place the herbal seeds in and water them? Does that sound good? Upon hearing this, Taotao's face lit up with joy as she eagerly agreed. All right. Thank you, uncle. You're welcome. Now let us begin. With that, the duo set to work, one big and one small, each fulfilling their respective roles with enthusiasm. 5 minutes later, Su Xingqi finally solved the challenging math problem that had occupied his mind. Rising, he made his way outside, calling for his dear little sister. Taotao? No response. He called again, Taotao? From the grassland, the cheerful voice of the little one rang out, Brother, I'm over here. Following the sound, Su Xingqi peered through the gaps in the bushes and spotted Taotao's figure. Approaching, he observed the series of small circular holes she had dug in the grass beneath the tree. Taotao, holding the seeds in her left hand, was delicately placing them into the holes with her right hand, her little fingers displaying an air of charming delicacy. Su Xingqi found the scene quite amusing and took out his phone to record a video. Once finished, he inquired, What are you doing? Planting herbs. Taotao replied. Su Xingqi's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. You can plant herbs? Wait, before we discuss planting, you actually know what herbs are? Taotao turned to face her brother, earnestly explaining, Of course I do. My master taught me so many kinds of herbs back in Zhaoshui village. We even use those herbs to treat the villagers. They are incredibly effective. To substantiate her claims, Taotao began to elaborate further. Brother, look at this. This is the seed of the purple-flowered ground ivy. Its effects include clearing heat and detoxifying, cooling the blood, and reducing swelling. You can even use it if bitten by a snake. This is the lanternwick grass, which clears heart fire and aids urination, and this is the mouse's tail grass, which is also used during the Qingming festival for making dumplings, hence its other name, the Qingming grass. Its effects include resolving phlegm, stopping coughs, and dispelling wind and dampness. And this is the seed of the half-branch lotus. Quickly, Su Xingqi covered Taotao's small mouth with his hand, glancing at the several large packets of herbal seeds. He realized that if he didn't interrupt her, she could probably lecture on for 3 days and 3 nights. The feeling of being overshadowed by knowledge was quite overwhelming, especially when the one doing the overshadowing was his 4-year-old little sister. Feeling a blush creep to his cheeks, Su Xingqi began to reflect on whether he should study harder to improve his abysmal grades, lest he feel embarrassed in front of his sister in the future.
Taotao,
With her mouth covered, looked up at her brother, her big, watery eyes blinking, emitting a muffled protest. Fearing he might suffocate her, Su Xingqi quickly released his grip and was about to apologize when he noticed Taotao gazing at him with a sorrowful expression. What's wrong? Brother, your hand smells bad. Su Xingqi was taken aback and immediately denied, impossible. I haven't been picking my feet. You, Su Taotao, must not speak such slander. Taotao vigorously shook her head, no.
no.
It smells worse than picking feet. Skeptical, Su Xingqi brought his hand to his nose and sniffed, looking puzzled as he said, I don't think it smells bad at all. You should take another careful whiff. Due to her short legs, Taotao's retreat did not match the speed at which Su Xingqi brought his hand closer, resulting in her being subjected to yet another round of mischief. This time, her reaction was even more pronounced. Before Su Xingqi could utter a word, he received a slap to the back of his head. You little rascal. While we're away from home, you bully your sister. Just wait until I deal with you today. Having grown accustomed to being reprimanded throughout his life, Su Xingqi swiftly dodged and ran aside, while Su Qingyun, without a word, pursued him. As he ran, Su Xingqi called out to Taotao in a desperate pig-like squeal, Taotao, quickly save your brother. Your father has gone mad. Chapter 99, The Agricultural Civilization Embedded in the Chubby Little One's Blood. Taotao enjoys all fruits but cannot bear the smell of durian, a detail Su Xingqi had momentarily forgotten. In that instant, The father and son duo began a playful chase around the expansive yard, acting out a comedic scene of you flee, I chase. We both have no wings to fly. Lin Wonkia looked on, speechless, at her foolish husband and silly son, her face radiating disdain. Every day, she found herself lamenting the stench of the men in the household, thinking, how wonderful it is to have a daughter. Upon seeing her grandfather, Taotao immediately beamed and rushed over. Grandpa, how did your health check go? Delighted that his precious granddaughter was the first to inquire, Su Taotao squatted down, beaming with joy. The doctor said that my health is splendid now. Almost as good as when I was never ill. I can now climb 8 flights of stairs in one go. The latter part of his statement was clearly intended to amuse his darling granddaughter, but the little one, unaware of this, gasped in astonishment. Really? Did the doctor really say that? Indeed. Taotao clapped her tiny hands, exclaiming, I'm so happy. Seeing his granddaughter so elated brought a broad smile to Su Taotao's face. Noticing the small circular holes in the grass, Lin Wonqiu inquired, what is our little darling up to? Mom, Taotao is planting herbs. Su Taotao's eyes sparkled with surprise at this revelation. In his youth, he had dabbled in the study of traditional Chinese medicine, out of interest. Hearing that his granddaughter was planting herbs astonished him. Lin Wonqiu, equally amazed, regarded her daughter with wide eyes. Is it possible that our little girl can actually plant herbs? How can she be so exceptional? She is truly a genius. Uncle, help me dig the small holes. I will place the seeds inside and water them, taking good care of these little seeds so they can slowly sprout and grow, just like me, growing tall. The metaphors of children are always so endearing, eliciting laughter from the adults. Not far away, Su Xingqi was still being chased by his father, all the while calling for his sister in a pitiful tone.
Taotao.
Quickly save your brother. Your father has gone mad. Su Qingyun's lips twitched, and he pursued with even greater fervor. Taotao initially believed that her father was merely teasing her brother, but soon realized he seemed quite serious, prompting her to devise a plan to rescue her brother. Daddy, please stop chasing my brother. I have a small favor to ask of you. Come here, and I'll tell you. Upon hearing his daughter's plea, Su Qingyun immediately ceased his pursuit, his expression shifting from anger to one of indulgent affection, showcasing his remarkable ability to change emotions swiftly. What small favor does Taotao need from her father? He inquired, smiling as he approached her. Having successfully escaped a perilous situation, Su Xingqi shot a brotherly glance at his little sister, who responded with a playful wink. However, since our little Taotao was not accustomed to winking, her attempt appeared adorably clumsy. Taotao tugged at her father's hand, leading him to a few shovels and hoes. Daddy, look. These tools are far too big for me to use. Could you please buy me some small shovels and hoes? The kind made especially for children. Su Qingyun affectionately patted Taotao's little head, replying, Of course, my dear. Thank you, Daddy, she exclaimed, her joy radiating as she danced about. Turning to survey the vacant land and the remaining herb seeds, Su Qingyun pondered for a moment before instructing the gardener. Old Joe, please clear that adjoining plot as well. Let all of it be designated for Taotao to cultivate herbs. Understood, sir. Old Joe, a man of action, eagerly grabbed a shovel and hoe, fueled by the desire to learn more about herbs from the young miss, and began his work with renewed vigor. Taotao's excitement was palpable as she exclaimed, Daddy, is that true? You're giving me such a large piece of land to grow herbs? Absolutely. When have I ever deceived you, my Taotao?
Yay.
I'm so happy.
Daddy.
Can you make a little wooden sign that says Taotao's her garden and hang it on that big tree? This will be my special little garden from now on, okay? Taotao tilted her head in contemplation, realizing that such a vast expanse of land might not be fully utilized with herbs alone. That's all right. You can always plant something else too. Her eyes sparkled with inspiration as she recalled her time in Zhaoshui village. I know. I can also plant vegetables and fruits. Su Xingqi's jaw nearly dropped at her revelation. You can plant vegetables too? Was it truly the case that the essence of agrarian culture was ingrained in every Chinese person's blood? Yet, for a 4-year-old to exhibit such knowledge was rather astonishing. Taotao nodded vigorously. Yes, I can. When I was with my master in Zhaoshui village, all the vegetables we ate were grown by us. But my favorite is still planting herbs. Since Daddy has given me such a large plot, I shouldn't let it go to waste. So I'll plant some vegetables and fruits as well. My precious one is simply extraordinary. Taotao, please tell Uncle Zhou what vegetables and fruits you wish to plant, and he will compile a list to help you procure the seeds and seedlings, all right? Lin Wanxiu embraced Taotao warmly. Okay. Su Hekian was wholly engrossed in the study of his beloved granddaughter's herb garden. Taotao, come here and tell me what this is? At the tender age of 4 or 5, children are often eager to share what they know. Taotao hopped over to her grandfather, assuming the role of a little teacher. Grandpa, this is Kingsongzi. When it matures, it resembles foxtail grass, with little spikes that, when rubbed, release many tiny black seeds. My master said it was also known as Chao Ju Ming in ancient times, and it is effective for clearing the liver, dispelling fire, brightening the eyes, and alleviating skin irritations. Su Heqian gazed at Taotao in amazement. He was aware of her intelligence and knowledge, yet he had not anticipated her to possess such understanding. Many plant seeds appear similar, yet Taotao could identify them solely by their seeds, an extraordinary skill indeed. And what about this one? Su Heqian inquired, picking up another type of seed. This is Sushijan. Su Qingyun and Lin Wanqiu stood beneath the tree, watching the grandfather and granddaughter duo with expressions of contentment. It seemed as though it had been a long time since Su Heqian had been this carefree and joyful, resembling a child at heart. Just as Su Qingyun was about to speak, a mischievous voice interrupted him. Dad, are you going to continue that beating from earlier? Or if not, I'm leaving. Su Qingyun. Chapter 100. Little friend, do you have many questions? At 8 o'clock in the evening, Su Jinghuai and Su Xingqi arrived punctually at the Grand Square to release sky lanterns, accompanied by Sun Boyu and Xiao Yang on their way. Originally, Su Qingyun had intended to join them, but after dinner, he received a call from an old friend who mentioned being in the capital for a matter and suggested gathering for the Mid-Autumn Festival, prompting Su Qingyun to take Lin Wanqiu to the gathering instead. Su Jinghuai was in charge of unloading items from the car, while Su Xingqi assisted. With Taotao standing beside them, clutching her brother's clothing corner, her little face brimming with anticipation. Su Xingqi carried a net bag slung over his shoulder filled with various items required by Taotao, including snacks, small breads, drinking water, and mosquito-repellent spray. The second day of the Mid-Autumn Festival saw the Grand Square bustling with activity, filled with both the young and the elderly, primarily families enjoying the festivities, all united in the purpose of releasing sky lanterns. The sheer number of families created a stark contrast for those who were alone amidst the crowd. On the west side of the square, Han Jiashu, accompanied by his driver, Old Yang, held a delicate brush in his small hand, writing on a sky lantern. Old Yang held a small bottle of black ink, with the ink-soaked brush poised to touch the lantern, but suddenly paused. Leaning slightly, Old Yang asked with a smile, "What's the matter, young master?" Han Jiashu looked up, his expression earnest, as if eagerly awaiting a specific answer.
Yang.
Do you think Mom and Dad will come back from America to see me this new year? Old Yang hesitated for a moment before responding with a reassuring smile. Of course they will. Didn't Mr. and Mrs. call you yesterday? They made it abundantly clear that they would be returning this new year and wouldn't leave again. Han Jiashu lowered his gaze, his long, thick eyelashes concealing the disappointment and grievance in his eyes. But Mom and Dad said the same thing last year. Old Yang was momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback by the young master's remarkable memory. After gathering his thoughts, he attempted to console him. I believe this time Mr. and Mrs. will keep their word, and it's not that they didn't want to come back. It's just that they were too busy with work. Upon hearing this, a lively little figure began to dance in Han Jiashu's mind. He murmured, I envy her. Old Yang, unable to make out the name, asked, Who do you envy, young master? It's nothing. The look of disappointment vanished from his cherubic face as if he had been infused with new energy, and Han Jiashu managed to smile.
Yang.
I'm going to start writing my wishes. All right, you write, and I'll record a video to commemorate it. The wishes inscribed on the sky lantern must remain undisclosed to others, as they embody the innermost, most sincere desires, akin to the most beautiful of secrets. Although Han Jiashu was small, with tiny hands and a brush one size smaller, the tip of the brush met the inflated paper without any hindrance. As the brush gracefully glided across the paper, several exquisite characters emerged. Just as the final stroke was made, Han Jiatian was about to speak when a particularly familiar voice suddenly rang out beside him. Jiatian Gij. This voice caught Han Jiatian off guard. He turned to see the beaming face of a cherubic little girl.
Taotao.
Old Yang also turned at the sound, recognizing her as the adorable girl who had greeted him just days before at the kindergarten gate when the young master was dismissed. She was the youngest daughter of the Su family in Jing City, and at that time, her family had surrounded her like stars gathering around the moon. In contrast, the scene on their side appeared rather desolate. Upon spotting Han Jiatian, the little girl's face radiated joy and surprise. and she instantly forgot that her two elder brothers were trailing behind her. With her short legs moving excitedly, she dashed towards Han Jiatian, extending her little arms as if to embrace him. Meanwhile, Su Jinghuai and Su Xingqi, who were still processing the situation, exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting confusion and disbelief. "Hey, Su Taotao," Su Jinghuai called out, attempting to summon his precious little sister back. Wasn't this the same boy who, after just one day of kindergarten, had successfully captured Su Taotao's heart and had her calling him brother? No wonder he seemed so familiar. How could they run into each other while simply releasing a sky lantern? Had he known, he would have refrained from coming. Surely, it would have been better for the fickle little girl to remain at home. Su Jinghuai's expression darkened, resembling the soot of a pot's bottom. However, the little girl's attention was solely focused on Han Jiatian, completely oblivious to her elder brother's call. Han Jiatian, taken by surprise at the enthusiasm of the embrace, stumbled back a couple of steps due to the momentum. Clearly, this sister was not merely indulging in her meals and treats for nothing. Old Yang, concerned for the safety of the two little ones, quickly moved to protect the young master's back. Looking up, Taotao noticed Old Yang and cheerfully exclaimed, "I recognize you. You're Uncle Yang, Jiatian Gij's driver, right?" "Hello, Uncle." Old Yang was momentarily taken aback, surprised that this little girl remembered him after just a single encounter. After the embrace, Taotao released Han Jiatian, her eyes sparkling as she smiled, resembling a crescent moon. "Jiatian Gij, what brings you here?" Upon spotting the sky lantern at Han Jiatian's feet, her eyes gleamed with excitement. "You're here to release a sky lantern too, aren't you?"
Han Jiatian nodded in affirmation.
Each repetition of Jiatian Gij felt like a hammer striking Su Xingqi's forehead, and he began to feel overwhelmed. He tugged at Su Jinghuai's sleeve, asking, "What is going on? Who is that boy talking to Taotao?" She even hugged him voluntarily.
Su Hinwei,
with a disgruntled expression, looked at Han Jiatian and rubbed his brow. "Yes, the same boy I mentioned before, the one Taotao calls brother at kindergarten." Su Xingqi's jealousy flared up instantly. "Brother? What kind of brother? We are her brothers. How can this little one claim a brother outside?"
Su Hinwei's Jirat,
his face reflecting his own irritation. Su Xingqi's gaze fell back on Han Jiatian, appraising him for a moment before stroking his chin in contemplation.
"Well,
this little boy is quite handsome. He certainly matches up to being friends with our Taotao." Su Jinghuai scoffed. "If it's just friendship, that is fine. But I fear Chapter 101. If the brain is unnecessary, it could be donated to those in need." "What do you fear?" Su Jinghuai's eyes narrowed slightly. "I fear this boy intends to whisk our Taotao away." Su Xingqi looked puzzled. "Whisk away? Why would he want to do that?" Su Jinghuai turned his head in exasperation, regarding his younger brother with a look of disbelief. "A boy and a girl, what do you think? Haven't you ever heard the saying about a pig rooting through cabbage?" Before he could finish, Su Xingqi interrupted, eyes alight with sudden comprehension. "I get it now." Su Jinghuai smirked. "Well, it's good you understand. That boy wants to become sworn siblings with our Taotao. He aims to push us aside and become her sole brother."
Su Hinwei,
seeing his brother's silence, Su Xingqi became more convinced he was correct, his eyes shining with excitement, more thrilled than solving a difficult math problem. "Brother, is it just as I said? I guessed right, didn't I?" Su Jinghuai looked at his foolish brother with a mix of disbelief and pity. After being stared at for too long, Su Xingqi finally sensed something was amiss. "Did I say something wrong?
Why do you look at me like that?"
Su Jinghuai placed his palm gently atop Su Xingqi's head, stroking it softly. "It's nothing. I just think that if your brain isn't needed, it could be donated to someone in need." Su Xingqi felt the sting of sarcasm and was about to retort when Su Jinghuai delivered another blow. "Never mind, I doubt anyone would want your brain anyway."
Su Xingqi.
Taotao glanced at the sky lantern beside Han Jiatian, her voice sweet and inquisitive. "Jiatian Gij, what wish did you write on the lantern?"
"Can I see it?"
Han Jiatian hesitated before responding. Old Yang, observing the young master, knew that this child was naturally reserved and reluctant to make friends, let alone allow others to touch his belongings. However, this little girl seemed genuinely friendly and eager to befriend him. If the young master were to brusquely reject her, she might never want to play with him again. To prevent his young master from losing a potential friend, Old Yang decided to intervene.
"Miss Taotao,
if the wish on the lantern is shared with others, it loses its magic. So please forgive the young master for not being able to share his secret with you. I hope you don't mind." Taotao was about to respond with a cheerful "it's alright," when Han Jiayan suddenly spoke up. It's fine, Uncle Yang. I can tell Taotao. With that, Han Jiayan took Taotao's hand and squatted down before the lantern. Come, let me show you quietly, just for your eyes only. Taotao's eyes lit up with joy.
Yay.
The warm summer night breeze carried a hint of awkwardness. Old Yang. He wished he could advise the young master that if he had other thoughts in the future, he could express them sooner, as this was quite embarrassing. The two little ones crouched on the ground, peering at the secret inscribed on the lantern. Their round heads leaning close together in a display of intimacy that prompted Su Jinghuai and Su Xingqi to restrain themselves from rushing over to separate the two children. Old Yang cast a glance upwards, meeting the exasperated gazes of the two older boys. After a moment of consideration, he moved a few steps closer to them, standing side by side, silently awaiting the two little friends. Taotao gazed at the words on the lantern, her small white teeth gently biting her lip, her cherubic face revealing a trace of difficulty. What's wrong?
Han Jiatian inquired.
Taotao looked up, forcing a polite yet awkward smile. Jiatian Gij, I can't read. Did you forget?
Han Jiatian.
He had indeed forgotten. However, I am not entirely illiterate. For instance, in the sentence you wrote, I can recognize the characters for father and mother. Brother Jiasu, might you share your wish with me? Han Jiasu lowered his gaze upon the black brush calligraphy before him and read, I hope that father and mother can return this spring festival to celebrate the new year with me. Upon hearing this, Taotao's eyes sparkled as she nodded enthusiastically. Rest assured. Brother Jiasu, your parents will undoubtedly return this spring festival. Her tone was remarkably resolute. Intrigued, Han Jiasu inquired, How can you be so certain? The little one raised her tiny hands, her thumb and ring finger touching, her expression animated. Because I can calculate it, you must believe me.
Han Jiasu, initially silent,
gazed at her for a moment before smiling. All right, I believe you. Standing nearby, Old Yang observed the two little ones. Feeling that Su family's Taotao truly had a knack for bringing joy, she was simply a little bundle of happiness. Overwhelmed by excitement, Old Yang turned to converse with Su Jinghuai and Su Xingqi. Look at these two children, how blissfully they play together. It has been ages since I have seen the young master smile so joyfully. After uttering this, Old Yang noticed a lack of response and turned, puzzled, to find two stoic men regarding him, cloaked in an aura of indifference. The domineering CEO spoke, resembling an emotionless assassin. He hasn't smiled this joyfully in a long time. I could easily make him cry. Do you believe that? Old Yang, no need for that. Su Xingqi, observing the two children, felt increasingly uncomfortable and approached. Scooping Taotao into his arms, let us go. It's time to release the sky lanterns. Taotao protested, wrapping her arms around her brother's neck. But brother, I haven't finished talking with brother Jiasu. You can continue your conversation at kindergarten later. Thus, Taotao cast a pleading glance at her elder brother, only to find him averting his gaze. She had no choice but to turn to Han Jiasu, bidding farewell. Goodbye, brother Jiasu. I'm going to release the sky lanterns now. See you at kindergarten. Old Yang, somewhat perplexed, enthusiastically suggested, Mr. Su, why not let them both release the lanterns together? Before he could finish, a mere look from Su Jinghuai silenced him. Old Yang. Why do I sense a considerable hostility towards the young master from these two?
No.
No, that cannot be. The young master is too adorable. It must be my imagination. Taotao clung to Su Xingqi's neck. Have brother Sun Boyer and brother Xiaoyang arrived? They are already here, by the lotus pond. Let us go meet them.
All right.
The little one turned to Su Jinghuai. Brother, did you bring a pen? I want to write my wish on the lantern. Chapter 102. The little one expressed that she had long since grown accustomed to the scene of her brothers vying for her affection. Su Jinghuai playfully pinched his sister's delicate little nose. Of course I brought one. Your brother is quite reliable. The little one immediately showered him with compliments. Brother, you're amazing.
What about me?
Isn't third brother amazing? Su Xingqi interjected with a hint of jealousy. The master of flattery quickly chimed in. Third brother is amazing too. All of Taotao as brothers are wonderful. Su Jinghuai, unable to tolerate Su Xingqi's petty demeanor, couldn't help but speak up. What Taotao said to me was sincere. What she said to you were mere pleasantries, understand? Su Xingqi scoffed. Do you really think that is plausible? I believe you have it backward. The little one glanced between her elder brothers, her heart untouched and even slightly amused. After all, she was already accustomed to her brothers competing for her affection. No need to worry, it's not a big deal. Not far away, Sun Boyu and Xiao Yang, having prepared the sky lanterns, spotted Su Xingqi over here. Their attention was immediately captured by Taotao, and they dropped what they were holding, rushing over. Seeing the two boys charge toward Taotao, Su Xingqi quickly stepped in front of her, extending his hand. "What are you two doing?" "We're just saying hello to our sister," Xiao Yang declared, skidding to a halt. Su Xingqi shot him a disapproving glare. "Get away. Who is your sister? Don't go around claiming sisters." Taotao, nestled in her brother's embrace, recognized the two boys as third brother's friends and greeted them. "Hello, brother Sun Boyu." "Hello,
Brother Xiao Yang.
the adorably sweet sound of her voice captured the hearts of the two boys instantly. They knew Taotao was cute, but they hadn't anticipated her to be 1,000 times cuter in person. "Hello, Taotao." Su Xingqi's expression morphed into one of disbelief as he regarded Sun Boyer and Xiao Yang. "Are you both out of your minds? Why are you speaking in such a high-pitched tone?" "We can't help it," they replied, though their gaze remained fixed on Taotao's face. Only after a moment did they notice another person beside her, prompting Sun Boyer and Xiao Yang to greet. "Hello, brother Jinghui."
Su Hinwei.
Feeling as if he had become invisible. At this moment, Xiao Yang suddenly recalled something. "Taotao, I heard your third brother say that your favorite color is pink, right?" Taotao nodded excitedly. "Yes. I brought you a pink sky lantern. Would you like to see it?" Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Aside from Taotao, whose face lit up with joy and anticipation, the others wore expressions of disbelief. "You actually have this?" "Yes." The little one was so thrilled, she nearly jumped out of her brother's arms. Su Jinghui had no choice but to set her down. Xiao Yang retrieved the pink lantern from his collection, carefully unveiling it layer by layer. Taotao's eyes sparkled brighter and brighter, and she couldn't help but clap her little hands. "This lantern is so beautiful. It's really pink. Here, it's specially prepared for you." Xiao Yang handed the pink lantern to Taotao. "Wow, Xiao Yang, do you have no sense of competition? You are pulling ahead of me?" Sun Boyo exclaimed. "I didn't hear you mention preparing a pink lantern for Taotao on our way here." Xiao Yang pretended not to hear Sun Boyo's complaint, ignoring it entirely. His focus was solely on Taotao. The others were invisible to him. Hee. Su Jinghui, Su Xingqi, and Sun Boyer regarded Xiao Yang with identical expressions of cold indifference, perfectly embodying the notion that one's desire to harm is not concealed. Taotao gleefully accepted the lantern, gazing up at Xiao Yang with admiration. "Thank you, brother Xiao Yang." The two biological brothers were initially provoked by Xiao Yang's bold move, but were subsequently further provoked by Taotao's adoring gaze. How could the little one direct such admiration toward someone else? They were not pleased, successfully winning Taotao's affection with a pink sky lantern. Xiao Yang earned the privilege of frequent interaction with her. Throughout the lantern releasing process, Taotao sweetly called him brother Xiao Yang.
Xiao Yang felt immensely pleased.
Not only delighted but also occasionally casting provocative, triumphant glances at the other three, which made them clench their fists in frustration. However, it is well known that Taotao is a fair-minded child. With 4 brothers, each prepared a sky lantern for her. Thus, she diligently released 4 lanterns, completing this delightful endeavor perfectly. After releasing the sky lanterns, everyone headed home. Taotao was already worn out from playing. Su Jinghui was in charge of driving, while Su Xingqi took on the important task of coaxing Taotao to sleep. When the little dumpling got sleepy, she became even clingier than usual. She fussed and insisted that third brother hold her, so Su Xingqi sat in the back seat with her in his arms. Sleep weighed heavily on Taotao's little eyelids, drooping lower and lower, yet her tiny arms stubbornly stayed wrapped around third brother's neck. Fighting off drowsiness, she mumbled softly, "Big brother, third brother, I released 4 sky lanterns tonight. Do you know what that means?" Su Jinghui and Su Xingqi played along perfectly. "What does it mean?" "It means all the wishes I made will come true." Su Xingqi lowered his gaze to his precious little sister, her eyelashes fluttering. "Then what wishes did our Taotao make?" For some reason, the little one suddenly perked up at that question. She snapped her eyes open and looked at him with a mischievous smile. Su Xingqi was momentarily confused, then amused. "What s with that expression? Tell your brother what you wished for, okay?" Taotao lifted her chubby little hand and curled her finger at him. "Brother, come closer. I'll tell you." Su Xingqi immediately leaned in, afraid that if he hesitated even a second, she'd change her mind. After all, earlier that night, since Taotao couldn't write yet, they'd offered to help write her wishes on the lanterns. But after some serious thought, she had solemnly refused. When asked why, Taotao said that if they wrote it for her, everyone would know her wishes and they wouldn't come true anymore. So, in the end, not a single word was written on any of the 4 lanterns. She'd gone through the entire wishing process by clasping her hands together and silently muttering to herself. Third brother, a little closer. Su Xingqi obediently leaned in further. The next second, a drowsy, giggly little voice reached his ear. Just kidding. I'm not telling you. Hee hee. By the time he reacted and was about to smack her little butt, he looked down and realized the tiny troublemaker had already fallen asleep at lightning speed. Su Xingqi, Chapter 103, Su Jinghuai. In the end, I gave my heart for nothing. Because everyone had stayed up late the night before. The whole family slept in the next morning. When Taotao woke up, it was already 10 o'clock. Wearing her little slippers, she wandered downstairs in a daze, only to find everyone already eating breakfast. The soles of her slippers were soft and made no sound. With her messy bedhead, Taotao stood behind everyone and spoke up. Her baby voice tinged with grievance. Why didn't you wake me up to eat breakfast? Su Qingyun and Lin Wanqiu immediately turned around. The small dumpling was pouting, her face full of the sadness of being left behind. Su Qingyun panicked and immediately put down his chopsticks, turning to comfort his precious daughter. Be good, Taotao. Daddy and Mommy thought you played too late last night, so we wanted you to sleep in and get enough rest. We didn't do it on purpose. Taotao looked at her dad, lips pressed together, not saying a word. Seeing that she still looked a bit upset, Su Qingyun hurriedly added, Daddy swears I'm not lying. We really just wanted you to sleep a little longer. Lin Wanqiu quickly chimed in. That's right. Mommy can testify. Hearing Mommy's words, Taotao's tense little expression finally relaxed. She tilted her head, thought for 2 seconds, then showed her tiny rice teeth. Okay then. Su Qingyun, when he explained it, she doubted him. When Mommy spoke, she believed it instantly. His precious daughter was discriminating against him. Heartbroken. Just as he was about to complain, Taotao was scooped up by a pair of hands. Lin Wanqiu placed her onto a chair. Come on, baby, eat breakfast with Mommy, okay? Okay. Lin Wanqiu shot Su Qingyun a queenly glance. Taotao sits here. You find somewhere else. All right. He clearly hadn't understood his position in this household. Before Taotao arrived, he sat next to his wife. Once Taotao showed up, he was instantly sidelined. Taotao fed herself seafood wontons with a small spoon, making satisfied sounds as she ate. So yummy. The wontons were handmade by Aunt Lu. Since Taotao's mouth was small, they were wrapped into tiny pieces just for her. As cute as the little dumpling herself. After eating for a while, Taotao finally noticed something was missing. She looked up at Grandpa across from her. Su Heqian noticed her gaze and smiled. What's wrong? She popped another wonton into her mouth, her left cheek puffed out like a little hamster. Didn't Grandpa say you were going to teach me Tai Chi today? Humph, Grandpa didn't wake me up either. Su Heqian froze. Then immediately pointed at his dear son. He told Grandpa not to wake you and let you sleep more. Su Kenjun, fine. He'd take all the blame. If there had to be one unlucky scapegoat in the world, it was him. Taotao blinked her big eyes at her dad. Daddy, if I sleep in again next time, you have to wake me up, okay? Don't let me sleep too much. Why? Su Qingyun asked. After all, kids sleeping until 9 or 10 was completely normal. Su Xingqi instantly got interested. ISNT sleeping in great? I wish I could sleep in every day. Lin Wanqiu looked at him with maximum disdain. Who can compare with you? You're basically a pig. Su Xingqi. Mom, were we having a calm conversation? Why the personal attack? Lin Wanqiu snorted and ignored him. Taotao answered seriously because I have to keep the habit of doing morning practice. My master reminded me. I can't slack off. When my master comes to Beijing. He'll check. After hearing this, Su Jinghuai, whose thinking often took strange turns, started teasing again. That's fine. As long as we don't tell your master. He won't know you slept in and skipped morning practice. We'll all keep it a secret for you. Taotao's expression instantly turned serious. But because she was so cute, even her serious face looked soft and harmless. Big brother, you shouldn't think like that. The more serious she sounded, the more Su Jinghuai wanted to laugh. Why not? Having finished eating, Taotao put her chubby hands on her hips and began explaining logically. Let me give you an example. Big brother, making money is your favorite thing to do, right? So you take it seriously and don't slack off. Learning and practicing is my favorite thing to do too, so I can't slack off either. Doesn't that make sense? Su Jinghuai hadn't expected her reasoning to be so convincing. He almost nodded along. After thinking for a moment, he said, but actually, What big brother likes most now isn't making money anymore? Taotao frowned slightly and asked a soul-searching question, why? If you don't make money, how will you raise me? Su Jinghua. He'd expected her to ask what he liked instead. This was a delightful surprise. Don't worry, he said calmly. Big brother has already earned enough money to raise many of you. Peach's eyes sparkled instantly. Wow, big brother, you are so impressive. Of course, Su Jinghua replied, relishing the flattery while adjusting his hairstyle, exuding an aura of a hidden expert. So, big brother, are you heading to the company today? Su Jinghua paused for a moment. Today? I hadn't planned on going. Although the employees had resumed their normal working hours on the last day of the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, he wished to stay home and accompany Peach. No, big brother, you need to go today. If you don't, some matters at the company may not proceed smoothly. The atmosphere tensed as everyone sensed that the little round dumpling's expression was not one of jest. Su Heqian spoke up, since Peach insists, you must go. The Su group was currently engrossed in a significant overseas acquisition, which was of utmost importance. Acknowledging his darling sister's capabilities, Su Jinghua nodded earnestly. All right, I'll set off shortly. Can I go to the company with you, brother? Hearing this, Su Jinghua's heart soared with joy. Of course you can. Indeed, in this household, Peach was most attached to her big brother. Ah, the feeling of being favored, who truly understands. In the next moment, the little dumpling shyly added, because I really want to eat the little cakes from your company's cafeteria. Su Jinghua. All right then, I suppose I've misallocated my affections. Half an hour later, with her hair styled into a cute bun and dressed appropriately, Peach hopped into Su Jinghua's car. Little cakes. Here I come. Chapter 104. Peach whines. I want to eat 3 little cakes. Seeing Peach so delighted, Su Jinghua's mood brightened even further. He turned to observe the little one in the safety seat, organizing her small bag. And he found himself increasingly enamored. She was indeed a remarkable and adorable little bundle of joy. 15 minutes later, the car came to a steady halt at the entrance of the Su Group building. After alighting, Su Jinghua gently carried Peach out. Today, Lin Wanxiu had styled Peach in a cool outfit, a denim short-sleeved top paired with shorts, complemented by a pair of petite black sunglasses, embodying a delightful blend of sweetness and coolness. Wow, we've arrived. Peach pushed her sunglasses atop her head, revealing her sparkling eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. However, Su Jinghua knew that her eagerness was not solely for accompanying him to work, but rather for the little cakes in the company cafeteria. As they exited the president's exclusive elevator, employees cast curious glances at the little one. This was Peach's second visit to the company, and given her strikingly adorable appearance, she had left a lasting impression the last time. Along the way, many employees appeared eager to engage, but were deterred by the boss's formidable presence, though a brave few dared to approach. A male employee from the technical department cautiously inquired, Boss, is this your sister? The little girl who came to the company last time? Su Jinghua halted, and the employee's heart sank. Fearing reprimand for breaching the unspoken rule of not inquiring about the boss's personal life. Just as the employee's heart raced, Su Jinghua unexpectedly broke into a radiant smile, one that was rarely seen. Yes, this is my sister, Su Jinghua's little sister. Isn't she beautiful, adorable, soft and cute? The employee was momentarily stunned before quickly nodding excitedly, beautiful, adorable, soft and cute. The surrounding employees chimed in with enthusiasm, super beautiful, super adorable, super soft and cute. Su Jinghua beamed with a proud brotherly smile, exuding a charm that could captivate anyone. Peach, undaunted by the crowd's attention, confidently greeted, hello, brothers and sisters. The onlookers felt their hearts melt. How could one resist such cuteness? As Su Jinghua approached his office door, he was about to speak when a familiar voice called out, Peach. The little dumpling's ears perked up, and her head, resting on her brother's shoulder, snapped towards the source. Pretty sister, with her back to Jing City. Su Jinghua heard her approaching in high heels and silently rolled his eyes, his expression darkening. Every time Jing City appeared, he felt as though she was vying for Peach's affection, for Peach seemed particularly fond of her. He couldn't fathom what charm Jing City possessed that captivated his little dumpling so. As he pondered, Jing City reached them. Hello, boss. As a diligent employee, she promptly greeted her superior, to which Su Jinghua nodded expressionlessly. Peach, you're here at the company again. I missed you so much. Peach's large eyes curved into crescent moons as she replied, I missed you too, pretty sister. Jing City was about to say more when Su Jinghua's sharp gaze silenced her. Secretary Jean, if I recall correctly, it is currently working hours. You should attend to your duties. The icy tone sent a shiver down Jing City's spine. If she had the audacity, she might have asked her boss how he could utter such frigid words with such warmth in his mouth. But alas, she lacked the courage, so she quietly returned to work. Peach, I have to go work now. I'll come find you to play during my break, Jing Ci said. Peach smiled sweetly. Okay. Su Jinghui interjected, don't worry, I won't allow you any break time.
Sig.
Brother, I really want to eat little cakes later. Can pretty sister take me there? Upon hearing this, Jing Ci's heart fluttered with hope. The little darling was truly a gem. However, her joy was short-lived as Su Jinghui replied, Big brother has a light workload this afternoon. I'll take you to eat later. Okay. The little dumpling was solely focused on the delicious little cakes and completely oblivious to her brother's subtle rejection of the pretty sister. Jing Ci felt her heart shatter. Once inside the office, Su Jinghui organized the tasks for the afternoon, realizing that while there weren't many, they would take considerable time. Glancing at Peach on the sofa, who was indulging in her blind box toys, he asked, Peach, shall we order some little cakes to eat in the office? Peach's eyes lit up. How do we call them? Little cakes don't have legs, they can't walk over here. Su Jinghui chuckled. Don't worry, Big brother has a way. Just as he was about to call Chinyu, he remembered that Chinyu had been sent on a business trip. After a moment's thought, he called Jing Ci instead. Secretary Jean, please pack a little cake from the cafeteria and bring it to my office. As soon as he finished, Peach's small voice chimed in confidently. Not one. I want 3. Su Jinghui looked at Peach's determined expression. Peach, cream cakes are quite sweet, and eating too many isn't good for little one's teeth. Let us just have one today, and we can enjoy more next time, shall we?
No.
Sitting on the sofa, Peach crossed her little legs, her lips pouting high enough to hang a soy sauce bottle. Su Jinghui felt a mix of amusement and exasperation as 2 little voices in his head began to argue. One said, as the elder brother, it is your duty to indulge your younger sister appropriately. After all, Taotao's health should be prioritized. The other replied, but she wants to eat 3. Can you bear to see such a sweet and adorable little sister saddened by not having enough cake? Coincidentally, human children are well versed in the art of coaxing. Taotao looked at her elder brother with pitiful eyes, her soft voice filled with a touch of grievance. You are the best, Big brother. You are the most handsome person in the world, and I like you the most. Su Jinghui thought, who could possibly resist this? Just as he was about to speak, a sudden knock on the door interrupted. Knock, knock, knock.
Come in.
The door swung open, and a flamboyant male voice resonated. Surprise. Su Jinghui looked up, his expression tinged with visible disdain. What brings you here? Taotao also turned to see a man she had never encountered before. Chapter 105. The enormous Lingna bell gifted by Brother Xuemu. The man standing at the door was clad in a white suit, exuding the charm of a dandy air. The black shirt beneath was unbuttoned at the collar, yet the vintage gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose added a touch of elegance to his demeanor. Su Jinghui redirected his gaze, instructing Jing Ci on the phone. Please send over 2 pieces of cake. Understood, boss. The man smiled gently, his eyes resembling blooming peach blossoms. You must be the little friend, Su Taotao. Taotao tilted her little head, puzzled. How does this uncle know my name? However, it appeared that this uncle was acquainted with her big brother. Yes, uncle, who are you? The little dumpling sweetly addressed Xuemu, almost causing him to sprain his back. Hurriedly correcting her. I'm your brother's friend, someone who has known him since childhood. So you should call me brother, not uncle. Understood? Taotao pondered for a moment and nodded. All right. Hello, brother. Xuemu's face instantly lit up with joy. Exactly. Taotao is so well-behaved. Su Jinghui could no longer bear it. His expression now even more disdainful than before. Is that why you've come here? Just to utter such nonsense? Xuemu stepped inside and closed the door. Is this person truly your biological brother? He claims that my compliment is just idle chatter.
Su Jinghui remained silent.
So you've come here to sow discord? Shouldn't someone of your stature be more concerned about your image? A child has mistaken you for an uncle. Xuemu's lips twitched. What do you know? This charm is not old. It is called mature restraint, okay? Su Jinghui scoffed lightly, refusing to engage further with his foolishness. You've really outdone yourself, Su Jinghui. I texted you before departing for London, suggesting we gather after I returned. It has been a week since I got back, and you have yet to acknowledge me. Xuemu began his grievance. While Su Jinghui was engrossed in reading documents, he didn't even lift his head, preoccupied with his precious sister. So, I came over to see what your little sister, Su Taotao, looks like. Taotao diverted her attention from the blind box doll. This uncle, oh no, brother, is here just to see me?
Why?
Why the rush?
Suhino ay inquired.
Earlier, while in London, I had disabled my moments feature.
Today.
I remember to turn it on, and saw the photo of Taotao you posted. So you came all this way for what? Naturally. It is to present a welcoming gift for Taotao. Bring it in. As soon as he finished speaking, the door swung open again, and Xuemu's assistant brought in an enormous cardboard box, placing it in the center of the office before exiting. Though it was a cardboard box, it was exquisitely designed, adorned with a large pink bow on top, covered in little pink heart patterns. What is this? Su Jinghui asked. Xuemu smiled, tugging at the bow, and the liberated cardboard flung open, revealing an enormous plush toy inside.
Ah, Belle.
My Lingna bell. Taotao's attention was completely captivated by the gigantic Lingna bell, and she carelessly tossed aside the blind box doll her brother had bought. Su Jinghui observed the scene. Is this little one truly so fickle?
Xuemu.
Witnessing Taotao's excited expression, knew instantly that this gift was a hit. Taotao, come here and see if you like the gift your brother has brought. Just as Taotao was about to slide off the sofa, she suddenly remembered something. Her little eyes darted towards Su Jinghui. He understood her intention perfectly. She was seeking her elder brother's approval, for their Taotao was exceptionally polite.
Instantly, Su Jinghui's smile brightened.
He nodded, signaling that the little dumpling could accept it. Receiving her brother's approval, Taotao instantly scrambled off the sofa and dashed to Lingna Bell. Standing before the giant plush toy, the already petite dumpling appeared even smaller. Brother Xuemu, can I touch her? The soft and sweet little voice echoed, prompting Xuemu to quickly respond, of course. This is a gift specially for you from your brother. You can touch her however you like. Taotao stretched her tiny hand, gently touching Lingna Bell's hand, her eyes sparkling with delight. Brother Xuemu, is this really for me? She asked repeatedly. Of course, your brother never lies. Upon hearing such a statement from Xuemu, Su Jinghui felt as if a turtle had abandoned its shell. Never lies? How can you even say that? What about all those girls you heard in the past? Xuemu's eyes widened. Su Jinghui, stop slandering me. Don't deliberately tarnish my image in front of Taotao. With your image, do I even need to tarnish it?
Xuemu retorted.
Taotao blinked her big eyes at the two bickering brothers. Unable to contain herself, she earnestly interjected. When will you two grow up a bit like me? The two grown men, gazing at the tiny dumpling, couldn't help but chuckle. Brother, is your car large enough? Can you help me take Lingna Bell home? Taotao looked on eagerly. Two voices chimed in unison. Of course. His car isn't big enough. Mine is large enough. I'll help you take Bell home. Su Jinghui frowned. What are you butting in for? Xuemu flashed a mischievous smile. This isn't butting in. It's called caring for children, got it? Su Jinghui nearly seized his laptop to expel this person from the office. On the sofa, Taotao remained engrossed in interacting with Lingna Bell, occasionally pinching her hands, twirling around, patting her back, and even commenting as she touched. Wow, brother. Belle's belly is just like mine. It's all round and soft. Belle's fur is so smooth. It's softer than my hair. Hee, I really like Belle. I'm going to sleep with her tonight. Su Jinghui's expression instantly soured, his tone filled with grievance. Taotao, aren't you going to sleep with your big brother? Before Taotao could respond, Xuemu interjected with an earth-shattering exclamation. What foul language are you using in front of a child? Can't you show a bit of decency? Xuemu raised his hand and playfully slapped himself on the mouth, exclaiming, my apologies, my apologies. I shan't speak like that again. But why did you use such a condescending tone just now? It's infuriating. Have you been transmigrated? Chapter 106. The Scorpio Child Holds a Grudge. Upon hearing Xuemu's mockery, Su Jinghui remained unperturbed, merely casting him a disdainful glance. What do you know? If you had a younger sister as adorable as Taotao, you might just sound even more pretentious than I do. Xuemu. It's just that you have an incredibly cute, soft, and clever little sister? Look at you, all arrogant. So, why shouldn't I be arrogant? Xuemu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. While the two were bickering, Taotao was engrossed in playing with Ling Nabii, her attention entirely undistracted. Noticing Taotao's serious engagement in play, Xuemu leaned closer to Su Jinghui and lowered his voice. I heard something significant today. What is it? Your third uncle's companies have all collapsed. Su Jinghui didn't even lift his eyelids. What is so significant about that? Isn't that a normal occurrence? Bad people eventually face retribution. Shuemu's interest was piqued. So, what is the story behind that last remark? Without pausing in his perusal of documents, Su Jinghui glanced at him. The fact that you're asking suggests you've already heard something.
Go on.
Shuemu settled into a chair, lazily leaning against the backrest. I didn't send anyone to inquire. It was my grandfather who informed me. Shuemu's grandfather shared a close relationship with Su Hiqian. Before falling ill and being hospitalized, the two old gentlemen often spent time together playing chess and fishing. If your grandfather has already told you, then you must know more than a little. Why bother asking me? Shuemu turned to glance at Taotao. I only know that your third uncle's companies collapsed due to Su grandfather's intervention. Beyond that, I'm quite in the dark. I was hoping to hear more details from you. What on earth is happening with your third uncle's family? Why target a child like Taotao? It's simply malicious. After contemplating for a moment, Su Jinghui decided to divulge some details to Shuemu, recognizing the trustworthiness of their relationship.
Just as he was about to speak,
A knock on the door interrupted.
Come in.
The door opened to reveal Jing City, delivering cream pastries. Boss, the cakes have arrived. Su Jinghui inclined his chin slightly, indicating. Place them on the table. Jing City noticed Shuemu and politely greeted, Young Master Shui. Shuemu smiled and nodded. Secretary Jin, are one of these cakes for me? Not at all, Jing City replied with a polite smile. Are you deceiving me? Your boss doesn't indulge in sweets. Just as Jing City was about to respond, a sweet, youthful voice chimed in from behind Ling Nabi, Brother Shuemu, both little cakes are mine. Su Jinghui and Jing City exchanged astonished glances at Shuemu's expression. Little Taotao, can you eat that much? Taotao blinked, her face beaming as she explained. It's all right. They're little cakes, not big ones. They're called little cakes for a reason. Shuemu's gaze fell upon the pastries. However, the truth was that despite their name, the cakes were quite substantial. Given that Taotao was merely a 4-year-old child, her capacity for sweets made 2 little cakes seem rather excessive. Shuemu clapped his hands and gave Taotao a thumbs up. Excellent. Being able to eat is a good thing. The more you eat, the faster you grow. Her older brother interjected, but if you eat too much cream cake, you'll only end up with cavities. Taotao. Shuemu nodded. That's true. Taotao should remember not to eat too many cream cakes. If you do, your teeth will rot, and you'll end up with a flat mouth. Taotao's mouth opened wide in shock, her little face filled with disbelief. Really? Will my teeth really fall out? Seeing her expression, Su Jinghui felt a wave of foreboding. The pout of her little mouth resembled someone on the verge of tears. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Taotao's eyes turned red, and she burst into tears.
I don't want my teeth to fall out.
I don't want to be a flat-mouthed child. Wah! Witnessing his precious sister cry, Su Jinghui turned to glare at Shuemu. What is wrong with you? Why scare her on purpose? He immediately stepped forward to scoop Taotao into his arms, soothing her gently. Don't cry, our Taotao. That silly brother of yours was just teasing you. Eating a couple of little cakes one tea make your teeth fall out, alright? Suddenly labeled as silly. Shuemu found himself at a loss as he observed the scene before him. Wait, I didn't know Taotao was so easily deceived.
I'm sorry.
Brother Shuemu apologizes. I truly made a mistake. Drenched in sorrow over the impending loss of her teeth, Taotao's feelings remained unchanged by Shuemu's earnest apology. Su Jinghui realized that perhaps even his older brother's attempts to console her were futile. Taotao's wails echoed like a surround sound system, and the two men exchanged glances, bewildered. Finally, Jing City could no longer stand by idly. She approached Su Jinghui, extending her hand with a smile. Boss. Shall I try to comfort Taotao? Su Jinghui regarded Jing City with a hint of skepticism. You've never been a mother. Do you know how to comfort a child? Jing City offered an awkward yet polite smile, gently piercing Su Jinghui's heart. And you've never been a father, have you? Su Jinghui straightened up. But I am a brother. Jing City nodded. Yes, you are a brother. So, have you managed to comfort Taotao? Suddenly faced with such probing questions, Su Jinghui fell silent. After a moment, he handed the distressed child over to Jing City. As soon as she held Taotao, Jing City gently stroked the little one's back. While soothing, she said, Taotao, you mentioned you really like your sister, right? Do you trust what she says? Overwhelmed by sadness, Taotao had her eyes shut tight. Upon hearing the gentle voice of the beautiful sister, her eyes slowly opened, and her cries began to subside. Both Su Jinghui and Shuemu were left dumbfounded. Is it really that magical? After all our efforts, She stopped crying the moment Jing City stepped in. Taotao's eyes were red, with glistening tears clinging to her long, curled lashes, making her look utterly pitiful. Gazing up at the lovely sister, Taotao finally nodded, listening intently. Oh, dear. This little voice filled with grievance melted the hearts of the three adults. Your sister is merely concerned that too many sweets are bad for your teeth. That's why these two little cakes were specially made by the chef, with very little sugar added, but they're still delicious. So, you needn't worry about them being harmful to your teeth. Taotao's heart, which was on the verge of breaking, was instantly healed, her eyes sparkling. Really? Jing City smiled. Of course it's true. Su Jinghui wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Secretary Jean, please inform me of such crucial background information sooner, next time.
You didn't ask.
Although Taotao's spirits had lifted, the Scorpio child is known for holding grudges. As she gazed at Xuemu, Taotao resolved to avenge the prank played on her today. This brother, he doesn't seem very courageous. Perhaps he fears ghosts as well? Chapter 107. The Worldly Wise Siren Su Taotao. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Taotao extended her tiny hand and pointed behind Xuemu, exclaiming, Brother Xuemu, there's a ghost right behind you. The air fell silent in an instant, but Xuemu, oblivious, remained perplexed. A ghost? What is that? Although Su Jinghui felt a twinge of fear upon hearing Taotao's words, he had endured several frights before, fortifying his mental resilience somewhat. Moreover, the thought of witnessing Xuemu's startled reaction was enough to bolster his courage. He crossed his arms and leaned closer to Xuemu, lowering his voice conspiratorially. You don't know what a ghost is? It's just another name for a spirit. Xuemu scoffed dismissively. It's broad daylight. Where would a ghost come from? Taotao, her expression earnest, countered. Humans misunderstand. Spirits can manifest at any time, day or night, whenever they wish. Although Su Jinghui himself was frightened, he hastily fanned the flames of fear, advising, You'd best heed what Taotao says. Since the two old gentlemen have already conversed, your grandfather must have shared some insights about Taotao's situation. If you doubt it, you can always inquire with your own elder. Xuemu remained bewildered, his face a canvas of confusion. What situation does Taotao have? Her constitution is different from ours. She can see spirits, Su Jinghui explained. The atmosphere in the office became palpably tense as Xuemu questioned his own hearing. What did you just say? Before Su Jinghui could respond, Taotao chimed in. Big brother says I can see ghosts. Brother Xuemu, that spirit has its hand resting on your neck right now. Taotao spoke the truth. From the moment Xuemu entered the office, she had sensed the faint, shadowy aura that lingered around him. Not particularly dense, yet stubbornly persistent. Initially, Taotao hadn't paid it much mind, but at that moment, she noticed the dark mist coalescing towards Xuemu's vital points, poised to strike, prompting her to speak up. Sure enough, upon hearing Taotao's words, the dark mist halted, as if surprised that anyone could perceive its presence. Xuemu's heart raced, his speech faltering in fear. The air of a dashing young heir evaporated entirely as he clutched Su Jinghui, leaping high in alarm. Where? Is it true? I knew it felt chilly at the back of my neck. Oh my gosh. Get away. One arm wrapped around Su Jinghui's neck. Xuemu flailed wildly with his other arm, as if attempting to physically banish the spirit Taotao had mentioned. Yet, the spirit remained untouched by his antics, growing ever denser and more ominous. Taotao fixed her determined gaze on the dark mist, chanting an incantation silently, while the mist howled, seeking to wreak havoc. With a furrowed brow, Taotao quickened her incantation, and the raucous dark mist was forced to scatter. Immediately, Xuemu's aura cleared, and the faint dark mark upon his brow vanished. Taotao fidgeted with her fingers, realizing that this departure was only temporary. Brother Xuemu, or rather, your home, has already been entwined by some malevolent entities. Meanwhile, Jing City, standing nearby, was utterly speechless. Her face a mask of shock as she stared at Taotao and the two towering men, her mind buzzing. Could it be that ghosts truly existed? No way. She had always feared them most. Previously, when she accompanied Taotao to Zhao Shui village to pick her up, she had gleaned some insight into Taotao's unique experiences. This little darling had been raised by a Taoist priest and possessed the ability to see things beyond ordinary perception, along with some extraordinary talents. However, experiencing it firsthand was still quite terrifying. Jing City looked at Taotao with pleading eyes, and the little one, sensing the beautiful lady's distress, immediately understood. The expression on the beautiful lady's face clearly conveyed her fear. Taotao extended her tiny arms, radiating an aura of sweetness, and with a playful tone declared, "Come here. Beautiful lady. I'll protect you." To her surprise, Jing City transformed into a delicate damsel, hurriedly stepping into Taotao's embrace. Though Taotao's short arms could hardly encircle her, there was still a hint of an aura reminiscent of a powerful figure cradling a beauty. Watching this scene unfold, Su Jinghui could hardly suppress a smirk. The terrified Xuemu, witnessing this spectacle, released his hold on Su Jinghui and dashed towards Taotao, wailing, "I'm so scared." Big brother needs a hug from Taotao too. Before he could finish his plea, a mysterious force from the east yanked at the collar of his shirt. "What do you need a hug for, you grown man? Have some shame." Caught by his shirt collar, Xuemu began to cough violently, his face contorted in discomfort. Cough. Cough, cough. Su Jinghui cast a cold glance at him. "Oh, so you want to hug Taotao too?" "Not a chance." After a brief struggle, Xuemu was finally released, his cheeks flushed red, trembling fingers pointing accusingly at Su Jinghui, an avalanche of expletives brewing on his lips. Meanwhile, on the sofa, Taotao continued to comfort Jing City. "Don't be afraid, beautiful lady. I've already driven away the dark entities." Jing City blinked. "Really?" Taotao nodded earnestly. "Indeed. So please don't cry. Seeing a beauty like you in tears makes my heart ache." "All right, I won't cry anymore." Su Jinghui gazed in disbelief at the sight of the two embracing, his emotions a tangled web. How could his little milk dumpling sister possess such a demeanor and speaking style akin to a seasoned seductress? He approached, pinching Jing City's clothing with 2 fingers to separate them, his tone indifferent. "Have you had enough hugging? Are you taking advantage here?"
Jinchi fin di nocens.
"I didn't, boss. It was Taotao who hugged me first." Taotao nodded vigorously. "Yes, big brother. I was comforting her, because she was scared." Su Jinghui's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Well, big brother is scared too. Why don't you hug me?" With hands on her hips and a serious expression, Taotao replied, "Big brother, you're a grown man. You need to be strong, understand?" Su Jinghui was left speechless. He had merely desired a hug. Yet now he was being schooled by this little brat. How absurd. Just as Xuemu was about to voice his grievances, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen. Answering, "Grandfather?" The voice on the other end was that of the elderly Xue, filled with vitality despite his age. "I heard from your father that you're at Jinghui's place?"
Yes.
"Is Taotao there?"
Yes.
"Invite her to our home." Xuemu turned to Taotao, puzzled. "To our home?
When?
Are you inviting Taotao for a meal?" The elder's tone grew serious. "Given our family's connection, a meal is indeed in order. But I wish to invite Taotao for far more significant matter." Chapter 108. Taotao. "Is this something we can discuss?" Xuemu became even more perplexed. "You, an old man, are seeking out a child for what important matter?" Su Jinghui and Taotao, hearing this, turned to Xuemu as well. Taotao tilted her head. "Huh? Who is looking for her?" On the other end, the elder sighed softly. "My foolish grandson, haven't you noticed that something has been amiss at home lately?" Xuemu pondered for a moment. "I don't sense anything unusual. Ever since my return to the homeland, I have been plagued by debilitating headaches, a condition foreign to me until now. Moreover, I find myself frequently jolted awake in the dead of night by nightmarish visions, the reasons for which elude me." Xuemu expressed an increasing sense of unease, suddenly realizing something that sent a chill down his spine. "Grandfather, could it be that something sinister has truly infiltrated our home?" "My father and I share this suspicion, which is precisely why we intend to consult someone knowledgeable in such matters." After a brief pause, Xuemu inquired, "So, this knowledgeable person you speak of, could it possibly be Taotao?" "Indeed." Xuemu cast a glance at the adorable little girl, Taotao, who was thoroughly engrossed in her creamy cake, her small gestures and satisfied expressions impossibly endearing. Although Taotao's elder brother had also made this observation, the notion of such a diminutive creature, one that could easily be lifted by an adult's hand, being capable of exercising spirits, was hard to believe.
To be candid,
he harbored doubts. After pondering for a moment, he addressed his grandfather. "Grandfather, one must adhere to principles of virtue. At your age, how can you bully a little girl? Taotao is delicate and gentle. How could she possibly chase away ghosts? Perhaps you should consider visiting the mountain to consult a master at the temple." In the midst of her cake, Taotao's brows furrowed at this remark, halting her actions. "Brother Xuemu, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that I cannot exorcise spirits?" Xuemu was taken aback. not realizing that Taotao had overheard him. He forced a polite yet awkward smile.
No.
That is not what I meant. Then what exactly do you mean? Taotao, now abandoning her cake, placed her tiny hands on her chubby waist, ready to engage in a spirited debate. The more Xuemu observed, the more he felt that the words "a strong-willed Chinese woman" were inscribed upon Taotao's fair forehead. With such confidence, could she truly be some sort of sage? At that moment, the elder Xue spoke again. Hand the phone to Jinghuai.
Xuemu Blythe.
Passing the phone to Su Jinghuai. Jinghuai, I spoke with your grandfather a couple of days ago regarding our family situation and heard about Taotao's experiences. We would like to invite her to our home for a visit. Su Jinghuai glanced at Taotao and replied, I may need to consult Taotao herself regarding this matter. Afterwards, I will have Xuemu return your call, if that is agreeable. Of course. Following the call, Su Jinghuai turned to find Taotao still glaring at Xuemu, evidently displeased by his earlier comments. It seemed that little Taotao was holding a grudge over Xuemu's words. Noticing the shift in atmosphere, Jing City discreetly exited the office, tending to her own affairs. Xuemu felt a shiver under Taotao's piercing gaze and leaned closer to Su Jinghuai, lowering his voice. Do you think Taotao is genuinely upset? I meant no harm. My only concern was for her safety. If something malevolent had indeed entered our home, how could I allow a child to face such danger? I have never believed in such things, but my grandfather's earnestness has left me feeling quite anxious. After listening, Su Jinghuai reached out, patting Xuemu's shoulder in a gesture of sympathy. One of the things Taotao is most sensitive about is her professional capabilities. She is an expert. If someone doubted your ability to attract girls, wouldn't you feel offended? Without hesitation, Xuemu nodded, absolutely.
Then that settles it.
Should I go and appease her? Xuemu asked tentatively. No need, I will handle it, Su Jinghuai replied. Was he really that intent on denying Xuemu and Taotao a moment alone? How petty could one be? Su Jinghuai squatted down before the fuming Taotao, gently stroking her little head with the utmost tenderness. Xuemu felt a pang of jealousy as he envisioned the delightful texture of Taotao's little head, surely delightful to touch. Is our Taotao upset? Taotao pouted. Her cheeks puffed up. I'm not upset, just indignant. Her defiant stance elicited a chuckle from Su Jinghuai. Grandfather Xue's family has recently been experiencing some unusual occurrences, and they wish to invite you over to take a look. Would you like to go, Taotao? Taotao's eyes sparkled at the mention of unusual occurrences. Absolutely. I love unusual things. Since returning from Xiaoshui village and having helped her second brother exorcise a spirit at the aquarium, she had longed for an opportunity to showcase her abilities, which had been lacking lately. Now that an opportunity presented itself, how could she not seize it? Seeing her eager acceptance, Su Jinghuai smiled. Excellent. Xuemu, please call Grandfather Xue and inquire when would be a convenient time for us to visit. Any time. The sooner the better. Xuemu replied without hesitation. Su Jinghuai raised an eyebrow.
Really?
My headaches and nightmares have intensified since our return, and I suspect they are linked to some unclean entity. This has never happened before, and I just remembered that my mother's headaches have also worsened. She mentioned it to me this morning. Additionally, my father seems to be facing some challenges at work, having mentioned that a contract fell through a couple of days ago. Su Jinghuai expressed sympathy. It appears your family has truly been beset by misfortune. However, Taotao has no time in the coming days, after the Mid-Autumn Festival. She must return to kindergarten tomorrow. Xuemu was taken aback. Kindergarten? You've enrolled Taotao at such a young age. She is merely a 4-year-old. That seems rather harsh. Su Jinghuai regarded him with an icy glare, as if anticipating that Xuemu would next suggest, Taotao, your elder brother is unkind to you. Come to me, and I shall be your brother. As Su Jinghuai spoke, he shot Xuemu a disdainful look, as if to say, Taotao chose this willingly. What do you understand? Taotao tilted her head back, her large, glistening eyes fixed on her brother, hesitating to speak. Brother, if memory serves, I was initially quite reluctant to go.
And it was you who persuaded me.
Is that something we can discuss? Su Jinghuai was momentarily at a loss for words. Xuemu burst into laughter, thoroughly enjoying the exchange. Taotao, why don't you stay at your brother's house this time and become my sister? If you want to attend kindergarten, you can. If not, you needn't go. What do you say? Su Jinghuai interjected. What nonsense are you spouting? If you're so bored, perhaps you should consider getting a job. Or I could apply to be a male teacher at Taotao's kindergarten, allowing me to see her every day. Surely that would be more enjoyable than your company. Xuemu continued, growing more animated. Su Jinghuai's lips curled into a smirk as he uttered a friendly retort, "Get lost." Taotao gazed at the two men, now engaged in a verbal sparring match, her round face reflecting her exasperation. "So, when exactly are we going? Such matters cannot be delayed. The sooner, the better." Shuemu replied, "In that case, why not seize the day? Shall we go today? My grandfather and the others are home right now."
So Hinaway Fronev, immediately?
Shuemu glanced at the mountain of paperwork on the desk. "Oh, my apologies. I forgot that you haven't finished your work for today, have you?" Then, with a cheeky tone, he added, "Not to worry, you can take your time. I'll take Taotao myself." "You're dreaming," Su Jinghuai retorted without hesitation. Shuemu believed that Su Jinghuai was jesting. After all, they had known each other for many years and were well acquainted with each other's habits. This man was an unequivocal workaholic, the kind who could dedicate his entire life to his profession. Was it conceivable that he would abandon unfinished tasks to engage in other pursuits? Absolutely not. Shuemu looked at Su Jinghuai with confidence, only to hear him say, "Work does not necessarily have to be done today. I am going with Taotao." Shuemu replied, "Fine, you win." In a mere 2 minutes, Su Jinghuai briefed the department heads on various tasks before descending the stairs with Shuemu and Taotao. 10 minutes later, their vehicle arrived at the entrance of the villa community. Upon entering the gates, they were greeted by a tranquil tree-lined road adorned with lush greenery. At around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, the sun blazed brightly, casting flickering shadows from the trees onto the ground and the car's body. The windows were open, and as they ventured further into the estate, Su Jinghuai found it perplexing that, despite the glaring sun, it grew increasingly cool. "I haven't turned on the air conditioning," he mused. Seated in the back, Shuemu took a moment to assess the temperature, genuinely surprised. "I never expected a grown man like you to be so sensitive to the elements. I hadn't noticed before." Su Jinghuai ignored him and turned to observe Taotao, who was peering out the window, studying the surroundings. He could not see her expression, but he could imagine that her cherubic little face was quite serious. After all, the most beautiful girls are those who work earnestly. Taotao scrutinized her environment, her brows furrowing deeper. "Who planted all these poplar trees?" she inquired. "Shuemu Gij," she called out. Hearing his name, Shuemu quickly responded, "What is it? Who authorized the planting of these poplar trees in your yard?" Shuemu glanced outside the window, pride evident in his tone. "That would be me. What do you think? Aren't they beautiful? So straight and spirited, they resonate with the youthful vigor we embody." Taotao remarked, "So the big fool is right beside me." She then asked, "When did you have someone plant them?" "Just a week ago. The day after I returned from London." "Shuemu Gij, someone like you, who enjoys doing foolish things, must have faced quite a bit of reprimanding from your family. Haven't you?" Shuemu was taken aback. "How did you know?" "Well, the very fact that you dared to plant poplars in your own yard is a clear indication." "What do you mean?" Shuemu was baffled. Poplar trees, while aesthetically pleasing, are known to disrupt positive energy. When swayed by the wind, they produce a rustling sound, often referred to as the ghost clapping. Planting them near one's home inevitably attracts negative energies, and the more there are, the worse the effect. Shuemu's jaw nearly dropped as he turned to look at the numerous poplar trees outside, his feelings a tumultuous blend of confusion and dread. "So, what should we do, brother?" Taotao replied, "Just cut them down." It seemed that her elder brother's intellect had momentarily faltered. Pondering her words, Shuemu felt an unsettling anxiety, increasingly convinced that those poplar trees were rather ominous. Unable to resist, he leaned forward slightly towards Taotao in the front seat. Su Jinghuai caught sight of him. "What are you doing?" Shuemu, gripping the seat back, transformed into a pitiful figure. "I just want to be closer to Taotao for a sense of security." Su Jinghuai quipped, "Shuemu, you truly are embarrassing yourself." Shuemu did not refute it. Indeed, at that moment, he felt utterly humiliated. He wished he could travel back in time to slap the self who had ordered the planting of those poplar trees. Taotao, however, was unbothered, beaming at him like a little sun. Shuemu felt instantly uplifted by her smile, sensing the surrounding oppressive atmosphere lighten. "Shuemu Gij, you need not fear. Taotao will protect you." After all, Shuemu Gij had gifted her a large Lingna bell, and children should always express gratitude. Su Jinghuai parked the car in the yard and lifted Taotao from her safety seat. As she touched the ground, she looked up, her brows furrowing even more intensely. The villa before them was grand and imposing, yet it was shrouded in thick black mist and ominous energy. This was a dire omen. The dark mist and energy bore resemblance to what she had sensed around Xuemu Gij when they first met that day. Furthermore, the mist appeared to be artificially created rather than naturally occurring. No wonder she thought that a mere few poplar trees, while attracting some negative energy, would not be enough to harm an entire family, let alone disrupt their fortune. Moreover, the poplars had only been planted a week prior. Such a brief time could not possibly yield such significant consequences. The true source of the problem lay in the black mist surrounding the villa. Taotao stood before the grand entrance, hands clasped behind her back, gazing up at the swirling black mist above. She focused intently, utilizing her spiritual sight to peer into the depths of the darkness, and calmly recited an incantation. 5 stars stabilize the colors, light illuminate the profound darkness. Thousands of deities and saints, guard my true spirit. Great beasts of heaven, subdue the 5 armies, 5 heavenly demons, destroy body and form. As the final syllable left her lips, she waved her small hand, and the mass of black mist and negative energy vanished in an instant.
Content.
Taotao clapped her hands and turned to Xuemu. Excellent. The black mist around your life gate has completely dissipated, and you are now even radiating a faint golden light. At that moment, a woman's piercing scream erupted from within the villa.
Ah?
Xuemu's expression shifted dramatically.
Mom,
He exclaimed, rushing towards the entrance, with Su Jinghuai swiftly carrying Taotao in pursuit. Taotao, cradled like a chick, wore a bewildered expression. Yet her eyes were sharp and observant. As they dashed inside, chaos ensued within the villa, with cries echoing from the second floor. Madam, what has happened? Taotao immediately looked up at Su Jinghuai. Brother, did something happen to Xuemu Gij's mother? Su Jinghuai's expression turned grave.
yes.
Brother, please put me down. I want to investigate. Upon hearing this, Su Jinghuai understood that Taotao had her own tasks to attend to and promptly set her down on the ground. The atmosphere inside the house was thick with negative energy. With every step Taotao took, she could sense it. She patted the pale blue cloth bag slung over her shoulder, where her peachwood 7 stars sword was already stirring with anticipation. Be good. Let me take a look first. Taotao gently reassured the sword, which calmed down. Su Jinghuai initially intended to ascend the stairs with Xuemu to assess the situation, but his concern for Taotao being alone downstairs prevented him from doing so. He watched the unfolding scene, feeling a mix of fear and curiosity. Yet as an elder brother, he knew he must stay by his sister's side. Taotao, who were you just speaking to? He inquired, with clear, sparkling eyes. Taotao replied, I was talking to my precious 7 stars sword. Su Jinghuai exhaled, relieved. While conversing with a sword may seem peculiar, it was certainly preferable to speaking with ghosts, for at least it indicated that no malevolent entities lurked nearby. The fleeting thought had barely crossed Su Jinghuai's mind when Taotao tugged at him, her unexpected strength causing him to stumble. Big brother, come stand beside me. That malevolent spirit almost harmed you. At Taotao's words, a chill ran down Su Jinghuai's spine, and he was suddenly engulfed in regret for having agreed to accompany Xuemu here. Before he could dwell on his thoughts, several figures emerged at the staircase. The foremost being a woman clad in a nightgown, her hair disheveled, and her face etched with panic and fear.
Unbeknownst to Su Jinghuai.
Taotao had already released his hand and darted upstairs. Xuemu and the servants trailed behind, attempting to intercept Fu Rou, but she moved with remarkable speed, stumbling toward the edge of the staircase. Madam, mother. The entire scene unfolded in a heartbeat, and no one could discern how Taotao had suddenly appeared beside Fu Rou. But she managed to catch her with her tiny form. That little bundle of sweetness had, astonishingly, shielded an adult. Upon making contact with Taotao, Fu Rou's previously vacant and hollow gaze seemed to regain clarity, a glimmer of light flickering within her eyes. She collapsed onto the floor, her hair still a mess, yet no longer exhibiting the vacant expression of someone whose soul had been drained. Xuemu and the servants rushed to assist Fu Rou, while Su Jinghuai stood astonished by the scene before him, fearful for Taotao's safety. He hurriedly dashed to the little one's side and enveloped her in his arms.
You ran so fast, Taotao.
I didn't even see when you took off. Taotao giggled. If you do this and that, you can run really fast.
Su Jinghuai.
Still anxious, pressed on. Are you hurt? Let big brother take a look. Taotao shook her head and twirled around, declaring, nope, I'm perfectly fine. Relieved, Su Jinghuai felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The little one was the cherished gem of the Su family. If anything were to happen to her while she was with him, he would surely face the wrath of the entire household. Noticing her brother's concern, Taotao patted Su Jinghuai's shoulder reassuringly, displaying a maturity beyond her years. Big brother, you needn't worry. I'm very strong, though apprehensive. Su Jinghuai managed to muster an encouraging smile. All right, I believe in you. Turning her attention back to Fu Rou, Taotao inquired, Annie, are you feeling better? Fu Rou's complexion, though still pale, had improved significantly, and she gasped, I feel much better. Thank you, Taotao. You're welcome. Xuemu had initially intended to introduce Taotao to Fu Rou, but was now rendered speechless by the sight of the little girl. How had that scene unfolded? How had Taotao appeared so suddenly? This little bundle seemed to possess extraordinary abilities, defying all logic. Wasn't it said that after the establishment of the nation, no spirits were allowed to manifest? Mother, what just happened? Xuemu asked, supporting Fu Rou's shoulder, his voice laced with concern. I had a terrible headache this afternoon and fell asleep, only to be plagued by nightmares. I felt as if something heavy was pressing down on my chest, and though I tried to open my eyes, it was nearly impossible. I could barely make out a dark figure before I lost control and rushed out of bed. After that, I don't remember much. Taotao listened intently, her expression serious. Realizing that the chaos they had just witnessed was the result of Fu Rou's frantic descent down the stairs, having lost all sense of danger. Such a fall could lead to severe injury, if not worse. Taotao surveyed the villa, noting that despite her earlier incantation, the dark mist had not dissipated. It seemed poised to return. Inside, Taotao mused, Well done, little six, you've successfully piqued the interest of a fiercely independent Chinese woman. At that moment, a servant spoke up, Madam, how are you feeling now? Shall we assist you back to your room? Xuemu was about to agree when Taotao interjected, No. We shouldn't go back to the bedroom just yet. Please take Andy to the living room. She should stay in a spacious, well-lit area. Upon hearing this, Xuemu quickly instructed the servants, Hurry, do as Taotao says. Though the servants were unaware of who this endearing little girl was or her reasoning, they had witnessed her heroic act of saving their mistress and sensed that she possessed some extraordinary capabilities. Therefore, they complied without question. As the staircase cleared, Taotao turned her gaze toward the master bedroom, where the dark mist was densest. She removed a small cloth bag from her side, placing it on the ground and rummaging through it until she procured several copper coins. Chapter 111. Taotao. I crave steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, and steamed deer tails. Su Jinghuai could not discern the intricate designs on the coins, but he knew that his focus should remain on vigilance to protect his precious little sister. Deep down, he understood that it was, in fact, Taotao who had been safeguarding him all along. Xuemu stayed behind while the servants escorted Fu Rou away, and Taotao turned to find two grown men huddled together, trembling. Taotao thought to herself, Oh well, men are eternally boys at heart. It's quite normal for them to fear such things. The three of them entered the master bedroom, which felt like an entirely different realm, even in broad daylight. The room was shrouded in darkness, and an eerie chill lingered in the air. Taotao tossed the 3 copper coins into the air, watching as they spun upon hitting the floor, all maintaining the same velocity before eventually toppling over. With her short arms and legs, Taotao bent down to inspect the coins. Then immediately stood up, her gaze sharp as she directed it toward the southeast corner of the room, where a dressing mirror stood. The bedroom's decor was antique and exquisite, the wooden vanity adorned with intricate carvings that spoke of significant value. However, when Taotao gazed at it with her spiritual sight, her expression darkened, for the mirror was teeming with countless malevolent spirits. Upon realizing this, the dark mist surged forth, accompanied by a piercing shriek that rushed toward her. Taotao furrowed her brow, raising her hand to swiftly form a seal, when suddenly, a figure dashed toward her. This time, even Su Jinghuai could see the entities that had previously eluded him. His heart raced, and he could no longer afford to be afraid. He kicked away Xuemu, who was clinging to him, and charged toward Taotao, intent on shielding her. Taotao, anticipating her brother's actions, felt a surge of emotion, but her plan was abruptly interrupted, for she hadn't expected him to suddenly perceive these apparitions. She realized that if he charged ahead, he would undoubtedly be harmed by the dark mist. Without a moment's hesitation, Taotao swiftly conjured a talisman glowing with a faint golden light, simultaneously pushing Su Jinghuai aside. The great Lord Laozi teaches me to vanquish demons. With my divine formula, I call upon the Jade Maidens to suppress calamities. Ahead lies the Yellow Deity, behind, the E chapter. Divine Masters wield their might, unafraid of the powerful. First, I slay the evil spirits, then sever the night's glow. Which deity does not bow, which ghost dares to stand against me? Swiftly, as the law commands. The talisman hurtled towards the shrieking black mist, which was abruptly shattered into smoke. The black mist screamed in panic, yet it fled with remarkable precision, clearly knowing to return to the dressing mirror. Witnessing the scene, the chubby little one could not help but exclaim a curse. Hey, have you all turned into spirits? Ha, so what if you have? You will still fall before this little friend's suspenders. In the blink of an eye, Taotao swiftly drew her 7-star peachwood sword from her moon-white cloth bag and struck directly at the dressing mirror. Although the sword did not actually touch the mirror, the golden light emitted from the peachwood sword effectively cleaved the entire mirror in two. A resounding crash filled the room, and in that instant, everything fell silent. At the moment the dressing mirror was shattered, the light in the entire bedroom brightened, though only Taotao noticed. In the living room downstairs, the startled servants jumped at the sound. What was happening? The butler was about to investigate when he was halted by the returning elder Shui. No need to check. Let Master Tao handle it freely. Do not disturb her. After drinking a bowl of ginseng soup, Fu Ro's complexion and energy improved somewhat as she asked with curiosity. Master Tao? Dad, are you referring to Taotao? Indeed. Otherwise how could such a commotion be caused by those two boys? Master Tao is performing her craft. Fu Ro was even more astonished then. What is Taotao's background? Elder Shui leisurely took a sip of tea before replying. I will explain to you all in due time. Fu Ro. Why the mystery? The chubby little one, holding the 7-star peachwood sword, scanned the room and noticed everything had returned to normal. Satisfied, as she stowed the sword back into her cloth bag, Su Jinghuai then realized that the sword she wielded was taller than her entire being. Taotao had previously mentioned that this peachwood sword was a gift from her master. Qi Qin truly lacked foresight. Could he not have procured a smaller sword that would match her stature? TSK, it seems he is not so remarkable after all, certainly not as good as him. Having witnessed the entire ordeal, Shuemu was already dumbfounded, now feeling surrounded by unclean entities, akin to how he had just attempted to paw at Su Jinghuai. The sensation of a big, straight man being pawed by another big, straight man was utterly repulsive, and Su Jinghuai mercilessly pushed him away. Shuemu had no choice but to approach Taotao, whining, Taotao, please protect me, I'm so scared. Su Jinghuai glanced at his disgraceful demeanor. Seeing this, Taotao beamed a radiant smile, quickly comforting Shuemu. Brother Shui, you need not be afraid anymore. Look, the sunlight is coming in. It's so warm. At Taotao's reminder, the terrified Shuemu turned to gaze at the floor-to-ceiling window and indeed saw the sunlight streaming in. The golden rays poured through the glass, casting a warm glow on the floor, evoking a sense of tranquility that left Shuemu momentarily dazed, hardly believing the stark contrast in the room's atmosphere. Noticing that Shuemu had relaxed somewhat, Taotao began to inquire, Brother Shui, do you know where this dressing table in Annie's room came from? Shuemu shook his head at the disheveled dressing table. I'm unsure. I only know she really likes it and has used it for quite some time. Let's go downstairs and ask my mom. Okay. Upon seeing Taotao descend the stairs, everyone in the living room could not take their eyes off her. The little one in suspenders had very short legs, wobbling as she descended the staircase, as if she might topple over at any moment. Her little hands were held by Su Jinghuai on one side and Shuemu on the other, making her appear even more miniature between the two towering men. The moment Elder Shui spotted Taotao, he immediately stood up. Come here, Taotao, sit with Grandpa. The sofa, like the dining table, had its designated seats, and the servants were surprised to see the elder relinquishing his usual spot, yet upon considering the adorable little one before them, they felt she was indeed worthy. Taotao cheerfully exclaimed, You are Grandpa Shui, right? Hello, Grandpa Shui. The elder was overjoyed. Taotao, my dear, you must be tired after such big deeds. What would you like to eat? Grandpa will have the kitchen prepare it for you. Really, Grandpa Shui? Then I want to be polite. For some reason, Su Jinghuai felt an ominous premonition. Elder Shui waved his hand grandly. Of course, no need to be polite. Taotao rubbed her little tummy and tilted her head in thought for a moment before speaking. I want to eat steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted flour duck, roasted chick, roasted gosling, and roasted pork and duck with sauce, and dried meat with a little stomach. Everyone. Chapter 112. The Cursed Dressing Table. Signifying a grim welcome. Silently, the flute played a farewell tune, while silence enveloped tonight's Cambridge. Elder Shui's lips moved as if to say something but hesitated, feeling it inappropriate since the words had originated from him. Su Jinghuai glanced at the little one, then at the elder. sensing it was time for him to step in to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Grandpa Shui, Taotao was just joking. Upon hearing this, Elder Shui relaxed his expression slightly and let out a hearty laugh. No worries, I love humorous children. It's delightful. Seeing this, Taotao followed suit. Yes, yes. I was just joking. In truth, I can't eat that much. Before Elder Shui could respond, Taotao, with an eager expression, chimed in, actually, I only need the first 6 dishes. Su Jinghui. This little one truly knows how to undermine her big brother's authority. She is indeed a charming and delightful little antagonist. Elder Shui slightly bent forward with a smile. As for the lamb, bear paw, and deer tail, I currently lack the ingredients, but when you come next time, I shall surely prepare them for you, all right? Taotao pondered, feeling that as a polite child, she should not impose, and nodded her little head in agreement. All right. Elder Shui instructed the kitchen to prepare some snacks to fill the child's belly, and the servants hurriedly complied. Although the little one's stomach was indeed growling, she understood that there was something equally important to address. She turned to Fu Rou. Annie, where did that dressing table in your bedroom come from? Dressing table. Fu Rou murmured, trying to recall, having used it for so long that she could hardly remember. She only knew it was not purchased by her, but rather a gift from someone who had given it to her. For some reason, her memory had been rather poor these past few days, and many things felt indistinct. Auntie, you've been partially consumed by a wicked person's dark magic, which is why your physical and mental state has deteriorated so much.
Furse lips parte din surprise.
What? Dark magic? Taotao, was your question about the dressing table related to my dressing table? Yes, Taotao nodded. That dressing table is made of mulberry wood. While mulberry wood is typically suitable for furniture, someone has cast dark magic on the embedded mirror, resulting in the gathering of numerous vengeful spirits within the dressing table. Positioned directly opposite the door, the mulberry tree esmulconotes mourning, and such a placement symbolizes a grim welcome. Even though Taotao articulated this in her tender, youthful voice, it sent chills down everyone's spines, raising the hairs on their necks. What a malicious curse it was, to signify a grim welcome. Old Master Shui, infuriated, struck his cane against the ground with a resounding thud, exclaiming, "Who is the heartless wretch responsible for this? I must unearth their identity." Observing the reactions of those around her, Taotao pondered for a moment before gently tugging at Su Jinghui's sleeve, her soft voice barely above a whisper. "Big brother." Leaning down, Su Jinghui inquired, "What is it?" The little one hesitantly suggested, "Do you think I should share some details about the mirror with them? Yet, I fear it might frighten them. Auntie and Grandfather Shui would surely be greatly affected by what they hear." Su Jinghui nodded in approval, affirming, "Then let us refrain from elaborating, for not everyone possesses the bravery and fortitude that our Taotao does, correct?" "Indeed," she replied. Flattered by her brother's sincere compliment, Taotao beamed. Wiping the sweat from his brow with an impassive expression, Su Jinghui contemplated the terrifying scene he had witnessed on the second floor, feeling a profound sense of dread and despair. The despair stemmed from the realization that he had begun to perceive those unclean entities as well. Truth be told, he wished to be rid of such an ability, for he felt utterly fragile. Noticing his grandfather's agitation, Shuemu quickly approached and gently patted his back to provide solace. "Grandfather, allow my father and me to handle this matter. You should rest and not trouble yourself." "Very well," replied old Master Shui, his expression darkening as he added, "Speaking of your father, where is he? I had someone call him earlier to inform him of the situation at home. His wife is in trouble, and he remains absent." "Has he grown wings?" Being the beloved grandson, Shuemu was well aware of his grandfather's temperament and promptly had the butler place another call to his father. Before long, the servants brought forth an array of exquisite tidbits, causing Taotao's eyes to light up as her little frame straightened on the sofa.
Observing her evident hunger, Su Jinghui,
aware that this was the golden hour for Taotao's additional meal, picked up a small chicken roll and offered it to her. She devoured it with a delightful voracity, displaying an exuberant appetite that made those around her feel envious. Swallowing hard, Shuemu remarked, "Su Jinghui, don't you think Taotao would excel as a food broadcaster?" "I've noticed that long ago," Su Jinghui replied nonchalantly. "Have you considered nurturing her potential in that regard?" Without lifting his gaze, Su Jinghui dismissed the notion, stating, "Our family does not rely on Taotao to earn money through food broadcasting." "Who said anything about making money from a child? I merely meant that Taotao eats so deliciously. If more people could witness her enjoyment, it would be a blessing for all." Holding the chicken roll aloft, Taotao tilted her little head curiously and asked, "Brother, what is a food broadcaster?" It involves posting videos online of oneself eating for the enjoyment of viewers, he explained. Oh, that sounds intriguing, she chirped. Su Jinghuai raised an eyebrow. Are you interested? Yes. Taotao nodded earnestly. Eating is the most joyous thing in the world, and I want to share that happiness with everyone. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Jinghuai agreed. All right, upon our return, I will procure live streaming equipment for you. As long as Taotao was willing, he would unconditionally comply with her wishes.
Yay.
Thank you, big brother, Taotao exclaimed, her bright eyes sparkling with delight. Shuemu, feeling a surge of excitement, urged, Hurry, hurry. I shall be your first fan. Taotao, with her starry eyes, chuckled joyfully. Su Jinghuai shot a glance at Shuemu, scoffing, You think you can be Taotao's first fan?
Dream on.
After consuming several chicken rolls, Taotao suddenly remembered. Oh right, brother Shuemu, you need to have those poplar trees in the yard cut down soon. The longer they remain, the heavier the malevolent energy becomes. Do keep that in mind. Upon hearing the term malevolent energy, both Old Master Shui and Fu Rou froze. While Shuemu attempted to cover Taotao's mouth to prevent her from continuing, but it was evidently too late. Chapter 113, Han Jeshu, You are the pig. Taotao. Taotao. What is wrong with the poplar trees in the yard? Is there an issue? Old Master Shui's face reflected concern. Thus, Taotao recounted what she had previously shared in the car regarding the inappropriateness of planting poplar trees near the home, causing both the elder and Fu Rou to grow increasingly uneasy. Throughout Taotao's explanation, Shuemu sat quietly, akin to a soy sauce chicken, an unsettling premonition swelling within him. As Fu Rou and Old Master Shui simultaneously inhaled sharply upon the conclusion of Taotao's account, they turned their gazes toward Shuemu in unison.
Shuemu.
The soy sauce chicken managed a polite yet awkward smile. If I am not mistaken, does this mean I am about to receive a beating? Congratulations, you are correct. Fu Rou replied flatly, her tone a masterful blend of sarcasm and approval. Shuemu swiftly attempted to escape, his movements showcasing a practiced familiarity with evasion. A clear indication of having endured his fair share of reprimands at home, allowing him to anticipate various risks. However, experience prevailed, as Old Master Shui lifted his cane. Shuemu's path was abruptly obstructed. Noticing the unusual turn of events, Taotao quickly tugged at Su Jinghuai's sleeve, her voice laced with urgency. Big brother. It seems brother Shuemu is about to be punished. Indeed. Taotao turned to see her brother's face alight with anticipation. Didn't brother Shuemu say he and big brother were longtime friends? The dynamics of male friendship are truly perplexing to a little girl like me. Grandfather, mother. I am not well versed in matters of feng shui. I did not intentionally plant the poplar trees. Surely you would not really strike me?
Shuemu pleaded.
Attempting to defend himself, Taotao, ready to intercede on his behalf, was gently silenced by her brother's finger over her lips. Be good, Taotao. Let us remain quiet and enjoy the spectacle. Witnessing this little rascal's comeuppance makes our day worthwhile. Hearing Su Jinghuai's words, Shuemu's eyes widened in disbelief as Old Master Shui chased him around the living room with his cane, creating a scene of utter chaos. Poplar trees. I told you not to plant poplar trees. If you are so idle, go learn something at the company with your father, or, at the very least, find a factory to make shoe soles. You are nothing but a nuisance. Just wait until I teach you a lesson today. Su Jinghuai, finding the unfolding drama amusing, decided it was time to take Taotao home, recognizing that after a long day, she must be weary, needing rest before her kindergarten endeavors the following day. Before departing, Taotao remembered something. Auntie, you won't encounter any strange occurrences in your bedroom anymore. Place this talisman under your pillow, and your health will soon return to normal. Fu Rou eagerly accepted the talisman, expressing her sincere gratitude. Thank you, Taotao. I will remember. Moreover, let me teach you a protective incantation. Recite it 3 times before sleep each night. It can be recited by all family members.
All right.
Humans are separated by heavy paper. Ghosts are kept at bay by mountains. 1,000 evils cannot penetrate. A myriad of malice cannot breach. Fu Rou repeated the incantation twice, smiling. I have remembered it. Thank you, Taotao. Now, we shall head home. Goodbye, Auntie. Goodbye, brother Shuemu. Goodbye, grandfather Shui. Taotao, cradled in Su Jinghuai's arms, waved her chubby little hand in farewell to everyone. Shuemu pleaded for leniency from his grandfather. Grandfather, may I accompany them to see them off? You can continue your education for me upon my return. Old Master Shui was initially inclined to agree, but Su Jinghui interjected, "No need, Grandfather Shui. We do not require his escort. Please continue. Su Jinghui, you old rascal. Are you still not a good brother?"
Shui retorted.
Ignoring him completely, Su Jinghui executed a graceful turn and departed with Taotao, leaving the Shui household behind. The following morning, Su Chenjiayun and Lin Wangqiu accompanied Taotao to kindergarten. After a mid-autumn festival holiday, the little one exhibited an even greater enthusiasm for kindergarten than before the holiday. When her parents inquired about the reason, Taotao candidly provided her genuine answer. "It's because there's a particularly handsome little boy at kindergarten, and I want to see him every day." The parents exchanged knowing glances, realizing that an attraction to beauty was indeed the most prominent trait shared among the entire Su family. As they handed Taotao over to her teacher, she waved goodbye to her parents through the large white iron gate adorned with floral designs. "Goodbye, Mommy and Daddy. Hurry back and see you after school." No sooner had the words left her lips than Taotao dashed into the kindergarten like a little rolling bolt of lightning, her demeanor strikingly carefree. In stark contrast to the day they first dropped her off, watching their beloved daughter disappear, Su Qingyun wore a slightly melancholic expression. "Darling, do you not think Taotao seems a bit different from the other children?" Lin Wangqiu mirrored his sentiment, acknowledging, "Indeed, our little Taotao appears to be less attached to us. Her personality is somewhat more independent than that of her peers." However, Su Qingyun recalled that their initial separation on her first day had not been like this. "Why are women so capricious?" he remarked, a hint of grievance lacing his tone. In that moment, they noticed a little girl clinging to her parents' necks, refusing to let go, and insisting they accompany her inside. Su Qingyun's feelings grew more complex. After a brief contemplation, Lin Wangqiu provided a likely explanation. "Perhaps it's because there is someone at kindergarten that she is particularly eager to see." After a moment of silence, Su Qingyun admitted, "I feel a pang in my heart. I want to cry."
"Who doesn't he?"
she replied. A few seconds of silence passed before Su Qingyun broke it with a somewhat ominous tone. "I want to be returning home today. I plan to sneak in and see that little boy who Taotao is so keen on meeting every day. I must discover who this character is." Lin Wangqiu turned to him, gazing at her husband as if he were a fool, her tone icy. "Well then, if you're not afraid of being mistaken for a villain by the security and teachers, feel free to go ahead. Just don't expect me to acknowledge you as my husband. That would be too embarrassing." With that, she donned her high heels and turned to enter the car. Su Qingyun, feeling a bit awkward, coughed and hurriedly followed suit. "Wait for me, dear." Upon entering the classroom, Taotao immediately began searching for Han Jiashu but found his seat vacant. She quickly stowed her little bag into her desk. "Teacher Fong, why hasn't Han Jiashu arrived yet? Class is about to start. Is he going to be late? I bet he overslept." Just as Teacher Fong was about to respond, a dispassionate voice interrupted from behind. "You're the one who is a pig." Taotao turned around in surprise, her sweet little voice bubbling with delight. Jiashu Gij. Chapter 114, Taotao. "My third brother said that sitting too long on the toilet can lead to hemorrhoids." Looking at Taotao, Han Jiashu maintained a calm expression as he replied, "I just went to the restroom." Taotao gently patted his shoulder with her chubby little hand, her tone earnest. "Jiashu Gij, you shouldn't sit too long on the toilet. My third brother says it can lead to hemorrhoids." Han Jiashu was momentarily taken aback. Nearby, a child overheard Taotao's remark and innocently asked, "Teacher, what is hemorrhoids?" Teacher Fong hesitated, torn between her duty to answer questions and the awkwardness of the topic. Fortunately, the class bell rang just in time, allowing her to redirect the children to sit down. Before the Mid-Autumn Festival, they had merely attended orientation. Today marked the official commencement of classes, with the first lesson focusing on hands-on crafts, much anticipated by the children. The teacher distributed craft materials, colored paper, clay, bottle caps, cotton swabs, and more, allowing the children to choose whatever they wished. After selecting her materials, Taotao cast a glance at Han Jiashu, sensing that he seemed a bit off today. "Jiashu Gij. What's wrong? Did someone bully you?" Han Jiashu did not meet her gaze, but shook his head in response. Recognizing his manner, Taotao quickly deduced the truth. When a boy says no, it often means yes. Having acquired several pieces of clay, Taotao's imagination began to flourish. With nimble fingers, she crafted her creation. As Han Jiashu focused intently on his own project, Taotao tapped him on the shoulder. With a mysterious smile, she exclaimed, "Jiashu Gij, I made you. Do you want to see?" "And he supposed, me?" "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." She nodded vigorously.
Look.
Taotao revealed a small figure in her chubby hands, a pig resembling Peppa Pig. Doesn't it look like me? Isn't it adorable? Han Jiashu pursed his lips, casting a shadow with his thick eyelashes as he remarked, Su Taotao. That's a pig. Taotao nodded. I know. Pigs are so cute. Jiashu Gij, you're as cute as Peppa. Han Jiashu glanced at the figure again, taking a deep breath. But it's not just any pig. It's Peppa. What's wrong with Peppa? Peppa is the ugliest pig. Taotao's brow furrowed in protest. That's nonsense. Peppa isn't ugly. She just has a slightly less round head. But I think she's very ugly. I think Peppa is beautiful. She's the cutest little pig in my heart. Taotao argued passionately. Han Jiashu regarded her, ultimately conceding, if you think she's the cutest, then she is. I just don't think so. Teacher Fong, overhearing the exchange between the two little ones, initially found it amusing, but as the conversation continued, she sensed a hint of tension and worried they might quarrel. She quickly intervened. Taotao, your Peppa looks wonderful. It resembles the one from the cartoon. Hearing the teacher's praise, Taotao's spirits lifted. You think so too, right, Teacher Fong? I said it was Jiashu Gij because I believe Peppa is the cutest pig. And Jiashu Gij is the cutest too. But he's not happy about it. Teacher Fong couldn't help but smile at Taotao's indignant expression, recognizing the innocence and purity of childhood friendships. Though Taotao's analogy was based on affection, it was evident that Han Jiashu, likened to Peppa, did not share the same sentiment towards the character, complicating matters. Bending down, Teacher Fong gently stroked Taotao's little head. Sweetheart, Jiashu didn't mean to be upset with you. It's just that everyone has different preferences. You think Peppa is cute, and he thinks otherwise. But that doesn't change the fact that you find him adorable, right? As Nai Tuanzi listened to the teacher's tongue twister, she found herself somewhat perplexed, overwhelmed by the abundance of words. Fong Tian turned to gently pat Han Jelu's small head, saying, Jelu, you mustn't misunderstand Taotao. Taotao likens you to Peppa because she adores you. She thinks Peppa is incredibly cute, which implies she thinks you are too. Do you understand? Han Jelu pondered for a moment, realizing the teacher had a point. Slowly, he turned his small head to look at Taotao, only to find his desk mate still pouting in anger. He nodded, signaling his understanding. Seeing that her persuasion had been effective, Fong Tian was about to seize the moment to say more, but Taotao spoke up first. Besides, if I could mold Jialu Gij out of Play-Doh, wouldn't I just sculpt him directly? The crux is, I can't do that. I can only shape Peppa, whom I particularly like. Upon hearing Taotao's reasoning, Han Jielu felt he ought to apologize. Taotao, I understand your point now. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have misunderstood you earlier. Nai Tuanzi's delicate ears twitched. Her sparkling eyes glanced at Han Jielu, then quickly averted, crossing her little hands over her chest, her small head abruptly turning away. Humph. She was as proud as a little peacock. Han Jielu thought to himself, it's hopeless. It seems this little desk mate is not easily appeased. Fong Tian, noticing the situation, patted Han Jialu on the shoulder, saying, Jialu, it's best if you console your little desk mate yourself. The teacher believes in you. You can do it. Good luck. Watching the teacher's retreating figure, Han Jielu, who had never comforted a girl before, was momentarily lost. When he turned his gaze back, he saw that Taotao had already kneaded the little Peppa he had just made into nothing, the Play-Doh returning to its original state as if nothing had happened. Han Jielu stared at her for a while and, in a particularly earnest tone, inquired, May I ask if you are still angry? Taotao pretended not to hear, continuing to pout her tiny mouth, which could hang a soy sauce bottle, while she busied herself with the Play-Doh, this time crafting a bizarre and unrecognizable figure that was undeniably ugly. Nai Tuanzi had initially intended to vent her frustrations through the Play-Doh, but upon seeing the grotesque creation she had produced, her mood soured even further. Chapter 115. I am a boy and you are a girl. I cannot accompany you to the restroom. Han Jielu gazed at the oddity Taotao was creating for a moment, then suddenly had a brilliant idea. Since she was so attached to this creation, it must mean she liked it very much, and that was a good start.
Taotao.
The thing you made looks just like you. You're really impressive. The 5-year-old Han Jielu earnestly tried to cheer up his desk mate, blissfully unaware of the existence of the idiom backfire. Taotao halted her kneading, turning to look at him, her small face brimming with surprise. What did you just say? Han Jielu assumed she wanted to hear his compliment again, so he enunciated clearly, I said, the thing you made looks just like you. You're really impressive. For added effect, Han Jielu even gave her a thumbs up this time. Taotao could tell from his expression that he was serious. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds.
Suddenly,
A loud and aggrieved wail erupted from Nai Tuanzi, startling the teachers, who quickly gathered around. Han Jialu was taken aback, completely unprepared for this outcome. Fan Tian wrapped her arm around Taotao's small shoulders and asked, "What's wrong with our Taotao? Please tell the teacher." Taotao pointed her chubby little finger at her desk mate, exclaiming, He's retaliating against me. I just casually made this thing, and I think it's really ugly. But he said it looks just like me."
Wah.
Han Jialu, realizing the cause of her distress, felt a pang of regret. The teachers couldn't help but chuckle at the adorableness of the little one. Fang Tian quickly intervened, saying, "Jialu certainly didn't he mean it that way, right?" "Yes. I really didn't mean it that way. I was just trying to cheer Taotao up, but I didn't expect her to become even angrier," Han Jialu replied, his tone sincere and somewhat aggrieved. Fan Tian, understanding the situation, turned to Taotao. "Jialu is apologizing to you. He just used a rather blunt approach. He didn't mean to imply you looked bad, did he?" Fang Tian posed the question to Han Jialu, who, though straightforward, was quite clever and immediately grasped the teacher's intention. "No, I didn't say you looked bad. Taotao is the prettiest and most beautiful." Hearing the latter part of his sentence, Fang Tian beamed with satisfaction. "Excellent. Not only did you pick up the conversation, but you also added a lovely touch."
Wah.
Hua Taotao's sobs abruptly ceased, her large eyes fixed on the speaker. "Jialagij, what did you just say?" "I said I didn't say you looked bad." Han Jialu dutifully repeated, only to forget to include the second half. Taotao quickly shook her head, insisting, No. What about the second half?" Han Jialu thought back to his previous words and fell silent. The astute Taotao recognized his hesitation and, being a determined young girl, would never forego the opportunity for compliments. "Jialugij, the second half.
Please say it.
The once crying Nai Tuanzi now transformed into a little devil, demanding the words. Han Jialu felt a headache coming on. That previous statement had escaped his lips without a second thought, and repeating it felt rather odd. He gazed into Taotao's beautiful eyes, ultimately unwilling to disappoint his desk mate, who was also his only friend in kindergarten. "I just said, you are the prettiest and most beautiful." As he finished the sentence, the tips of Han Jialu's ears flushed red, though no one noticed. It was likely the first time he had ever complimented a girl on her beauty. Caught up in the atmosphere of compliments, Taotao didn't notice either, but other children did. "Jialu, why are your ears so red?" "Really?" Taotao exclaimed, turning to look at Han Jialu's ear, even attempting to touch it, but he dodged away, causing the other ear to blush as well. Taotao's little hand awkwardly hung in the air, and Nai Tuanzi let out a nervous laugh to ease her embarrassment. Haha, nothing happened. Everyone can disperse now." Once seated again, Taotao could no longer contain her curiosity and leaned in close to Han Jialu's flushed ear. "Jialugij, were you shy just now?"
Han Jialu ignored her.
"Oh, what's there to be shy about? You just spoke the truth. I really am the prettiest and most beautiful girl." Han Jialu still didn't respond. After a few seconds, Nai Tuanzi finally shifted the topic. "Jialugij, do you want to go to the restroom now?" "I really need to go, you can just wait for me outside." Unable to endure any longer, Han Jialu turned to her, his tone serious yet resigned. "If you need to use the restroom, find the teacher. I'm a boy and you're a girl. I can't accompany you. But you want to go into the girls' restroom. I'm just asking you to wait outside for me. That's still not okay. All right then."
Nai Tuanzi pouted.
Her little mouth forming a slight frown as she began to pick at her fingers, due to the necessity of refraining from lying down immediately after a meal. There remained a half-hour window for a leisurely stroll following lunch. The plump little Su Taotao, having indulged herself, ambled through the park, clutching a specialized water bottle adorned with an array of charming stickers. When she preferred not to carry it by hand, she slung the strap over her shoulder, her small hands resting behind her back as she strolled, resembling a venerable old gentleman. As Su Taotao meandered, she abruptly heard the sound of a child weeping in the small garden. Children possess inherently acute hearing, and with Taotao's own innate sensitivity, she instinctively sensed that something was amiss. Without hesitation, she dashed towards the depths of the garden. Coincidentally, Han Jieshu, noticing her absence from the nap room, had also arrived at the garden in search of her. Recalling the earlier incident, he worried that she might still be upset and decided to comfort his little desk mate. Earlier, he had crafted a family of Peppa Pig out of modeling clay to present to Taotao, certain that she would delight in it. Upon reaching the garden's pavilion, Taotao witnessed a little girl from her class being whisked away by a man towards a vehicle. The child was terrified and crying out loudly, thrashing her limbs in desperation. Instinctively, Taotao's first thought was a kidnapper. Her brow furrowed in determination as she bent down, snatching up a stone the size of a meat bun, and hurled it at the man with swift precision. The stone soared through the air, creating a gust of wind as it aimed straight for the man's most vulnerable spot. The ensuing shriek echoed like a wounded animal, startling even the birds perched in the treetops, and the cry persisted, illustrating the torment of the injured party. Overwhelmed by pain, the heavy-set man was forced to release the little girl, who fell to the ground, wailing inconsolably. Taotao sprang forward, her speed transforming her into a round little bolt of lightning. She grasped the child, shielding her behind her, her small voice resonating with justice. "Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Quickly, go find a teacher." Yet, the 4 or 5-year-old girl had never encountered such a scene before. Overcome with fear, she had lost her basic ability to act, merely crying out for her parents. Taotao felt a twinge of urgency. She was unafraid of the 2 kidnappers, and she could easily outmaneuver them. After all, she was no longer the Su Taotao who had been abducted as a mere infant. She was now Niu Hulu Su Taotao. However, she realized that her ability to act depended on being alone. Otherwise, she had to remain vigilant about her classmates' safety. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure at the garden's entrance, and she turned, her voice filled with excitement. "Jashu Gij. Come help me take her away." Han Jashu frowned as he assessed the 2 men confronting Taotao, his eyes filled with concern. But ultimately, he chose to heed her request and first extricated the girl from the garden. After all, his friend had already been upset with him earlier. He could not afford to tread further into dangerous territory. Once he had escorted the girl out of the garden, Han Jashu quickly instructed her to find a teacher before turning back. He could not leave Taotao alone. Taotao was taken aback by his return, and evidently, the kidnappers were also caught off guard, as the heavy-set man grimaced in pain, yet managed to grin. "What luck we have today. 1 ran away, and now 2 have come." The leaner man's eyes sparkled with greed. Their attire and demeanor suggested they hailed from wealthy families. They planned to abduct the children and later negotiate with their families. The heavy-set man, having suffered humiliation at Taotao's hands, now harbored a deep resentment towards her. "Once we're in the car, bind that little brat tightly. Let her go hungry for a meal or 2. How dare she ambush me?" Upon hearing that someone intended to starve her, Taotao's anger flared. "Are you out of your mind?" The taken-aback man, unable to process her retort, asked in disbelief. "What did you say?" "I said you're out of your mind." Taotao enunciated clearly, her indignation more palpable than before. For her, food was of utmost importance, and anyone daring to threaten her with hunger would face her wrath. Even the king himself would not escape her ire. The heavy-set man was at a loss for words.
Hey,
"I haven't even done anything yet, and you're already cursing me? Do you think I want to hit you?" Taotao, unwavering, puffed out her small chest defiantly. "Go ahead, try it." As the man reached for her arm, Han Jiashu stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Taotao, his expression serious and furious. "Don't touch her." The man halted, exchanging glances with his partner, both chuckling in amusement. "What's this? A little hero saving a damsel in distress at such a young age? Quite impressive. Are you 2 in love?" Han Jiashu replied solemnly. "She's not my girlfriend. She's my good friend." The lean man waved dismissively. "Oh please, a good friend is essentially a girlfriend. It's just a matter of time." Instantly, Han Jiashu lost interest in conversing with the 2 dim-witted men and leaned towards Taotao, lowering his voice. "Why haven't the teachers arrived yet?" "I don't know. I just told that classmate to hurry and find a teacher. She hasn't forgotten, has she?" "I told her the same. It seems she truly has forgotten." Taotao blinked her big eyes, expressing her disappointment with a soft "oh no." The 2 little ones continued their hushed conversation. "Jashu Gij, can you run fast?" "Very fast." Han Jiashu replied with confidence. "Really?" "Of course. I practice running often. I can definitely outrun you." Taotao, unfazed, thought to herself, "Outrun me?
Ha, impossible."
After all, she could dash like the wind with just a flick of her thoughts. However, his confidence suggested he was indeed quite swift. With this in mind, she decided to take a chance. "Let us go for it. A bicycle can turn into a motorcycle." Taotao leaned in towards Han Jiashu on the count of 3. "We run together, all right?"
All right.
Han Jiashu clenched his little fists, brimming with anticipation. Seizing the opportunity while the two kidnappers were engaged in conversation, Taotao held her breath. 3, 2, 1, run. As her words echoed, the little darling activated her innate ability, her form becoming a blur as she sped to the entrance of the garden in mere seconds. Turning around, she found the space beside her empty, her small brow furrowed. Jashu Gij. She glanced back to see the lean man gripping Han Jashu's arm. The two of them locked in a tense standoff, creating an awkward silence. Hey, kid. Where do you think you're running to? Do you know I was the sprint champion in school? Han Jashu, returning to the scene, replied earnestly. You don't even know how old I am. We didn't even attend the same school. How would I know you were the champion? The lean man was momentarily at a loss for words. Why was this child taking him seriously? And why attack his age? Was that polite? Taotao, observing the scene, felt a swirl of emotions. It was not quite as she had envisioned. Weren't they supposed to run together? The scar-faced rotund man dusted off his hands and declared, Enough of this idle chatter. Let us seize one of them and make a profit. Get him in the car. In the next moment, the lean man delivered a swift chop to the back of Han Jashu's neck, plunging the child into darkness as he lost consciousness. The little one, previously calm, now became flustered and, in her agitation, unleashed a torrent of profanity she had picked up from her older brothers. What the hell? Are you playing tricks on us? The portly man chuckled mischievously. All's fair in war. Farewell, my friend. We shall take your good buddy with us.
With that,
The duo effortlessly hoisted Han Jashu over the wall. Taotao, without a moment's hesitation, followed suit. The wall was adorned with lush, green vines, and Taotao adeptly scaled it, her nimble frame reminiscent of a spry little wildcat. Chapter 117, Human Traffickers. Damn it, we've encountered a tough nut. The lean man took the wheel while the rotund one occupied the passenger seat, with the unconscious Han Jashu tossed in the back seat. Just as the rear door was about to close, a small shadow unexpectedly sprang into the car, startling the two men into a state of shock. What are you doing? Taotao, reclining comfortably in the back seat, crossed her little hands over her chest and smiled sweetly. Haven't you heard the phrase, friends walk together for a lifetime? You've taken my good friend, so naturally, I must accompany you. Upon hearing this, both men fell silent, exchanging slow, bewildered glances before turning in unison to scrutinize Taotao. Their confusion palpable. But we are human traffickers. Human traffickers. Taotao blinked innocently, her tone remarkably calm. I know you are human traffickers. So what? The scar-faced man widened his eyes, clearly perplexed by the child's question. Do you understand what it means to be a human trafficker? It means taking children away and selling them to others, ensuring they can never return home. If you misbehave along the way, we might scold you, hit you, deprive you of food and water. Are you scared? Taotao, with her sweet, childish voice, let out a cold laugh. I'm scared of the banana peels at your grandmother's house. I was kidnapped by human traffickers when I was just a few months old and only found by my family at 4.
Miss Su Taotao.
Have been raised by traffickers since childhood. Why would I be afraid of you? The rotund man turned to the driver, his demeanor faltering, lean. It seems we've encountered a formidable opponent today. The lean man shot him a disdainful look. What are you afraid of? Who can't boast? This little girl clearly looks like one of those children who can't utter a single truthful word. Do you really believe her?
Besides,
What does it matter that she was kidnapped as a child? That hasn't he granted her any remarkable skills. In fact, it works to our advantage. What do you mean? The rotund man inquired earnestly. Just as the lean man was about to respond, he was interrupted. What she means is that since I was kidnapped once as a child, my family must treasure me greatly. If you attempt to extort them using me, they would surely be willing to pay an enormous sum. Am I right? The lean man's mouth twitched at her cleverness. Damn, this girl is no ordinary child. Having made her point, Taotao didn't forget to jab at the fragile hearts of her captors, gazing sweetly at the rotund man. It's astonishing that you can't grasp such a simple concept. Is your brain perhaps blocked by something foul? The rotund man couldn't help but complain to his companion, his tone woeful, lean. She called me stupid. The lean man, without a moment's thought, replied. She's not wrong. You are indeed quite dim. The rotund man fell silent, turning to gaze out the window, too irked to speak another word. Noticing that their attention had shifted away from her, Taotao promptly began to pat Han Jashu's face, but after several attempts, he remained unresponsive. Biting her lip, she discreetly retrieved her phone from her pocket, opened WeChat, and sent a location to her father, typing slowly. Dad, Jiashu and I have been kidnapped. Please come rescue us. The license plate number is XXXXX. She had memorized the license plate when she boarded the car from behind. However, just as her message was sent, her phone powered down. Taotao stared at the dark, unresponsive screen. I'm really out of luck. But it's fine, as long as Dad sees the message. She turned to gaze out the window, admiring the beautiful scenery, and couldn't help but exclaim, "What lovely weather today. It's perfect for an outing." The rotund man, unable to contain his frustration, turned to glare at Taotao, his eyes almost ablaze. "I say, are you not showing us any respect? Who brought you out for a picnic? We are kidnapping you. Understand?" For some inexplicable reason, despite his long tenure as a trafficker, he felt an unprecedented sense of defeat before this little girl. Wasn't it absurd? Quite absurd indeed. He felt as though he might just burst from anger. Taotao blinked, pondering his words, and in a tentative tone inquired, "Are you saying that my casual demeanor is making you lose face?" The rotund man replied, "You needn't state it so plainly." Taotao extended her chubby hand, forming an okay gesture. "All right, I understand your meaning." In the next moment, she suddenly transformed into a dramatic performer. "Wah, I'm so scared. I want to go home. I want my mom and dad, my grandpa and brother. I want my teacher. Please, Uncle Fat, let us go. I'm so frightened." After her performance, she turned to gauge her audience's reaction. "Is that right? Are you satisfied?" The rotund man took a deep breath, striving to suppress the urge to punch this child, and turned to consult with the lean man. "How about we just drop her off? I have a feeling that if we keep her along, she'll drive me to madness." The lean man shot back without a second thought. "Are you an idiot? She's a valuable asset. Why are you being so finicky? Honestly, after this job, I'm going to request not to team up with you again. You're insufferably annoying." The rotund man was equally irked by this remark.
Who are you barking at?
"Are you complaining about me now? I haven't complained about you yet. Your perspective is so limited. It's as if you're not suited for great endeavors. Meanwhile, that little girl understands the meaning of lifelong friendship, and what about you?"
Taotao.
Initially engrossed in their bickering, suddenly heard herself being praised and politely said, "Thank you," leaving the two men momentarily bewildered. The rotund man became even more animated. Look at her. Look at her perspective. Have you ever said thank you to me?"
No, right?
"I spit on that," the lean man simply replied. Meanwhile, at the kindergarten, the teacher supervising the children's nap noticed 2 empty beds and quickly realized that 2 children were missing. She immediately began searching the premises. After failing to locate them, she promptly checked the surveillance footage, only to discover that the cameras were malfunctioning. Everyone quickly recognized the seriousness of the situation, reported it to the police, and contacted the guardians of the 2 children. Su Chungyun was in the yard, personally instructing on the signage for Taotao's garden, with his phone left on the coffee table, retrieved by Butler Lin. "Sir, there's a call from the kindergarten." Su Chungyun paused, quickly answering, "Hello, Teacher Fong." "Mr. Su. It's bad. Taotao is missing." Su Chungyun's mind went blank with a thunderous crash. Chapter 118. Taotao. "Jiashu, listen to my defense. No, hear me out." The wooden board in his hand fell with a resounding thud, nearly crushing the instep of his foot. Su Chungyun's fingers, clutching the phone, turned pale in an instant. He noticed a tremor in his voice. What was happening? Butler Lin sensed something was amiss and felt a tightening in his chest. "What has occurred, sir?" On the other end of the line, Fong Tian recounted the details of the incident, and as Su Chungyun listened, an overwhelming sense of dread and apprehension began to engulf him. After hanging up, he instructed Butler Lin, "Uncle Lin, Taotao is missing from kindergarten. The teachers have already reported it to the police. I am heading to the police station immediately. You must keep this from my father and Wanqiao. If they inquire, tell them I went to the office to find Jinghui." Upon hearing that the young miss had gone missing, Butler Lin was struck with alarm, repeatedly affirming, "Understood. You hurry along. I will keep the old master and madam calm." Without even changing his clothes, Su Chungyun sped towards the police station. After parking, he intended to call Su Jinghui first, but upon picking up his phone, he noticed an unread WeChat message and quickly clicked on it.
Dad.
"Brother Jiashu and I have been kidnapped. Hurry and save us. The license plate number is XXXXX. Suhengunes Brethicht. Kidnapping." Truly, she was his clever daughter. What a brilliant move to send him the location and the license plate number. On the other end, Su Jinghui was in a meeting, holding a cup of coffee. He gestured for a pause and stepped towards the window to answer the call. "Dad, what's the matter?" "I'm at the police station. Taotao has been kidnapped. For now, Let us keep this from your mother and grandfather. If they call and ask, don't let anything slip. I'm worried about their emotional state if they find out. Upon hearing the words Taotao has been kidnapped, Su Jinghui's grip tightened around the coffee cup, almost crushing it. His expression darkened with an ominous fury. All right, I will head to the police station immediately. Though he lowered his voice, the staff still caught the crucial information, and everyone looked up at their president, feeling as if the temperature in the conference room had plummeted. The meeting is adjourned, Su Jinghui declared as he strode out of the room. Inside the police station, Su Chungyun sat with a face ashen as ash, having called Taotao's phone only to find it switched off. Aside from the location from over an hour ago and her desperate plea for help, he had received no further communication from his daughter. Mr. Su, please do not worry too much. We have already dispatched personnel to search for her and will do everything in our power to locate your daughter. The man, usually vibrant and well-maintained, appeared to age several years in an instant, overwhelmed by despair and guilt. Why did I leave my phone on the coffee table? Why didn't I see Taotao's WeChat message immediately? It's been over an hour already. The distressed father murmured to himself, his voice laden with self-reproach and concern. At that moment, a man suddenly burst through the door. Su Chenjiayun, thinking it was Su Jinghui, looked up, only to find a middle-aged man instead. The man seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him before. Hello, officer. Have the children been found? And you are? I am Han Jia's driver. My surname is Yang. Old Yang stammered, his words tumbling out in a rush. The police officer glanced behind Yang, puzzled. You are the driver. Where is Han Jiasu's guardian? The children's parents are in America. Anything you need to discuss, you can address with me, officer. Is there any news? Rest assured. Although the kindergarten's surveillance system was down, we have followed the location sent by Su Taotao and are confident the children will be unharmed. Thank you. Thank you. Old Yang was sweating profusely. The young master was his lifeblood, and if anything happened, he truly didn't know how to explain it to the master and mistress. Su Chungyun regarded Old Yang and suddenly recollected having seen him at the kindergarten entrance when he brought Taotao for her enrollment before the Mid-Autumn Festival. Old Yang turned upon noticing Su Chungyun and quickly greeted him. Mr. Su, hello. Hello. Su Chungyun nodded politely, but didn't engage further. For his mind was wholly consumed with thoughts of his precious daughter. What was she doing? Had she been mistreated? Had she eaten enough? He imagined Taotao, frightened, crying for her parents, and the thought tore at his heart. Once he caught the kidnappers, he vowed they would pay dearly for their actions. Meanwhile, in the back seat of the car, Taotao awakened, rejuvenated after a delightful nap, full of energy. As is well known, clever children, brimming with vitality, often find themselves in mischief. Taotao turned to see Han Jiasu's eyelids and fingers twitching, as if he was about to wake. The spirited child, a bit impatient, reached out and delivered a sharp slap to Han Jiasu's face, the sound echoing in the air. Han Jiasu's eyes flew open, and their gazes locked, a hint of awkwardness hanging in the atmosphere. Taotao realized, from his bewildered expression, that she might have unintentionally exerted too much force. Han Jiasu straightened in his seat and looked at Taotao earnestly. Did you just slap me? The instigator feigned innocence, her little face unflinching, a master of deception. I didn't. Han Jiasu paused for a second, his tone resolute. You did, didn't you? I truly didn't. Han Jiasu chose not to press further. Merely gazing at her silently, his expression calm, yet his clear eyes bore an enchanting power that made the liar feel guilt-ridden. Taotao, after 2 seconds of silence, the little one finally confessed. All right, I did hit you, but brother Jiasu, please let me explain. I didn't mean to hit you. It's just that I have this quirk. Every time I finish eating or wake up, I feel a bit stronger than usual, since I've just replenished my energy. So my strength was just a tad excessive. Han Jiasu contemplated her words, weighing whether to believe her. But ultimately, he was swayed by the sincerity reflected in her sparkling eyes. I believe you. Taotao's mouth spread into a bright smile, her clear eyes shimmering with a hint of brilliance. Just then, a derisive laugh filled the air from the front seat. Who would have thought you could spin such tall tales at such a young age? Truly a master of fabrication. Taotao turned to the portly man with a scarred face. Are you talking about me?
Of course, who else?
You think your strength increases after eating or waking up. I wish I had that skill. Little girl, you sure know how to spin a yarn. The man in the passenger seat leaned back, exuding a nonchalant air. Taotao regarded him. You don't believe me, do you? Chapter 119. Taotao. Aren't you all on the same team? Do you think I would believe you? Anyone can boast. The little one pouted. her eyes sparkling with a flicker of anticipation that only Han Jiasu noticed. If you don't believe me, why not give it a try? The portly man raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, so you're feeling brave? You want to challenge me? Taotao shrugged her little shoulders, hands spread wide. You're the one who said you didn't believe me. The man remained silent, sensing that this little girl held secrets he could not decipher. Taotao blinked. Her expression one of surprise. No way, you hesitated. You wouldn't be afraid, would you? The man was provoked by her words, his eyes widening. What are you saying? Do I look like someone who is afraid?
Come on, throw a punch at me.
Today, I want to see just how strong you really are. The hefty boy's voice dripped with disdain, radiating an air of superiority that dismissed everyone present. Taotao regarded him for a moment before responding, Forget it. I fear that one punch might send you reeling. At her words, the stout boy erupted into a fit of raucous laughter, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke, slapping the shoulder of the lean driver beside him. Hey, did you hear that? This little girl just said she's afraid one punch might knock some sense into me. Ha ha ha, it's hilarious. The lean driver, still simmering with irritation from earlier, shot back with a scathing retort as the hefty boy patted his shoulder. Have you lost your mind? I'm driving here, and you come over to mess with me? Are you out of your mind? The stout boy, incensed by the rebuke, retorted. I was just trying to give you an opportunity to back down, but clearly, you don't understand. The lean driver dismissed him, continuing to focus on the road. Turning his gaze to the two attractive children in the back seat, the hefty boy suddenly felt a twinge of conscience. By the way, could you perhaps speak a bit more civilly? Try to refrain from using such foul language, especially with two kids in the back. The lean driver shot him a sidelong glance, snorting derisively. What kind of conscience are you pretending to have? If you truly had one, would you be kidnapping people? The stout boy was momentarily speechless. Who asked for your opinion? The two little ones in the back seat exchanged identical expressions of disbelief, and the overwhelmed Taotao finally spoke up, her youthful voice laced with exasperation. Can you two not unite for once? Aren't you supposed to be on the same team? The hefty boy and lean driver fell silent. What does it feel like to be questioned by someone you've kidnapped about teamwork? One could say it was utterly absurd. Not noticing their reactions, Taotao turned to Han Jiashu, her face beaming with delight. Jiashu Gij, did I pronounce that word correctly just now? Han Jiashu was taken aback, not expecting her focus to be on that, and he broke into a laugh. Seeing him smile, Taotao immediately assumed she had mispronounced it, frowning slightly as she muttered to herself, Huh? Was it wrong? But that's how my mom taught me. Recognizing her genuine disappointment, Han Jiashu quickly reassured her. Your pronunciation is spot on, absolutely correct. Really? That's the first English word I've learned. Taotao's eyes sparkled with excitement, the joy of acquiring new knowledge shining through. Then, pondering for a moment, she tilted her head and asked Han Jiashu, So, Jiashu Gij, they are a team? And you and I are also a team, right? Indeed. The hefty boy, witnessing their lively exchange, felt a pang of jealousy. What are you two laughing about? I must reiterate, show some respect for our profession. You haven't even thrown that punch yet, so stop changing the subject. Taotao looked at him with a bemused expression. Unable to contain herself. Are you serious? I never tell lies. If I say I'm strong after waking up, then I am strong. I suggest you believe it. The hefty boy was already worked up, pointing at his own nose, his voice booming.
Come on.
Hit me. Go ahead. Today I'm going to teach you, little girl, not to boast casually. Otherwise, you might encounter someone formidable and be left embarrassed. Taotao sighed softly, her tone tinged with resignation. Fine. You're asking for it. Come on. Quit the chatter. Hit me. You'd better use all your strength. Otherwise, I fear you might bounce back. Bang.
Ah.
The last word was left unuttered as the hefty boy felt a heavy object collide squarely with his face, landing solidly on his nose. A searing pain shot through him, quickly giving way to a numbing sensation, as if a massive shockwave had surged through his face. The lean driver was momentarily stunned by the sound but, being behind the wheel, could only glance sideways while inquiring, Are you all right? Speak up. The hefty boy blinked, trying to gather his thoughts, but as he opened his mouth, 2 streams of blood began to flow from his nostrils. Taotao watched the blood gushing from his nose with a calm expression, leisurely reclining against the seat and twirling her hair with her fingers. Han Jiashu, equally astonished, regarded the bloodied boy with a mix of emotions.
So,
that slap to his face from Taotao was indeed extraordinarily restrained, wasn't he it? As the numbness faded, the pain returned and the hefty boy finally came to his senses. covering his bleeding nose. "You little brat really dared to hit me. Just wait until I get you back." With that, he lunged toward Taotao, only to be intercepted by the lean driver, who swiftly grabbed his arm. Han Jiashu, witnessing this, instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of Taotao, glaring fiercely at the hefty boy as if he could set him ablaze with his gaze. While shielding her, he turned to reassure her, "Don't be afraid. I will protect you." Just as he uttered those words, Han Jiashu suddenly realized something felt off. Given Taotao's and his own abilities, it seemed more appropriate for her to protect him. Yet, as a man, how could he remain indifferent when a girl was in danger? Thus, without a second thought, he had rushed to shield her. Fortunately, his good friend played along, her small hands resting on his shoulders, whispering in his ear, "Okay, thank you, Jiashu Gij." Han Jiashu felt a warm sensation spread within him. To prevent further complications, the lean driver decided to pull over and began lecturing his clumsy companion. "Wasn't he it you who insisted that the little girl hit you? Now that she followed your orders, you want to retaliate? Have some dignity, will you?" Chapter 120. "Don't you think this little girl is a bit uncanny?" The hefty boy pointed at his still bleeding nose. "She made me bleed. Can't you see the blood? She hit way too hard. Well, what can you do if she possesses such strength?" After that remark, both fell silent, turning slowly to look at Taotao, their expressions a blend of confusion and complexity. "Don't you think this little girl is a bit uncanny?" The hefty boy suddenly spoke up. The lean driver kept his gaze fixed on Taotao's face. Realizing she was different from ordinary children, she showed no fear of them whatsoever. Moreover, the boy beside her seemed equally unfazed. Throughout this ordeal, neither of them had cried out even once. The lean driver clicked his tongue. Well, birds of a feather flock together. They exchanged glances, both recognizing the unspoken disdain in each other's eyes. With the conflict resolved, they continued their journey, the lean driver pressing the accelerator to resume their drive. As he turned his head, Taotao noticed Han Jiashu gazing out of the window, his profile reflecting a hint of melancholy. Contemplating for a moment, Taotao leaned closer to Han Jiashu's ear, whispering in a volume the other two couldn't hear. "I've already sent the address and license plate number to my dad. He will come to rescue us, so don't be afraid, Jiashu Gij." Han Jiashu turned to face her, his expression earnest. "I'm not afraid. Are you?" Taotao shook her head, her lively and adorable expression shining through. "I'm not afraid at all. Teasing them is just like playing a game." As Nai Tuanzi uttered those words, her lack of volume control drew the attention of the two individuals ahead.
Squeak.
The slender man slammed on the brakes, causing everyone to lurch forward uncontrollably. Han Jiashu instinctively reached out to shield Taotao. The vehicle came to a halt by the roadside, and it was evident that the slender man felt his dignity had been affronted. He exchanged a knowing glance with the rotund man. "Bind that little girl up. Otherwise, she might think we're merely jesting with them." The rotund man concurred. Indeed. They exited the vehicle and proceeded to the trunk in search of rope. Believing that as competent kidnappers, they must first gather the appropriate tools, and a variety of ropes lay before them. The slender man picked up a relatively thick one. Being small in stature, they figured one rope would suffice to bind them together. "This one seems a bit too thick, doesn't it?" Upon closer inspection, he realized it was nearly as thick as the arms of the two little ones. After a brief pause, he conceded, "Yes, perhaps it is a tad too thick." The rotund man selected a thinner rope nearby. "This one will do. It will make us seem less brutish." "All right, let us use this." With the ropes in hand, they opened the back door of the car and swiftly bound the two little ones. Their wrists were tied behind their backs, and after securing the knots, the rotund man poked at the binds, declaring, "Tight enough. Let us see you continue your antics now." Taotao recognized that his words were directed at her, a consequence of her earlier teasing. "TSK, these two men are rather petty. Is it forbidden to speak the truth?" Taotao flashed her signature smile, leaving both the rotund man and the slender man momentarily stunned. Was she daft? How could she smile while being bound? What normal child would exhibit such an attitude? Just look at the boy beside her. The slender man, upon hearing this, glanced at Han Jiashu, only to find his gaze filled with indifference and anger. The rotund man raised an eyebrow. "Oh, this kid has some backbone." It should be noted that the scar on his face was no ordinary blemish. It was long, stretching almost from the corner of his mouth to his temple, and slightly raised, giving it a menacing appearance. Even adults often felt intimidated by it. Yet, the look in the boy's eyes caused the rotund man to momentarily question the presence of his own scar, as he instinctively touched it, confirming it was still there. However, This boy showed not an ounce of fear, instead constantly protecting the little girl beside him. Upon returning to the front cabin, the vehicle resumed its journey. Taotao, bound behind, began twisting her little hands, and before long, the rope loosened. Satisfied, she freed her hands and clapped them together. Han Jiashu watched her actions in astonishment, as Taotao revealed a radiant smile, showcasing her pearly white teeth, and proceeded to untie the rope binding his wrists. How did you do that? First this way, then that way, and voila! Taotao's eyes sparkled with mischief. Han Jiashu fell silent for a moment before replying. You seem to have said everything, yet nothing at all. Taotao giggled. Jiashu Gidge, I'll teach you next time if the opportunity arises. The rotund man, having overheard their chatter, turned around to admonish the two little ones to quiet down. However, upon turning, he was left agape in shock. Who untied you two? The slender man nearly swerved the steering wheel in panic at the question. What did you say? What is happening? Their ropes are untied? Yes, all untied. Good gracious. Taotao replied nonchalantly. I did it myself. The rotund man regarded her as if she were a monster, his tone laced with skepticism. You're joking, right? You can untie the ropes? I'll take your surname. My surname is quite lovely. You wouldn't be worthy, and besides, it's Su Pongzi. The rotund man felt deeply insulted. I'll ask you one last time. Who untied your ropes? Han Jiashu frowned. There are only the two of us in the back. Apart from us, who else could have done it? The question evoked a glare from the rotund man. Are you implying that I lack intelligence? Even at 5 years old? Han Jiashu maintained a noble demeanor, resembling a little gentleman, yet his words could cut like a knife. The ability to discern such implications from his tone indicated that the rotund man's intellect was not at its lowest. Pull over. I'm determined to confront these two little rascals today. The rotund man exited the vehicle and yanked open the back door, readying the two children with even greater restraint. Securing more knots than before, Han Jiashu furrowed his brow, realizing they were in trouble. After binding them, the rotund man shot Taotao and Han Jiashu a challenging look. Come on, let us see if you've truly become clever. He returned to the passenger seat, and the vehicle resumed its journey, while Taotao's little hands began twisting once more. Chapter 121. Taotao, I need to poop. Don't you understand Chinese? The duration was nearly identical to before, and yet again, with a series of miraculous maneuvers, the ropes were successfully undone. Han Jiashu had begun to sense the extraordinary nature of his friend, yet witnessing it firsthand still left him astounded. After freeing her own hands, Taotao calmly untied Han Jiashu's ropes, then raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Han Jiashu nodded, and for a brief moment, the two little ones fell silent. The back seat, once filled with chattering, became unexpectedly quiet, leaving the two men in the front somewhat disconcerted. The slender man glanced at the rotund man, only to find him dozing off. He then looked into the mirror to check the back seat and nearly jumped out of his skin. Good heavens, the ropes are undone again. Don't sleep. The startled rotund man abruptly opened his eyes, flailing in confusion. What? What is going on? Look back. The ropes are undone again. Did you even tie them tightly? Since bringing the two children into the car, bizarre occurrences had unfolded one after another, and the slender man was beginning to lose his composure. The rotund man turned to inspect the back seat, only to find Taotao and Han Jiashu seated similarly, both with their right legs crossed, shaking them in a manner that exuded defiance. Particularly Taotao, who was smiling brightly at him, made the rotund man feel inexplicably uneasy. Let us pull over. We need to discuss this. I'm drenched in cold sweat. As he spoke, the slender man swiftly parked the vehicle by the roadside. The rotund man grabbed his hand and pressed it to his forehead. Feel this. It's all sweat. The slender man recoiled. I'm not touching that. How disgusting for a grown man. This time the rotund man didn't throw a fit, as the focus was not on that. Both men stared at the two liberated children in the back seat, their expressions as complex as the most challenging math problem. Miss, young master, we implore you, please tell us the truth. How did those ropes come undone? First this way, then that way, Taotao cheerfully recounted, fully embracing the art of verbose storytelling. The two bewildered individuals exchanged glances. So it was truly you who unraveled the mystery? The innocent tone of Taotao's voice brimmed with naivety.
Indeed.
Why do you all persist in your disbelief?
Alas.
The little cherub's expression was tinged with melancholy, yet her short legs quivered with uncontainable joy. The thin man observed the duo, checked the time on his phone, and spoke earnestly. Fatty, from this point onward, regardless of what transpires, We cannot afford to halt the vehicle. If we continue to be delayed by them, we may not reach our destination before nightfall. The hefty companion nodded in agreement. Absolutely. From now on, even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive, we shall not stop. Not even if they need to use the restroom. No sooner had he finished speaking than a particularly sincere, small voice piped up, I need to poop. The duo responded. Fatty, you were saying? He hesitated, hands on his hips, a troubled expression on his face. Little girl, don't you find yourself a tad rebellious? The single word you revealed the speaker's current sense of helplessness and frustration. Taotao beamed at the hefty man. Uncle, what does rebellious mean? I don't understand. The hefty man was momentarily taken aback, and for reasons unbeknownst to him, gazing at the adorable little girl, so beautiful and angelic, his hardened heart softened unexpectedly. After a brief silence, he turned to his companion. How about we let them go? The thin man regarded him with incredulity. Have you lost your mind?
No.
It's just that when I saw this little girl smiling at me, I suddenly found her irresistibly cute. It made me think that if I had such an adorable daughter, and she were to be kidnapped, I would be utterly devastated and furious. The thin man spun around in disbelief, scratching his head as if he were about to pull his hair out. Are you serious? Your moment of conscience is rather ill-timed, don't you think? If your heart is so tender, why did you choose this line of work in the first place? Are you not putting your teammates at risk? After saying this, he spat on the ground. The hefty man, sensing the tension, quickly attempted to soothe him. Calm down. No need for personal attacks. I was merely speaking casually. If you don't want to let them go, then we won't. Get in the car. They're not even bound. They can't escape.
All right.
As they turned to board the vehicle, a pouty little voice erupted. I said I need to poop.
Poop.
Don't you understand Chinese? With her tiny hands on her hips, she resembled a puffy little pufferfish, thoroughly incensed. Han Jeshu glanced at Taotao and stated, My friend needs to use the restroom. Please find a place with facilities to let us off. No way. Hold it in. The thin man barked. I can't hold it. My third brother said that holding in poop is bad for your health. It causes problems. Besides, you wouldn't want me to soil the car, would you? The hefty and thin duo exchanged glances, contemplating the rather unpleasant topic. Han Jiashu inquired, Why does your third brother tell you everything? My third brother said it's called educating me on life knowledge, and that children need to understand it. Taotao replied earnestly. The duo regarded her with a mix of curiosity and amusement, pondering how such a cute and soft-spoken girl could utter such vulgarities.
What is so improper about that?
Isn't pooping a completely natural act? Don't you all need to poop? The hefty and thin pair fell silent. They had come to realize that this little girl possessed a sharp tongue, often catching them off guard with her words.
Fine.
We can find you a place to relieve yourself, but I warn you, no funny business. Just go and come back after you're done, understood? Taotao nodded obediently. Got it. The two men sighed and surveyed their surroundings. They had reached the suburban outskirts of the capital, devoid of skyscrapers and commercial districts. Yet due to the thriving tourism industry, there were several countryside restaurants nearby where they could borrow the restroom. The thin man pointed ahead. Let's take her to that countryside restaurant.
All right.
Upon hearing the term countryside restaurant, Taotao's big, round eyes instantly sparkled. Oh, a countryside restaurant? Does that mean I can eat something delicious? Her stomach had begun to grumble. Chapter 122. Children are the blossoms of our nation. You cannot shortchange the children. Let us go. Get out of the car. The hefty and thin men stood at either side of the door, while Taotao turned to Han Jiashu. Brother Jiashu, let us go. The thin man raised a hand to block the door. Wait a moment. Weren't you the only one who needed to poop? You can go alone. He can't come. But if a person is hungry, they must eat, right? Taotao looked at them with wide, innocent eyes, posing a profound question. The hefty man frowned. What do you mean? Are you hungry again? Why are you suddenly changing your story? Do you want to poop or are you hungry? I want to poop. But my tummy is hungry too. Taotao replied without hesitation, for only foolish children make choices. Clever children desire it all. Giggling. The hefty and thin duo exchanged glances, feeling the sincerity in her gaze. However, the place we're taking you to is not a dining establishment. It's strictly for using the restroom, understand? They believed they could outsmart two mere children. Taotao shook her little head. I don't understand. I heard you say you were taking me to that countryside restaurant to borrow the restroom. It's a countryside restaurant. How could it not be a place to eat? The thin man raised an eyebrow. How can a child like you possibly know what a countryside restaurant is? Of course I know. You can eat there.
Han Jiashu inte gick tid.
And drink tea. Taotao chimed in and play mahjong. Han Jiashu continued and go fishing. Taotao added, and pick fruit. Han Jiashu said, and sing karaoke.
Taotao responded.
And ride bicycles. Their banter flowed effortlessly, leaving the hefty and thin duo stunned. Were these two children more knowledgeable than them? Taotao, ignoring them, eagerly turned to Han Jiashu. Brother Jiashu, do you know what delicious food they serve at the countryside restaurant? Yes, their firewood chicken, bamboo rice, roast lamb, crispy rice with meat, braised big head carp, spicy crab, hand-pulled rabbit, and more. Han Jiashu's mouth was quickly covered by the thin man, who spoke through clenched teeth. Kid, are you listing off the menu? The hefty man swallowed hard, feeling his own stomach grumble at the mention of food. It was simply absurd. Who isn't? Taotao's eyes sparkled with anticipation, right? You two must be hungry too. Let's go eat duck. All right. The hefty and thin duo exclaimed in unison before suddenly realizing. Wait, what do you mean all right? Did we say we were taking you to eat? The little cherub pouted, her already flat tummy grumbling with hunger. Her temper flared. We want food. Children are the flowers of our nation, the future of our country. You cannot shortchange the children. Standing atop her seat, her tiny hands placed firmly on her plump waist. Her irate little demeanor evoked both sympathy and amusement in those around her. Observing her, the rebellious spirit of the two grown men ignited. The hefty man glared. If we're not taking you to eat, what can you do about it? The moment the words left her mouth, a loud cry burst out. What? Just a second ago, the little dumpling had been perfectly fine. The next second, she was crying so hard that tears fell nonstop like strings of tiny pearls snapping one after another, as if she had suffered some enormous injustice. Seeing this, the fat and skinny duo instantly panicked. Taotao's crying was powerful and full-bodied. If she kept wailing like this, someone was definitely going to hear her. This might be the outskirts of Beijing, but it wasn't exactly deserted. Maybe we should think of something, the skinny one said uneasily. If she keeps crying like this, someone's bound to hear it sooner or later. That wouldn't be good. The fat one thought it over and nodded. All right, let us take them to eat something. I'm actually kind of hungry too.
Same.
The two turned their heads, eight eyes meeting. Their compromising tone carried a thick warning. Listen carefully, you two.
You can eat.
But eat fast. And if I catch either of you trying anything funny, I'll beat your butts till they bloom.
Got it?
Taotao and Han Jiashu nodded obediently, even at the exact same rhythm. After getting out of the car, Han Jiashu reached out his hand toward Taotao. The road's a bit uneven here. Give me your hand. I'll hold you. Taotao glanced at his palm and immediately broke into a smile. Okay. She gently placed her little hand in his. Han Jiashu held it, and the two tiny figures walked forward together. As they walked, Taotao kept asking questions. Brother Jiashu, all those yummy foods you mentioned earlier, are they really all at the farmhouse restaurant?
Yes.
Then how do you know so many tasty dishes? Han Jiashu fell silent at that. After a moment, he replied softly, because a long time ago, when my mom and dad were still home, they took me to farmhouse restaurants to play. I was very little back then, and many dishes were too spicy for me to eat. But I remember them all, because I ate those dishes together with my parents. Taotao could hear the clear sense of loss in his tone, and couldn't he help asking. Then does that mean you haven't eaten meals together with your mom and dad for a very long time? Han Jiashu lowered his eyes.
Yes.
A very long time. They didn't even come back last spring festival. Why didn't they come back? I don't know. Maybe they were too busy with work. Adults always like to use being too busy as an excuse when they don't want to do something. It was hard to imagine such calm, mature words coming from the mouth of a 5-year-old child. Even the fat and skinny duo behind them froze when they heard it. Once Taotao's 10,000 wise mode was switched on, it was hard to stop. This morning at kindergarten, I felt like you weren't in a very good mood. Why was that? A trace of sadness flashed across Han Jiashu's face again. Because last night before going to sleep, I got a call from my parents. They told me that this year, they might not be able to come back for Spring Festival either. Oh, Taotao's eyes were full of sympathy and heartache for her friend. Where are your mom and dad? America. Where's America? We're in the Northern Hemisphere and Eastern Hemisphere. America is in the Western Hemisphere. It's very, very, very far away. Even flying there takes a really long time. But they only said maybe, right? It doesn't mean they definitely want to come back. But I don't believe them anymore. Then, the little dumpling hesitated for a long time before finally coming up with a way to comfort her friend. Brother Jiashu, if your mom and dad really don't come back this spring festival, then come spend it at my house. I'll sincerely invite you, okay? Chapter 123. The police uncle and dad are here to back us up. Han Jiashu stared into Taotao's eyes for a while. He smiled, but didn't he say anything? Okay, okay. Taotao suddenly started shaking his arm, her baby voice carrying a hint of soft coaxing. Han Jiashu smiled shyly and finally said, okay. Taotao immediately beamed. The very next second, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, but brother Jiashu, I know it already. What you really want most is still for your mom and dad to come back and spend Spring Festival with you. I'll help you pray for that. I'll pray that they come back this year and reunite with you. And my master said I'm a little lucky koi and a lucky star. People who stay with me get better and better luck, and whatever they wish for can come true. Han Jiashu thought she was just trying to cheer him up. So he didn't take it seriously, but he still replied politely. Okay. Thank you. Brother Jiashu, no need to be polite. Taotao blinked. The fat and skinny duo followed behind, watching the two little figures and listening to their conversation. Their expressions were indescribably complicated. Why did it suddenly feel like they were force-fed dog food? The skinny one replayed Taotao's words in his head and felt the girl was talking nonsense again. He decided to deliberately make things difficult for her. You said just now that anyone who stays with you will have better luck and get whatever they want. Is that true? Sensing his doubt, Taotao's expression turned serious. Of course it's true. We little Taoists don't lie. So that means if I stay with you, I'll get whatever I wish for too? The skinny one rubbed his hands together, looking oddly expectant. Taotao stared at him for a moment. I'll tell the truth, but don't get mad. The skinny one was in a good mood and nodded repeatedly. I want to get mad, I want to. I'm a grown man. How could I be that petty? So Taotao bluntly dropped a pile of brutal honesty. No, you want to. Your physiognomy is bad, your character is bad too. You've done too many bad deeds. So your luck has already been seriously damaged. Staying next to me won't help anymore. To put it simply, you did this to yourself. The skinny one's mouth twitched violently, his temples throbbing. Are you serious? You believe that? Do you want me to hit you? As he spoke, he even raised his fist to scare the kid, but the fat one grabbed him. Didn't you insist on hearing it? You even said you wouldn't be petty. Now you're turning around and blaming her for telling the truth? Do you have any shame at all? The skinny one found the words oddly familiar. It took him a second to realize it was exactly what he just said earlier.
Get lost.
And besides, the fat one added, what she said is true. Don't you think so? The skinny one thought about it for a second. Yeah, it actually made sense. With the owner's permission, the two kids were taken to the farmhouse restroom. Afterwards, the four of them sat down at a table, one on each side.
Boss.
Order food.
Coming.
The apron-wearing owner brought over the menu. What would the four of you like? The skinny one was just about to reach for the menu when a white, chubby little hand suddenly appeared in his view.
Whoosh.
The menu was snatched away so fast it left an afterimage. I'll order.
Hee hee.
Taotao danced happily in her seat. The fat and skinny duo initially wanted to grab the menu back, but after a second thought, they gave up. Whatever. Let her order. She's just a kid. How many dishes could she possibly order? If it wasn't enough, they could always add more later. Taotao couldn't read many characters yet, but Han Jiashu could read quite a lot. The menu was beautifully designed, with a photo next to every dish, all of them mouth-watering. Brother Jiashu, what's this dish called? Taotao pointed at a picture. Teppanyaki beef strips. She pointed at another one. What about this? Braised eel segments. And this? Peppery chicken. How about this and this? Sweet and sour duck with preserved plums and spicy crab. Upon hearing this, Taotao exclaimed, all right, got it. Boss, we'll have everything we just mentioned. Oh, and what's this dish? I'm not sure what it is, but it looks absolutely delicious. The boss replied, sure thing. One order of Buddha jumps over the wall coming right up. Upon hearing Taotao's earlier half-sentence, the plump and slender duo was already on the brink of madness. And when she pointed out the Buddha jumps over the wall dish, they nearly suffered a heart attack, ready to face the Reaper. Stop right there. The duo simultaneously restrained the boss's hand as he attempted to take the menu. Boss, don't act rashly. She ordered Buddha jumps over the wall. Wow, so this dish is called Buddha jumps over the wall. With such a unique name, it must be incredibly delicious. Taotao clapped her small hands in excitement. You two little munchkins, do you really think you can finish all this food? And do you have any idea how expensive Buddha jumps over the wall is? Han Jiashu maintained a calm expression. I know, I've had it before. The two were immediately left speechless. Damn, you've never had it. Knowing it's expensive. Yet you still ordered it? Were you doing this on purpose? Taotao was eager to try it. Han Jiashu's reasoning was quite simple. If you want to eat it, just order it, right? It's not like it's your money. While they were embroiled in their argument, the boss had discreetly slipped away to the kitchen with the menu. Once the order was placed, they wasted no time in preparing it. After all, they would be fools to turn away money. Both Taotao and Han Jiashu noticed the boss's departure, but neither of the two little ones spoke up, as the plump and slender duo remained engrossed in their bickering. The plump one looked at Taotao with a puzzled expression. Little girl, were you perhaps a pig spirit in your past life? Only a pig could eat this much. Han Jiashu, displeased by his derogatory remark, retorted sharply, if we're judging by physique, I'd say you resemble a pig spirit more. The plump one was genuinely curious, wondering how today's children could say such cold things with such warmth. Taotao earnestly explained, I'm not a pig spirit. This is just my normal appetite. If you find it outrageous, it simply means you haven't seen much of the world. The plump one slammed the table. I've noticed you, little girl, becoming increasingly arrogant in your speech. Aren't you afraid of me? Do you believe I won't really hit you? There's no one here to back you up. Sitting across from him, Taotao cupped her chubby face with both hands, her gaze drifting over his shoulder. Not far away, police officers were approaching them slowly, and she spotted her father. Han Jiashu also noticed the police but remained unfazed, showing no signs of panic. Taotao tilted her head, her sweet voice adorably naive. Are you sure no one is here to support me? Chapter 124. Jiashu Gij, my dad wants to invite you to dinner. Su Qingyun, taken aback, thought she was taunting him again. He sneered lightly and glanced aside, only to realize the boss was nowhere to be found, and he suddenly became alert. What the heck? Where did the boss go? Is he cooking? Damn, those dishes are so expensive. Don't bring them all out. Saying this, he stood up, intending to go to the kitchen to cancel a few dishes. However, as he stood, he sensed something was off and turned to see the approaching police, his face paling in shock. Run, thin guy. But it was evident that it was too late, as the police were already closing in on them. The thin one seemed to have a flicker of insight. With a sinister expression, he reached out toward Han Jiashu, as securing a hostage was now crucial. As his hand grazed Han Jiashu's sleeve, a small hand descended like the wrath of heaven, landing a resounding slap on the back of his hand. The thin one grimaced in pain, emitting a tragic squeal. Ah! Although it was a mere small hand, it felt as though it had been imbued with some magical force, striking him like a solid iron plate, and he felt as if his wrist might break. Han Jiashu nimbly sidestepped, causing the injured thin one to grasp at empty air. The two little ones stood together, with Taotao gently pushing Han Jiashu back. Gij. Step back a bit. I'm afraid you'll get hurt. Meanwhile, the police had already subdued the plump one, pinning him to the ground while presenting him with a shiny silver bracelet that clearly held considerable value. Seeing that he had failed to capture Han Jiashu, the thin one turned and fled toward their vehicle, with the police hot on his heels. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Taotao, observing the thin one's retreating figure, calmly crouched down, picked up a small stone from the ground, raised it, closed her left eye, aimed, and then swiftly threw it. Ah! Another scream echoed, as the stone struck the thin one on the back of his knee, causing him to collapse. The police quickly pounced on him, securing the valuable silver bracelet. The already anxious Su Qingyun rushed towards his precious daughter, abandoning all pretense of composure, appearing utterly flustered. Taotao. Upon hearing her father call her name, Taotao immediately turned and dashed towards Su Qingyun. When the soft little cannonball collided into her father's embrace, it created a significant impact, causing him to stagger slightly. However, he could no longer discern whether it was due to overwhelming fear or if he simply lost his balance. It no longer mattered, as long as his daughter was safe. When he spoke, Su Qingyun realized his voice was trembling. My precious, are you hurt anywhere? Let daddy take a look. The little dumpling spread her arms, understandingly turning in a circle while cheerfully saying, I'm fine, see. No injuries at all. Once Su Qingyun confirmed that Taotao was indeed unscathed, the heavy weight in his heart finally eased. Daddy, I sent you a message right away today, but you didn't reply. Su Qingyun's heart skipped a beat, interpreting her words as a reproach. He quickly apologized. I'm sorry, sweetheart. My phone wasn't with me. It was on the coffee table. I was outside making signs for your herbal garden.
Em truly sorry.
He held Taotao tightly in his arms. She was so small that he felt he could crush her with a little force, yet at this moment, the father felt even more fragile. His once strong shoulders slightly hunched with guilt. Hearing her father's words, Taotao realized he was blaming himself, so she began patting his back with her little hand, trying to comfort him like a small adult. Daddy, don't be sad or blame yourself. I'm not mad at you. I just wanted to say I'm obedient and sent you a message right away, and look, I'm fine, right? Hearing his precious daughter assure him that she held no blame, Su Taotao felt even more guilty, tightening his grip around her. On Taotao's fair little face, a hint of bewilderment flickered. Daddy, you're squeezing me, cough, cough. Su Taotao was taken aback, quickly loosening his hold. I'm sorry. Daddy got too excited. It's all right, the little dumpling smiled brightly. As Su Taotao turned his head, he noticed a gaze had been fixed on them. After exchanging glances with Han Jieshu for 2 seconds, Su Taotao asked Taotao, is that your classmate? Taotao glanced at Han Jieshu. Yes. His name is Han Jielu. And he is my desk mate. When those 2 individuals attempted to assault me on the road, Jielu Gij protected me. Su Taotao instantly grasped the crux of this statement, his brow furrowing in concern. Those 2 kidnappers sought to harm you? Taotao nodded affirmatively, yes, because I scolded them. Su Taotao, his precious daughter's character is indeed quite fierce, nearly giving her old father a heart attack. Seeing the young man who had defended his daughter gazing at them, Su Taotao fell silent for a moment and beckoned Han Jielu over.
Come here.
Han Jielu approached Su Taotao, exuding an air of calmness that belied his tender age of merely 5 years. Su Taotao regarded the boy before him, recalling the words he had heard from the driver, Old Yang, at the police station. Your parents are abroad, correct?
Han Jielu no dead.
Then shall I escort you home? Would that be agreeable? Han Jielu pondered for a moment before politely declining, Thank you, uncle, but there's no need. Uncle Yang will come to pick me up. How about this? Do you remember your Uncle Yang's phone number? I can call him to inform him. Just as Han Jielu was about to respond, Taotao interrupted. Yes. Jialagij, why don't you come back with us? My father wishes to invite you to dinner. Su Taotao, when did he ever express a desire to invite this boy to dinner? Han Jielu glanced at Su Taotao and then at Taotao. Your father probably does not mean that. Taotao regarded her father in silence, yet her earnest little eyes brimmed with unspoken hints. Su Taotao contemplated for a second. Given the circumstances, it seemed appropriate for him to say something. Taotao is correct. Uncle wishes to treat you to a meal, especially since you protected her on the way. Han Jielu's cheeks flushed slightly. No, it should be Taotao who protected me. You both protected one another. Let us go, no need to be polite. Observing the closeness between Taotao and Han Jielu, Su Taotao could not deny that he felt a twinge of jealousy. It was impossible to claim that he did not feel a pang akin to seeing his precious little cabbage being courted by a pig.